Happy Open Line Thursday, friends. We are the Junks. We're coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan. If you're listening in Richmond, you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, all brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
Cakes.
There's Jason Bishop chiming in on the last
Cakesy cakes.
7% of the read. Good morning.
Happy Thursday, Cakes.
Happy Thursday to you. Happy Thursday to Eric Bickle.
Morning.
Good morning to you.
Lucky to be here. My alarm didn't go off this morning.
Is that user error? You didn't set it? Or?
You know what's funny is, so sometimes, I don't know, half the time, now I'm sleeping better, but still not great. My alarm, if I wake up before my alarm, I turn it off, and then it has a button, and it says, turn on in 24 hours. You know, there's one right underneath it. You hit that. And I guess the day before, I didn't do that, or I missed whatever. And so if the alarm goes off itself normally, you turn it off, it automatically resets. If you turn it off early, you have to make sure you hit that extra button to reset it for the next day. And I guess yesterday I didn't do that. So all of a sudden I woke up at late for me. So normally I wake up at 4:20. Go downstairs, I take my time, I drink my water, I see what happened overnight, make my coffee, wait 30 minutes before I have my coffee, and then I leave. And I leave usually around 5:05, something like that. This morning I woke up at 4:55, and I kind of just grabbed my phone to see what time it is, and I was like, "Oh my god, I'm
Panic mode.
30 minutes behind my schedule." But I knew it was good because I had plenty of time to get here. But it just threw me off.
Yeah,
and it's good that my brain just said, "You better check the phone," because it seems like I actually feel somewhat rested.
I do like pressing the snooze button. My alarm's usually set for 4:20 to 4:22.
Yeah,
and then I hit the snooze 5 minutes. I don't usually use all the 5 minutes, but I just think, I've got 5 more minutes to just lay here in bed. Or sometimes it's 3, and then I get up and I do the morning routine. Mine's not nearly as extensive as yours, and then I'm out the door.
Yeah, my routine
is 15 minutes.
My routine is
or
just
less.
I do all sort of my pre-show, kind of what happened overnight stuff on my couch, and it's just kind of where I wake up. I got like 30 minutes of just relaxing, waking up, wait for my coffee. I take my lemon water and my apple cider vinegar water and all that, drink all that, just chill out. Today, didn't get the chill time.
Got it.
Well,
I think I'm waking up as I'm driving into
That
work,
too.
which probably isn't great. It's
That
probably
too.
not a great idea. But that's just kind of my ritual.
I get that.
my alarm goes off maybe once every couple months.
Right. Because usually you're
My
waiting
body
before.
is just, I'm just up looking at the clock, rolling
Pondering
around,
life.
pondering life, and then hating life when I actually have to get out of bed, which is around 4:06 or 4:07.
Yeah. Well, I think EB should have had a good
But
night. He was out at the Mubadala DC
Well,
Open
he's
last
been out
night.
late the last 2 nights.
Last 2 nights, yeah, that's enough for me.
I want to hear all about it. What time did you get there?
Jeez, I don't know. I think so. The session, they opened the doors at 6, and as we were, I just figured I'd park on the grounds. But Dina said when she was looking, remember I told you I'm not worried about the parking. Dina said she was looking, and they were highly recommending that people just Uber, use whatever they call it, rideshare.
Yeah.
That or you could use a shuttle. Well, I'm definitely not going to use a shuttle. So there was parking on the site, which is what I've used in years past. But she said it's like $50.
Ooh.
So, well, then at that point, we might as well just Uber. Because I actually live 6 miles from there,
Right.
through traffic and everything. So we Ubered, got down there about 5:45. Perfect. Got in there, no problem. Immediately, I actually get recognized by some guys, which is really nice. And they offered to take me into the VIP lounge.
Okay,
that
nice.
they were in. They were breaking my balls about not having any VIP access. And I said, no, that's fine. But, it is amazing. It feels like a mini U.S. Open, just the way they've got it set up down there. They don't have nearly the amount of courts. It's not nearly the size. But you have the men and the women. And, it's just, it's just a cool environment. I really like it. First thing we did is we did a lap all the way around the facility, went to the practice courts. We watched some of the doubles that was happening on one of the side courts. And then honestly, one of the first things we did is my daughter was starving. So they actually had a big food court tent where it had like a kava and some rooster something. I don't know, must be a chicken spot. Have you ever heard of it? It's like Roman Rooster or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know the exact name of it, but it
Something
sounds
like
familiar.
that.
Yeah.
And then a couple other spots. My son got like a lobster sub or whatever.
Lobster roll.
He saw a lobster roll. He got all excited for that.
Mm-hmm.
So you did not get the upgrade for the
I didn't ask.
hospitality.
I didn't ask.
Well, we kind of asked yesterday on the air.
Yeah, on the air. Didn't do any good. I actually did see at one point where we're sitting there eating. I got some kava. Mark Ein walked right in front of me.
Oh,
but he had a guy with him. He was deep in thought.
Yeah.
There were 9 billion people there. The last thing I was going to do was go up there and grab him.
I understand.
And say hello.
I probably wouldn't have done that either.
We got into the main stadium and we saw we saw the whole match of Naomi Osaka
And Krieger.
Krieger and Krieger. She
cramps?
retired.
She have cramps or what happened?
I thought when she pulled off her wristband, I thought maybe it had been a wrist or something. I have no idea. She just retired. All of a sudden,
She just said out.
Said I'm
it was
finished.
like 3-1. She was down a second set, and she's like, "I'm outie." And my kids didn't understand that. I go, sometimes that happens in tennis. It's weird. They're not really quitting, but maybe they're quitting. But she's kind of I don't know.
With a lot of people there for that match?
Yeah, decent amount of people for sure. And then we went walking the grounds some more, and then we actually sat down. And the side courts, I have to say, are actually more interesting because you could just get as close as you want. And we watched the match between
John Harris Court? Is that where you
the
went?
John Harris Court, which is interesting because I've met John Harris. I know his son quite well because his son and my son played together at St. Andrews, played lacrosse together. And Brian Harris.
That's a small world.
It is a small world. And those guys, like Brian Harris was very good friends with Mark Ein. Anyway, we were at the John Harris Court and we saw this Italian guy who I'll be honest with you, I'm not familiar with him. He's 38 years old. He's still ranked 52 in the world.
Is that who
Man, that's crazy.
Manarino.
Matt was talking about yesterday?
No, that was on the stadium.
I mean,
court.
you're 38 playing tennis. You are a freaking dinosaur.
Dude, 38 playing tennis and still ranked 52 in the
That's
world
amazing.
in singles.
Yeah, that's pretty
2
sick.
years ago, I think he had a high ranking of 24 or like 17. So when he was 36 years old, he was still ranked like 17 or 24, whatever it was. And he was playing a younger American, Alex.
Is it Mickelson?
Mickelson. Yeah, you saw
Mickelson.
Manarino.
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 I'm not familiar with Manarino.
We were talking about him yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with him, but he was playing Mickelson, and Manarino got up to like a 3-love start, but the younger Mickelson just eventually was grinding him down. By the time I left, it was Mickelson come back, won the first set. It was up like 3 or 4-1 in the second.
Yeah.
But that was an awesome match because we were right there. We're just a couple seats
And
away
they were
from
just
the court.
ripping it.
Well, it's just exactly what you would imagine. Manarino's just keeping it in play, not a lot, not any power, but just keeping everything in play. And Mickelson's just a big, strong kid from Southern California who just has a big serve and big strokes. And I actually thought when Manarino got up to an early lead that he was just a wily vet that was going to grind him out. But I didn't see the end result. I'm assuming that Mickelson closed him
Well,
out.
it was 7-6.
Was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a good match. And then we were going to go into the stadium
You didn't
one
see
more
Fritz,
time.
right? Fritz played early in the afternoon.
Yes, he played early. We were going to go to the stadium one more time, but at that point, it was getting close to 9 o'clock, and I was just like, you know what? We just need to go. I need to go
Time
home.
to pack it in.
Yeah, I mean, I can't be up here all night. It's nice. It's nice at night, the lights and everything. And
Oh, the weather was perfect too.
Weather
I was
was
walking around
perfect.
last night. I was like, Evie's getting a silly night for the
I told him he was going to have perfect
for
weather.
the Mubadala.
I'm telling you, I kept telling my kids, I go, you sure it's not going to rain? Because it had a rain feeling, because it's like kind of cloudy-ish.
It was breezy, a little
And
breezy.
cool breeze. And it just felt like you wouldn't be shocked if 5 minutes later a storm cloud came over.
Storm rolled through.
Yeah, so that's a feeling I had all night. It was great.
Yeah.
But I was kind of stunned that it was that way sort of the whole night.
It was perfect.
But
gonna
it
be
worked,
the- gonna be
worked
the
out
same way
great.
today.
We had a good time. I highly recommend people go out there. The tennis community was definitely representing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Was it on the
Serious.
tennis channel last night? Stevie said his buddy was live betting the Mickelson match,
Oh,
the
he was?
Mickelson Manarino match. Unfortunately, I think he bet on the old guy.
You bet on the Wiley vet.
Yeah, he bet on the old guy. But it was,
So there's four men's matches today, and then on the women's side, I don't know. Yeah, there's four on the women's side. So they're getting down to it.
they
right?
have
I mean,
so many people out there. There's not a lot of bathrooms. So by the end of the night, I had to stoop and I had to go into a porta potty. And thank God now I don't really go in the porta potties very often, man. I'm talking about I go in one about once a year. I mean, I just don't
Try to avoid them
I avoid them at all
costs. Yeah,
costs.
unless it's absolutely necessary.
My son doesn't care. I've
Yeah.
told you before. He'll sit down in one, and
well,
he'll
I
just
would never do that. I
he'll
mean,
sit and just play games on his phone.
unless I have the worst wave of all time. That's never, ever happened.
I agree
Probably
with you.
never, ever will happen.
I agree with you. But luckily, I just had to do a quick little relief
Sure.
thing. And they make those. They make the little urinal thing on the side, so you don't have to see the murder scene in the toilet, right? So I think that's more of one of the elite.
I don't think I've been in
Porta
those.
potties?
I don't think I've experienced that fancy level of porta potty.
Well, all it is really is just a hunk of plastic they
Sure.
throw on the
It's
side.
a carve out. Yeah,
that it drains into the toilet, but you don't have to see the murder scene in the toilet.
understood.
It's a huge upgrade.
Definitely.
Huge upgrade.
If you could go back again tonight and watch, would you go back?
the only reservation is that you're going into your wallet.
Well,
You're
yeah.
going into your wallet because so the
food is probably
the Uber
expensive.
was $35 each way plus tip.
Yep.
42, so that's like $85.
$100
Fine.
bucks on food? 100?
More.
More.
Because they're charging $8 for water. They got to make their money.
Yeah.
$8.
The kava bowl that they are, it's a pre-made kava bowl, was $18.
Which at Cava would be what?
11 or
12?
12 probably,
maybe.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's
a little upsell there.
It's just you end up. So I think my food was about $140 for us, and
Yeah.
my daughter got chicken tenders.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. So you're going into your wallet.
Well, same thing at Nats games. My neighbors have some family in town from
Yeah.
Minnesota, and they took them and all their kids to the Nats game yesterday.
Yeah.
And the woman from Minnesota wanted a crab cake sandwich.
Okay.
$28 for the crab cake sandwich.
I mean,
She said it was good, but it's $28.
Sure. It's
you're
good,
in
but
a
it wasn't
That's
ballpark
just one-
stadium. That's
that's-
what you pay.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. That's why getting VIP is so important.
Yeah.
Oh, it's always
You want
important.
to make sure you get that security.
Known this over the years.
If you can, it's the move. But it's very cool. If you like to see professional tennis, even my two youngest, they play pickleball as kids. Kids like to play pickleball, goofing around. They don't really play tennis. They enjoyed it.
Were they bummed that they had to leave a little early?
No,
They were ready to go?
We had almost 3 hours.
You were there 6 to 9, yeah.
That's
plenty of tennis viewing.
plenty.
Yeah, you're good.
As a guy who grew up playing tennis my entire life, 3 hours was good.
You had your fill. Very good. Glad you had a good time out and about in D.C. last night. Coming up on the Junks on an Open Line Thursday, John Keim. He is going to join us coming up at 7:40. We'll get some training camp recaps from him. Day one of practice was yesterday. That is in the books. Bob Nightingale, Odyssey MLB Insider. He'll join us coming up at 8 o'clock. We'll discuss Nats and MLB trade deadline with him. When we come back, we'll get into the Junk Sports page. We'll tell you what happened with the Nats last night in case you were snoozing on that and more. We'll do that next on The Fan.
All right, guys, if you're thinking about selling your home, here's the only question that matters. What happens if your home doesn't sell? With Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Home Team of Keller Williams, you don't have to wonder. If your home doesn't sell in 32 days, they'll make your next mortgage payment. They got it. That's exactly the peace of mind Demetrius and Patricia needed. Reynolds and Power Home Team's proven marketing strategy brought in serious buyers fast, and their homes sold quickly for top dollar. On average, their homes sell twice as fast as the average agent. And their sellers walk away with sometimes as much as $30,000 more at closing. So what are you waiting for, people? Sell with certainty. Your home sold guaranteed. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team today. Memorize this number, 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieAsTheBuyers.com.
Welcome back to an Open Line Thursday with the Junks, brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. They're windows, they're measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home, because it's where you live. You could talk about whatever you want. You could talk about the Commanders' opening training camp. Day one of practice is in the books. You talk about the Nats. You can give us Junkies hypotheticals, which people never do anymore, but they're always fun.
Yeah, just call us.
We
Let's
can
talk
offer
about
sage
whatever.
advice because, we're all in our mid-50s. We can just give you solid life advice if you need that.
Right.
So call us whenever you want, 800-636-1067. Right now, we're going to get into the Junks sports page, which is, of course, sponsored.
By
Yes.
our good friends. Where?
That would be Open Road Distilling.
That's Open Road Distilling over in Reston at the Reston Town Center.
Mm-hmm.
It's your time to raise your standards. ORD is now available at Northern Virginia ABC stores. You can get their dark liquors. You can get their Eagle Eye Rye. You can get the Smooth Depth Independence Bourbon. You can get the ready-to-pour Maple Old Fashioned whiskey done right. And if you go over there, make sure you mention us. But you might see a couple of Junks there this weekend. Well, Junks producers.
Okay. Oh,
I think
really?
tomorrow
Oh, I didn't hear this.
they want to go to ORD tomorrow.
Well, you guys should definitely go.
Tomorrow night.
I was out there a few days ago. It's quite the impressive operation. You
Oh,
guys
yeah.
will be
We've
impressed.
been. We love that place.
Oh,
Yep.
you've already been. Okay. Yes,
Oh, yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
You already know the lay of the land out there.
They're going tomorrow night. I'm
Excellent.
trying to get them a table or two. I have to text them.
We were just putting the numbers together. So there might be a lot of
This is
friends
yeah.
and family.
okay.
Well, I might have
Open
to.
road.
I might have to tell them to put a little reserve signs up on a couple tables.
I think they
Yeah.
could probably handle that.
We're just gonna stand around the high tops. We
Yeah,
don't.
they- yeah.
There's ample space
yeah,
there.
if
It's
you-
a big spot.
Oh, we're going to need a
Big
big
spot.
spot because Drab's guest list is quite lengthy.
You think when I got the tour that I didn't want to peel off and go to the game room and pump some quarters into the pinball
They got the game
machines
room
there?
there. They got a
I
couple
mean, you're going to play
side
Big
rooms.
Buck Hunter.
I mean, you think I didn't want to do that? I didn't really do that, but next time I will certainly partake.
Yeah, so I'll have to text. Carlin is in. I believe he's in the Outer Banks as well.
Nice.
Everyone's going to the Outer Banks this
It's
summer.
a good spot. It's fun.
But I'll text them. I'll make sure we get some tables reserved
Do it.
for a Friday night at
Thanks, Bish.
ORD Reston.
Listeners can come out and say hi, hang out.
Oh
Impromptu
yeah. Oh, they
hang.
will.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, they will. They'll be there.
As they should.
Go celebrate Drab's birthday.
Ooh, it's hold on. Drab is turning
43,
No,
41.
41.
Hank Gathers.
I don't know Hank Gather's number. I
Was
mean,
he? Hold
I mean,
on.
I'm supposed to
Yeah.
know Hank Gather's number.
Same
I
as
mean,
the other Hank.
R.I.P.
44.
44. Yeah.
Hammer and Hank. Okay.
Running the Rigo drill tomorrow.
Yeah.
What's
Certainly are.
What's Mike Moore / Mar going to be doing tomorrow night?
Oh, I'll be out there.
Oh, you will?
Boots
Yeah.
on the ground.
Oh, so
of
Mike
course.
Moore will be out there too.
Bickle didn't even look up until he heard what's Mike Moore going to be doing tomorrow. He ignored Valdez and I. Then he
Yeah.
heard what's Mike going to be doing, and he perked up.
No, I was paying attention.
that bothered me.
I was paying attention. You guys are gonna go deep. You're gonna go on the high tops or whatever.
Very good. Should be fun. Should be a fun evening.
I was at Harris Teeter yesterday, and I saw definitely a commander
Okay.
coming out of the bank across the street from the Harris Teeter, across
All right.
the parking lot,
Yeah.
and he was getting into his car. He was definitely a commander. I don't know who
Oh,
it
you
was.
just don't know. You don't know which.
I mean, it
command-
could have been anybody,
Okay.
right? But he looked like. I mean, he was. It looked like Sonny Styles, but I don't think it was Sonny Styles.
Okay.
I think you would have known if it was stunning.
No, I would have recognized Sonny Styles, but tall brother, and he was getting into a Range Rover,
Okay.
and he was on the phone.
Yeah.
I was gonna go up to him and say, "What's up?" I was gonna
That's,
say, "What's
yeah,
up?"
I would never
I
do
don't know
that.
why you
I would
always do
never in a
that.
billion years do that.
But I didn't. I
Good.
didn't.
You have to be like a
You know
normal
what?
human. Act like you've been there before.
Better you didn't do that.
Which you have been.
You kept it in your pants. So
I did.
good for you.
But
We appreciate
he
that.
was definitely a mander.
I think that's kind of like a hobby for people that live in Ashburn, right? It's like just IDing skins that are walking
Commander
around.
stalking.
Yeah. I
Right,
think that's
right.
kind of like a hobby for
I'm
people
sure.
that live out
I'm
there.
sure that's part of their
Because
daily
there's so many
existence.
sightings, you see guys everywhere, right?
I know we're going to hit the Skins later, but day 2 of camp, Day 2 of camp
It's
today.
upon us.
Yep, there's some good stories, some good subplots developing, and some interesting things too. Maybe some worrisome things. We'll get into that.
Well, while you guys were, as Bickle was planning to go to the DC Open, the Mubadala,
DC Open.
the Dollar Bill, y'all, DC Open. I love day games, especially Nats games.
Yeah.
And
It's been established. You love day
it was a
baseball.
105 start yesterday at Nats Park. Weather was awesome. And of course, we were all hoping that they could win the series, make it a little bit more interesting. They didn't. They lost 5-2. There was a key moment in this game in the 8th inning where the Nats got screwed, in my opinion. Screwed pretty hard. It was 2-1 Toronto. Leadoff guy, I think, doubled or maybe singled. Next guy struck out. All right, so you got 1 out in the 8th. Next batter singled. So you had first and third, 1 out for Toronto. Miles Straw was the batter who singled. Miles Straw steals second. Okay? But he was thrown out.
Okay, so he was
All right,
out.
he was out.
But called safe.
Called safe. They reviewed it. They went to New York. They reviewed it. They called him safe. I said, what?
Even
What
with
are you
review?
watching? What are you people watching up
That
there?
is dead obvious.
I mean, he was out. Nunez tagged him out, tagged the guy's arm out, his wrist, before he hit the bag.
So
What's
he got
the
him
replay
high.
guy
Tagged
doing?
him high. Is that why?
I mean, it was a head first slide.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Got him
No,
on
he
the
tagged
wrist
him low.
or
Okay.
forearm.
They called him safe. I don't know why. I had no idea.
They're cheating. They're cheating.
Well, Kolko and Franzen couldn't believe it either.
Yeah.
All right, next guy, I believe, strikes out. So that would have been the third out.
Yeah.
So now you got 2 outs, second and third. Next batter, I can't remember who it was. It might have been Varsho. Hits a shallow fly ball to center. And Jacob Young's calling, I got it, I got it, I got it. They called it a double, but it went off of his glove. He should have caught the ball.
Right.
All right, should have been an error. They called it a double, 2-run score. It's 4-1. They scored another one on another shallow fly ball to center in front of Lyle, 5-1. They ended up winning 5-2. They got screwed by the whoever was looking at the replay up in New
Because
York.
that would have been what? How many outs would that have been if they threw him out at second?
There would have been 2, and then the next batter struck out.
Yeah.
Peyton Schultz struck him out,
Yeah.
or Paxton
I
Schultz.
would love to see that replay.
But they lose 5-2. Ribalta got the loss for the Nats.
Hey, why
So
do
they're 2 back in the wild card now.
why do the Nats have the Nubs Varland? Why don't they have the silly Varland that's on the Blue Jays that has 23 saves?
Well, they just called him up, right?
Well, then they sent him down.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, because
He's been back and forth.
Trevor Williams is now healthy.
active, yeah.
And he actually pitched yesterday for an inning, but he was out since last July. So he's been out for a year. But yeah, so they dumped Varland. They sent him right back down after calling him up for a day. Jake Irvin's going to pitch tonight. So they lose that game yesterday, hop on a plane, go down to Atlanta. Huge series in Atlanta, starting tonight, 4-game series. And Jake Irvin, who hasn't pitched since May 23rd, will make his first start since then. So you got Trevor Williams back. Maybe eventually he gets into the rotation, or maybe he's just a bullpen piece. Jake Irvin is back. He's obviously a starter, although he wasn't pitching great. His ERA is over 5. But they got Jake Irvin, and then we'll see what happens with Foster
I
Griffin.
mean, I don't generally like to bet against the home teams, but this might be a spot where you bet against the Nats. They have to go down, play a division rival, 2 back in the wild card. Irvin making his first start in quite a while.
Yeah,
Seems like they're kind of up against it. Braves a big favorite at home.
big favorite. Braves haven't been playing great, but they still have a sizable lead in the NL East.
Yeah.
They're up, 5.5, 6.5, something like that. They did win last night, 1-0. Chris Sale got the win. He's having an unbelievable year. 12-6, 2.08 ERA for Chris Sale. And then after the Nats play the Braves in Atlanta, they go to Philly early next week for 3 or 4. Phillies haven't been playing great either. Remember, they were real hot there for a while. They've lost 3 in a row. But the Phillies are the last wild card. All right, so the Nats are 2 back of the Phillies.
So they
And they'll
got
play-
4 each in Atlanta and
So it
in
is a
Philly.
4-game
Yeah,
series.
4-game series.
I mean, those are just massive games.
These
Mr.
are
Bickle.
gigantic.
And of
Leading
course, the
into
trade deadline's Monday,
Mm-hmm.
so that'll be after the Brave series, but it'll be entering the Philly series.
It's getting to the point where I'm kind of checking my phone constantly to see if there's been a move. I feel like it could happen.
We're kind
at
of in
any
that
point.
mode now.
Yeah. I feel like at any point we can make that move.
Yeah.
And again, yesterday, Taboni reiterated that he disagreed with the idea that the characterization that the Foster Griffin camp and his camp talked, and that the talks fizzled quickly. He left himself a bunch of outs. He said he could definitely see a situation where he finished out the season here. They could definitely see a situation where they got something done, and they could also see a situation where they got a great offer and they had to make a move. So anything was on the table. I don't know. Made me feel a little bit better that he wasn't guaranteed to go.
Right.
But apparently the calls are starting to heat up sort of around the league.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crunch time.
And Griffin slated to pitch on Friday night.
And I think it is safe to
Right.
say, I mean, it's relatively safe to say that Abrams is probably off the table. They're just probably not going to get the kind of haul that they would want to give up on him at this point. But I think Garcia is firmly in play. I think Garcia
as a trade piece?
Yes, I think he's very
I'm
much
sure he
in
is.
play.
I'm sure he is.
And there are teams that are very interested. So,
I mean, yesterday, obviously the bats were kind of quiet. Savage, who pitched for the Toronto, he was just really good, and he ended up getting the win. But it was a day game right before traveling to Atlanta, so Abrams was a DH. He didn't play short. Nunez played short, and he committed his 13th error. Man, they're just having so many problems in the middle infield defensively. 13 errors for Nunez. So he usually plays second, but he was playing third yesterday because Abrams was just DHing. But they didn't have all the guys in the lineup. They were Garcia did play. He was 1 for 4.
didn't play,
Cruz
right?
is out of the lineup yesterday.
Cruz didn't play. Gave him the day off. Brady House went 0 for 3, but he hit 2 balls. He hit one that was probably should have been out. Varsho made a great play in center. It probably would have hit the top of the wall if Varsho didn't get to it. So he hit that. He hit a great shot there, and then he hit a line drive to Varsho later in the game that Varsho made a diving catch. So he hit the ball hard. House has been playing really well.
Yeah.
He's been hitting the ball really well.
Yeah. I mean, he's a major league hitter.
Yeah. So, but anyways, let's hope that they can go down to Atlanta and get a win. All right. So some training camp news. The Falcons are having some injury issues at quarterback. Of course, Tua is there and Penix is there, and Tua has some sort of
back issue.
back issue.
Yeah.
So he was held out yesterday. Penix is still recovering from the knee surgery that he suffered last year. So they went out and signed Cooper Rush. Koopa.
Who was
I mean,
last
he's a
with what, the
decent backup,
Ravens?
but
Well, yeah, was he with the Ravens last year?
I thought. I don't know.
he's with them recently. I'm not
Yes,
sure.
last year.
Yeah.
There was a fight yesterday in Bengals camp. Jamar Chase was involved.
Oh, really?
It was only like the third day of camp, and they're already fighting.
Getting scrappy out there.
Yeah, Jamar Chase and a couple of defensive players, DJ Turner, and who is a DeMatha guy, and then of course Jalen Davis, who's a vet corner, all getting into it. Jamar Chase and Jalen Davis went face mask to face mask, and an assistant coach jumped in and tried to diffuse the situation, but didn't work. They got into it, so
Well, you can
they're
imagine.
already getting into it. Day 3 of camp with the Bengals.
I mean, you can imagine. I mean, offense versus defense, making impressions.
I mean, it happens in every camp,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, these guys they're getting after it. And you
Happens at
get a
every
little
camp.
annoyed, and they talk trash. These guys talk trash.
Oh, yeah.
It just takes a couple things. Next thing you know, scrapping.
Speaking of the Bengals, Shamar Stewart, who was their stud second-year defensive end out of Texas A&M, was carted off the field yesterday with a left lower leg injury.
Yeah, these are the
Actually, I'm
bad
sorry.
stories.
This wasn't the third day of camp. This is the first day of camp
Yeah.
for the Bengals.
These are the stories that you never want to see coming out of camp. Guys getting carted off, guys on crutches on the sideline. A day or two into training camp.
Yep.
That's what you're always bracing for.
Yep. First day of camp, carted off. So we'll see how serious that is.
He was a guy, if my memory serves correct, last year as a rookie, Like he was a holdout pretty deep.
He was
into
a holdout in camp.
He had a contract issue.
I take umbrage with the word stud.
Well, he was
I
a
know,
stud.
I know what you mean.
He
though.
was a stud in college,
Yeah.
and he was a high draft pick. So, but yeah, maybe like, that holdout really hurt him last year. But now he's got a knee injury.
Yeah, that's trouble.
Also, the Panthers suffered a pretty serious injury yesterday. Rookie wide receiver Chris Brazzell out of Tennessee. He's a third-round pick. Suffered a moderate LCL tear to his left knee. So he's expected to be sidelined for probably 2 months. So guys are getting banged up already.
Well, they already lost. Was it Nick Scourton? Is that how you
I
pronounce
think
his name?
yeah, Scourton,
He
yeah.
blew his knee out like on the first or
First
second
day.
day of their camp.
Correct.
So these are scary stories as you follow NFL teams getting through camp and getting through preseason.
Yep. Mr. Bickle, I love Thursdays when the PGA Tour is, especially when they're either in the Midwest or on the East Coast, because I can watch them on the ESPN app starting at about 7. You got the Rocket Mortgage Classic this morning.
Yep.
Starting at
Yeah,
7 up in Detroit, Michigan. So there's 2 more events left on the PGA Tour before the FedEx Cup playoffs, which will start in 2 weeks.
Very good. All right, we'll hit the skins at 7, give you the latest training camp news then. And John Kime will join us coming up at 7:40, Commanders reporter for ESPN, as he tracks Commanders training camp in Ashburn. We'll be right back. Every great team has a coach, somebody who studies the game, analyzes the competition, and makes all the right calls. But when it comes to your financial future, who is coaching you? At Trajan Wealth, their fiduciary advisors act as your personal financial coach. TRAJANwealth.com is where you find them online. They'll craft a game plan tailored to you. Trajan can help you develop a plan to weather the ups and downs of the market. And there are a lot of those, trust me, whether it's a smart tax strategy, rolling over an old 401k, or finding investment options that match your risk tolerance. Trajan Wealth is calling the plays. So call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1 or TRAJANwealth.com. Don't sit on the sidelines when it comes to your money. Call Trajan Wealth, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Can I ask you a question?
Please fire away.
Where can I buy like a new? I want to get a new NBA jersey. Obviously, the Wizards are not going to send me one. I just got to go to Dick's.
Dick's. Or
I want to go
Fanat-
retail. No,
I
I don't have time to do it. Online.
I think Dick's is your spot.
Dick's is your number one spot.
Why would you think the Wizards wouldn't send you one? Oh,
No, it's
you
kind
need
of been-
one before you go to the Outer
Yeah, I need
Banks.
one before I go to the beach.
I mean, if you're looking for one in a pinch, I think
I think Dick's is your
Dick's
spot,
is the
right?
only spot.
Is there another retail spot that sells jerseys?
not that I can think of off the top of my head. I mean,
Hate-
where else would
only problem
potentially sell one?
I hate paying full retail. I like to get a sale.
I mean, sometimes there are.
I like to get a sale.
Sometimes if you go to a mall, and I know you probably haven't been to a
I've
mall
been
in
a
a
mall
while.
forever.
Sometimes there are just mom and pop like athletic stores that.
Yeah, but
sell
is there one like that
athletic
around
apparel.
town? There used to be.
I
Our
don't know,
guy used
like-
to own that spot.
I don't know if there's a spot in Montgomery
So
Mall. that-
Marshalls or any of those
They
stores
just
won't have
they
them?
You're
have
rolling
the
the
worst.
dice.
Here's one thing that they're terrible at. They're terrible at like jerseys because the jerseys are always guys that are on other teams now,
Yeah.
or they're like blank generic team jerseys,
Or
like
they
just
buy-
have like a W, like for.
Oh.
I think it was last year. I went into TJ Maxx.
Yeah.
And there were literally 100 Chase Young.
That's the kind of
Commanders
thing you
jerseys.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
100
you'll
of
see
them.
like an
Yeah, the ones
RG3
that
jersey or something.
nobody buys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or it's just like a template of a jersey without numbers, or maybe it has
Yeah.
numbers and no
You'll see like a
name.
purple jersey with like an R, and there's no name on the back.
Yeah,
And
you
it's
just
like,
can't wear that
well,
around.
it's like no human would wear that. What is that?
No, you can't do that.
Can't do that.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I think your options are limited
I
as
think
far
it's
as
like
buying
Dick's.
jerseys like at a brick and mortar spot.
brick and mortar is like going the way of the dodo bird. You know,
I
everybody.
mean, you're not going to get one at Kohl's. I mean, when was the last time you've been to a Kohl's?
I mean,
like-
I hate that store.
I mean, you probably
hate
haven't been there
Kohl's.
in a while.
I never
Um,
go, but I hate it.
It's good for like staples, like underwear, socks. Like if you need a belt in a pinch.
Well, that's why I get all my
you know,
stuff
like,
at Marshalls.
Yeah, I just don't know where else you
Are
could
you going to
actually
go on the way home from here? Stop by on the way home?
No, because I had a tea time. But I could see myself potentially tomorrow.
Hmm.
Potentially tomorrow. I just can't. I gotta have every year. I like to have a new jersey.
You like to break out a new one for
I like to have a new
for
one.
the people down in the OBX to see you
Yeah.
rocking a new jersey.
Yeah, I'll tell you the one that always gets the most comments
The biggest pop.
by far is the bias jersey. When I
Okay.
wear the bias jersey, it just wakes people up all
Sure.
over the place. They wakes them out of their slumber.
I mean, that's ACC country, of course.
I
I mean,
mean,
it's
it's-
North Carolina.
I mean,
like,
it gets a dozen comments.
all the old heads are like, "Oh, look at that guy!
Love
Love
your
bias
jersey."
Bias, yeah.
guys are just walking by. Love your jersey.
Yeah.
Love your jersey. They just people love the bias
Sure.
jersey.
It works.
Yeah,
It
none of
hits.
the others really.
I think you should, on the way home, just stop at Dick's and see what they got.
Yeah, I just can't. I refuse to pay full retail. So I would have to get something that's on sale.
Okay, well, if you're looking for a DeBonsa jersey, I'm guessing that
That's
those are
gonna be
not going
full
to be
retail.
They're
Yeah.
not going to be
Yeah.
on sale.
And
Yeah.
is this because you want
I
to
like to
wear
have
a
a new
different
one.
jersey every single
Oh, I
day?
always do.
Okay.
I always have a different
You can't
jersey.
you can't double it up.
I can. I mean, I got plenty, but I just want a fresh one.
You want something new. You want to
Wanna-
be a consumer.
I want a fresh one for 2026. So anyway, all right. So I think that's what I could just go straight to like, to the arena, right? They have a team store,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Well, you're going to pay pretty big dollars for that.
Yeah. Or not, maybe if not the arena, I could go even where, do they think they sell Wizards jerseys at the Caps arena? You know where they practice, their practice facility?
Ooh. They
Is
have
that
a,
Do they have a
strictly
store?
Cap
Caps?
store. I mean,
I know they have a ton of Cap stuff. That's
Why
what
wouldn't they have a Wizard store?
What? I'm not sure. They don't have a Wizard store, but I'm wondering, do they have a little section?
I've been in that store many times. I consider
never-
myself a semi-expert in that
You
store.
don't remember seeing that?
I don't recall seeing
think-
one thread of Wizards merchandise
Okay.
in that store. It's all caps
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah. All right.
You'll
Well-
figure it out.
We'll figure it out. Dick's.
Dick's on the way home.
Usually when I go to Dick's, I do the typical, I just go look at the golf stuff. I grab putters and I just start putting and then just walk around and then leave and buy nothing. That's typically my Dick's move, to be honest with you.
By the way, did you guys see, this is pretty late breaking news from yesterday, I think, that Amon Green,
Yes.
the former Packers running back, has been diagnosed with early onset Parkinson's
It's
disease.
terrible.
Yeah.
He's
saw that.
49 years old.
Yeah.
49.
It-
I didn't even realize you could get diagnosed with Parkinson's at that young of an age.
I would
Well,
think
Michael
that's
J. Fox, right?
yeah. I mean, it's probably rare that it's
rare.
that early.
I mean, I think it's rare, but it happens.
Yeah, I guess so.
And these guys, I mean, I don't think there's any doubt at this point, right, that some of these issues are from the contact. I don't think
Has
there's
to
any
be.
doubt. The Parkinson's, like the Muhammad Ali, the Chris Johnson dealing with his ALS.
And now, for people that don't remember Amon Green, he had a 4-year run in the early 2000s with the Packers.
It's great fantasy,
He was a
RB.
fantasy beast.
That was absurd. Not even counting fantasy. Just listen to his numbers from 2000 to 2003. In 2000, he had 1,734 rushing and receiving yards, 13 total touchdowns. 01, he had 1,881 combined yards, 11 touchdowns. 2002, 1,633 rushing and receiving yards, 9 touchdowns. And then 2003, 2,250 rushing and receiving yards, 20 total touchdowns.
He had massive years.
I mean,
He did.
those are like, he's not a Hall of Famer, but that 4-year stretch,
Right.
Those are Hall of Fame
Is-
numbers.
those are Hall of Fame numbers. If he had been able to replicate that or keep it anywhere close to
For
that
10 years.
through the rest of his career, he'd be getting a gold jacket.
Yeah.
I mean, those are absurd numbers.
Well, he still played a long time. He played 12 years total. Obviously his production waned. He played 148 NFL games as a running back, as a battering ram.
I mean, even in his age 29 season, he rushed for over 1,000, found the end zone 5 times, and he's kind of slept on it for his receiving work. Had 46 catches then for 373 yards.
Yeah. No, he had a great
Really
career.
good player.
The only thing, there's no good news. There's nothing good about it. But I know that they do have some things that could slow some of this stuff down. And
Yeah.
there are things that you can do to slow the progression of some of these neurological conditions. But it's just terrible.
You saw Billy Ray Smith passed away.
I didn't see that.
Did
Billy
not
Ray
see
Smith
that.
played 12 years for the Chargers. He passed away. He was 64. He died. He had dementia.
I'll be honest,
And-
that name is not ringing a bell for me.
Oh, he was.
I don't
Was it the
recall.
Chargers?
He was a Chargers
That's what
for
it was
12,
most known,
12
yeah.
years, 10, 12
What
years.
position? I'm not
Linebacker.
He had just like a edge rusher, linebacker,
Okay.
and his family said he had CT.
Yeah.
I mean, playing in that era, it's not surprising news.
Yep.
There's definitely something to it. Some guys, just the long-term effects are devastating. It's terrible. Yeah, just 64. No, I didn't see that.
These
Jason.
guys are sacrificing their bodies and their long-term health by
Yep.
playing NFL football.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's just they know that it's risky going in.
yeah, but if you knew, if you really knew, and the thing is, it is still somewhat rare, so you just don't know who it's going to affect and who it's not.
yeah.
But if you don't have a neurological issue, you certainly could see guys limping around.
I was also shook by the news that Amon Green is 49 years old.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
he's-
that just I mean, I just remember him as a stud. I
The
remember him
peak of
watching
his
him
powers,
in his
right?
prime.
yeah.
Yeah, he was playing in college probably when we first started doing BCTV.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember, I
mid-90s.
feel like he was like our dead coaches fantasy league that we had with Don and those guys.
Yeah.
I feel like he was like a prime guy
Yeah, oh, yeah.
in
He was
that
probably
era.
First round pick.
Yeah, yeah, saw
I
that.
know, man. It's these guys who play a long time in the NFL. It pays, but it could also kill you.
I sleep on the fact that he was originally a Seattle Seahawk. He was originally a draft pick of the Seahawks, 3rd round of the 98 draft.
Right.
I guess they gave up on him, and he became
was there 2
a
years.
Packers legend.
He never got any starts. Barely played. Got about 60 total carries in the 2 years with Seattle.
Did he intersect with Sean Alexander? That sounds
Probably.
around the same time that Sean
Probably.
Alexander was in.
He was active
Seattle.
for 30 games. He just barely touched the ball.
Yeah.
And then he goes to Green
You know,
Bay, gets his opportunity.
It's hard to
and-
crack the lineup when Sean Alexander is in front of you. That's
Yeah.
just kind of the way this works. All right, when we come back, we will hit the Skins. Day 2 of training camp and practice is upon us. We'll recap
lot going on.
day 1 from Commanders training camp as we hit the Skins next.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. The Nationals lost the Blue Jays yesterday 5-2. That defeat resulted in a series loss for the Nats, who entered the day in striking distance of the final NL wildcard spot. Now they're 2 games back from the Philadelphia Phillies, who are in the midst of a spiral following the All-Star break. They've lost 8 out of their last 10 and 3 in a row against the Miami Marlins. Unfortunately, though, for Washington, other teams have been taking advantage of Philadelphia's misfortune. There are now 3 additional teams sitting 2 games out of a wildcard spot, with the Cardinals and the Reds also lurking there 3 and 5.5 games back, respectively. With that August 3rd MLB trade deadline right around the corner, this series loss to the Blue Jays could have an impact on how the Nationals operate before the trade deadline. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Coming up later this hour, John Keim, Commanders reporter for ESPN. He'll join us coming up at 7:40. But right now, it's time to hit the Skins. Training camp coverage is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
All right, guys, we are underway. Day 1 of the 2026 training camp cakes is in the books. Helmets and shorts, approximately 90-minute practice. Of course, coming off a very, very disappointing 5-12 season in 2025. Dan Quinn and AP, they talked about the focus this year is going to be on competition, on conditioning, on a bigger energy level. And to that point, I thought it was interesting. I was listening to Ben Standing on with our guy, Jesus Cakes, on 980.
Kevin Sheehan.
Kevin Sheehan.
Yeah.
And they were talking about Dan Quinn had an interesting combo speak to the boys yesterday. He had Keontae George and Will Hardy, coach of the Utah Jazz. Apparently, DQ had run into them at some point somewhere in the offseason, talked, and they guess they made a point of emphasis, at least Keontae did, about being in great shape, and he came into the league in great shape, but that he realized quickly that there's another level, that you think you're in great shape, and you might be in the best shape of your life, but there's another level that you have to get to at the professional level to really achieve. Of course, Keontae had an unbelievable season last year, averaged about 23.5 points or so. And DQ, I guess, obviously trying to make that point with this team that, Jaden talked about it in his presser, too.
So Will Hardy and Keontae George
spoke.
Were at the camp.
Yes.
Talking to all the players.
That's my understanding.
So random.
And,
Did not
it is
know
kind of
Will
random.
Hardy apparently from Richmond.
Okay.
I was unaware.
Yeah.
Right.
Also unaware he was the head coach of the Utah Jazz. You
Right.
could have given me. You could have put me in a room and said, "Name the head coach of the Utah Jazz," and I would be there for a million years, not naming Will Hardy.
So I want to get to Jaden here in a second, but one thing I don't think that Valdez picked this up, and I wouldn't expect him to. But one just a little side thing that he did mention is working out with his trainer and being in elite shape. And again, it's been one of the points of emphasis for DQ and these guys. Be here, be in elite shape. And Jaden talked about how he really got after it. But before we get into kind of how the day went, the standouts, with a little injury concern that we got to talk about. Let's have a little of Jade Daniels when he was at the podium talking about the offense.
Jaden, I know obviously you have familiarity with David Blau, working with him the last couple of years, but where are you in the process of adjusting to the new offense, working more under center and just a new scheme overall?
More comfortable than I was in the spring. Like I said, it just comes with reps over time throughout the spring, and then you go in the summer, you got more of a grasp and concept of how he wants to do things, how he wants to accomplish things like that. And then as time goes, we're in camp now, so turning my back to defense isn't a problem. Stuff like that, it's a weapon for me. I try to master in every way I can.
They did notice also the guys are wearing those little cams on their helmets again. The quarterbacks are.
I saw that, yeah.
And Jaden talked about that.
I saw Marcus Mariota had one on. I didn't know.
No, all the guys do. And it's not for what you think, like, oh, they're looking at where they're looking, because Jaden pointed out, my head could be in one direction, but my eyes can be looking somewhere else. It's really just about how they're articulating the plays, how they're all communicating together, kind of reviewing that, making sure everybody's sort of on the right page communication-wise. I know when we see those footage, we go, "Oh wow, this is what Jaden's really looking at."
Mm-hmm.
But as he pointed out, sometimes your eyes are looking in a different direction where your head is pointed, so you can't really necessarily use it for that. The offense got off to a little bit of a slower start. They'd say mixed results. DQ made an emphasis, a point of he wanted to start out right off the bat with a bang, get guys going.
Yep.
They did some red zone work, 2-point plays, that kind of thing, where it'd be super competitive. I know Linnell, I think, tweeted, or maybe it was Chris Russell at one point, that Jaden was a little off maybe in the early going, but he did finish stronger, had multiple touchdown throws. Guys that were, is important to note that Terry McLaurin here this year, Cakes, from day one, not just there on the sideline.
That's good to know.
Like holding out. He's in the mix, fully present, doing his thing, being a leader. He was noticeably mentoring some of the young guys, especially rookie Jaden Bradley, the DeMatha kid, undrafted wide receivers, got some size to him.
Yep.
The number 2 wide receiver battle is what people are keeping their eyes on, and all these guys had their moments. Diami, Treylon Burks, I know, had an early catch that some people were paying attention to. Antonio Daniels seemed to stand out. Now, again, you're always looking for that with Antonio Williams.
Yep. Yeah.
You're always looking for that with your higher draft picks, but really impressing people with his separation, hands, had a red zone touchdown.
I saw the cut. I think it was the red zone one. I saw that clip that everyone was fawning over.
Is that with the linebacker? We just ditched the linebacker.
Yeah. Where he cut to the outside and then
just wide
created
open,
space.
right? Yeah,
everyone already wants to shut him down.
Well, yeah.
Now he's working with the threes, so you have to take that into account
for sure.
At least at the start of.
But
camp.
I'm telling you,
but I'm sure he's going to move up quickly.
I would
guess.
It's just so obvious that he his route running is special. It's different, and even a dope like me can see it. I was having this argument with JP last week. He just thinks they all look the same. No, they don't all look the same. They all have different characteristics. And Antonio Williams runs great routes.
That's why I bet on him to have 50 catches as a rook.
Right.
It may be aggressive, but I'm bullish on him.
People noticed that Bill looks, still looks explosive, even though he added a few pounds. Standing made a point of saying, though, he asked DQ about Bill and how important it is for him to be kind of a 3-down guy. And he says he's not getting the warm and fuzzies from Dan. Doesn't mean there's any problem, but that he immediately started talking about Rachaad White.
That's not great. That's not great for those that think Bill's going to have a big role catching balls out of the backfield.
Yeah.
When you pivot immediately to the other guy in the room who's more known for that.
Yeah. Now, again, they say Bill looked explosive, looks good. DQ talked about him being super competitive. He also talked about him getting work on special teams. And, again, that's going to be an issue because – they have so many guys in that running back room that they, by adding White, by adding Jerome Ford, by drafting Fat Man, and then you still have a guy like McNichols who people loved on special teams. He was a big contributor on special teams. So if McNichols is on the outside looking in, who's going to fill that gap? Maybe that's going to be a place where Bill can solidify his spot. Because I thought Kevin made a really smart point that, Bill was pretty outstanding for a 7th-round pick to the point that over the last 10 years, there had basically been one other 7th-round running back that has made an impact in the league. And it was like Pacheco, I think.
Oh, Isaiah Pacheco,
exactly.
yeah.
KC.
He's basically, in
He's
the
on
last
Detroit
10 years,
now, but yeah.
On Detroit, yeah.
been the only 7th-round back to make really any impact in the league before Bill. And so, Fat Man, take it for what it is. 6th-round pick. They're kind of similar, but they've invested a little capital in him. They brought in Ford. They brought in White. So obviously,
A lot of new faces there.
I would add
they
one
weren't
more name.
thrilled with that room last year.
This guy was also a 7th-round pick last year, and he had a big role with the Bears. Kyle Monangai. He
Yeah.
also had a big role in that offense. So kind of like Bill, like he kind of showed out as a rookie and
Last season.
took some of the load off of DeAndre Swift in Chicago. But yeah, like it shows you that you don't have to necessarily draft a running back in the first 2 or 3 rounds to find a quality player.
True, but
Yeah.
it's still rare that
It's
guys
tough.
that
It's rare that a
late-
7th-rounder.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had Alfred Morris, who was a 6th-rounder, right?
You're literally finding gold. You're finding like a gold bar on the sidewalk.
But by the
to
same
get a guy
token,
that produces like
They're
that.
not super invested that they have to have you continue to develop your game because you're a 7th-round pick, whatever.
Right.
So, who knows? It'll just be interesting to see how that shakes out there. Again, the defense seemed to have the upper hand early.
Usually happens that way.
A lot of eyes on Odafe Owe. He was the guy that got all the money, $100 million, and he's not there to just kind of fit in. He's there to stand out. And apparently he did that. The length, the size, he batted down an early Jaden Daniels pass that everybody noted. He got in early on what would have been an obvious sack if they were allowed to play it out, but you're not sacking quarterbacks. You're not taking them down,
Nope.
in the preseason. Mikey Stanistrel stood out, broke up a pass in the end zone. I believe Standing said he definitely should have caught it.
He should have caught it. It should have been a pick.
Right.
Yeah. I read that too.
Rasul Douglas.
By the way, that's something that they definitely need to improve upon is
Turnovers.
turnover differential.
Yeah.
They were second worst in the league last year.
They just
Like,
didn't cause any.
they were like in the same neighborhood as the Jets, and you don't want to be in that neighborhood.
Rasul Douglas made his presence felt. Sonny Styles, Leo Chenal, and Frankie Louvu all were being noted for showing off their versatility and athleticism. I think we can all agree. Those 3 guys pan out, you're going to have one of the most athletic linebacker groups in the
So
game.
Styles did look good on day one.
Well, I think so far, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the size and athleticism just jump out at you.
That's
I
what you
do
notice.
think there is still, it's very much up in the air who's going to be the green dot guy. There's talk that Louvu could do it. Sonny, of course, has had some experience, and DQ said he could very easily handle it. And I know Chenal even talked about it a few weeks ago. About calling plays and that sort of thing.
I don't see any reason why Styles can't handle it. He played in a pro-style NFL defense led by Matt Patricia at Ohio State. So I think it's going to be a pretty seamless transition if he's the guy that they decide gets
I'll trust
that role.
them. I'll trust them.
Yeah.
Whoever could do it. I do think it's a big ask for a rookie, but if they think he could do it, then he'll do it.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any question about that. Of course, the big fear is don't lose any of your core guys to injuries, right? And there's a little bit of a scare, and it shows sort of how thin they are, it could be, at the center position. Nick Allegretti left early during individual drills with the trainer, and the assumption is there is some sort of injury there. Don't know if it's serious. Nobody had information on what the injury might be.
Yeah, I saw
Could just
Finley
be a-
talking about it, and he said that Quinn will probably
Quinn will
talk
talk
about
before
today.
practice today,
Yeah.
and they'll get. But Standing pointed out that they don't have to really tell you about injuries until the week 1. So you just kind of get what you're at the mercy of whatever they're willing to share. Don't know if it's serious. If he is out, Obviously, they drafted Matt Gulbin in the 6th round, but you don't want to hand over the starting center job to a rookie.
Who would that be?
The other guy that they could, in a pinch, if they had to, if they don't make any other moves, Brandon Coleman. DQ's talked about how he could fill in if need be at center. So remember, they went after Linderbaugh or whatever. The Raiders gave him $1 billion.
Give him like $29 million a season.
Yeah, this completely broke the salary structure for centers in this league, but the Commanders,
that would crush them if it was serious.
Yeah, it would be a very,
hopefully
very
it's not,
big
but
blow.
that would crush them.
Just don't know. No indication that it's serious. Could be a very mild
you're right.
thing.
You're right.
I mean, they got guys that are on the PUP list that are. I mean, I saw Trey Amos, who broke his leg like 8 or 9, 10 months ago. Should be back by now, but they're saying it's a soft tissue thing. That's kind of keeping him out there. He was smoking and joking, laughing with the DBs out there in shorts and a T-shirt. He looked fine.
He's going to be fine.
He's going to be fine. I think it's just a matter of time. They still have Dorrance Armstrong, who's also on that PUP active list. He's super close, coming back from his ACL, according to Quinn. And then Dietrich Wise. Of course, they've added so many guys on that defensive line. It is going to be somewhat interesting to see where Dietrich Wise fits in. With all the guys they brought back. So Wise, Armstrong, Amos still could be another 7 to 10 days or so, at least, before we see those guys back out there and they're kind of at full strength. But day 2, today
8:30.
Hopefully, with DQ addresses the media for just 10 minutes or so, we get an update on the Allegretti situation. But other than that, seems like we stayed away from any major injury concerns.
Yep.
Let's see how the offense performs today in day 2. Again, I don't think anybody should be too surprised that the defense seemingly got a little better of it on day 1. That's typically kind of how these things play out.
We'll talk more Commanders with John Keim coming up at 7:40. He's the Commanders reporter for ESPN. Next, Jerry Jones with a bold prediction for the 2026 version of the Dallas Cowboys. John Keim, Commanders reporter for ESPN. He will join us coming up at 7:40. I'm sure he's probably already on his way out to Ashburn for the second practice of Commanders training camp. So he'll join us at 7:40.
It's probably arriving in the next 30 minutes.
Got back-to-back guests, by the way, on the show. Keim at 7:40. Bob Nightingale to talk Nationals and MLB trade deadline coming up at 8 o'clock. He's Odyssey's MLB insider. All right, so let's get the pulse of Cowboys owner Jerry Jones as the Cowboys have begun their camp in Oxnard, California. This is Jerry Jones talking about the Cowboys' outlook for 2026.
One other thing I'd say that Stephen was commenting on is, candidly, I'd be very interested. I'd give up future to add substantive to where we are today as to a player, to give you an idea about would I invest something substantive to get the right kind of deal to improve us opening day. I would. I feel that good about this team this year. And of course, you know that I haven't seen this team play together. And so, but in general, looking ahead, I think we've got a chance to be worthy of spending some future if we saw an opportunity.
Those kinds of conversations that are ongoing, or is that something, hey, let's look at the first 2 weeks of camp and then address to see if you want to put something substantial?
I talked to yesterday. I talked about a situation yesterday with another team and another owner. Yesterday.
So Jerry Jones sounds like he's in go-for-it mode with the Cowboys heading into 2026.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's a team that needs a lot of help, kind of like the Commanders, defensively.
Last year, they were horrible.
Last year, they gave up the most points in franchise history, 511.
Most points per game in the league.
30.1 points per game allowed.
Mm-hmm.
And they allowed 251 passing yards per game.
Yep.
So they spent their first 3 draft picks on defensive players, led by Caleb Downs at number 11. They take Malachi Lawrence to help upgrade the pass rush. He was their second first-round pick in 2026.
Correct.
And they bring over Christian Parker to lead the defense. He previously was with the Philadelphia Eagles. So he takes over a beleaguered unit that hopefully, kind of like the Commanders, Dallas fans are hoping that their defense is vastly improved.
They signed a
They
bunch.
have to be.
They signed a bunch of guys in free agency on the defensive side.
Right.
I think it was about 8 or 9.
Yeah, they
and
know
4 or 5 of them could be starters, and of course Caleb Downs should be a starter.
Right.
So they could have 6 or 7 new starters on the defensive side.
Offense, not a problem for them. We saw the exploits, obviously, of Dak, and George Pickens had a breakout year in his first year in Dallas. CeeDee Lamb, Javonte Williams had a career year.
Mm-hmm.
It's the defense, stupid, that needs to be fixed.
Right.
Well, basically is the mantra in Dallas.
And it seems like the rumor that's floating around there is that Max Crosby could still be in play.
I mean, Jerry basically said, I've been speaking with another owner about making a move.
And now I know he's tried to quell things with the Raiders, saying that it's water under the bridge, and he's over the butthurt feelings and all of that. But Jerry still potentially could be very interested.
And look, Jerry is 83 now. Like, he doesn't have forever to see this team get back to a Super Bowl. Like,
right.
he has to be in go-for-it mode at this point in his life and in his ownership of the Dallas Cowboys. You got to start seeing some results, making deep playoff runs.
Hey, let me ask you a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Let's say CeeDee Lamb goes down in the middle of the season, and the team is, they're first in the division.
Mm-hmm.
All right, they're looking good. They're looking like a playoff team. The defense looks good. The possible Super Bowl team.
Yep.
Commanders are kind of flailing a little bit with the tough schedule, tough start.
Mm-hmm.
What if Jerry wanted Terry?
Jerry
wanted Terry.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you could fleece him, it wouldn't be something you'd really want to do.
I mean,
if he wants to go all in.
You wouldn't love to do it because then Terry's going to potentially haunt you and torment you for 2 games a year for the rest of his
just like
career.
thinking about. I just like thinking about the hypothetical.
I do like the hypothetical.
What's a fleecing?
I don't know. I don't know what a fleecing would be for a guy like Terry at this point in his career. I don't know.
Yeah, what would he go for?
It wouldn't be something I'd be excited about. I'm not one of these guys that I can't wait to just turn every asset into something of higher value. like just get rid of everybody at peak value. I'm more of the let's go down with the old man.
Well, think about that.
The loyalty.
Week 2 at Dallas, Washington at Dallas.
The first 3 games in particular, the first 8, but the first 3 are brutal.
Yeah.
It's as hard as anybody. I think technically, if you go based on last year's winning percentage, it's the 4th hardest. But with Philly, Dallas, and then, of course, the privilege of playing the Seahawks.
Man, Dallas's first 2 months at the Giants to open up. That won't be easy. Washington, Ravens at home, at the Texans, Buccaneers at home, at the Packers, at the Eagles.
That Ravens game's in Brazil.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right. So
that's a tough first 7 games.
So Giants, Commanders, Ravens, Texans, Bucks, Packers, Eagles. That is tough.
Personally, I think they're going to handle the Giants in week 1.
They might. But I'm just saying, you're starting on the road in the division.
On the road division game.
Yep.
I mean, the Commanders have
first 2
back-to-back
road
division games to start the season.
And then you play the defending champs.
Yeah. That's pretty tough.
Look pretty freaking dominant. Now, there's always been changeover, and oftentimes there's a little hangover from teams that won the Super Bowl. You don't know how they're going to react this year, but they look pretty well coached. So I wouldn't expect them to drop off much.
I can still see flashbacks of the Seahawks obliterating the Commanders last season.
Yeah.
It's kind of fresh in my brain.
Speaking of
that game was a laugher.
Speaking of schedules, did you see the Chargers schedule?
I haven't looked at it.
Warren Sharp put out this tweet yesterday.
Yeah.
And then he said the Charger schedule, and they're projected to have 9.5 wins, where they are minus 24 days of net rest compared to the league, which is worse than the NFL. It's the first largest of worst net rest since 2013 and second since the year 2000. There are 7 games with a rest disadvantage. They play 4 teams coming off of a bye, plus the 3rd toughest schedule of opponents from week 3 onward.
Yeah, the first 2 don't look super tough.
Yeah, the first 2 are home against the Cardinals and the Raiders. They're going to be prohibitive favorites in both of those games.
Then it gets brutal.
But then, the next 5, they're at the Bills and at the Seahawks in back-to-back weeks, home to the Broncos, at the Chiefs, at the Rams.
Yeah.
There's no way there's a more challenging 5-game stretch in the NFL than that one. 4 of those games are on the road, and the only home game is against the Broncos, who I believe were in the AFC title game last year.
Well, just think after that Rams game, they play the Texans, and then they're away at the Ravens.
Right.
Yep.
The only breather,
that's a gauntlet.
Yeah, the only breather is in late November. They host the Jets at home. Then the Patriots come in following week.
And I think that Jets game is one of the games with the rest disadvantage.
Okay. Yeah, it's less.
Yeah, because they play Monday night against the Ravens that week.
Are you going to use this for your gambling? Are you going to be big on the?
I think we should go. I think we should go in as a show as under 9.5.
Really?
I'll do it.
All right. Can we look at it one more time? Let's just chalk up. Take the rest part out of the equation.
I think the rest is a massive part of the equation, though.
I know that's the bonus.
Okay, that's the cherry on top.
Yes, that's the bonus. Let's look at it just from straight up how we think it could potentially play out, just based on the difficulty of the schedule. I think they can start out 2-0.
Right.
All right.
I think 2-0, but 1-1 is definitely possible because Raiders could be a wild card.
Okay.
We don't really know what the Raiders could be.
Okay. All right. They easily could lose to Buffalo, Seattle, Denver, and Kansas City, frankly.
And at the Rams.
You know what? Let's look at it this way. Where are the ones that you think that they'd be decided favorites, and we think that it'd be kind of surprised if they lost?
Dolphins, Cardinals,
Jets.
So that's 3.
3. And let's just say,
those
for sake of arguments,
those are 3 chalk 'em ups.
So 3, and then to give the first 2, just I know you could go 1-1 easily. Let's just say 5. Where are they going to get the other? Where are they going to get the other?
Then they would
4?
need 5.
Where they need 5.
They would need 5 to beat us.
Yeah. Where are they going to get the other 5?
They could easily beat Denver. They could easily beat
New
England at home.
Denver could easily rest their starters on week 17 if they have the division wrapped up.
I mean, who knows? They could go on. They're going to go. They're going to be able to go on the road and win a couple
20.
games.
I'll go for a 20 spot. You want to each go in for a 20 spot?
Sure, why not? I like
Sure.
that. I like to have some bets
You wanna-
spread out.
You go with that?
Sure.
We'll go in under the 8.5.
No,
9.5.
9.5.
9.5.
Yeah, I'm not doing 8.5.
Yeah. So if they win 10 games, we're doomed.
Yes.
I'm in. I'll do it.
So,
We'll bet the
I'm
under.
sorry,
And maybe
so-
Herbert get hurt.
Remind me again. Did Warren Sharp say it was the toughest schedule, or just the toughest schedule
They have
for?
the fewest.
So
rest
they have the
days.
third.
Rest days.
So they have the third toughest schedule, counting week 3 and onward for
Okay.
this season.
Right.
So the first 2, not so much. They play against 4 teams coming off of a bye.
Yeah.
They have 7 games with a rest disadvantage, meaning they play Monday night or they got to play Thursday when they played, a different time. Basically, when other teams have better rest, and they have minus 24 days of net rest. That's a hard
Now-
word to say. Compared to other teams in the NFL, which hasn't happened, which is the worst since 2013.
So does that include if you play at 1 o'clock and the other team plays at 4, and then you both play on
No, because
Thursday?
I think it's in terms of days.
the same day.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in. Let's go. Let's go for 20. Let's go for 20 on that. You want in?
20 a man. I'm
Sure.
in.
All right, we'll go under the 9.5.
Chalk that one
Matt
up.
Myers, you put it in on your account. I'll pay you cash.
Okay.
You want me to Venmo you up front?
No, that's fine.
Huh?
I'll pay cash.
Let's let it ride till the end of the season.
Whatever you need.
We'll take care of it at the end of the season.
Oh, okay. I'm in though.
We'll settle up.
I like it. You sold me.
Yeah.
You sold
I
me.
like it. You did a deep dive over there. We're
Man,
all
I'll
in.
be so
I
glad.
did.
one
Warren
minute.
Sharp did.
Yeah, you're just regretting.
I'll be so glad if they lose one of those first 2 at home.
Oh, Lord.
I don't
They
think
need
they
to.
will, but maybe Vegas beats them.
I mean,
Yeah.
they've got to be a big favorite against the Cardinals.
That'd
I
be
would
huge.
think. Ooh, that's a good.
Oh, they're
survi-
definitely a big
It's a
favorite.
good survivor pick week 1.
Oh,
Might start
Lord.
thinking about
Are we
that.
doing that again?
I mean, I don't know why.
I am
we
not
wouldn't.
doing the big one.
I don't know
I'm not
why-
doing circa.
I don't know why
waste.
we wouldn't do it. I don't know why we wouldn't jump in feet first. All right, when we come back,
I'll do circa if I have a sponsor, like I did last year.
we're going to be joined by John Keim, Commanders reporter for ESPN. He's out at training camp in Ashburn. He'll join us next on The Fan. Let's head out to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Say good morning to John Keim, Commanders reporter for ESPN. I'm sure he's been in Ashburn for a while already. Good morning, John. How are you?
What up, fellas? I would have been here earlier if not for the car on Route 7 going east that refused to go faster than the car in the other lane, so therefore backed everybody up for a while. But not that I'm upset about that.
No.
It's annoying. It was for miles. It was so if you're driving a white SUV and listening to this, thank you.
Yeah.
It was for miles the dude did this. Come on, man.
What time do you usually get to the park for camp?
If it's an 8, like there's an 8 o'clock presser with Quinn, so I like to get here before 7:30.
Right.
When the fans come, I'll get here earlier.
Right. And the fans are out there for the first day on Saturday. Correct?
Saturday,
Gotcha.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, John, I'm on your Twitter, and I'm looking at the video you posted yesterday of Terry McLaurin just doing what he does, like helping young receivers after the practice is done. He's basically playing cornerback, and they're working out routes down near the end zone. Like, what a quality human being, a great teammate he is. He doesn't have to do that, but he just wants his teammates to get better. He wants to impart his wisdom to the younger guys trying to make a name for themselves in the league. Great to see him doing that and being present for the first day of practice.
Right, as opposed to last year.
Unlike last year.
Yeah, I think there's a massive difference when he's there and when he's not. I mean, we know the impact in games and all that. You can see that.
Mm-hmm.
But also just on a day-to-day basis. And he's not, he's not Bobby Wagner, Zach Ertz, guys like that, right? But he has developed. But he is he's a good leader. But it's not like Bobby was everything, right? But Terry has become more and more of that, and I think he always had a leader by example, et cetera, how he worked. But as he's gotten older, he's imparted more and more of that wisdom, and you see that. And like these were two guys that. Right now, you would say they're probably not going to make the roster, or at least like not the 53-man, probably practice squad, but yet he's out there working with them, right? And so, but it's the energy he brings in many, many ways. Like there was a play that Quinn talked about in the spring where he's sprinting down the field to congratulate Jeremy McNichols on a nice catch along the sidelines in the spring. And it's like it just kind of sets a tone that they carried in the offseason, right? Like when you see a guy doing that, it really does kind of rub off. And I know that they missed that energy during practice last summer. I mean, it was very evident to him and to others.
John, you touched on Bobby Wagner, and his departure leaves a big leadership void. And we heard Jaden Daniels basically saying, look, this is my team now. I'm ready to step in there and be the leader that this team needs. Even, he's not an old player, but he's a veteran now heading into year 3. Yeah. That's the sort of thing you want to see from your franchise quarterback.
It is, and the one thing I say, like here, they always talked about like letting it grow organically with his leadership and not forcing it upon him. So having guys like Wagner and Zach Ertz and Austin Eckler, proven vets who work a certain way and conduct themselves a certain way really made a difference. But especially Bobby, like those two were very close, like a big brother relationship, and they would sit next to each other in team meetings. Their lockers were by each other, and they were always ragging on each other. So, like when so like the first couple of years it was that, but everything I've heard about him this summer or this off season has been like he was always mature, he was always a certain way, but that it's a little bit more now. And I think you see that with organizing get-togethers with the receivers out in L.A. One thing I've heard about and wrote about a little bit was he and Marcus Mariota organizing film sessions with the receivers in the spring. I don't know how often they did that, but it was not something they've done in the past in the spring. In the season, yes. But those are all like little steps. And the coaches hear it when they have like the GoPro. They can hear the audio and how he's instructing people at the line, et cetera. So I think he's always understood what his role as a franchise quarterback is. I think he's growing into it more and more.
So JK, we talked about McLaurin. I know we've asked you about Ayuk a billion times before, and you can say what you want. But do you feel like and DQ and Peters did talk about the wide receiver room before camp started yesterday, and they said they were very happy with it. When JP Finley was asking about the social media aspect, right? It was pretty funny. Yeah. But do you feel like deep down, they're still in play for maybe not Ayuk, but another receiver that is unsigned right now.
Oh yeah, Stephon Diggs.
Okay, all right, Stiggs. All right.
Yeah. I don't think there's anybody else other than him that would be a possibility at this point. And I'm not going to discuss any, like at this point, nobody else is free
right.
that I think would tempt them. And I think some people who may come free later have not helped themselves this offseason in the last month and a half in particular.
Right. What are they waiting for, though,
Yeah.
John, with Diggs? What are they waiting? Just do it. Get him in there sooner rather than later, right?
Well, no team has brought him in. So what does that usually signal?
The player wants too much?
Too much cash?
The player wants more than what he's being offered.
Right,
so,
right.
And whatever, and I don't even know, like, what's fair, what's not, right? But, like, usually when a guy's not signed, it's going to come down to the right offer either has to kind of accept whatever or hope that somebody else maybe adds more to the total. But so that's usually the case. And I don't know in particular, sometimes usually for veterans, like you don't always want to get in there too early, but you need to get in there now.
Right.
So, but usually it comes down to that.
Debo's still out there. They've obviously decided to move on, right?
Yeah, because they have guys who can do what he does. Mm-hmm. And like I said, Diggs would be the one guy because he gives you, and he'd be a proven guy for you, strong number 2, opposite Terry. So, yeah.
What about how did Antonio look? I heard some positive reports. To me, it jumps out at you. Like even an average person could see how he runs his routes. I think at an elite level, gets separation. I think some of that was visible even on day one, no?
Yeah, no, he definitely has quicks and he can separate as well because of that. And I think he's going to be a strong underneath guy. I don't like it's funny because he does have good speed and quickness, but I think he's got a lot of quickness that can help underneath and create the run after the catch that they're looking for. Mm-hmm. So that's where you see it, and the sharp cuts on some of the shorter routes. But yeah, that he, we'll see how it develops. And what I'd like to see is like if they do more of this is one-on-ones with corners and receivers. They haven't always done it as much with Quinn as they have with others. But that's when I think can you see a little bit more of that in those sessions. But that's what he offers.
So they gave $100 million to Owe, and first impressions on the first day. My understanding is he pass defense. You had what would have been a sack if they were playing real games. Kind of made his presence felt. And that's what you pay $100 million for.
Yeah, and I mean what we saw yesterday was just an extension of what we're seeing in the spring. Like nothing was different yesterday because the pads still aren't on. So what we were watching yesterday is like what with shorts and helmet was what we saw in the spring, and you saw that then too. Like you see the speed, little things like on the pass rush, but it's also there was one play in the spring where they're defending like a zone read, and you could like Jaden tries to get outside, but he can't because Owe was able to chase and get to him. And there were a couple. I think there was someone else there with him on that one, but like you just saw like wow, that's different. I mean, he was like I think he's like 4.3 something guy, 4.4 guy at his combine. So yeah, you can definitely feel that. And I think the other thing with that group is the versatility of it and the flexibility it gives them to give different looks and do different things. And so I think that'll be a thing to watch. How effective it is, we'll see, but that's going to be something to watch.
How impressive was Sonny Styles in day one of his training camp? And do you think he's the leader in the clubhouse early to get the green dot to call defensive plays, or is that responsibility going elsewhere?
I don't know what to say.
I think right now, I think it'd be hard. I think they feel good with him with that, but I think you still have to see is how many the number of packages a guy will be in. I think like right now, like Frankie Luvu is out there all the time. So he would be the natural one. But Sonny eventually would be the guy because that's what he was drafted for. And I think that's the role he would fill very well. How he looked yesterday, again, he was fine. I don't know that there was anything that jumped out to me necessarily. And I only watched him a handful of plays. But again, like with him, you see speed, athleticism, length, all that stuff, and which is what they drafted him. The reason they drafted him, I think, with the green dot stuff, the benefits for him is he's a very clear communicator. He's smart, and it's not just as Quinn will say, it's not just relaying the plays in the huddle. it's also, hey, don't forget to tell this guy this, don't forget to tell this guy that. I think there's a lot of focus on the green dot, but I think they have guys who can do it fine. So I don't know that it's a huge, at this point, like, is it a huge issue? Not really. But it will be a part of his development for sure. At some point, he'll wear it.
JK, do you have any info on Allegretti and why he left early?
No.
Not yet?
No, we'll find out in a few minutes. We'll get to Quinn in a few minutes. But I know, I don't know. I know he was getting an update, checked out by the doctors, I guess, yesterday. I don't know that it was anything severe. That's, initially.
Okay.
However, we'll find out. I don't want to say anything because I don't fully know. And like I said, Quinn will be talking in a couple minutes, so we'll get him done.
Hey, John, kind of an under-the-radar signing late, right before training camp was Rasul Douglas. I saw the quote in your column, basically, when he was asked what one key element he adds to the defense. His quote was, turnovers. That's what I do. And kind of an eye-popping number. He's got 21 intercepted passes in his career, and this defense desperately needs that heading into 2026.
Yeah. They do. And the thing, and it's funny, I did ask him, you have a reputation of being good in zone. He goes, well, who said that? I said, well, a lot of people I talked to. He goes, people? I'm like, this is a compliment, but it was kind of funny. So, but he has a reputation as being very good in zone coverage. And that's because, it's like the way he likes reading the quarterback. And so that's, I think, a big reason why he's here. He has the length, which I felt like they needed more of that. Because Mikey Samerstill and Amik Robertson, I think they both add something, but they don't have length. And so you had Trey Amos, who's good length, but they need another guy like that. And that's Rasul Douglas. And he was a guy that they were talking to in the spring as well. And that's where I know the money at the time was not right. But he is good in zone. And talking to people in Miami last year, they felt that he did a nice job there signing late. So I think, it sounds like this is a defense that will play a lot of zone, so it makes it a better fit.
Was there any kicking thing to quantify yesterday?
No, nothing. In fact, they lined up in the kick game but they weren't kicking. It was more just execution on field goal blocking and field goal rush.
Okay.
But they were not kicking yesterday, so nothing there. And that's going to be obviously one to watch with Moody and Stevens. I just think I think Stevens is going to have obviously a very strong camp. If you want to make it as an undrafted guy to earn that trust, you're going to have to be close to perfect, and the games will obviously dictate. Because you kind of forget, Moody, when he came out, was way more accomplished, and it's taken him 3 years to even have what was a good year last year. He's 18 for 20. But, if you're going to unseat a guy who has at least a couple years experience, you better be very, very good.
John,
and Moody's going to have to take a stumble.
Right. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
gotcha.
Yeah. Step backwards. John, we know you're super busy. We appreciate the time. Looking forward to day 2 of training camp and all of your notes that you'll have on ESPN.com and on your Twitter. Thanks for the time,
Thank you, John.
Thanks, guys.
Yep,
See you,
that's
bud.
John Keim, Commanders reporter for ESPN. He is already out at Ashburn. Day 2 of practice for training camp will get underway a bit later today. Coming up next, Bob Nightingale, Odyssey MLB Insider. He'll join the Junks next.
For a moment yesterday, everything was lining up for the Nationals. The Phillies had blown a 6-run lead in Miami. The D-backs were finishing off a shutout of the Pirates. And more importantly, the Nationals were leading the Blue Jays through 5 innings. And then somehow they found themselves on the wrong end of a 5-2 ball game. Now they're 2 games back of both Arizona and Philadelphia, and tied with Pittsburgh, Miami, and San Diego in a wide-open race for an NL wildcard spot. In more MLB news, Jeff Passan is reporting that the Tigers will trade Tarek Skubal. He added that Detroit will begin to engage with interested teams in the next day or two. Skubal recorded his 1,000th career strikeout while punching out 6 and allowing 3 runs over 6 2/3 innings against the Orioles yesterday in what will probably be his final start in a Tigers uniform. He left the game with Detroit up 7-0, and somehow they still lost that ball game. According to Passan, the Dodgers and the Brewers are the clear frontrunners in the Skubal sweepstakes. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Sedana McCann on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks on the Air in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
Lender.
That's what they do.
They
They'll
lend you
money.
Yep.
As long as you qualify.
How much you want? Here you go.
Well, I mean, I think there's more to it than that. But yes, go check them out.
All right, what's the story with Bob Nightingale? We're trying to track him down?
We're gonna move it to 9 a.m.
We're going to move him to 9?
Yeah.
Real quick, let's go to Kevin.
It is Open Line Thursday. We've been criminally sleeping on the fact that it's an OLT.
Yeah.
800-636-1067.
Yeah, we haven't asked for
what are
anybody
we
to
doing?
call us.
Like, what are we doing?
I
here?
blame you for that.
It's my fault.
Yeah.
I know that the producers don't like it, but we used to do shows where we would just sit back and literally just take calls and let them dictate the show. And just let them carry the show.
Those are called the salad days.
Those
EB.
are the greatest days. Let's go to Kevin in Haymarket. Hey, Kevin, what's up, pal?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Hey,
Morning.
great.
Doing well.
Good. I hope all is well.
Thanks.
Yeah, so, listen to you guys all the time, and you said, hey, just call in if you got something to talk about. So I got my member tournament tomorrow and Saturday.
Okay.
And I've been playing golf for a long time, playing with my son. He's 20. I'm 64.
All right, what kind of tournament is it?
Member.
Oh, member. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I know a lot of you guys golf and everything.
Mm-hmm.
My biggest problem is getting my belt buckle to the pin,
Right.
In other words, get your weight to the front side.
Yes.
And I know when I'm playing well, that's what I do, right?
I love this. All right, let's go.
Mentally, sometimes I don't do it, and it's terrible. I know what I'm doing wrong.
So you actually
and I
want
can't
golf swing advice? Are you asking for golf swing advice? Because I think I have something that you can work on. I don't know if you're going to solve it by Friday.
You're in the lab right now, baby.
All right. So here's what I would suggest.
Yeah.
I would suggest keeping your weight more on your front side, starting at the beginning. I would suggest very little shift. I would prescribe more stack and tilt philosophy, where your weight is on your front side the majority of the time, and you're just turning and keeping the weight, and that's great for low point control. And then you don't have to worry about hanging back. You don't have to worry about chunking balls because you don't get your weight forward and all of that.
Is there a pro over at your club that you've worked with?
Yes, I have. And also my son, like I said, he's a 1, and he works with me too. He's a good teacher.
Okay.
Yeah, so you'll be fine.
Yeah, you'll be okay, man.
What club is it?
Oh, driver. It doesn't really matter.
No,
what club is the member?
Yeah,
what country club?
What's a country club?
Yeah, Piedmont Club.
Piedmont.
Oh,
There you
Piedmont.
go. That's
yeah.
out your way.
Yeah, I love Piedmont. It's nice.
Yeah. What are you? Valdez wants to chime in. He's desperate to chime
No,
in.
I was saying it might be if he doesn't want to try and do all the weight leaning and shifting and stack and tilt. If that's if that's too much down a wormhole, it sounds like maybe flaring your feet open will help because you said you're 64, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
So I think that helps aid turning.
It's
and
probably not as flexible
and
as-
mobility with you because you're not as flexible as you once were, and that should help. That should help.
What does your
Flaring
son
feet out.
say? If he's a 1, he obviously understands a golf swing.
Yes. He's like, Dad, you're leading back. Dad, you're leading back.
Right. I
You
think
know?
at minimum you should be 60-40 weight on your front side. Anything more than that might be gratuitous, but that's what a lot of people do. I would just do that. I think you'll be in a better shape.
Does the member start today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Tomorrow. Go to the range today. Hit some balls.
Don't hit too many balls. You only have so many bendovers.
Just hit a few balls, but keep your weight on your front side and see if that doesn't dramatically impact your ball striking. I would say it will.
All right.
And try flare your feet.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm just going to go for like maybe 20, 30 minutes
That's
later
it.
today, but yeah, I'll try.
Yeah, a tweak.
That's it. And then
Report,
at the end of the day-
report back.
And then at the end of the day, you gotta make putts anyway. All that stuff doesn't matter. If you don't
give
make
us a
any
call next week. Let us know how you guys did.
I will, but I'll share one more thing. My son won the member when he was 15 with one of my buddies.
Wow.
Right.
And whenever I
All
try
right,
to
don't
give,
weigh him down.
Whenever I try to give,
Yeah, help out a
whenever I
little
try
bit.
to give him a hard time, he says, "Dad, your name's not in the wall in the clubhouse. My
That's
name's
a good
on the wall."
flex. Solid flex by your son.
Did your son play college golf?
No, he didn't go to college, but he played in high school at Battlefield. Yeah.
All right.
Very
for
good.
him.
All right. Well,
for
good
him.
luck.
All right, enjoy.
Thanks, guys.
All right, buddy.
It's like the Hank Haney show.
I love it. Anybody else want any golf tips?
A lot of deep analysis on the golf swing.
We got plenty of golf tips for you.
EB's tip for every person that calls it: put your weight on your front side more.
I just think it's the number one thing to improve ball striking. It's the number one thing for low point control is keep your weight on less shifting because you have to be really good at timing to shift your weight. I don't know.
But I do think Matt brings up a good point because once you're 64, mid-60s, you're just not as flexible to get your hips turned as
You're
quick.
40, you can't turn.
Right. So to open up the feet a little bit probably does help.
It does for sure. I like that.
Very good.
Member this weekend.
We're just helping Junks listeners with their golf swings.
Yeah, it's the member.
So we leave for the Outer Banks early Saturday morning.
Yeah, you're going to be on the road at 5 a.m.
What time do you depart? Because that's critical. The time you leave is super critical.
Yeah, I don't think we'll leave a minute past 5. We will be on
maybe
the road.
even earlier, 4:30.
See, for me, when I leave at like 4:15 because I want to get through like the Occoquan and all that stuff before it starts stacking up.
Yeah,
because it'll stack up nice and early.
No, for me,
on
it's
a
not
Saturday.
the Occoquan or Occoquan, whatever you call it. For me, it's that dumb bridge over by the Outer Banks. You just got to get over that bridge before all the traffic.
Yeah.
And so you just got to be there like 9:30, 10 o'clock. You just got to be there early.
Right.
So that's the one that's haunting. But we'll be fine. We've done it 20 years in a row.
So if you leave at 4:30ish, it should take you about 6 hours.
Oh, no. You get there in 4.5. Easy.
Oh, 4.5.
Yeah, that's the beauty. In my opinion, there's a couple beauties. Cakes just went there. The beauty of the Outer Banks is it's very affordable. The water's great beaches, whatever.
A little cold. Water's a little chilly.
Yeah, but it's not like dirty like Ocean City.
No. I couldn't believe how bluish the water was.
That's what I'm saying.
I was kind of struck
on
by
a
that.
nice day.
Yeah.
It's really nice water. And the affordability. And it's 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
So it's just like, to me, it's the perfect beach. I love it. But 20 years of doing it, we'll be fine. The problem is the house we rent is not open until 5 p.m.
Ooh,
okay?
that's
hurts. Fine. We have access to the club there where you get the pool and everything and access to the beach and snacks, and they have clubhouse, whatever, you get food if you don't want to go anywhere else. It's great. But my mom, she's going to be out in
what
that
is she
heat
going to be? Yeah.
for like a long ass time.
Better find her a cabana or a tent.
And then she's got to, use the bathroom a lot,
Yeah.
get up there. So that's what I'm worried about. We actually put in a request. Actually said we'd pay more if you'd let us get in early. We'll pay more money. Get us in early.
Well, they're probably going to do their best to get it clean.
Try, but they said they have so many. Like, Saturday's big moving day.
Right. I mean, people are in it right
people
now.
People don't have to leave until noon.
Yeah.
And they got their cleaning,
Yep.
crews. They go around everywhere. So They said sometimes, and this is the first time we've actually used this realty company, sometimes you get in after 5. That's not going to be great.
Because
tomorrow's good, or Saturdays could be a rough day
the
for
last
the Bickles.
thing you
Well,
want
what
to do,
happened last year?
Last year,
remember?
my mom didn't go.
Oh, okay.
The last
So
thing you
just-
want to do is not unpack your car. Like once you get to your spot,
Yeah.
you just want to get the car unpacked. You want to get everything inside the house.
Yeah.
You want to get just things rolling.
We've never had that luxury because we always did there early. Even in a best case scenario, if they say they open it up at 1, we're there at 10:30.
Yeah.
Right.
So
right.
we usually will go for breakfast.
Yeah.
And then the kids want to just run around, so we just go in the pool and hang out. Maybe some of the adults just sit under like a patio.
But if you get there, let's just say you get there at 10.
Yeah.
And you're not going to get into the house till after 5. That's a long time.
It's a
bro.
lot of beach time.
That'll be brutal for
That's a lot.
for your mom. Not for you guys. It'll be
Yeah.
fine. But
Yeah.
for your mom.
No, yeah, for sure. Now, luckily, there is covered area, and there is actually indoor little spot. We could actually take her indoors, and she could hang out.
Do you fall into the trap that I do whenever I go any place? I do this. I'm guilty of it.
Yeah.
I start looking at like if I like the spot that I'm in,
You start looking at
I
real
start
estate.
looking at Zillow porn.
100%.
I start Zillow porning
I
out.
always
I'm
do
like,
that at the
how
beach.
much does it cost to live in Corolla?
Yeah.
Or how much would a house in Duck cost cakes?
Yeah.
I'm just a sucker for that. I
My
just get
daughter-
drawn in. I can't help myself.
My daughter was just in Georgia.
Yeah.
So she just had a trip in Georgia with all her high school friends.
Okay.
And it's some, I don't know, beach adjacent, beach, I don't know. Beach, is there
they have barrier islands in Georgia.
Yeah,
They're
They have
silly.
like, you can go to Sea
Is
Island.
there something
and
called Bluffton? Is that near the beach?
Bluffton's in
Bluffton's South
South
Carolina.
Carolina.
Kakalaki.
Is it
Bluffton,
right
South
near
Carolina.
Georgia?
There's
I'm
like
sure
a
it's close.
Bluffton's
Bufsky
near-
Island, a Tybee Island.
Okay. I don't know.
Bunch of silly
I thought
islands.
she was in Georgia. Okay. I thought she was in Georgia. She sent me silly beach house. And the price was
The price was
enticing.
right. Yeah.
The price was
The price was right.
The price was enticing. Now I think she flew. That's a longer drive, right? If you want to drive to Georgia or
That's a long
South
drive.
Carolina,
That's
right?
like a 9-10
Yeah, it's like
hour
9.
drive.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
You know what she said she was? Does this make sense? She wasn't that far from Hilton Head.
Yeah, Bluffton.
Yeah, yeah.
Bluffton's right
Bluffton's right
outside Hilton Head.
That's
Yeah.
9 hours easy, 9.5.
Yeah. So anyway, she loved it. She sent me some. It was like a new development and just silly beach house.
Bunch of poker
but I'm
players
out
live
of
there,
the beach house
Bluffton.
game
But
because I'm broke.
Bluffton's not really a beach. That's like outside the beach towns.
Yeah.
They're not really on the beach in Bluffton.
She was in a beach community. I don't know if it was on the beach. She was in a beach community. But it might not have been Bluffton. I might be wrong. Okay. I would not bet on me. I'm just
Especially
telling
when it comes to things
I'm just telling you,
geography
she was in
related.
a brand new beach house and it looked silly.
I'm sure it was amazing.
But I am out of the beach house game. That's the one thing that when you decide to have kids and let them go to whatever college they want to go to, if you're a normal human, you're out of the beach house game. I'm out of the beach house game.
Yeah, if you're paying like Cornell tuitions, you're probably not
Twice.
I'm
out of the beach house
Yeah,
game.
it's gonna be a tough one.
I'm in
by the way, speaking
I'm in
of
the
beach,
backyard in Kensington.
well,
game.
here's what we should do.
All right.
We should. Did you guys see that David Falk has listed his Kiowa Island home
No,
for
how much
sale?
is he- how much
I
is he-
didn't see that. What's the number?
How about $25 million?
Why does he want to sell it?
I don't know, but I saw that it was on
Probably
the
built it on
market,
this silly.
and we could potentially pool all of our money that we've ever made and will potentially make, and instead of buying Ted Koppel's house, we could buy David Falk's silly
You can't
Kiowa
buy that
Island
because there's
house.
only like 3 people that can buy it.
I know. I mean, $25 million price tag is very
Kind of
prohibitive,
like, yeah, he's going to be on the market forever.
but it looks silly.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Don't think it isn't amazing.
Yeah, maybe Brandon Ayuk can buy it.
Yeah, he might. Maybe. Seems to be open to
He
buying
can add
houses.
to his real estate
We'll have to-
portfolio.
We'll have to ask. I think David's going to come in studio in a few weeks.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
Oh, good.
he's coming to town.
Hey,
for
He
something,
tells the
but-
best stories. I mean, he tells you the same stories, but
Yeah, he does tell you the
best
same stories.
You should have like a going away party.
Is it wrong for me to ask him if I could just squat in his beach house for my week of vacation?
Yeah.
Just hunt away the rental
He probably
that
let
I've-
you.
and just crash at his place.
David is-
he's not living there. He's got it on the market. Nobody's in it. It's in pristine condition.
Yeah, he doesn't want you mucking it.
I know he doesn't want me in it.
Messing up those bamboo floors with his
But
water shoes.
It doesn't. It never. Jason brought this up yesterday. It never hurts to ask.
Don't hurt to ask,
It
bro.
never hurts to ask.
I think
The
you
worst-
should.
The worst that somebody's going to do is just tell you no right to your face.
Stay in his nice sofas with seafood boiled juice.
He's got a hot tub. He's got a like infinity pool. He's got a boardwalk that goes out directly to 200 feet of private beach
That's
real
awesome.
estate.
That's awesome. Let's go to Gary.
I need to ask him.
Gary in Upper Marlboro, I assume. Gary, what's up?
Good morning, Junks.
What's up,
you're
Gary?
talking about something that's near and dear to my heart. I've been going to Outer Banks since, I think, 95.
Yep.
And the first year we were there, we got evacuated, actually. There was a hurricane. We were there for a day and a half, and then we immediately got evacuated,
That can happen.
which was a bummer. So that's the constant fight that we have is when to leave in the morning. Sunday to Sunday is typically what we've done over the years.
I think
and that
that's
wasn't
better
too
than
bad,
Saturday to Saturday, yeah.
Yeah. The first year we went on Saturday, it was like we were playing football without a helmet on. I mean, we got there, and it took us literally from the time that we got over the bridge to get to Corolla, okay? It took us 3 hours.
Yeah. That's a nightmare. That's why I
3
leave at
hours.
4:30. You can't deal with that. It's
Yeah.
too much.
Yeah, I love to do that, but my family wants to stop in Ashland. Ashland was one of the places that we would stop when we had little.
There's no stopping.
We had my nieces that were
We don't
growing up.
stop.
No,
It's a freaking, what is it?
I don't want to stop.
You
either.
stop to go
That's the
pee,
thing.
and that's it. Or
Yeah.
a quick bite.
Yeah,
and you're
I
back
don't
to the
wanna
car.
stop.
What is
They-
the thing? What do they call it when they race from one side of the country to the
Cannonball
other? It's like
Run?
the Cannonball Run. That's what it is.
Yeah,
Cannonball
that's
Run,
what I
great
would love
movie.
to do.
Yeah.
But they built that Cracker Barrel. We were going there way before they built that Cracker Barrel in Ashland, and now that's the place to stop.
Now
and
they
that's
gotta
like
hit the Cracker
almost
Barrel.
an hour
All
and
right.
a half, and I hate it.
I think that's a mistake.
That's a big mistake.
I think that's a
That's
mistake.
a hole in your game.
Yeah, you just find a breakfast spot over there in the Outer Banks.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. Well, enjoy your trip. I'm jealous.
Thank you.
EB, my buddy
Thank you.
says, my buddy
Thank
Mike,
you.
my
Yeah.
buddy Mike says there's zero possible way EB gets to Outer Banks from Kensington in 4.5 hours.
That's
a
not true.
6-hour drive with no traffic.
It's not true. I've been doing it for 20 years.
He says I've done it many times. He says there's no chance.
He's leaving at the wrong
All
time
right,
then.
well, here's what we need then.
I don't know what to tell
We
you. I'm
need-
having breakfast.
I don't know. I
at
don't
9
go to
o'clock.
that bank.
We need 2 proof of life photos from you. We need
Before and
you.
after?
We need you pulling out of your spot
Yeah.
in Kensington.
Want to brag about it?
And a timestamp.
And then when you get
And
to
then
the
we
house,
need when your boots on the ground
When I
at
get
your
to the house at
spot.
5 p.m.
actually, when you get over that bridge,
Over
going
the
to-
bridge, that's a cakewalk 4.5 hours.
That's a lot of smack he's talking.
I mean, it's just when you leave early enough, you don't hit traffic.
Is Dina driving or are you driving?
That's a great question.
I know who's driving.
No, you'd be surprised. Every once in a while, I man up.
Oh, okay.
Every once
All
in a
right.
while, man
So for the
up.
long road trips, you man up a little bit.
What we typically will do is like on the first day of vacation, if I'm being honest, I'm still tired from this grind.
So she'll drive,
and then on the way back, I
You'll
hit
drive.
that. I'm on the way back king.
All right,
It's always
you're
depressing.
well-rested.
Always depressing on the way back.
Yeah, it is.
When vacation's
But
over.
depressing. You're welcome to call us on an open line Thursday. 800-636-1067 is the number. When we come back, we'll get into this topic. If you drink every day, are you an alcoholic?
Like Bickle will be.
We'll get into that next.
Just for
here
a
on the-
week.
Here on the Junks.
It's your boy Bish. If you've been firing darts lately, it's awesome. If not, my guy Josh Cochran and his team at Buyer Subaru want to help you score. Whether you're chasing birdies or just looking to go low on your next ride, Buyer Subaru has you covered. Right now, you can drive off in a new 2026 Outback, just 1.9% APR for 72 months. Or you can go low in your choice of a new 2026 Forester or a Crosstrek, both 1.9% APR for 36 months. Tell you what, my guy Josh and his team may not fix your swing, but it can definitely help your drive. Plus, one thing I really love about these guys, they don't just care about what you're driving, they care about the community as well. Buyer Subaru is always finding ways to give back, whether it's supporting local animal shelters or other great organizations in Northern Virginia. That's pretty cool. So do what I did. Head on over to Buyer Subaru. Ask for Josh Cochran. He's the general manager. Keep a little bit more green in your bag this summer. Check him out right off of Richmond Highway in Alexandria, or you can start online, buyersubaru.com.
Training camp coverage is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Got a health update on Nick Allegretti from our pal JP Finley, who tweeted this.
Yep.
It looks like just about 20 minutes ago.
Good news or bad news?
At JP Finley NBCS.
All right, what would you rank it for bad news, 1 to 10?
10 is like
10's
the worst news ever?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's.
I'd say it's like a 2 or a 3.
Oh,
I don't
that's
think it's very. I mean,
that's not a big deal.
You can determine
All right,
after I
well,
read the tweet.
All right.
Dan Quinn says Allegretti has a calf strain and Trey Burks has foot soreness.
Okay.
Both expected to not be serious. For all the concern about center, I think the Burks news is worse. He's never had a fully healthy camp. Was hoping this could be that year just for him as a human. That from JP Finley. He tweeted that 20 minutes ago. So I would expect both of those guys to be sidelined at least for the next few, I would guess, at least the next few days of practice, at least today's practice. So Allegretti calf strain, Traylon Burks foot soreness.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's like a 2 or a 3, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
nothing serious.
Yeah, I would say calf strains calf strains can
Calf
last
strains,
a while.
Those can be problematic.
True.
Well, especially like
as long as he doesn't tear
pull,
it.
Yeah,
right.
Or pull the
And he does bring up a good point that Traylon Burks, one of the real bugaboos about him is his inability to stay healthy. And it's already kind of rearing its head on day 1 of camp.
Right.
So just something to keep an eye on as camp goes
Yeah, I mean,
forward.
Quinn and Peters, after seeing that, and if he's out for a couple days or a week or whatever, they might say,
yeah,
we need to go out and get somebody.
Yeah.
So I wonder.
Well,
if-
they know their backup situation.
I know, but they're counting on Burks.
Definitely.
They're counting on him.
Yep. They'd like to see him emerge as possibly the number 2 wideout.
He just has foot soreness. I'm not going to get too worked up about foot soreness.
Not yet. On day 1 of camp, not that worried about
I mean,
it.
my foot hurts.
If he has foot soreness like
does
after
hurt.
the second preseason game, then I'll be concerned.
Yeah.
So check back with me in about 3 or 4 weeks.
True.
All right, so we wanted to get into some quotes from Ed Sheeran that resurfaced recently. He appeared on a podcast back in 2025, the Louis Theroux podcast, which I don't know what that is, but Ed Sheeran was on it. I don't know if I'm sleeping on a massive name in the podcast world.
I think that the guys were. He also did a Theo Vaughn podcast where he talked about some of this too. So that's where I think they might have some of the quotes from.
So, do you actually have the audio here? Okay, so we're gonna listen to Ed Sheeran.
But I think this is what he was with Theo Vaughn.
Okay,
but it's
got
the
it.
same topic. Yeah.
Drinking culture here is different than America, and we would go out and we caught up and we had 3 pints of beer, and then that was it. And our culture here is very much built around maybe like 1 or 2 pints at the end of a work day, and then maybe on a Friday you'll have like 6 pints and a bottle of wine. You'll go out and do the shots and blah blah blah. But it's far more just part of the culture to do it regularly. It's not alcoholism to drink every day here, whereas in America, if you drunk every day, it'd be alcoholism. Because obviously people take it too far here as well, but the general thing, I think it's the culture.
It's just the culture, yeah.
It's not like I wake up every morning and I'm like, I need a beer tonight. It's like you'll get to the end of the day and your mate will be like, oh, I'm in central London, do you want to go for a beer? Rather than like, I need a beer.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
So you could drink every day in
Semantics.
London and you're not an alcoholic, but you do it in D.C., you're an alcoholic.
His quote is, it's not alcoholism to drink every day here. It's just the culture.
Listen, I love drinking as much as anybody, and I definitely drank more than I ever have over like the last 5-6 years.
Mm-hmm.
But when I really cut out drinking, like 98% of the time, really special occasions, your life does improve. I can tell you, your health improves.
You feel a lot better.
You feel better. You lose weight. I don't think. Listen, I love drinking, but I think we should all, if in a perfect world, just do it. Occasionally. Shouldn't be all the time. But some people can handle it. No big deal.
Yeah.
Live a long life, whatever. But I think if you drink every day, you might not be an alcoholic in the sense that you could stop.
Right.
Like I was drinking
Depends
every
on
day,
what the definition.
and I just
what
stopped.
definition do you use? I mean, I would think an alcoholic is someone whose alcohol is affecting their life every day.
In this article,
That's
it
usually how they define
it. Says
it.
pay close attention to some of these important patterns, including having difficulty controlling drinking,
Right.
drinking more than intended, spending increasing amounts of time obtaining or recovering from alcohol use, continuing to drink despite relationship problems.
Yeah, that's bad.
This is a big one, continuing to drink despite medical problems.
Yeah.
Like if your doctor says, hey, you should,
you're
you should
addicted.
pump the brakes
You're
a little
addicted
bit,
to it,
and then
yeah.
you keep drinking.
Right.
Continuing to drink despite worsening depression or anxiety, giving up important activities because of drinking, drinking in dangerous situations, and
Right, there's a million
experiencing withdrawal
definitions.
symptoms.
There's a million
Well,
definitions.
yeah, I
Just
mean,
things to look at.
ramifications. Like for me, I was drinking every. I loved it. And I was like, "What's the problem?" And then one day I looked down at the scale. I'm 40 pounds heavier than I mean, you
Sure.
gain weight. Something you don't feel as good every day. I think when you drink all the time.
Yeah, you feel poopy the next morning.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's just for an hour or two, even if it's until like your coffee kicks in or whatever, you kind of maybe you wake up in the middle of the night, you feel kind of gross. Wake up in the morning, feel kind of gross.
Yeah.
And then you settle in, and then by 5 o'clock, you're ready to rock again. Believe me, I know how it works. But I do think that moderation.
I know who's
is
going to be
definitely
drinking
the key.
tomorrow at 7:30 at Open Road Distillery. These guys.
Oh yeah,
the boys behind the glass.
Yeah, Mike
And
Moore.
they'll be doing it responsibly,
Of course.
but they'll be enjoying a good time out at Open Road.
We'll have one for Theo Vaughn.
I think you should. Why wouldn't you?
I don't know. Some people, obviously, man, this is an age-old topic. People talk about
Cheers
it
to
many
Ed
times.
Sheeran. Here we go.
There are guys that don't drink much at all, but then when they do drink, they drink a ton. The
then
binge
there's-
I've
drinkers.
got I've got a friend. Eric knows him. Actually, Cakes knows him too. I'm not going to say the name, obviously, but he's recovered. He would get up at 7:30 in the morning, 8 in the morning, and start drinking.
Right.
Yeah.
And start drinking
That's-
and drink and
Well,
drink and drink.
That's what I think is pretty obvious.
I've got
you
another
an issue.
buddy who he worked remote, and he would go into his basement because that's where his office was.
Okay.
He would drink 20 beers a day.
20 a day?
He said he would drink about 20 beers a day, and then he had to go away. He's got 2 young kids. He
Yeah.
told his kids he was going away on a work trip.
Okay.
And he went away for, I believe, almost 2 months to AA.
I mean, if you're drinking
And he-
20 beers a day,
And those are true alcoholics, in my opinion. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But it takes on different shapes and forms.
That's right.
I think ramifications is the biggest thing.
No doubt.
Ramifications in your personal life, ramifications to your health.
Yep.
But I'll be honest, I was at the tennis event yesterday. I was proud. No drinks, so I had food, whatever. But it's stunning the amount of people that just immediately
Have a
just go to the
cocktail.
bar. I mean, it's just stunning. Like literally everyone.
Sure.
Just grab drinks and doing
People
their
have
thing.
had a long day at work. They want to unwind, have a drink at the tennis event.
Nothing wrong with it.
Sure.
But it's also stunning how unhealthy half of them look.
Right.
Well, that's true, too.
I mean, it's stunning.
Lots of bigums yesterday.
I can't believe how many just
Bigums?
massively
Overweight.
large people there are.
Right.
And they just don't care.
They don't care.
They don't apparently
they
don't.
punted.
If you punted or they just don't care. And they just still
That's
go
what I mean.
to
They
the
don't
parties.
care.
Yeah, I
They
guess.
They've punted their weight and then not willing to do what it takes to slim down.
All right, it
but
is
they
an
do
open
like the
line
bar.
Thursday. 800-636-1067 is the number.
I'll say this: when I was drinking all the time, I was looking forward to those old fashions I was making so much. But I did feel guilty being at the liquor store like every 10 days or so. There was a part of me that did feel guilty having to reload up on my bourbons.
Yeah.
I felt kind of like a loser.
Spending a lot of cash on it.
I saw them pouring maple old fashions into the bottles at Open Road just a few days ago.
I love old
They
fashions.
make
Right
some
there,
good.
right there on site.
They make some good ones.
They
I love
certainly
them.
do.
All right, let's go to Nick. Nick, what's up, man?
Hey, man, I've been sober 33 years.
Nice.
And it
Good
took-
job.
It took me, I'm allergic to alcohol. I break out in handcuffs. That's what happened.
Oh, my God.
How bad-
That's the worst
How-
joke I've heard in 6
No,
months.
Nick.
That's what happens.
Nick,
everybody.
how bad-
Some
how bad-
people drink,
Yeah.
they break out, and next thing you know, you go to the refrigerator, and your son drank your last 3 beers, and you wake up in the morning, it's like, and you're really pissed off, not just upset. Really pissed off. We're sitting down from the liquor store at 5 minutes before they open.
Uh-huh.
But I'm the last person in the world to call somebody an alcoholic because you don't know. You know, if you got to take your alcohol with you wherever you go and you have your 20 beers, does that make you an alcoholic? I don't know. If your legs
Think
start
so.
swelling
I think
up.
if you're.
I think so.
Yeah, I don't want to cast aspersions.
Well,
but
it's
if you're
one thing if
drinking
you
20 a day, you're
Yeah,
probably
you're
an
not
alcoholic.
I think so.
If you just drink 20 once a week, all right, a little different. But you're probably going to be dead.
I think when you hit the 20 threshold,
Yeah.
you're in the mix.
But
you're
I mean,
in the running.
think about in college football season, all of the college students, and even parents.
I almost
that
give
go out
that
to,
generation a pass.
that go to tailgates and they start for a 3:00 game. They start at 8 a.m.
Yeah,
and they just drink all through the day into the night.
Are
they all alcoholics?
No, but I almost give. It's not a great precedent, but we've all been there.
Yeah,
I almost just give that generation. It's kind of like a pass.
That's what they do,
You
right?
figure it out.
Yeah.
You throw caution to the wind. Your body can basically
And
handle
you also
it.
go through different stages when you're tailgating. Like if you're tailgating as a college student, of course you can wake up at 7 or 8, start drinking, probably drink all day and handle it.
Yeah.
As a parent, no chance. Like I go
No,
to a tailgate or two a year at Maryland with my kids, and I don't drink 15 beers.
No,
I'll drink 2 or 3. I'll space them out.
Speak for yourself.
You can't.
I can't go hard like that.
I know some Long Island parents that can do that. all day.
I would.
Then they're just built.
Oh, I know they
because
can.
I can't do that.
When I would go down to Tech games when my daughters were there, I would, let's just say it's a 12 o'clock game. We would get up early, obviously, and go tailgate with all their friends, and I don't know, start around 8.
Right.
And then I would stop at halftime, and I wouldn't. I'm not drinking anymore the rest of it because on Sunday mornings I'm on the road at 7 a.m.
Because
I don't want to feel poopy.
Yeah, if you keep drinking all day,
You're dead.
You keep drinking until the sun goes down.
Yeah.
You're going to be a mess
But
the
some
entire
of
next day.
some of these parents would go. They'd watch the whole game, then they go. Post game, they go to all the bars and I don't know how they would do it.
Not when you add in espresso shots with buka throughout the day to keep you up, to keep you moving.
I would die. I would literally be dead. You would need to call an ambulance and have me hauled away.
No, my New York guys.
Hey, it's Vinny Joe. Put your big boy drinking pants on today, Cakes, because you're in the big leagues today.
That's correct. That's how it
you
works.
You ain't doing that Bush League 2 or 3 drinks.
That's exactly
you doing
right.
12 or 13
I don't know
drinks.
how your boys
exactly right.
What was the drink that they had us do at Starbird after the show and everything? Your Long Island.
You have to remind me.
Oh, it was called a mind eraser. If you know the ingredients of a mind eraser, you might be an alcoholic.
Yeah, you
All right,
could
but
be.
I would say, in fairness, I don't think that they suggested it. Someone bought it for us.
Let's see what's in the mind
I remember
eraser.
I did it too. But
Mind
I think it was
eraser-
somebody bought it for us.
Mind eraser
I think.
consists of coffee liqueur, usually Kahlua or Tia Maria, whatever that is, vodka, and club soda. By the way, that cocktail contains 16 to 20% alcohol by volume. Make it
I actually
stronger
thought-
than most wines.
I actually thought it wasn't bad. Did you think it wasn't bad? It wasn't.
I've had worse.
Yeah, I've had worse. I expected it to be just a nightmare. That actually wasn't that bad. Let's go to Ronald in Fairfax. Ronald, what's up?
Ronnie.
How we doing, guys?
Hey,
Ron.
I'm
doing well.
I'm Irish. My wife is Italian, and we have a glass of wine with dinner every night. And I think there's a line between that and sneaking mini bottles in your briefcase
sure.
or whatever.
Oh yeah.
I got some buddies like Jason's buddies, and some people can do it and some people can't. It's kind of simple as that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that for sure. I just think that it does take a toll. I have taken a turn where I just think that there's really nothing great about it other than it's kind of fun to socialize.
Yeah.
And be honest
I
with
mean,
you,
you're happy when you're doing it, but then the downside is you feel like crap the next day if you have to get up early.
I will say this. I like the taste. I like the taste of booze.
Right.
I do. Not going to lie. But I will be an alcoholic next week.
Yeah, because you're gonna
And then I'll
You get
retire.
a 1 week pass.
you're gonna drink every day.
But like
Mul-
yesterday, I could have been, could have partaken. No,
you didn't.
No, just Gatorade Zero.
There you go.
Gatorade Zero. Whole
Just
family-
be responsible.
Just be responsible. Do whatever you know.
Ed Sheeran, just be responsible,
Yeah.
Ed.
You know
have a
it's our-
driver too. Have that taken care
the
of
driver.
if you go out.
Yeah.
Right. But
Or
next
get a
week,
ro-
Cakes. Next week it's on.
There you go. You're back. You're back
I'm back with my mistress.
on the wagon. You're off the wagon. I can't. I never get it.
I think I'll be
You're gonna
on
be
the wagon.
You're getting back on.
Better
the
get
wagon.
back on the wagon next week.
Then you'll get off.
No,
the
you're gonna
wagon.
be you'll be off the wagon
Oh,
next
when
week.
I-
You'll be
when-
on the wagon
when I leave.
You're on the wagon right now.
Yes.
You'll be off the wagon when you're in the Outer Banks.
Yes,
confusing.
I will be.
All right, when we come back, we will give you the latest NFC East position power rankings. We'll tell you where the Commanders linebackers stack up with the rest of the division next here on The Fan. It's an open line Thursday here on the Junks, brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. Their windows, they are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home because it's where you live. 800-636-1067 is the number. All right, so let's get into the NFC East power rankings for the linebacker rooms of each of the four teams in the NFC East. You know how this works. We rank them 4 all the way up to number 1. So I will start with what I believe is the 4th-ranked room in this division at the linebacker spot. I'm going to start with the Dallas Cowboys. Despite adding pieces,
they added some guys,
and drafting young talent, this is still the 4th-ranked room in the division. New defensive coordinator Christian Parker is shifting Dallas to a 3-4 base defense in 2026, stressing the need for depth at that position. DeMarvion Overshown recovered from a serious knee injury in 2025. That's been his issue since arriving in Dallas, availability. He missed his entire rookie year. He missed 4 games in 2024 and 11 last season. So the key for him is being available, staying on the field. Now, he should pair up with new arrival D. Winters via a trade with the 49ers to form the inside linebacker tandem in Dallas. First-round pick Malachi Lawrence and third-rounder Jay Sean Barham are going to be counted on to provide pass rush for the Cowboys from the outside linebacker spots. So despite all of the ads, I still have Dallas at number 4 in the
I like
division.
that.
I've got the Commanders at number 3.
3?
I've got the Commanders at 3.
Come on.
Now, if we were ranking the most athletic linebacker room, the Commanders win in a landslide. Sonny Styles scored a perfect 10 on the RAS at the Combine. That's the relative athletic score, the highest ever recorded for a linebacker in league history.
Didn't Leo Chanel also score off the charts in that?
Leo Chanel scored a 9.9 on the RAS. That's third amongst linebackers since 1987. They're a much faster and more dynamic group this year.
Hard to rank them. I know that's what we're doing for the segment, but it's hard to rank just because we haven't seen them yet.
I know, but we're just going with the pieces that are there and what we've
You're
seen them
doing
do
it
in
based
other
on last
spots
year.
and what they did in college. It's a much younger room in 2026 than it was in 2025. Now, Frankie Louvu doesn't have the same athletic pedigree as Styles and Chanel, but he's expected to have a bounce back in 2026. His missed tackle rate jumped to over 19% in 2025, up from 5.4% in 2024. So he really regressed in that area. So that's going to need to improve under the direction of new defensive coordinator Durante Jones. And also a question, can Louvu get back to his pass rushing ways of 2024 when he had 8 sacks in his first year here in
How many years has
DC?
Louvu been in the league now? I watched like
6, 7,
couple
maybe?
YouTube videos that he put out there, or his team put out there, like of him working out in the off season, and he's obviously a great guy. He's starting to look like he's getting up there in years. So I don't know.
He's not that old.
I don't think he's that old. I think he's like 29, right? Or
Yeah.
29
I'm
or
just
30.
telling you,
I think this might be year 7.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't know, man. I don't know if he still has that top level.
Actually,
elite speed.
this is year 9.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that I don't know. I'm gonna be
So he
curious to see what Louvu has in him.
Jets for 3, Carolina for 3, and this is year 3 for Washington.
All right, so I have the Commanders as the number 3 ranked room.
So maybe he's 30.
When it comes to linebackers in the NFC East. I have the Giants right now at number 2. Tremaine Edmonds is a proven Pro Bowl caliber linebacker that joined the Giants on a 3-year, $36 million deal in March of 2026. You add in the high pedigree rookie in Arvell Reese out of Ohio State, and this seems to be the second best room in the NFC East. Micah McFadden's a solid depth piece. He's appeared in 30 games over the last 2 seasons with over 100 tackles in each of those campaigns. So
I'll be curious to see how Arvell Reese pans out. My buddy's a huge Ohio State guy. Obviously loves Arvell Reese.
Yeah.
But he does think that he is a guy that could have bust potential. Like he's just, a hit or miss kind of guy.
I think the question with him is what sort of role does he play in the NFL? Is he more of a pass rusher? Does he play more of a traditional linebacker role? Like, people aren't sure exactly what to do with him, but that's on Harbaugh and company to do up in New York. So I have the Giants number 2, and I have the Eagles as the top linebacker group in the division. Zach Bond is the leader of this group, 274 tackles and 7 sacks in his last 2 seasons in Philly. He's delivering on the 3-year, $51 million deal that he signed back in March of 2025. The Eagles also made some noise by trading for Jonathan Grenard. He racked up 24.5 sacks in 23 and 24 with the Texans and the Vikings. He's a new addition to that defense in Philly. So I've got it Cowboys at 4, Commanders at 3, Giants at 2, Eagles at 1 as far as linebacker rooms in the NFC East.
I was hoping they'd have the Commanders at least at 2.
Higher. Yeah.
At least at 2, but okay, whatever. Doesn't really matter.
I think if Sonny Styles
I think at the end of the year,
delivers on the promise,
they're going to be higher than 3.
Yeah, they could be. Yeah. If Chanel and Styles are just freaks and able to play sideline to sideline, cover tight ends, cover shifty running backs, as well as stop the run, then I would certainly vault the Commanders up the standings board.
Yeah.
And hopefully that's what we're going to see this year. You're going to see a radically different linebacker group in 2026.
Yeah, the speed is going to be crazy. It really is.
Yeah.
Does it concern
And you're going to
you at
notice
all
it every Sunday.
That, I mean, it's training camp, it's one day, but did John Keim say he didn't really stand out the first day?
Doesn't concern me one bit.
No.
Okay.
Day 1 of training camp for a rookie trying to digest everything, I'm not concerned one bit.
I'm gonna Google, did Caleb Downs stand out in day 1?
I know you're going to do that. You have a very weird Caleb Downs fascination.
I just thought it
Let's
was
get
just
a Dallas
like
beat
I thought
guy
it was
on.
more of a sure thing, like, less of a learning curve.
Well, they are different positions.
Now, I will say that, I mean, Styles, just the size and athleticism does jump out at you when you see him, like in the drills. But yeah,
just remember, you should root for nothing but misfortune for Caleb Downs and all of his Dallas Cowboys teammates.
Maybe for the team, but I don't necessarily on
He
an
won't.
individual.
We've already gone down that road.
Maybe on an individual basis, I don't. Cakes also wants me to not root for anyone else like this. He doesn't want there to be stars on other. He just only wants your team to have stars and the league to have no stars.
It's totally incorrect.
Well, like I told you, I like
Explain.
stars. Like I like stars. Like I like greatness. So I don't mind seeing great players. Like, it doesn't bother me.
I love seeing great players, but maybe I'm weird. I just don't root for those guys to have huge outings against my team, and
of course.
I don't root for division rivals of the teams that I root for. Is my bottom line.
I'm not rooting for the teams, but I don't mind.
I don't root for.
I don't mind if stars.
Here's what I
ball
don't
out.
root for. I don't root for the Hurricanes. I don't root for the Penguins. I don't root for the Blue Jackets. I don't root for any of those teams in the Metropolitan Division.
Yeah, I don't root for those
to do
teams,
well.
but I don't mind individual stars being stars.
Hold on, even against your team, like even if they're playing your team.
Well, I mean, I want my team to win.
So do you want
the
Caleb
most important thing
Downs?
is I want my team to win.
You don't want. Hold on, you don't want Saquon Barkley to ball out, because if he balls out, that probably means they win.
Yeah,
and
that's
they
true.
win.
That's true.
They win hurts
right,
you.
but I don't
and
root against Saquon every week just because he's on a division rival. I'm sorry, I don't.
All right, but you should root against the team as a whole.
I do.
The
As a
entire
team as
week.
a whole, love to see the team lose. Again,
It's a weird carve
You know,
out.
but it's
I
hard.
like stars. I like greatness.
It's
I
hard
like
for
greatness.
Saquon to
When
ball out
Saquon
and have the
jumps
team lose.
backwards over a guy and makes some elite play. Like I
respect
think
his
that's silly.
His athletic skill is unrivaled. I mean, it's amazing.
I know. I'm
just-
different.
every week's a dogfight in that in the division.
Yeah.
You want every team to lose but you.
Correct, but I don't mind the
Total.
stars playing well. Stars can play well and your team loses.
That's a hard needle to thread right there.
It is. It is. That's how I live my life, on edge.
But how would you feel if Jaden drops back and throws a ball in the end zone and Caleb Downs picks it off and takes it to the house?
Happy with it. No.
As opposed to Cooper DeJean doing it.
No,
I think you'd be
both outcomes stink.
You wouldn't be as upset if Caleb Downs did it.
No,
because
I don't
you
think
want
so.
to be
That's-
right
He
on
wants to
him.
bolster his argument.
Yes, because he would come in on Monday and say, "What did I tell you?"
I know.
That's exactly what he would do.
I know what you're getting
If
at.
Cooper DeJean did it, he would be so bitter.
No.
Because that's not his guy.
It's not his guy.
No, I actually like Cooper.
All right, well,
He's a great athlete.
See, just
All right.
proving the point.
Marcus
Great
Epps.
athlete.
Marcus
Who do you
Epps.
not like?
I like stars, man. I like stars.
I'm just saying that if Caleb is making huge plays, he's going to be happy.
I told you, I get sized for greatness. I coined that phrase.
Well, you should be sized.
Put it on a T-shirt.
You should be sized for Sonny.
Yes.
I am.
Sized for Sonny.
I am.
Make a T-shirt.
Yeah.
Are you welcome to chime in? You can tell EB the error of his ways, rooting for all the stars, even when they're playing
Where's
his
Nightingale?
favorite team.
Don't we have Nightingale coming up?
I believe Bob Nightingale, Odyssey MLB insider. He will join us coming up next.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Nationals suffered their first series loss since the All-Star break, dropping yesterday's matchup with the Blue Jays 5-2 as this postseason race nears. The Padres are a game and a half back from the Phillies and the D-backs, who are tied for a wild card spot. The Pirates, the Marlins, and the Nationals are all sitting 2 games back, and the Cardinals are creeping into this conversation, sitting 2.5 games back. So the race just keeps getting tighter as the deadline gets closer. We are 4 days out from MLB's trade deadline, and what the Nationals decide to do remains a question mark. Luis Garcia Jr. and Foster Griffin are both growing trade candidates, and of course there's CJ Abrams. But whatever the Nationals decide to do, it's now magnified ahead of an arguably huge series as the Nationals travel to Atlanta to face the NL East leading Braves. For the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
Oh, I missed it.
You did miss it. All right, coming up before the show is done, let's say the final segment of the show, we'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Soja when they play Nats Park this Saturday. That's August 1st, so keep listening for your chance to win. It's coming up within the next hour. 800-636-1067 is the number on an open line Thursday.
Are we still grasping at Bob? I'll do the EP. I'm prepared, but I don't understand.
Rock and roll with the EP, then we'll work on Bob.
What's the story?
He's not answering.
Maybe
He
we'll
answered before, and now he's not?
His phone's going straight to voicemail.
What is wrong?
I'm sending him text messages.
What can you
Only
do?
so much I can do.
That's true.
Yeah, big disappointment.
All right. We'll do EP and we'll kick the Bob Nightingale can down the road, potentially.
You know, I don't know if I still have it in front of me because I wanted to bring it up, but Spider-Man, New Day, opens in theaters. Is it today? Is today the first day? What I wanted to bring up, though, is the early reviews were in, and on like Rotten Tomatoes, whatever, and they're pretty silly. People are digging.
Really?
People are digging the new Spider-Man. Let me see. Do I have that right? Is today the day?
My son's already booked his ticket.
He
for
has.
Spider-Man. Oh, movie update. I'm going to see the Odyssey, not the Odyssey, the Odyssey today post work. I believe 11:40.
Oh wow!
In Frederick.
Is that the biggest? That's the biggest theater you could find.
I defer to my youngest son, all things cinema related, because he's a cinephile like Kevin McCarthy. So I was just like, you buy the tickets and
Tomorrow.
and we'll go. Yeah, today.
This is today.
Yeah, I'm saying Spider-Man hits theaters tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I will be elbow deep in a big old vat of popcorn at around noon today. Just
So you're gonna go
watch
pick him-
Matt Damon.
you're gonna go
watching Anne Hathaway.
Pick him up and then scoot to Frederick.
Yes, that's the
watch
plan.
the 3-hour flick.
Right.
And get back so you'll be back at your house by 4.
I'll be back home by 4. Do some FaceTime with the fam, early dinner, and then pickleball. It's a big day. I got a lot happening today.
It's definitely a phenomenon. I mean, it's like my son was talking about it last night. He was talking about potentially going to a theater like at 12:30 last night to see the Odyssey. Like,
yes.
It is. People are buzzing.
My daughter and her boyfriend are driving to King of Prussia, Pennsylvania.
To see it
over
on the
weekend.
correct theater?
To see it on the correct screen.
Yeah, even
that's
Steve,
the thing.
Steve was like, I got to see it at least on IMAX because everyone says it's not built for a regular theater. You know, they got these kids hoodwinked.
Hey, it's Brett. I want to see it on Thimax.
Yeah.
You guys have a Thimax theater?
Look just fine on 60 inches.
Drabby, you're a proponent of this too, right? That you go to a normal theater, not some nubby one, a normal theater, the screen's massive.
Look, I mean, given the opportunity, would I go to and see it on IMAX 70, whatever?
They charge more for that,
of course,
right?
Yeah, I would pay more for it, but I don't care that much where I can't delay to see the movie that everyone's talking about because I got to wait to see it in IMAX in
Right.
September.
Understood,
Like,
yeah.
no, I'll just go
Sure.
to the regular theater and watch it. And if I love the movie, I'll watch it later on IMAX.
Yeah. So I'll give my cake batter review tomorrow.
Okay.
And see how much I liked it.
Cake's missing link. I blank. That doesn't work. Sorry, I botched it. I was trying to do an I bag Max.
I like it. I like your hustle.
I know,
I
that
like
didn't
it.
work.
I'm guessing
I pulled the
But are
ripcord.
you predicting though that the Odyssey its run at number 1 will come to an end
Oh,
this
it's going to
weekend
get steamrolled by Spider-Man.
because of Spider-Man?
For sure.
So you're looking at over 100+ million for Spider-Man.
Spidey's going to shoot his webs all over.
Tom
all over
Holland
the
apparently
Odyssey.
jocking him. Listen, I don't really get sized for this comic book stuff. I could throw a spiral. I wasn't into that stuff. But I have seen one or two of the Spider-Man. There's something childhoodish-y about Spider-Man for your boy.
Yeah.
You're kind of into it.
I think I could go see this one. I don't even know any. I don't know anything. What's the basic plot of this one? Does anybody know?
Don't know.
What's the
I don't
idea?
know who the villain is. I couldn't tell you.
Spider-Man was that like whatever cartoon, whatever you call it. What was Spider-Man? A cartoon or was it a comic book?
Comic book,
yeah.
then
Was it, I don't know what's the
cartoon,
difference.
and
If it was a
then
cartoon
movie.
or comic book, I don't know.
Started as a
That's how it
comic
was
book
both.
and then evolved
Whatever it
into a
is.
cartoon and now an
Whatever-
empire.
For me as a child, I got sized for the shoot the web.
What's
and, like,
Spider-Man's real name?
Peter Parker.
Okay, you
Peter
got
Parker.
who's the current iteration of Spider-Man?
What's what I said? Tom Holland.
Yeah, you know
listen.
more about
No, he-
Spider-Man than I would
I
think.
told you of all of the characters.
That's
or
his
whatever,
guy, Spider-Man.
Spider-Man was kind of my guy.
Yeah.
I could envision myself
He's intrigued by the web shooting.
Do you like the-
shooting a web and swinging from building to building.
Do you like the red and blue costume or do you like the black outfit for Spider-Man?
Well, I didn't know there was controversy. It has to be red and blue.
That's the OG, but the
They
black,
do black
the black
now?
suit's pretty good too.
It's black now. That's a new thing. Like in the movies.
It was years ago, but yes, it was a thing.
I had no idea Spider-Man wore
now
black.
you know.
That's
Not
dude,
really.
That's blasphemous.
No, it was like a little side quest thing that he was
Yeah.
doing.
No, I think I could.
So will you see it?
I'm intrigued.
Have you seen the other ones that have come out with Tom Holland?
What?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe one. I don't remember
Yeah.
like who played him. Who cares? I just remember it's kind of fun to watch. Like I kind of like Spider-Man. I kind of like his superpower.
I think I love Tobey Maguire more because he's a full-blown poker degenerate.
I think I saw Tobey Maguire.
You respect him
How
more.
many
Yeah,
Spider-Mans
sure.
have there been?
Well, there's been Tobey Maguire. There's been the guy who was in Social Network that played the guy who got
Eduardo Saverin. That guy
that
played
guy.
him.
Why am I spacing on his name? He's a famous actor, but he's the worst of the group. And then Tom Holland,
Andrew
yeah.
Garfield.
Andrew Garfield.
yes.
Yeah, Andrew
Oh
Garfield.
yeah, he was nubs. But I'm more intrigued for like Spider-Man than say Superman.
Sure.
Superman nubs. No, it didn't get high. Spider-Man or something.
The latest Supergirl was a big giant
Dud.
box office dud. Dudorama.
I'm actually a little bit of a Batman Mark II. Are there any
Hey.
more of those joints coming out?
Yeah, Robert Pattinson plays Batman. The next one I think is coming out in like 27
really like
or 28.
Robert Pattinson, though.
He was pretty good in Batman. You
A little-
sleep.
little
I'm
too-
gonna
How
see
many
him-
is Tom
I'm gonna see him
Holland?
today on the big screen. He's definitely in the Odyssey, amongst
Hey-
a bunch of other silly
Hey,
actors.
Bickles.
Yeah.
How many guys in band class could throw spirals with you?
Probably
You're
not a lot.
joning.
Probably not a lot.
Joan and guy was in band class
Yeah.
doing spiders.
It's fine.
It's definitely
You guys don't
Joan.
understand. I had no choice.
He was forced into
I had no
band.
choice.
Yeah.
That's how I was raised.
How many first chair clarinets can throw a silly out route?
I don't know. I don't
Probably
know.
not
I
many.
mean, put it
I
this
don't
way.
like it when he takes shots at people who like, superheroes.
Put it this way: whenever we would have evening practice, right? So you do those a couple times a year. Our band was silly, but whenever we had evening practice, we'd play basketball before. Your boys wanted superstars. Believe me.
Oh, I'm sure.
Believe me. The
I-
ball is so
I-
wide.
I
do
believe it.
that, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Playing a bunch of guys lugging around a tuba.
Right.
Yeah.
We
It's
didn't
not hard to beat them.
Nobody was throwing a spiral.
Were they holding up their flutes trying to block your shot?
Your boy was hooping on them. That I can promise you.
It's not hard to cross up a tuba player.
Yeah.
You're not kidding. Anyway, I am intrigued. I am intrigued by Spider-Man.
Well, I don't think you're intrigued to the point where you're going to go see it in the theater.
I
but
think I will.
He's talking smack.
No, I think I will. I'm more intrigued by that than the Odyssey. I mean, the Odyssey holds nothing for me.
Cakes is gonna give it a 4.5 out of
Something
5.
in the 1800s or something. Or whatever.
way before that, my
Oh.
friend.
The 600s?
It's like the 800s.
What is it? 400s? I mean, I'm not interested in that. But Spider-Man, They get excited. Isn't there a little? They usually have a little humor in the Spider-Man joints.
Definitely
too?
humorous.
Yeah,
Definitely some lightheartedness.
Right. I think
Definitely jokes.
I think that's my speed. Cakes, if we were in Texas and there's a lot of things we aren't.
I've
here.
lived in Texas before, by the way.
If
you sleep a little bit.
If we were Emmy Award-winning Texas news anchors, we'd be in trouble.
Okay.
Because Daniela Guzman has been suspended for accepting free tickets to the World Cup and a Bruno Mars concert.
Oh, yeah, we would be in trouble. We'd be in real.
We would have got fired before we got started.
We'd be in desperation.
We'd still be
mode.
a weekend show. Gotten fired. She's the evening news anchor for KPRC 2 News, Houston's NBC affiliate, was taken off the air. I mean, this seems brutal. After she accepted tickets, I guess, to the World Cup and Bruno Mars concert.
I mean, yeah, that's.
So she,
I know these
she can't get
like journalists, like real journalists,
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Like you're not supposed to do stuff like that.
Yeah,
I think.
that's
Well,
verboten.
was she doing? Was she doing payola for it? Like
I don't
in
know if she
return,
was giving him a
was she
good
doing? Was she
review.
doing a news story on the company that gave her the tickets in a positive light? She can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it.
But what if she wasn't? What if she just someone just gave her tickets to an event?
Yeah,
Why
but they
can't she
gave
do
her
that?
tickets because she's a famous news anchor, right?
The Harris County Sports and Convention Corporation gave her the tickets.
Yeah. I don't know, but I just know
She
like
was fired or suspended?
suspended. I just know like especially like journalists, they can't accept anything.
Hey, I'm just glad we're not real journalists.
Yeah.
So we can just take whatever's offered to us.
Sounds like she risked it all. Cakes. The Bruno Mars song.
Oh, okay. I
You
mean, I
think-
know his hits. I don't know this one.
You think Steve Chinigi wouldn't take free tickets to a Wizards
Well, I
game?
know some of his colleagues don't. I think Steve Shinigi does. I think he
probably all do.
does. But I know others that really don't.
You think Doug Cameron
I know they really
wouldn't take
don't.
free
I've had
tickets?
those news people complain to me about all the free stuff we get and how they get nothing free.
Well, they chose the wrong line of work if they wanted freebies.
Yeah, I agree. They also do so much like community.
Oh, yeah.
They're
outreach
always
stuff.
out there.
They're always
outreach
at like a tree lighting or something.
Volunteering.
Yeah,
They work so hard.
They do so much
They just,
work.
I know. I could never do it.
Who does that?
Thank God I'm not on TV. Oh, wait a minute. I'm right there.
No, that doesn't really count.
I know.
We talked about the Chargers.
BT Dubs, Doug Cameron the other night was loving it. Because when storms come
Storms,
through,
yeah, he
they
gets
don't
horny-
talk about
gets
anything.
horny like you.
There could have been a bomb that went off in the city. They wouldn't
Yeah.
talk about it. All they talk about is the storms.
Sure.
And he was on for 45 minutes.
Yep.
Was he talking? I
You
saw
got all the ADs.
He loves it.
I saw our friend Heather, who produces over there at Channel 4. She produces sports stuff. She tweeted something like she thought he said, Doug said something like the butt moon or something, but it was maybe the puck moon. Have you heard anything like that?
I
The
saw him
buck
talking
moon or something.
I thought
what is that? It had something in relation to the storms and the moon or something. Have you heard about that?
The butt
I didn't-
moon.
I didn't know it
She
was-
thought he said the butt moon,
No, it was-
but I
it was
think
called
he said
something
the
else.
buck moon or the puck moon or something.
Right.
You were wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
they're
did see
looking
him
at that
talk
big
about
butt
it.
of
I don't
yours.
remember the name of it.
Yeah.
And I don't know what
It
the
was
moon
either the puck or the buck, something like that.
But
moon.
it wasn't the butt moon.
But it wasn't the butt moon.
It wasn't.
Doug Cameron was not talking about the butt moon, like a drab Belfie or something. No. Justin Herbert. I do like greatness, Cakes. I do like stars. But I am
Yes.
rooting against Justin Herbert now because I have cash on it.
You're rooting. Okay.
Okay, I have
Got it.
cash on that one.
Under 9.5
We got to
wins.
get under the 9.5 dubs.
By the way, that's at plus money too.
Ooh, nice.
Really?
Nice.
What is it?
Plus 115.
All right, we'll take it. He and his girlfriend Madison Beer
Love her last name.
have
I'm a
announced
big fan.
their engagement, Cakes.
What's her deal?
She's a singer-songwriter. They were first spotted together just in August of 2025 on the set of a music video Beer was shooting.
Let me go to YouTube.
It sparked dating rumors. They later attended a World Series game together. Did you see the video of Rory McIlroy at the club last night?
in Ibiza.
Yeah, he was in Ibiza. I don't know if it was last night, but it appeared to be recent.
He doesn't strike me as a club guy, but
He appeared.
What
He
are you
struck
gonna
me
do?
as hammered.
He looked like he was having a good time.
He looked like he was having a good time.
you
He
think
was like,
Rory doesn't like to throw him back? He's Irish. Of course he likes.
Yeah,
he
That's right.
likes,
It's part of the culture.
It's part of his culture. It's not alcoholism.
If you're
it's
going
the culture.
Listen, I don't want to slander anybody, but if you're going to the club in Ibiza, you're doing more than just drinking beer, right?
I mean, I can't speak to what he was doing, but there's.
Wasn't that just?
I mean, there might be
I
a
took
lot
a pill
going
in
on.
Ibiza.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. It doesn't just scream like Molly.
Is that Mike Posner or
Yes.
Posner?
Yes. Mike Posner, who's now redone that song because he's like born again and he's sober.
I had no
and,
idea.
Yeah, he's totally redone it.
Don't
now.
invite him to your Outer Banks trip.
Yeah, he's not invited. Mike Posner would be a big downer on my trip.
Get out of here, Mike Posner.
No, he did
I'm
a
gonna drink
remake.
10 beers
He
today.
did a remake of I Took a Pill in Ibiza or something, and it's the same thing, but he just kind of changed the words, but it's more like uplifting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that,
I took a club soda in
I mean,
Ibiza.
yeah, what are you going to change it to?
Well,
I took a Benadryl in Ibiza. I mean,
Took an aspirin.
I can't remember, but it's something to the effect that like Avicii's now dead. And,
Yeah.
like he references all that stuff and like how he's sober now, 10 years.
Is that like a moment of clarity?
Yeah.
Got
He's
it.
one of those guys that like goes around and like walks around the earth and you know what I mean? Like he walks around the world and like hiking and grow a beard down to his knees.
Oh,
you know,
okay, he's like getting in touch with nature.
nature
The
lover.
whole thing.
All right, let's go to
Kurt in Ashburn. It is Open Line Thursday. Kurt, what's
Calls
up,
have been
buddy?
sporadic, by the way.
Yeah, very mediocre calls today.
Ashburn. What's up?
Kurt.
Good morning, gents. Most of your colleagues on this station will let somebody finish a complete thought without interrupting, but often it just takes one syllable you guys hear that you don't like, and you get cut off.
Yeah.
And I had two comments to make, and I'm always brief. And the second one was advice when you were talking about having to put air in your tires. I'm going to suggest you consider doing as I do, as all truck drivers do, and as race cars do.
Yeah.
You fill your tires with nitrogen. Now, the other thing real
No,
quick.
hold on, slow down. I got to get to the beginning of this. So you're upset that we hung up on you one time? Is that what it is?
Yeah. After about 10 seconds, yeah.
Okay.
What were you talking about at that time?
Hey, Kurt.
Oh, here we go.
I walked in. I missed the very beginning of your call. Can you start from the very beginning?
Just start from the
please,
beginning, Kurt. Hey, Kurt, what's up, man? You're on with the Junkies.
Okay. I said,
that feels good.
Hey, what
that
does that
feels
do?
really good. You know, I haven't done that in a while. That's very
Getting our edge back.
It's very cathartic.
Part two of the career.
You know what?
Getting our edge back.
I feel
Second half of our career.
I feel cleansed. I think I just went through a cleanse all of a sudden.
Two-time hang up.
What does that do when you put nitrogen in your? I feel like that, like your car would blow up or something. Like,
I
what does
don't
that
know.
do? You put nitrogen in your tires.
I don't know this.
We hung
but
up on him. We have no idea.
I think, and again, I think if you fill your tires with at least a portion of nitrogen, it
Yeah.
keeps your tires inflated longer without having to go in between and keep adding air to your tires. That's mostly a guess.
Huh.
I could be wrong.
So, dude,
I'm probably wrong.
I don't know. This is a weird thing that happened, but I was driving the other day, and I have to say I hesitate to tell this story because I'm embarrassed. I've been mentioning this too much lately, but I hit a high speed.
Okay.
I hit a
It
high
seems
speed.
to be a common occurrence.
I hit a high speed. If I have open road and like literally there's no cars, I do feel
Open road's a good spot.
compelled.
It is.
I do feel compelled to get from point A to point B quicker if there are no cars. Like literally, like
All right.
if you're on like a highway and there's just no cars, I do feel compelled.
Give me the locale and the speed.
The
I'm gonna get. Let me guess.
200. The
ICC.
The ICC.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. You weren't going 200.
No.
You're going too
Are
hard.
you going to be
but I
in
was
the...
on 200, and I always have my Waze on and everything, right? So I'm fairly keenly aware of where the cops
Can
are.
I guess the high speed?
I don't know exactly what.
92?
You don't know
It was in the
exactly.
90s. It was in the 90s.
Yeah, I would say like
I didn't hit 100,
95.
but I was in the 90s, right? And I hesitate to say it because I've been talking about this too much lately, so I don't like that. But I hit a high speed, and all of a sudden my car started beeping. It just started beeping. Beep. I've never heard this before. In my 20 plus years of driving BMWs, it just started beeping. And then I don't know. It would not shut off. I thought it was maybe my computer.
Right.
So I'm literally driving. Now I'm slowed down, obviously. I'm driving, pulling out my computer. No, it's not that. I pull out my phone. No, it's not that. I get to a light finally. I get on Georgia Avenue.
Yeah.
I stop at a light. I actually turned the car off. It's still beeping.
Still beeping, right.
It's still beeping. And then I Googled it, and it said it could be like a loss of tire pressure. You could be like dust on one of your sensors, or whatever, and it's still beeping. It's still beeping. I get to the club, and I'm getting my clubs out, and it's still beeping. Now I'm like, what is going on? It finally turned off, and it hasn't come on since. I have no idea what that was. What was that? Have you ever heard that before?
Nope.
It was just beeping.
And it's never happened before.
It almost sounded like a ticking time bomb. Like I didn't know. It's never happened before.
Right.
Need to look into it.
You got to call your
I
boys
almost
over.
felt like it was God saying, you need to slow down,
Probably
stupid.
might have been a part of it.
That's what I almost feel like it was.
All right, don't forget, coming up in the final segment of the show, we're going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Soja when they play Nats Park this
What's
weekend.
the deal? Is Bob Nightingale going to join us next?
I don't think he's ever going
I
to
think
join
that's a big
us.
question mark.
Oh, he's not? Okay.
Yeah. I think he's
Big
banned.
question mark at this point. All right, we're the Junkies. We'll be right back here on The Fan. We're going to talk some Wizards here, and hoops coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the hoop season's still a bit far off in the distance. Vegas Summer League is a distant memory at this point, but now there are starting to be some season win totals, some predictions as to where teams are going to finish coming out in the last few days. DraftKings has put out a season win total for our Washington Wizards. The number
is
35.5 wins.
That's kind of surprising.
Yahoo Sports has done a prediction of where teams will finish in the East in the 26-27 NBA season. Yahoo is predicting the Wizards to finish 12th out of 15 teams
Wow.
in the East.
People are getting fired if they finish 12th.
So a lot of people, experts think that this team is not going to be a 40-plus win team. They're not going to be a playoff contender in 26 and 27, despite drafting A.J. DeBonsa, despite trading for Trae Young and Anthony Davis and all the work that they've done with the tank leading up to this point.
I'm sorry.
I'm seeing 35.5 too on another site.
You can't trigger me. They can predict 2 wins.
Trigger.
You can't trigger me.
Yeah,
can't-
I would
can't
go
be done.
over the 35.5 as well, but
I can't be triggered on
but
this one.
all of these sites, I mean, I haven't seen another site where it's 42.5.
The thing, listen, I'm not predicting 45 or some crazy number. And I don't actually even think 35 is that far off from, like, say, 40, 41, whatever. But you just don't know. The biggest thing is that 17 number, or whatever it was that they won last year, is the biggest fraudulent number ever because they were trying to lose on purpose.
If they played the young players and played
If
them
they
every
played
game,
them-
they would have won a lot more games, yes.
They would have won more games. If they would have played to win, they would have won
They
more
lost.
games.
Didn't they lose 25 straight or 25 out of 26 or something crazy?
It was something along those
So
lines.
to go from 17 to 35 in a traditional normal year, like if they were trying to win and they won 17, and then they were trying to win and they win 35, that's a pretty good jump.
Right.
So one NBA writer who ran a analytical statistical model, his model has the Wizards at 22.5 wins.
Yeah, I'll bet the
the
guy.
furthest below the
Call
Vegas
him.
line of any
Get
team
him on the show.
in the league.
Let's bet him. I'll bet him. I got it over 22.5.
It's cut off on this sheet that you gave me. Do we know who the wackadoo who is predicting 22.5 wins for the Wiz kids?
Yeah. It's this guy called Stephen No. He just has an entire thing about the best over and under bets of the season, and he's reacting to the 35.5 win
he wants to go under.
line set by the Vegas, and he says his model has them way, way, way under that. And he says Trae Young is an average starter, well below all NBA player he was in his prime several years ago. Davis is an all-star player, but never plays, basically.
Right.
And he says this model doesn't have DeBonsa helping much either. Most rookies are generally break-even or negative value players. If DeBonsa can get to the level of Cooper Flagg, whose Dallas team only had 26 wins last year, then he will contribute about what an average veteran does in terms of winning impact.
Yeah, I'll bet the guy.
Yeah,
so I'll bet him.
I would say no to Stephen No's model. That's what
I'll
I
bet
would
him.
say.
Now, I'm
I
not
would
gonna-
say go way above the 22.5
Now, I'm not
wins.
going to bet like $1 million they get 36 or more wins. I mean, I'm not even going to quibble that much with 35. I mean, my guess is in the 40, 41, 42 range. You know, I'm not predicting 47, 52. I'm not predicting anything like that. I think that they'll be close to 500.
He says the Wizards will be trying harder, but so will all the other tanking teams that they beat last year that gave them most of their wins.
Yep.
This is a far more competitive Eastern Conference, both at the top and bottom. They don't have the depth needed to rack up regular season wins, and not certainly to the extent that Vegas
he'll
thinks.
know
let me
more
just
than
tell you
me if
this.
he's right, but I don't.
I was talking to somebody
I'll bet
yesterday.
against
I'm not going to say who, but I was talking to somebody yesterday who's very in the know, involved with this team.
A lot of no's in this segment.
And they remember we were talking about DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah.
This person was 100% behind going out and getting DeMar DeRozan.
Okay.
And I was arguing with him.
Yeah.
Why? I mean, there's no real fit, and you're going to play some of the younger players less. He said because Zach and Ted have told Will Dawkins you need to win, and he also doesn't believe that Anthony Davis is going to play more than 25 games. I said
How
if he doesn't.
connected is this person? How plugged in is this person you were talking
he's
to?
connected. I'll tell you.
Mhm.
But I'm not going to tell you now. But he, you know what? He kind of convinced me. Going out and get DeMar DeRozan, if that can help you win games,
yeah,
and he would, because he's going to play 70 games.
There were so many.
I think it might be a good decision.
I totally believe Zach and Ted and the ownership imparting on,
Yes.
on the front office that
Yes.
the time to win is
They
now.
want to put people in the seats.
This is not the time to win 25 or 30 games.
No, they want to
We
win
need
this
to
year.
make the leap to 40 plus and be
They want to
playoff
win.
competitive.
They want to win this year.
So I believe that. I don't think that's a negative. Now, if they're steering personnel decisions, that I don't love, because I want that to be the purview of Will Dawkins, winger. That's that staff.
Uh-huh.
I don't want Ted and Zach messing around with that, because that's why you hired those guys. That's why you brought them in, to let them run that segment of your business. Right?
But if Anthony Davis only plays 25 to 30 games,
disaster.
That's a huge disaster. And that's another reason why they brought in
the big guy, DeAndre Ayton.
Oh, Ayton. Yeah. That's why they brought in Ayton. So
Well, plus they need front court depth too, because Sarr's sidelined right now with a foot injury.
Correct.
And we don't know the fate of Anthony Davis as a Wizard.
Right.
It's uncertain.
But they are counting on Davis to give them significant production.
Yeah.
Significant. So he's got to
Right.
be out there.
I just think that the young players that they have accumulated are actually very good, and they're improving. And
the Eastern Conference is going to be brutal.
I think it'll be good. But I also think that Trey Young still has something to prove. He has a
Miami got
big
better.
chip.
Philly got better.
Sure.
Knicks are going to be good.
I think we got
Detroit
better.
was the best record in the East.
I think we got
Toronto's
better.
good.
I think those teams also benefited from beating bad teams. I just think that we have the biggest jump potentially than all those other teams.
I mean,
I don't know where that leaves us, but I think we'll
Anthony
win
Davis-
more games this year versus last year than any of those other teams. We're going to improve more
Yeah, okay.
than any of those other teams. I don't know how much more. I don't know where that ends up, but
I don't know if it'll be better than what Charlotte did this year compared to 2 years ago. They went from 19 to about 44.
yeah, that sounds like a lot.
That's a big jump.
That's a big leap.
That sounds like a leap.
But
wouldn't
35
bet
and a
on
half,
that.
that's lower than I thought it would come in. I thought it was going to be maybe 38.
You said 38, 39.
39.
Sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah.
But again, I just think that they're basing it on last year. And last year, I mean,
But
they
I'll
tried
play,
to lose.
I'll play devil's advocate for a second. If Stephen No is right and the Wizards win 20 or 22 and a half like he's predicting,
People are losing their jobs.
people are getting
well,
fired.
Keith will get fired at the quarter way mark.
Well, I don't think it just stops
No, it
at
won't.
Keith.
It'll be above that.
I think it'll be be far reaching. It'll be a bloodbath.
Those guys.
If that's the way they end
Those
their
guys
season.
need to know that these. Look, they need to win.
Absolutely.
And they know it.
Yeah, they
I don't
know
know
the
if I
pressure.
agree with that Dawkins and Winger would like walk the plank already.
Why are they talking to DeMar DeRozan?
I don't
They
know.
want to add
I
a
don't
vet.
know.
They want to add veteran
I don't
scorers
Because
to
they
a
know
young
if
team.
they had DeRozan on the roster, he's going to help
No,
them
they're
win more games.
clearly trying to win games this year. It's obvious. But I don't know that if they don't, I don't know what the threshold would be where they would get fired.
I'm not saying they were going to get fired. I'm just saying there's pressure to win. The days of just rebuilding and tanking, rebuilding for those top picks, and then increasing your roster.
Right.
They're done.
Those days are
You got
in
Trey
the
Young
past.
and Anthony Davis and the number one pick in the draft, and you sign Chris Middleton, and maybe you
I
go out
just
and get a
think-
DeRozan. They want to win now.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
My quibble is that they'll fire the coach before they fire those guys.
I would agree.
And you can't look at it and go like, oh, there's been a billion questionable moves here. I mean, I guess people don't. I guess you question the Young and Davis, but I don't think you question any of the young players they've
I'm not saying they're going to fire Dawkins. I'm not saying that unless they had a abysmal year. If they won 22 games,
then that's on the
Yeah.
table.
Wow,
I
then you're
think.
starting all over.
But if you win,
I don't love it,
35 games, maybe Keith does get let go, but I don't think they would let go of the front office. But if it's a really bad year and these guys just don't work out, those were those decisions that they made, right? I mean, you got to blame somebody.
If you want to weigh in on those Wizards predictions, you're welcome to do it at 800-636-1067. Also, be sure to keep listening. We'll give you a chance to win tickets to go see Soja at Nationals Park before the show is done. We'll be right back. Keep listening for your chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Soja when they play Nats Park this weekend, Saturday, August 1st. We will give those tickets away before the show is done today. So keep listening. Your chance to win is coming up shortly.
Somebody, a couple people texted me that beeping could be the transponder in my Easy Pass.
Yeah, that's what
But why did
our
it
buddy
stop?
Nick said.
But why did it stop? I just got lucky?
I don't know. Good question.
Maybe it's just so dead.
So the Easy Pass needs to be
Probably
Need
could
an update?
I mean, I don't think I've ever put a battery in an Easy Pass. Didn't even know the damn thing had a battery. Cakes.
No, I would just take it to the Easy Pass Center and just get a replacement.
By the way, getting back to something earlier, car-related.
Yeah.
Our guy Greg, who works in the O-Town,
Yeah, he's a good.
takes
dude.
great care of my vehicles. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
He said nitrogen won't change tire pressure like regular air does when temperature changes from hot to cold or vice versa. Nitrogen machines are expensive. That's why nobody has them. Maybe a few dealers here and there have them.
Yeah.
There you go.
I don't know.
I had no idea, but I think I was close. I was in the neighborhood with my explanation.
Yeah, but he said it doesn't work.
No, he says it does work. He says it's effective, but just very few dealerships have them.
Hold on, read the beginning of the text again. Because my brain is not functioning.
Is your
'Cause
brain-
I thought you said that. Go ahead, read the beginning.
Nitrogen will not change tire pressure like regular air does when temperature changes from hot to cold or vice
Okay,
versa.
will not change. Okay, so it means
it's
it
just
is
more
effective.
constant.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Yeah. I thought he meant it won't hook it.
This
Yeah, but
has
I gotcha.
a better baseline.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But we didn't let the guy. What was the guy's name who called from?
Well,
Ashburn?
we were just breaking his balls
Yeah.
because he was breaking our balls.
Yeah, he was.
So there you go.
And next time he calls, he'll do the same thing.
Yeah.
Break our balls.
I get sized when I see these videos already out from day 2, and you follow all the beat guys. I'm sure hopefully everybody's following JP and Linnell and then all the local folks that are out there all the time. John Keim that we have on the show all the time. I just get sized watching the videos.
Practice has started. It started around 8:30, right? They've been out there over an hour.
I mean, I got overly excited when I saw Antonio Williams do a little shimmy by the end zone and catch a ball with nobody covering him.
Right.
I mean,
But that's what we do.
I know.
We're just so desperate for the football season to
we
start.
get irrationally excited for
training camp.
videos, any signs of life from the team that you cover and or support
Yep.
here, or just like from around the league. You just like to see like Malik Neighbors is back on the field. People weren't expecting. People thought he might start the season on the PUP list for the Giants, but he's on the field practicing.
July's
Like,
a long.
that's good. If you're a
July
Giants
is a
fan.
freaking long month if you're a sports fan. It just is.
But hey, we're basically at the end of July.
July 31st
We're
tomorrow.
basically here.
Right.
We've
But
almost made
that's
it
why
through.
we're so desperate for camp and even small stories like that because we're
Oh,
so
you know
desperate
what?
for the season to start.
Speaking of camp,
Luckily, we had the World Cup in July.
I felt bad yesterday driving home when I was listening to B. Mitch and Finley because they interviewed Ben Sinnott after practice is done.
Why did
And
you feel bad?
I felt bad because I've done.
Cakes has been hammering him.
Does he sound like a great
He's probably
guy?
a great guy.
He just sounds like the nicest guy ever.
He's probably a great dude.
And that like he was kind of basically telling Commanders fans, look, like I've been doing everything I needed to do, but there's a Hall of Famer in the room,
Which is
in
what
Zach-
I said.
in Zach Ertz,
Right.
And I still would just fangs out mercilessly attack him for not being productive in the
Yeah.
first 2 years.
You just
since he's
wanted
been
him
here.
to beat out the older guy.
Well, I just wanted to see some sort of signs of life offensively from him.
It's a
Like,
difficult
the blocking
situation.
Part, I know he's become a better blocker. Whatever, that's fine. I know I guess it's kind of important to be a blocking tight end.
The Bates kind of
Something
has
they
that
ask for.
covered. Bates kind of has
Yeah.
that covered. Yeah.
But I'm actively rooting for him. I want
now-
to see him do well.
But now he's behind Chig, who
I
had big
know
expectations
he's
for.
going to need to pick his spots
And it's
and
never
find his
gonna,
opportunities.
never going to be a big time. At best, he's going to have a secondary role.
You would think.
Yeah.
I just kind of felt bad for just.
Oh, come on, Cakes.
Just going
You want him
after
to
him
go
so
hard
hard.
still?
Oh, I mean, he fell short. Fell short of your expectations.
I know, but
he can be a nice
great
guy,
guy,
but
yeah.
unproductive.
Yeah, that's what he is.
True. But I mean, I'm a human being. I have feelings. I heard him talking. I was like,
Oh, Cakes, come on.
I know. I gotta
get your edge back.
What if we
I got
have
in my
him?
feels a little bit. I don't know what to tell you.
What if we have him on the show when we're out there? We're gonna get
I mean,
him. We're gonna get him.
that's fine.
Nice.
We can have him.
Then you root for him.
Yeah.
What we should do.
This is why he's a good dude. He's from Waterloo, Iowa. Think there's any bad people from Waterloo, Iowa?
I have no idea about Waterloo, Iowa.
Probably population 100.
Don't know.
Have an early kicking update.
Okay.
Whatever. You're going to see these daily things.
The Jake Moody, Drew Stevens battle royale.
Jake Moody so far 6 for 6.
Okay. What are the distances? Do we
Don't
have
know
that?
the distances. Drew Stevens clearly not getting as much work, at least at the moment. 2 for 2. So they're probably just doing standard stuff. Probably not one of those deals where the whole team's watching.
Right.
But just kicking balls or whatever.
Also, Ben Sinnott played 6 sports in high school. Now, again, the high school is probably the size of this studio. If the town is as small as you're saying it is in Iowa.
It's actually bigger than I thought. It's 67,000.
Okay, that's not tiny.
Ben Sinnot apparently is a scratch golfer.
Yeah, he said he's.
I bet
just booms it
and been playing that much. Got plenty of time. You know who's a baller in high school? Sophie Cunningham. Sophie Cunningham was a kicker on the football team.
Wow.
Okay.
She was a star on their soccer team. I think she was a star on their basketball team.
Well, I'd hope she's
I'm not
a star on
surprised.
the basketball
Trying to
team.
think.
She's
She
in the
might have been
WNBA.
She was a soccer player, you said?
I think so, soccer. She kicked on the football team, and I think she kicked for 4 years. Like it wasn't just like a senior year goof. Hey, let's get the great athlete kicking. I think she kicked multiple years, and shocker, homecoming queen or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
So,
She's well-rounded.
Sophie Cunningham, breakout star of the WNBA, not named Caitlin Clark.
Did you see everyone online clowning on her
No.
SI pictures?
Oh yeah, those weren't the best. She got those small boobs, and the top didn't make
it
her look good.
It wasn't
for
even.
me.
It wasn't even that. Everyone was joning on her elongated ass crack.
I didn't see
really?
that. I didn't see that.
Man, you're really
I didn't
getting
think
into
that
the nitty-gritty.
I didn't think
It's just everyone was talking about.
Well, she's tall. Like, it makes sense,
I didn't
right?
notice that.
Like, hers is going to be...
I didn't think the
She's
bikini
6'1".
fit her well.
Yeah,
I
she's
didn't,
tall.
She needed a more flattering bikini.
This says she was the emergency fill-in replacement kicker her senior year after the regular kicker tore his ACL.
Only the 1 year? Only the 1 year? Okay, I thought it was more than that. I'm sorry. I thought it was more than that. I mean, I've seen the videos of her kicking.
I've had enough of Sophie Cunningham.
Why? You've had
I
your
could use
fill?
a break. I mean, it's the only one.
You don't want Valdez
Yeah.
pointing at you?
Dude, she's great. She's
Great at what?
awesome. She's great at everything.
She's fine.
She's not one of the stars.
No,
of the
I know
league.
she's like a role player
She
in the
gets so much
WNBA.
praise
Let's be
for
honest.
being
Well,
a Nubs player.
Of course, it's
She's-
because she's freaking hot.
There's one star in the league. There's one.
That's true. But
That league has one star.
okay, but the second star, I'm sorry, it's Sophie over Angel Reese or any of these others they try to
You're
promote.
probably right.
Angel
But in
Reese.
my opinion, that league has exactly one star.
Yeah. Yeah.
One that shines way brighter than all of the others. Probably all the others put together.
I'm Team Sophie, buddy.
How's she doing this year, Bickle? How many games have you watched of hers?
I don't. I just watch the highlights.
He just, yeah.
I
He
watch
watches
the highlights. I
YouTube.
watch the clips. I see her
He
in
goes online.
interviews.
He goes social media and looks at all her pictures.
Yeah, I see when she pops up. I like her. You don't have to like her.
I don't have a problem
You and
with
I
her.
don't have much in common. I've realized.
We have different algorithms. I know that.
Yeah, definitely different.
I'm
different stuff coming up on your feed.
Team Sophie all day, buddy. And put it this way: if you had to hang out with somebody and have a beer, you would hang out with Sophie Cunningham more before you'd hang out with Caitlin Clark.
100%.
What a dud Caitlin Clark is from a personality.
I mean,
She's
for
not-
for
she's not a
obvious
dud
reasons.
Star-wise.
No, she could ball, but she's a dud. You're gonna. This is, Valdez, I think, sent me it. DM where on Twitter or
Yeah, on Twitter.
Why?
Valdez has sent me probably her long butt crack.
Her long butt crack. And then somebody said she has an ass like John Lennon.
Um,
I did see the John Lennon Yoko Ono
Yeah,
butt
yeah,
picture,
yeah, yeah.
and it's kind of disturbing. I can't unsee it. All right, we're going to hook up the 10th caller right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to win a pair of tickets to Soja with special guests, Pigeons playing ping pong Saturday, August 1st at Nats Park. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com/events.
I mean, she's just a long-lived girl. I mean, I don't know how long her crack is. She's got the bikini riding all up the. It's like she's giving herself away. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think
who else is in the Sports Illustrated?
I don't know. Those are the only pictures I saw.
Oh. I know it's not Caitlin Clark.
She looked good as the ring girl for the McGregor
I
fight.
thought she looked great. She did that great.
I'm guessing Drab didn't watch that.
Yeah,
Probably wasn't in on it.
He probably liked Angel Reese's pictures.
All right, we have to get out of here. We're done for the day. B. Mitch and Finley, they will entertain you next here on The Fan.
Entering yesterday's rubber match with the Toronto Blue Jays, the Nats were just one game back of the final National League wildcard spot. Well, in the pivotal contest for the team's playoff hopes, they ended up dropping yesterday's matchup 5-2 and then losing the series. So now not only are they 2 games back of both Arizona and Philadelphia, they're a half game back of the Padres, and they're tied with Pittsburgh and Miami in a wide open race for an NL wildcard spot. Washington, though, doesn't really have time to dwell on this loss for long. They're traveling to Atlanta for a 4-game set this weekend against their division rival, the Braves. A series win in Atlanta, of course, would do wonder for the Nationals' dwindling playoff chances. And the MLB trade deadline is lurking. It is August 3rd. And Paul Taboni yesterday told the Junkies that the team would try to do a mix of buying and selling, but beating the Braves would probably move them a bit closer to buying. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Boop, boop, boo.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. We're out west, Ashburn, Virginia, BigBear.ai Performance Center. Day 2 of Commanders training camp in the books. And unfortunately, we got some injury news. Got to start, though, with what I think is just a wild coincidence, all right? B-Mitch is on his way to Louisiana, going down for some family time, a friend's birthday. Hope he has a great trip. But to devoted listeners of the B-Mitch and Finley program, everyone's aware Brian Mitchell's scared of very few things. No man, but snakes and lightning. Snakes and lightning, B does not like, okay? We're walking from the practice field back up to the media area, and there's like this little walkway up for those that haven't been here, but there's like kind of one little path up this little hill to where the gate is into the fenced off area where the media exists. I'm walking with the stallion, and I go, holy bleep, that's a snake. And there was just like a 4 or 5 foot black snake, corn snake. Stallion and I are not snake experts. Stallion might be a trouser snake expert, but as far as real snakes go, we are not experts. It was black, so I've determined it was a black snake, but I don't know. And it seemed incredibly harmless, and it was like scooting out towards the woods. But left hand up, it scared the heck out of me.
I mean, I thought that you almost died. I had no idea what was happening. I was walking side by side with you, and then you go, holy bleep, there's a snake.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, oh my God, what is going on? And then I see the snake kind of like lift its head up a little bit.
And then
it was in a striker's pose.
Greg, one of our friends and photographers from Monumental Sports Network, is like, yo, when his head's up is bad news. And then we all kind of backed up because venomous or not, I don't want a snake bite, like, period, in my life. I'm a kind of person that likes to have lots of different experiences. Like, if it's like, hey, do you want to try this once? Generally, I say yes. Snake bite, I say no.
What color was it?
Black.
Oh, you would have been good. You could have walked right on past it.
Still hurts, right?
You could have walked right on past it.
I mean, eventually we did.
It was scaring you.
Yo, Jeff, you walk up on a snake when you're at football practice. It's kind of weird. Like, if I was out in the woods or the bayou or something and we walked up on a snake, all right.
Technically, it's woods back there behind the field.
We're surrounded by woods. Like, listen, man, I'm not mad at the snake. He's doing his thing.
Yeah, you in his territory.
Listen, if I was in the wooded area, that's his territory. The grassy area by the media fence, that's my territory, Jeff. I want my corners, all right? Get out of here, snake. So that just happened. So blood pressure's running a little hot. We have a lot to discuss from practice this morning, and unfortunately, we have a lot to discuss from practice yesterday. I kind of want to start things off opening the phones because I think fans have a lot to say here. I think for a lot of fans, there was already angst about the center position, right? About cutting Biadasz in the offseason, going with Allegretti. I did not share that angst. I really like Allegretti. I've known him for some time, really thoughtful. we'll have to see if he can get it done at the center position, but I was not overly concerned by that decision-making process. And bang, day one, Allegretti has to leave. And Dan Quinn, I'm going to get the exact language here, so I'm not paraphrasing. What day is today? No. This is yesterday. I would like to get today's transcript. Instead, I'll paraphrase. But basically, Allegretti not at practice today with something along the lines of a calf strain, okay? Calf strain for presumably your starting center on day one of camp, not ideal. I recognize that. DQ also says we don't think this is a big deal. I'm going to give him benefit of the doubt. It's July 30th. The first game is September 13th. So, we do have to temper this, right? But what happens when your starting center goes down and the other centers on the roster are Julian Good-Jones, who has primarily been a practice squad player. Julian Good-Jones was getting the work with the first team today. I will say, in most of the drills we saw, the defense was kind of winning. And Deron Payne, the interior of the Commanders' defensive line, was kind of winning. And I wonder how much of that was directly related to Allegretti not being out there. To understand Julian Good-Jones, he's been a practice squad guy. He's played in one game in the NFL. I don't even know if he played, but he was on the active roster for one game in 2023. He's 29 years old, undrafted guy out of Iowa State. So that dip from Allegretti to Good-Jones on paper is significant. Matt Golbin, the draft pick, was running with the twos. And then I think it was a guy, Tim McKay, running with the threes. So you wonder. That brings questions, right? You impacted your center depth for sure with the move to get rid of Biotish, all right? The other one, and I'll say that I'm more concerned by this, is Trey Burks is out today. DQ described it as foot soreness. My excitement level and concern level for Trey Burks has existed throughout this offseason. This is a young man that I don't believe has really ever had a healthy offseason. And coming through OTAs and the minicamp, I talked to him, and he felt energized. He felt refreshed, felt like he had a new opportunity. And for him to now miss practice on the second day of camp, now granted, they say it's foot soreness, it's not a big deal. Cool. But, look at Burks' resume. You've got a guy that played 8 games last year, 5 games in 24, 11 games in 23, 11 games in 22. Tennessee released him outright last year as he was dealing with the after effects. I believe last year was a broken collarbone. This is a dude that has never stayed healthy. And last year, one of the things we hammered them for, now granted they had added De'Ami Brown, but they went into camp, they added Deebo Samuel, but Debo's kind of a unique player, right? And they went into camp with Noah Brown as their number 2. And it was all right, but Brown has a long injury history. And then sure enough, that popped up right away. You couple that with McLaurin missing a lot of time, and then you had big trouble in the receiver room. But this year, it sure seemed like Burks was your number 2, and he's missing time on day 2 of camp. And I think I said this on air yesterday. If I could grant one wish for a football player this camp, which I can't. I don't have that power. I have very little power, frankly. You should see my house. I'm powerless. But the one thing I wanted was for Burks to get all the way through camp completely healthy. And I would just say on day 2 to miss time sucks. It just sucks. So I do want to open the phone lines up early. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. And let people weigh in. If you got center angst, you can call. If you got wide receiver angst, you can call. And I just wonder with Burks, he might just miss today. He might be going on Saturday. Allegretti might be going on Saturday. They could be extra cautious because this is a ramp-up period, and they have an off day tomorrow. So, I want to be completely cognizant of the entire situation and not try to sound an alarm when an alarm's unnecessary. That said, where are you at? It's the second day of camp. Now, you're seeing this all over the place. I mean, nobody's been more snake bit than Carolina so far. The Panthers have had significant injuries to significant players. But it's not great, man. And I don't think who was the guy you said you loved? The Browns center that got released that I believe signed with the Ravens.
Yep, that's the guy I really liked.
There was some conversation about should that have been somebody they go after when he hit the market maybe like 2 weeks ago. Ethan Pochik, I don't know if I'm saying it right. He's been in the NFL a long time. I believe, he signed with the Ravens. So, like, that possibility doesn't exist. Obviously, they went after Linderbaum in the offseason, who Vegas just wasn't going to lose. Vegas was determined to pay that man his money, to quote Teddy KJB. There's not going to be a lot of great answers. Like, for people who are like, oh, go sign a veteran, I am sure there are veterans out there. Let's take a quick look at the free agents available at the center position via Over the Cap. I don't even know if they're going to list a bunch of people. I know James Daniels, Glasgow, I thought he retired, dude. I think Glasgow retired outright. Ryan Kelly, I think, hasn't signed yet. I don't know what they're going to do here. I think they're going to take their time because it is July 30th and we're so far away from, actual football. And maybe these things are incredibly minor. If your concern was, why'd you release Biotish? I don't share that. If your concern is, the depth is really hurt, I think that's fair. And I think you see it now on day 2 of camp. And maybe Deron Payne was just having an excellent day. He looked pretty damn good early on. But maybe he was going up against a career practice squad center that probably, Good Jones probably has mostly played guard in his career, I would say. I mean, he was a guard at Iowa State. The one game he played in 23, the one game he was active, they listed him as a guard. We'll hear the questions, like could Brandon Coleman play center? I don't know that answer. Apparently he has a handful of snaps in his career when he was in college at TCU. And again, we don't want to sound too many alarms too fast, but arguably the two positions people had the greatest level of concern about were center and wide receiver. And for the first day of camp, you got 2 presumed starters out on the second day of camp. So it is easy to say, oh, man, it's too early to be worried. And that may be correct. I bet if B. Mitch was here, he'd be like, man, it's one day. Let's see what it's like in a week, whatever, right? But it does add ammunition to those that had these concerns. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067 is the phone number. Let us know. Is this nothing? Is this something? Are you concerned? Stallion, you can start. What's your concern level?
I mean, I'm not, wildly concerned at this point. I would say I'm at, a 3 out of 10. And honestly, I think I'm a little bit more worried, similar to you, about Treylon Burks just because of his injury history. But also on the flip side of it, I think that this gives opportunities for guys like Luke McCaffrey. I think De'Ami Brown is going to be getting back in play here. So I feel as if that while these injuries aren't great early on, I do think it opens up for guys like even a Matt Gulbin, who was a 6th-round pick this past year in the draft. 5th-round pick, I believe. But anyway, I think that this is a good thing overall to see the depth that the Commanders have. And who knows, maybe you get some better reps here. So I guess we'll just have to see.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I thought De'Ami early on caught a touchdown. I think it was from Mariota. They publicly are going to tell you there is zero concern, right? My question, I guess, for the phone lines would be, do you think – we've heard Schefter say it, and I feel like when Schefter says stuff, it gets a little more interesting. Do you feel like this increases the possibility of a Steph Diggs signing? And, if we saw that news – would that be a surprise? Because maybe that's too narrow-minded. One thing does not immediately correlate to the next. But if there's some buzz that it could happen, I feel like this could increase that buzz. And I wouldn't even think that's necessarily something that shouldn't happen. We've talked about, could they use a veteran wide receiver, somebody they know can get open? Yeah, probably. And maybe you want to see what the guys you have get done. Now you got even more of a question mark. And it might be absolutely nothing. Both guys might be out there on Saturday, and we should not be overly concerned, right? But that said, all of a sudden the guy that's been out there looking like your number 2 to Terry throughout the spring workouts is I don't even know that I saw Burks, frankly. I think he was inside. Also saw John Bates go inside today. Again, could be nothing. Could be a Vets day. Who knows? But let's hit up my guy Nick in Maryland. Nick, what do you think of injuries already?
And you said it, man. The two things we were worried about in the first day of camp, the whole thing with the Raiders and the center. I think we made a deal, and behind the scenes, and it got blown up. But the deal is, are we allowed to go to the NFL? Not NFL, the new league that was playing, 3 weeks ago. Can we extract players from that league? I've asked the question before about Canada. I don't remember what the answer was.
What league was playing 3 weeks ago? UFL?
Yeah, UFL.
Like the Defenders League?
Go there and get a center. Can we get anybody? Are we allowed to get anything from that league and use it?
Well, that league is over. They had their Super Bowl.
Well, good.
The United Bowl or whatever it's called, the UFL Bowl was, I think, like a month ago. So those guys can absolutely sign. A number of those guys have signed. So, yes, they could go to that league.
Well, that's good. They're not at work right now. They're off. So maybe we can
find
somebody.
The other thing that's important to point out is, I would add this, that thank you for the call, Nick. Appreciate you, bud. NFL rosters right now are at 90 men. When we get to the end of August, a bunch of veterans will get released, and teams might try to sign them back to their practice squad. But anybody that gets cut, Washington can claim as long as they're going to put them to their active. So it's entirely possible that Peters and Quinn are just looking around the league at some spots they think a guy they like will get released, and that they're going to make a move at the end of rosters. Because you basically are carrying, help me with the math here, Stallion. You got 90's got to get to 53, so that's 37, right? 37 players will get released across 32 teams. That's got to be not close to 1,000, right? It's over 900.
Oh, yeah.
And it's entirely possible that Adam Peters and the scouting staff have looked at somebody else on the Saints or the Niners or the Chargers, and there's like somebody out there they like that they think eventually gets released, and they just kind of have to get through camp with the group they have, and then that is your depth for Allegretti. Like, you got to keep that in mind. If this was in season and rosters are way slimmer, one, you could pick somebody off somebody else's practice squad, so that'd be 17 times 31, because they're not picking somebody off their own practice squad. But, like, there's a lack of depth right now because NFL rosters are much larger in training camp. And in the old days, when you used to have cuts almost every day and then you had a series of big cuts, like over the course of training camp, then you saw way more roster churn. Right now, you kind of only see it at the bottom of rosters as moves happen, as injuries happen. I think it'll be fairly telling if they don't add somebody that they're really not concerned. The old Rich Tandler corollary, don't listen to what they say, watch what they do. Now, when DQ provided the updates this morning, of course he's dismissive of it. Yeah, it's all minor stuff, no big deal. It's all good. We'll see as it continues. I think, with Golbin being a draft pick, he was running with the twos. Maybe he gets more look. I think, for me, I'm more concerned about the Burks stuff, just because he has dealt with injuries. Here's the plan for the program. We're excited. Warren Sharp's going to join us at 11. We'll take a look at what he thinks of the Commanders. We'll take a look around the NFL. Peter Rosenberg is going to join us at 12:30. We're going to kind of open the phone lines throughout the day. We're hoping that we have a Commanders player come sit down with us. You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Don't forget, Rude is the official show sponsor. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley live, BigBear.ai Performance Center.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Nationals dropped yesterday's matchup and the series with the Blue Jays. So here's where they sit in the NL wildcard race. They are 2 games back of both Arizona and Philadelphia, a half game back of the Padres, and tied with Pittsburgh and Miami for an NL wildcard spot. They now start a grueling 8-game road stretch, 4 in Atlanta and 4 in Philly. And one of the biggest deadline trades of the century is days away from happening. The Tarek Skubal sweepstakes have arrived. Detroit is definitely going to get a haul, and the teams with the best records in baseball, the Dodgers, the Brewers, and the Rays, also happen to have the best farm systems in baseball. But according to Jeff Passan, watch out for the Braves and the Cubs, who could sneak in and trade for the superstar. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you will find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop MedCap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann, the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us on Monumental Sports Network. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us on the YouTube stream. Hope all those are working well. We're working hard for you, trying to make sure you're getting all the content here in Ashburn. BigBear.ai Performance Center. Day 2 of Commanders Training Camp in the books. All of our training camp coverage brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com are your clear home improvement choice. Obviously, the news today is Trey Burks and Nick Allegretti missing practice. Allegretti with a calf strain and Trey Burks with foot soreness. I know the folks that are worried about the center position, worried about the depth there after releasing Biadasz in the offseason. This is fuel for your fire. I know for me, I find the Burks thing more concerning just when you look at his history of injuries. And I think they really want him to matter. He's worked really hard. He's a great young man. So I hate that for him. Again, I can't stress enough. Dan Quinn says doesn't expect either of these to be major. They have an off day tomorrow. Maybe they're just giving them time in advance of Saturday with fans here. Maybe they're giving them time in advance of Monday with fans here. Maybe it's like, all right, if we give them today off and Saturday off, that's what? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. That's 5 days off, and then they're back for Tuesday, which is probably when pads come on. There could very much be a deliberate method to the madness, right? I don't want to discount that. These are professionals with significant plans and, kind of contingencies. So I'm aware of that. But it's also concerning, dude. It's day 2 of camp, and you're starting – not even presumably. The starting center is not practicing. And the guy that – in most sets has lined up opposite Terry McLaurin as your starting wide receiver is not practicing. So there is some level of concern. For me, I'm lower on my concern level of Allegretti. That's probably a 2 out of 10. The Burke stuff, just considering his injury history, is higher for me. That's probably a 4 out of 10. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Let's talk to my man Rusty in Delaware. What's up, Russ?
Hey, what's going on, Jay? How you doing today?
I'm good, buddy.
Hey, thank you for doing what you guys do out there. It's nice to have someone, some boots on the ground at camp, and hope to run into you guys next week when we're there.
Thanks, bud.
As far as the, I watched the offensive line pretty intently, and I was super stoked for Allegretti getting this opportunity, man. Like, I was very jacked up to see him do his thing, and hopefully he still does. But the question that I have is 2 years ago when we drafted Brandon Coleman, there was a lot of questions about where he was going to play. And I remember Adam Peters in that post-draft press conference saying Brandon Coleman could play all 5 positions on the offensive line. And I understand, Good Jones and the rookie, let's see what they got. Let's get them some burn in camp. But I think if we have to get into a drastic situation, why would we fall all the way back to Good Jones when possibly there's a candidate right there in Coleman? And as far as Trey Burks, I think that this is kind of what he is, unfortunately. I think that kind of stinks because he does show flashes. Let's go ahead and get Steph and bring him back home.
Good call, Rusty. Appreciate you, man. So, Specifically to Coleman, I made a note about this. He and Chris Paul were working in and out with the ones. Coleman got the first work this morning with the ones, and then Paul got it a little later. And I think if they don't consider the Allegretti injury a significant thing, that you want to keep that Coleman-Paul battle going. And so I would just kind of expect that to continue, if that makes sense. Like you don't want to flip everything on its head for a day or two, right? Now, if there was something significant, I'll say this. If Coleman ends up starting to work in at center, means they're very worried about the Allegretti situation. I think it's premature right now. But it's a good call, man. I appreciate it. It's kind of one of these things where right now there's no wrong answer. I do think, to Rusty's point about signing Steph Diggs, Nikki Jhabvala, great reporter, friend of the program, reader work in The Athletic. Nikki tweeted out, and I thought this tweet just goes so hard that I wanted to credit her. I think she's trying to be funny. Nikki, 26 minutes ago, at Nikki Jhabvala, said, "My assessment of the first 2 days of Commanders camp, and it's just a gif of Steph Diggs saying, 'I'm him, I'm him.'" So clearly, I was joking with some of the other reporters, and I don't mean to put anybody's business on the street, but I think sports fans are savvy enough to recognize this, that, you know, a lot of stories are pre-written. I wouldn't be shocked if that one is. Right now, though, I'm fired up. Luke McCaffrey walking in the tent. What's up, brother? How you doing? Great to have Luke joining us for a few minutes. You should be good to go. Just throw that on there. You want a water, Gatorade?
No, all good, all good.
How are you, buddy?
Great, doing well.
2 days of camp in the books. What's it like to be back out here?
It's awesome. It's awesome. You know, that first day you come out, you're like a kid on Christmas, antsy, sleeping in your cleats, and you know, I think through the first 2 days it's been a lot of fun, a lot of competing, a lot of energy, and excited to get better.
Where do you feel like you are, or the team is, with this offense?
I think we have such a great base. We have such a great foundation. And now we're attributing that and impacting that in a competitive standpoint that it's camp. You know, OTAs were so great to learn the basics, to learn the foundation, and now we get to go out there and compete. You know, you have some periods that aren't completely scripted. You have some things. So to understand the flow, to understand the competition is a lot of fun right now.
Dude, you probably don't know this, but the PR staff does a great job here, and they're very hardcore about guys like me not giving away any state secrets, right? But it's not a secret we're seeing more formations, more motion. How much do you like that, maybe moving around more and getting different looks within the offense?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I think we have a really good room, too, because we have a lot of guys that are versatile. We've got a lot of guys that can play out of a lot of different positions, can play out of a lot of different formations. And, you know, when you get to football, you start trying to create plays where the defense doesn't know what you're doing or where they think that you're doing something else. And so, you know, that's the base fundamental level of it, and I think we've had fun doing it so far.
So, again, no state secrets here. Yesterday I did see a play where you were in motion and at the snap were able to kind of just break that motion right into a route. How different is that? How much easier is that? How much more challenging is that? If you have a little bit of a running start when you're then able to break that and perhaps use that forward momentum, like what advantage does that bring?
Yeah, you know, there's all kinds of advantages you can get in so many different ways. That's one way to get off the line a little quicker, one way to time it up, one way to create, you know, foundations of plays that all look the same. And so we're having a lot of fun doing that, and I think it's, again, cool to have such a great room, whether it be receivers, running backs, tight ends, who all are versatile, can all do so many different things, line up at so many different spots, and we're having fun competing.
The internet's going crazy about the Yankoff catch there towards the end of practice.
Yeah.
What'd you see on that?
It was awesome. It was awesome. Great ball, great catch. That's what we come out here to compete.
He's a sick athlete.
Like he's a freak.
You know, I have a story about you and Colson from your rookie year.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're going to remember this.
Uh-huh.
The Wegmans right down the street.
Yeah.
So I came in, and you remember you guys were trying to, like, set up your value card or whatever, because it was probably, like, 2 weeks into your rookie year at, like, the self-checkout. And I remember very specifically you were only buying meat. Like, it was just, like, 4 steaks for the two of you.
That was awesome. Yeah, we were living together that first year, and that was so much fun.
I bet,
Grilling every day, having a blast.
What's your, like, living situation now? Because you're in year 3. Like, you're established here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's awesome. It's nice to be settled, to be part of the community, to really, you know where you're going, not have to plug in maps to get to work every day. But it's a lot of fun. Again, whether it's in this program, whether it's in this community, it's so much fun to just be more ingrained in it and really feel a part of it.
having been here throughout the Kingsbury era into the David Blau era, like when you found out, and I have a feeling that folks in the building were aware of some transitions maybe before those of us outside the building were officially aware of them. But like when you found out Blau was getting that call and recognizing what a jump that was, what was kind of your initial reaction?
Yeah, I was stoked. I think, every day everyone in this building could see what he put into the game, the love, the passion, and the intention that he put into it. And so I think that alone gets everybody excited. And then the minute you start talking to him and start really diving into his philosophy, to his scheme, and to all that, you really start getting inspired just because it's so intentional. It's so passion-filled. And I think we've had a lot of fun learning it, and now we're having a lot of fun competing with it.
It's been fun for me to watch just on the sideline, obviously, but like all the different looks I think are going to open so much more stuff up. Like, do you think your game coming off play action will be helped? Like, or all receivers helped by play action?
Yeah. Again, football is such a multi-dimensional sport. Play action, run game will help the pass game. Different receivers will help other receivers. It's the ultimate team game. And so the more you can do as a unit, the better off you're going to be.
I know, like, when I talk to offensive linemen, all they want to do is run the ball, right? Like, that's just how they're wired. But, like, for receivers, when you know, okay, we could run play action here, that might help me get separation. Like, isn't that great? Anything that helps with
it?
No,
definitely. And I think we have such a great group of receivers who all understand the entirety of football. They understand the whole mechanism of, how to set plays up, how to do things like that, and the benefit of making sure those runs pop. I think receivers' main job in the run game is to help boost explosive plays. A lot of times you're blocking the second level. You're blocking the guys that if the running back breaks through, is he going to get tackled by the safety, or is he going to go for a 60-yard touchdown? And I think as receivers, when you're bought into that, it'll help the entire offense in explosives and efficiency and in everything.
For sure. Talking with Luke McCaffrey here, kind enough to make some time for us in the tent. What do you think of our digs here?
It's awesome.
It's pretty spacious.
Good
huh?
setup. Oh, yeah.
That's my spare dress shirt, golf shirt, in case I get like too sweaty.
Yeah.
So we've
Love
got
it.
we got
It's
plenty.
nice that you got AC in here.
Dude, the AC's legit. We got snacks. You want a granola bar or
No,
anything?
I'm all right. Thank you so much.
We're locked and loaded. What is your diet now? Are you like super? Like we had Senate join us yesterday.
Yeah.
He's like 90% of my diet is like scripted to the nth, and then I allow 10% because I like sweets. Like, are you in a similar boat?
I've never had a huge problem eating pretty healthy. I think generally healthy. I've always been a lighter guy, so anything I can do to keep weight on, which makes it nice.
Yeah.
You get to eat a little bit of
you got to
a little
add
bit of junk food. Yeah, but no, I've always eaten generally healthy, eaten enough to maintain, and gone from there. Yeah.
It was funny talking with Senate yesterday about how much he grew and learned in his first 2 years and how much he just wants to show that in year 3, that there's so much more he can offer. You had the injury last year, but do you feel somewhat similarly? Like, dude, I can do a lot more. Not that I think as a kick returner you showed a lot, but like the actual production offensively.
Yeah, I think as a player you're trying to win every single play that you're out there. Whether it's blocking the safety, whether it's cracking a linebacker, whether it's running a go ball. Every single thing you do, you try to win. You try to do it as well as you can. And, luckily you get the opportunity sometimes. Playing a position like tight end, like receiver, you're not guaranteed to get the ball. You could run a perfect route and still not get the ball. And so I think when you really hone into the mastery of that craft, when you revere the game so much that you put your respect into every single little part of it, that's kind of when you start seeing things naturally go well, and it's a lot of fun to work on.
I appreciate you making time for us. I only have a couple more.
Yeah.
I know you probably got to get to recovery or whatever. One, Dan Quinn talked about Terry McLaurin playing with joy this camp. And, like, I've known Terry since his rookie year. Like, I can see it compared to where things were last year. And, obviously, business is business. You got to handle it, right?
Yeah.
But how much better is it this camp, just Terry in the room, on the practice field, just getting the full version of him?
Yeah, it's awesome. I think Terry is such a great leader, and even beyond that, he's such a great leader by example. I think everything he does is so intentful, so passionate, and so intense in the way that he competes. And so it's a lot of fun just to be in that room, to feed off that energy, and to kind of just be a part of that.
And then with Jaden, year 3, another guy you were drafted with, right? He was asked yesterday. Jaden's not the dude that would have said this on his own, but he was asked because Bobby Wagner was such a big part of the leadership of this team for 2 seasons, and with Bobby gone, like, is it more of Jaden's team? What, if anything, have you seen of Jaden kind of taking on more leadership, or is it as simple as you're huddling up longer now and the play calls are longer, and he has to be more vocal?
Yeah, I think, from day one he's been a leader on this team, just from the way that he's come out, the work that he's put in. And kind of like you just said, I think being in the huddle with him just lets you see even more of that as a teammate. And it's really helped me grow an appreciation for just the mindset, for the poise, for the focus that he has, because you really get to see that more firsthand now that we're huddling more, now that we're in a circle together, and just to see the way that he commands that is awesome.
All right, this is my last thing, and then I'm going to let you go. But I have made this contention for some time. This is our producer, Ryan. Ryan, if you could, pull that chair over and sit next to Luke. Now, we've got this. You're on various television networks, YouTube streaming. You're on a lot of networks right now.
Yeah.
I think you guys kind of look alike. So I want you to sit next to each other and tell me if you agree. Stallion's messing with the microphones. You can hear me. You don't need return. All right. Do you think – there we go. Do you two think you kind of look alike?
I mean,
I've said this.
Spider-Man meme? Like, what's going on here?
That was it. I just wanted to see it side by side because I've thought this. Now I will tell you this: he used to be a big fat ass, and I wouldn't have said it then, because you've always been sculpted. But now that he's lost the weight, I kind of think you guys look alike, dude.
Yeah. I see it. I mean, do you get?
I'll take it as a compliment.
Do you get the Glenn Powell look? Like people say, I look like Glenn Powell.
You say you look like Glenn Powell.
No. They say we look like.
Oh yeah.
Who do people say you look like? Because it's not him. Nobody's heard of him.
I get Cameron from Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Really?
A lot. Yeah. If you look at it, that's been my Halloween costume for the last 7 years.
You just wear the Red Wings jersey?
Yeah, exactly.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Luke, dude, the kick return game. How important is that to you?
It's awesome. It's a lot of fun.
Is that a role you want to continue?
Yeah, definitely. I think it was a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun for me because that was kind of the first opportunity I really had to touch the ball over and over and just to show what I can do with that in my hands. But I also think it's, the intent that we put on special teams as a team is awesome. Just the way that Izzo has that group running and the way that everybody's bought into that. It's a lot of fun to be a part of.
I'm curious if you'll agree with this.
Yeah.
So, B. Mitch, that I host the show with,
Yeah.
he's visiting family back in Louisiana. That's why he's not here. But I see it in Brian's eyes.
Yeah.
I saw it in Ballor's eyes.
Yeah.
When you talk to like kind of a dude that builds their NFL career and they can go 10+ years as a special teamer, they got crazy in their eyes.
For sure.
like it exists.
Yeah.
It takes a special type of person, man.
No doubt.
And I think you're going to show a lot more too. I'm excited to watch you in this new offense, especially that little motion I saw into that. I'm not going to give the route that came after, but it was exciting. Thank you for the time, dude.
Thanks so much.
I appreciate it. Good to see you. Luke McCaffrey, Washington Commanders wide receiver and kick returner, joining us. I'm telling you, I've thought for years you two look alike. Thank you very much, bro. All right, quick break here. We're going to go back to the phone lines. You are listening. You are watching. You are hanging out. You are consuming content from B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you missed any of our interview with Commanders wide receiver Luke McCaffrey, get on the Odyssey app. Check it out on Instagram, YouTube, wherever you get the content, Spotify. It was awesome. I've gotten to know Luke a little bit over the years. He's grown a lot as a person, I would say. When he arrived as a rookie, he was pretty wide-eyed, and I think he's grown a lot. You'd love to see him put it together. And today was like a good kind of microcosm of Luke. He had a really nice touchdown catch, and then he had another one that would have been an excellent touchdown catch, kind of a diving grab back of the end zone by the goalpost, and it just escaped him. And when it popped off his hands, he just was pounding the ground. You could see how pissed off he was. I don't know, man. You couple this with the Trey Burks stuff, and then you wonder with this receiving room, what do you think is going to end up happening? You have the Steph Diggs kind of dangling participle out there. But you got to try to remind yourself it is July 30th. And I know folks are amped up about every little piece of news, but it is July 30th, man. So we'll see what happens. The practice is wrapped, and they have an off day tomorrow. The team does not have an off day, so we're clear. The people they kicked the media out, basically, and it's just going to be a walkthrough for them. I did want to – I guess we're going to run out of time here, right? Remind me, I want to run through the kicking battle because we saw some live kicks today, and what I liked is it was same yardages. There was some breeze today, and you had a backup holder, and I thought both kickers performed really well. What I want to make sure we get to break on time, because that's just how I operate. I'm a by-the-book guy. But also because we have Warren Sharp joining us next. Warren Sharp, of course, from Sharp Football Analysis. Warren's always doing, he's got a creative brain because he does these deep dives into all sorts of things. He's looked at the Commanders' strength of schedule. That's based on forecasted win totals from Vegas, right? And who's got it the hardest, who's got it the easiest. I do think the Commanders have a really, really tough early run. But I think when you get into the middle of the season, man, there's some real winnable stretches. Warren Sharp will join the program next.
Good news, Nats fans, your pitching rotation is getting healthier. Jake Irvin's coming off the 60-day IL to make his first start in more than 2 months as the Nationals open up a 4-game series on the road against the Braves. The Nats lost to Toronto 5-2 yesterday in the rubber game their 3-game set, finishing off their homestand 3-3. Irvin went on the IL with a right shoulder strain on May 24th. He's looked great in 3 minor league rehab starts, throwing 11 1/3 scoreless innings, striking out 12 with 1 walk. Irvin is the second significant arm to return to the Nationals roster. Right-hander Trevor Williams came back yesterday and pitched 1 1/3 scoreless innings to finish off the ballgame. The Nationals have 4 games on the road against the Braves before they take on the Phillies on the road for 4 more games, and all of this coming as the trade deadline looms. August 3rd is the date to circle on your calendar. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann, The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live from BigBear.ai Performance Center, Ashburn, Virginia. Day 2 of training camp in the books for the Washington Commanders. Fired up to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to Mr. Warren Sharp. You can follow him at Sharp Football, and you can check out his 2026 NFL preview. Go to the website, Sharp Football, and you can order it right now. Get smarter before the season kicks off. Warren, what's up, dude? How you been?
Hey, I'm doing great. Appreciate the plug on the book. And by the way, if you do want to check it out, use code Commanders. You get it for 50% off. So,
that's awesome.
Excited camps are started here, and looking forward to talking to some Commanders with you guys.
Yeah, dude. Let's start with the Commanders because I don't know if you saw that Trey Burks was out today with some foot soreness. Could be nothing. Could be something. You know, we're not going to jump to conclusions. It's July 30th, but there's been so much speculation surrounding the Commanders adding a veteran wide receiver anyway. For a while, that was Brandon Ayuk. I think that ship has kind of sailed. Now it is more on Steph Diggs. What do you think? What does your analysis say on the Commanders wide receiver room as a whole?
Well, I definitely think that they should do whatever they can to help improve it. I'm concerned about the depth. Now, Terry McLaurin has been an elite receiver, and he's also, last year was an anomaly because he missed only 3 games his first 6 seasons and then appeared in a career low 10 games last year with his quad injury and other injuries, re-injuring the same quad, etc. So I just think that, right now we have the Commanders. I know your fans are going to like to hear this, but we have them ranked as the number 31 best wide receiver room around the NFL, and if they can somehow get Steph Diggs, they absolutely need to. I posted this earlier today on Twitter. I just think this is a great example of a team that went out and supported its quarterback on a rookie contract. Drake May was drafted in 2024. His OC at the time was Alex Van Pelt. They had the 5th cheapest wide receiver and tight end core, did the Patriots, and their starting 3 wide receivers that year were KJ Osborne, Pop Douglas, and Tyquan Thornton. Just 2 years later, this season, they now have a new offense coordinator in Josh McDaniels, who's far better than Alex Van Pelt. They have the number 9 most expensive receiving core between wide receivers and tight ends. And their 3 starting receivers this year are A.J. Brown, Romeo Doubs, and Kayshon Boutte. That is when a team and a GM says, we believe in our young quarterback, and we're going to try to surround him with talent while he is at his cheapest he will ever be. Jaden Daniels is in the same situation, but he's just not getting that influx of talent at the receiving position to make his life easier. And unfortunately, my fear is that the harder you make Jaden Daniels' job because you don't have talented receivers, the more he's going to put on his shoulders to do things which we saw sometimes that can go sideways when he's holding onto the ball too long or trying to run downfield with it and making plays and gaining every extra yard. So I am a little bit worried, and I do think that they could do something more this offseason to add a new wide receiver.
Dude, so let me pull that thread a bit. Let's say they add Diggs. I don't know if you agree with me. I think the Ayuk ship has sailed. Let's say they add Diggs. You've got him at 31 now. What does adding a guy like Steph do to kind of where you would look at this receiving group?
It's definitely not making it top 10, but it's helping a ton with a veteran receiver who can be on time where the quarterback needs him to be. You know, obviously Diggs has lost a step, and I 100% agree with you. The Ayuk ship has sailed. He burned that ship down himself. I have never seen
burn the
something
boats
so disastrous happen. Burn the ships and got stranded on an island by himself with whatever money he had. And I don't know if he's going to be able to get any more of that in the future. I do think Diggs vaults them outside the bottom 10. You know, that vaults them back to around league average.
It's kind of
but that's far better, middle of the pack, but that's far better than where they are right now.
Yeah, I get that. The other thing I like the Drake May comparison. I think since Vrabel got up there, you know, getting McDaniels is huge, but even last year signing Diggs, right, and a bit of a flyer coming off injury, and then this year the AJ Brown trade. How big, or I guess negative, if you feel that way, I doubt you do, but how big of a change do you think going from Cliff Kingsbury to David Blau is for Jayden Daniels?
Yeah, I think obviously they needed to try something different, and I am excited to see some of the concepts because these are the concepts that are working more in the NFL, to lean more on pre-snap motion, dropbacks, cut the no-huddle rate a little bit, get him under center a little bit more, and then make adjustments to what works best for Jayden Daniels. Jayden Daniels doesn't operate much under center. He's worked under Cliff Kingsbury for 2 straight years, operated out of shotgun on a league-high 93% of his dropbacks. 2 full seasons, he's taken only 33 career dropbacks from under center. They use very little pre-snap motion. They use a ton of no-huddle. That's what he's used to. Now he's going to have this different system. I think it can't hurt to try something a little bit different. Look, in all fairness, I think everybody around the league, especially in D.C., absolutely fell in love with Jayden Daniels his rookie season and the heights he took this Commanders offense, getting all the way to the NFC Championship game. But there's no doubt that DCs around the league are making adjustments, figuring out ways to slow this offense down a bit from year 1 to year 2. And so it's not easy enough to say, oh, well, Jayden Daniels should be healthy, although that's a major piece to the puzzle.
Sure.
Is what Jayden Daniels is going to look like this year. Is from a health perspective, I mean, he was only healthy legitimately for 1 game last season. Every single other week he appeared on the injury report. Yeah, week 1, that was the only healthy game he played. And, I mean, he and Terry McLaurin, I think, were only healthy for 3 full days together. 5 days together. Week 1 and week 2, which was a Thursday night football game. So from Sunday through Thursday, and once Thursday hit, they were both, banged up. They only played 2 full games together. So I think just getting McLaurin out there and getting Jayden healthy is going to help him in 2026. But I don't think that alone was enough to see this offense show some signs of improvement. I think they did need to do a little bit more, and hopefully it's this new offense that Blau is bringing.
Dude, I just want to be sure I have this stat right before I tweet it out. You said 93% of Jayden Daniels' dropbacks in the first 2 seasons came out of shotgun.
That is correct. It is pretty shocking, but that is absolutely correct.
Wow. I mean, even if Blau gets that to 60-40, think about that. That's a 30% change.
I mean, look, completely agree. 33 career dropbacks from under center in nearly 2 full seasons of work. Obviously, he missed some time this past year, but 33 dropbacks from under center, it's crazy. So, yeah, 93%, that's the highest in the NFL for any quarterback in terms of a quarterback operating out of shotgun.
Is the only person close to that Kyler?
I don't, unfortunately, have the next closest comparison at the tip of my tongue.
That's fine.
I'd have to pull it up. Yeah.
Okay, so offensively, I don't know, man. It's so early that maybe we're like, you don't want to be thinking hopium, right? But I like what I see from the offense. Like being here, throughout the spring and now through 2 days of camp, like the amount of motion, the different sets, the 12 and 13 personnel that is working around the league. Like I feel some level of optimism with the offense. And, of course, it hinges on Jaden being healthy. But I think that's the case with a lot of quarterbacks around the league. Defensively, do you think they've done enough? Because they did spend on that side of the ball, but they were also terrible last year.
Terrible is a harsh word, but I'll tell you, JP, it's not strong enough. This defense was one of the most miserable defenses that I have seen fielded. You can look at the statistics, and they rank, 31st or worse in most statistics, including EPA per play. But some of these other statistics really stand out when you look at the way teams play games. They allowed 37% of opponent drives to reach the red zone. That was 5th worst. And when they reached the red zone, they allowed 68% of those drives to score touchdowns, which was 2nd worst in the NFL. They were the only defense over the last 5 years to allow at least 35% of drives to reach the red zone and over 67% of them to score touchdowns. The only defense in the last 5 years. That is a deadly combination to allow a lot of drives to get down to the red zone and then to score touchdowns when you are there. That's horrible. Now, I get it. Commanders fans could say, well, the defense wore down. The offense wasn't supporting them enough last year, and so this was inevitable. Let me tell you this. Let's just back up to the opening drive of the game. The defense should be fresh at that point. Opponents' opening drives averaged 49 yards. That was the number 1 worst mark, not just in the NFL last year, not just for any Washington Commanders defense this entire century. It was the 13th worst for any NFL defense in the league this century. They forced just 3 punts on 17 opponent opening drives. That was the lowest mark for any defense this century across the NFL. 3 punts in 17 opponent opening drives. In the first quarter of games, they were allowing ridiculous statistics across the board. And so 48% of drives scored points. That was the number 3 worst of any defense this century. So I'm not buying the excuse that the defense got tired out. This is Dan Quinn's unit. It was an absolute embarrassment and hasn't been good since he has come to D.C., quite frankly. And part of the reason it hasn't been good is because when it was good in Dallas, it was thriving off of takeaways. They led the NFL in takeaways over his 3 years in Dallas. They led the NFL in turnover margin. They led the NFL in points off turnover margin. They led the NFL in EPA off of turnovers. Over that same 3-year stretch in D.C., the defense wasn't cutting it, and so they got Dan Quinn, but they have not been getting takeaways under Quinn either. And so that's why they're allowing so many drives to reach the red zone. This unit in general has to step up this year because you cannot have success in the NFL if you have a defensive head coach with a mediocre to poor defense, because inevitably your offensive coordinator is either going to not perform well, the team will lose, and the coach will fire that offensive coordinator, or the offensive coordinator will perform really well, and another team will hire that coordinator to be the head coach. You are not going to have stability on the offensive side of the football with a defensive-minded head coach, almost regardless of how your offense is. So your defense has to be elite. Your defense has to be like Mike McDonald's up in Seattle. Sure. Yeah. It cannot be like Todd Bowles down in Tampa, and that's what we're seeing here out of Dan Quinn. They've got to turn it around. They spent a lot. They drafted guys. I'm excited to see how they look, but they have a lot of room for improvement.
Dude, I got to do this again, just so I'm sure I have it correct. The 2025 Commanders defense gave up on average of 49 yards on opening drives, and they forced 3 punts on first drives for the entire season?
Yes, both of those are correct. And 3 punts on opening drives is the worst mark of any defense this century.
Oh, my God, dude. All right, we're talking with our friend Warren Sharp here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give him a follow at Sharp Football. A lot of great analysis on his website. Check out the 2026 football preview. It's out now. Use the code Commanders. You get 50% off. I don't know how many Commanders fans want to read about last year, but they'll certainly read about the coming year. I also want to zoom out a bit here. You did a deep dive into strength of schedule. I feel like you do that every season. Who does it help? Who does it hurt? And where does it land for Washington?
Well, so I have the overarching strength of schedule, and then I also modify it during the off season because my strength of schedule is based upon forecasts for 2026. I don't care what you did last year. Everybody is different to a degree.
Yeah.
I want to know what the betting markets are predicting that your team will do in 2026, and then I look at how strong your opponents are and what their markets are looking like. And the Commanders right now rank as the fourth toughest schedule in the NFL. That's going to be a problem for them. And in fact, over the first 11 weeks, I have you guys pegged as the number 2 most difficult schedule in the NFL. And if you look across the board, the weakest team that you're going to play through week 11 is the New York Giants, who are predicted to win about 7.5 games, but they're being bet towards the over. The markets are excited that Malik Neighbors looks a little bit healthier than he was expected to look. We'll see if that ends up panning out. But you've got obviously difficult games against playoff teams in 2026. These teams should make the playoffs, including the Eagles, the Seahawks, the 49ers, the Eagles again, the Rams, and the Bengals, all within the first 11 weeks of the season. So it results in the number 2 most difficult schedule through that stretch. And I have you guys, one of the reasons that I also look at the change in the movement is I want to know, is your schedule getting harder or easier? And your schedule has gotten the second most difficult. It's seen the second largest increase in difficulty since June 1st. And that's because you are playing the Cowboys twice and the Bengals. Both teams have been bet towards the over at the number 1 and number 2 highest rate in the NFL. The Bengals have been bet towards the over a lot since June, as have the Cowboys. In addition, you've got the Rams, Texans, Giants twice. Those 3 teams all rank top 7 in terms of teams that have been bet towards the over. The expectations are even stronger for those teams. And so you're just playing a bunch of these teams that have ranked in the top 7 in terms of the betting markets. And this is not just like some sort of an odds maker sitting off in the corner changing the numbers because it's his personal opinion. This is like hundreds and thousands of bettors, many of them sharp, who are moving the markets, are betting on these other teams who you have to play. So it just has made your schedule even more difficult than it was envisioned to be earlier this offseason.
Goodness gracious. Talking with Warren Sharp here. Give him a follow at Sharp Football. I want to zoom out from the Commanders because, honestly, I mean, what makes the NFL so difficult when you try to do the projections over the course of a year, this league's impossible to bet week to week, let alone look into what an offensive line is going to look like in December after injuries wreck it or whatever. All that said, I make a Super Bowl prediction every year. I got the Bengals beating the Rams. I got a rematch of whatever that was, 2021, this time with Joe B coming out on top. What are some of the teams you really like this season, and what are some of the teams you think might underperform? Or what do you think of my Super Bowl prediction?
Look, I don't dislike your Super Bowl prediction. I, too, am higher than market on the Cincinnati Bengals, which is a scary proposition for me because I was lower on market than them last year. In fact, I bet the under on the Bengals win total last season. The main reason for that was I was worried, what does this team have if Joe Burrow isn't 100% healthy all season long? I don't believe in their offensive line. I don't believe in their run game. I don't believe in their defense. I think aside from their run game, which they haven't really done anything differently with, they have a better offensive line entering 2026 than they did entering 2025. The offensive line got better towards the end of the season and gelled a little bit more, and they had some younger players that performed better. And obviously their defense, I have a little bit more confidence in their defense coordinator year 2, as well as the personnel. Dexter Lawrence is now there in Cincinnati. So I think their defense can do enough. The other thing that I like about the Bengals is just that I don't like the rest of the AFC North quite as much.
Agreed.
Steelers, Browns, Ravens, all these teams, I don't know that they're really taking big steps forward. They might be taking steps backward. And that's really where Joe Burrow has struggled, is against the divisional opponents. Outside the division, this is one of the best teams in the NFL during Joe Burrow's tenure at winning non-division games. They've just struggled in division. Specifically, weirdly, they've struggled with Kevin Stefanski's Cleveland Browns. And I just think now with Kevin Stefanski no longer there, Myles Garrett no longer there, the Bengals might have more success against the Browns. They might have an opportunity to win a few more games this season. It's hard not to like the Rams, so I don't dislike your Super Bowl prediction at all. A team that I think I feel a little bit higher on than the market that probably nobody's talking about, and he certainly didn't himself no favors walking into the stadium like he did, yesterday. But C.J. Stroud and the Houston Texans, I think that's a team that everybody has turned on C.J. Stroud. Everybody thinks that this team is not very successful, but last year, this run game was the worst in the NFL. They had a first-year offensive coordinator coming from the Rams trying to install a man-blocking scheme with an offensive line that was very accustomed to zone blocking. They used the Rams' man-blocking principles at the number 2 highest rate of any team in the league last year after using zone blocking at top 5 highest rate. That offensive line wasn't capable of sustaining it. They never predicted that Woody Marks, a rookie running back drafted in the 4th round, would be their running back 1. They thought it was going to be Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon never shows up. They have to go with Woody Marks, who cannot pass block, cannot catch passes out of the backfield, so they're using Nick Chubb. The run game was the worst in the NFL as well, so you got a bad O-line, a bad run game, and you got no support, and you got injured wide receiving core. I think healthier wide receiving core, better run game, brought in David Montgomery,
He'll
overhauled
block
that
his
offensive
ass
line.
off in pass pro.
Yes, 100%. I think, and for all those reasons, like I believe the Jacksonville Jaguars, they got a high floor because of Liam Cohen. I like him as a play caller. But they are going to take a step back. They're not winning 13 games next year. They're not winning the AFC South, in my opinion. I think the Texans win the South. I think the Texans have a good shot at doing some things this postseason. So that's kind of, I don't want to say sleeper because they're projected to make the playoffs, but they are a team that I'm higher on than market.
I like that. I mean, that defense, dude, if Stroud wasn't, if he was just mediocre and not god-awful in the New England game, that defense could have willed him to a win there. You know what I mean? Like, I think I'd have to go back and check. I believe I put in kind of a late future on Houston winning the Super Bowl, just the way those ends were playing and the way those corners are so physical. So, yeah, I like that, man. Warren, I could talk to you all day, dude. I always enjoy this. The rules of radio confine me to commercial breaks, however. So I appreciate your time. Everybody check out the book. And, dude, I don't know. I know you were in the D.C. area. If Brandon Ayuk has a housewarming party, I hope you get the invite.
Yeah, I don't think I will, but it'd be fun to hang out and talk shop with you a little bit here sometime before the season starts. So let's stay in touch.
All right, buddy. Appreciate the time, man. Take care.
Take care.
All right, that is Warren Sharp. Give him a follow at Sharp Football. There's a lot of ways we can go. The stats from last year were very bad. But you know what, Derek? You know what, everybody driving on the Beltway listening to me? It's a new year. Are you feeling optimistic despite the stats that Warren Sharp provided about how dismal this team was last year? We're going to open these phone lines up for a while. It is B. Mitchell Finley.
This Sports Update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Nationals tabbed Jake Irvin to start against Grant Holmes in today's opener of a 4-game weekend series in Atlanta. As always, you can listen to that live right here on 106.7 The Fan. 7 p.m. is first pitch. Washington will officially activate him from the 60-day injured list before the game. That'll bring their 40-man roster to capacity, and no additional move is necessary as they optioned reliever Paxton Schultz yesterday. Irvin is back after missing just 2 months with a shoulder strain. He coincidentally suffered the injury during the Nets' previous series against the Braves on May 23rd. After this Braves series, the Nationals travel up to Philadelphia for 4 more on the road. Want to hear the fastest way to know when your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Grant Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Nothing but a gangster party. Jeff, they played Dear Mama this morning, I think, during workouts. It was hitting. I think you would have enjoyed it, Jeffrey. Stallion probably had no idea what it was. We just had Warren Sharp on the program, and I got to echo somewhere. Somebody's volume's on one of these computers, Stallion, if you can figure that out. We just had Warren Sharp on the program, and he's obviously very smart. I got some feedback from one of our devoted listeners. Your computer's on that screen, if you care. One of our devoted listeners, shout out to Dr. Espinel, texted me and said, that dude was fire. And the best part about Warren Sharp is he's going to do the research, right? It's going to be significantly detailed. And the research was bad. I think the drop back stuff with Jaden isn't that surprising. Perhaps the margins of it, the significant disparity of shotgun versus under center is a little surprising. But if I had to guess in Jaden's first 2 seasons, how many snaps, how many passes came from the shotgun, I probably would have guessed 80, 85%. Like that was a primary shotgun pistol formation team, period. And then they were running no huddle a lot, so they're staying in it. So for Sharp to say 93% of his dropbacks came out of shotgun, and he only has 33 career dropbacks from under center, especially with the amount of time he missed last season, I don't find that shocking. That kind of the empirical data matches my eye test on that. But, dude, the defensive stats, I don't know which is worse in this. So Sharp talked about opening drives, right? Because some of the Commanders' defensive stats, you can maybe say, okay, but the team's on the field so much that they're gassed in the fourth quarter and they're giving up big plays. My eye test with the Commanders' defense last year, they had a month straight of name-your-score games for the opposition. And I was at all of them. It was god-awful. It was Dallas Week 7, Kansas City Week 8, Seattle Week 9, and then Detroit Week 10. All 4 of those opponents, it was name-your-score. How long do we want to keep our starters in and just run this thing up? And that, to me, was – and granted, it ended up being historic. No team had lost 4 in a row by 3 touchdowns or more in over 20 years. The only performance there that deserves some credit was the first half against the Chiefs, but then the second half, it was like Mahomes woke up and was like, wait, I can just carve these dudes up? Let's do that. But the Dallas game, they dropped 44, could have been 60. The Seattle game, they dropped 38. I believe it was – double check this for me, maybe White Brian. I think it was 31-0 at halftime, like 27-3. Darnold had 300 yards passing in the first half of that game. That Seattle could have been 60, and then Detroit could have been 60. So, like, if you just – dude, the Lions – now, granted, the Lions probably had a little something to say after losing the divisional round playoff the year before at home. The Lions had 546 yards of offense in that game. Is that good? I think that's pretty good. So – the data he provided defensively tracks. There's 17 games. That means there's 17 opening drives. That means the beginning of the game where the defense should not be worn out at all. It should be fresh. give up 50 yards on an opening drive. Average field position in the NFL is like the 35. If you're giving up 50, 15 gets you to the 50, you got another 35. Like, you can't allow an offense to move that far down the field. That's at least 3. That's at least 3. And then to only force 3 punts on 17 opening drives, I don't know the math on that. That's 28% or something. I don't know. 3 out of 15 would be 1/5, right? Which is 20%. So 3 out of 17, you're talking 16%, something like that. 1, I'm bad at math. 2, these are rough estimates, but damn. I think there's a number of stats that you can look at that are just damaging. But the defensive ones, here's my question for the phones. 800-636-1067. How much of last year's really bad defense, and if you go back to 24, the underlying stats are pretty bad, but they did okay in turnover battle. That's kind of what saved them. Even look at that Lions game, the divisional playoff win. The Lions turned it over 5 times in that game. Like, that looked like a heavyweight fight of offenses, and Jaden was absolutely keeping up, if not surpassing Goff. But the Lions just kept turning it over. I think he threw 3 picks, and they had a fumble. So, like, that's the difference in that game. But how much does any of it matter? It's a new defense. It's a new offense. The Jaden numbers, they're still going to be in shotgun plenty. They're still going to be in pistol plenty. But he is going to throw from under center frequently. Those numbers will look dramatically different. Defensively, the scheme is going to look way different. They've invested heavily on all 3 levels. They invested heavily on the D-line. You draft a linebacker number 7 overall. And then you added to the defensive back room. Rasul Douglas, the veteran they signed, had an INT today. Nick Cross has kind of been everywhere, up at the line of scrimmage, blitzing, on the back end. How much does any of last year matter to you? I'll start with you, Jeffrey, because you see the world through burgundy gold-colored glasses. Like, you hear these Warren Sharp stats, and maybe Dan Quinn is still here. But, like, everything else has shifted. How much are you concerned by the legit terrible stats from last year?
I'm not worried about him at all, JP.
At all?
No, it's a new year, new team, well, new pieces, but we can't worry about last year. We know what the ending record was. We know we need to be way better than that. You can't focus on it. I just think they got to continue to look forward, learn a new offense, the defensive scheme, and they got to execute.
Okay. Jeff's not worried at all. Stallion, worried at all?
I'm slightly worried just because I think this strength of schedule is really tough. The first 3 weeks, if you
why is your mic so low?
Not sure. I don't know who's out here producing, but my gosh.
Doug, I don't know why you mess with so many things.
I don't mess with
I do this show remotely constantly, and I have a decent flow of it. I don't know what you've done.
I haven't done anything.
Jeff, he's done something.
I don't know. Look, just unplug it and plug it back up.
I want to let callers weigh in. White Brian, after Ryan Clary the Stallion spoke on microphone, said, "Is he talking into a toaster?" That's what it sounded like. I don't know how it could sound so bad. I don't know what has happened. I don't know if you're using a mic that's not plugged in, but I'm proud of you, man. I want to say that first and foremost. Maybe Derek could fix it. Derek's been fixing everything for us. Stallion's audio sounds like hell, but we're going to go to the phone lines. My man Toothpick's on the line. Pick, last year was terrible. The eye test tells us that. The record tells us that. The advanced metrics that Warren Sharp just provided tell us that. How much do you care?
I care about as much as Dan Quinn does when he burned the tape from last year. That's how much I care. I'm going to tell you something, though, JP. I was really upset with Warren Sharp when he came on last year.
Right.
I was in my feels about what he said, but it came to fruition. So what he does, it does come to fruition, you know what I mean? Like, the only thing that I can say about last year that I think will change is this. He gave that the shotgun stat for Jaden Daniels last year.
That's going to
change. I attribute that to Cliff Kingsbury, right? Yeah. Cliff Kingsbury right now, I believe, is in L.A. with Sean McVay. He'll understand protecting your quarterback. So I'm calling it right now. My future shot is when Cliff Kingsbury gets another head coaching job, he will make protecting the quarterback a priority. because he didn't do that with Jaden. So that as far as Warren goes, though, the man knows what he's talking about. I just hope he's wrong on that record that he's spitting out for us. Yeah, I can't take that. We need a serious bounce back year. I'm talking 9 to 10 wins.
I think you're right, Pick. I appreciate the call, bud. Thank you, man. Always good to hear from you. We know how bad last year was. We know that they tried to overhaul it defensively and offensively, at least schematic-wise. They've added a lot of new pieces. How much are you concerned by last year going into this year? Terry is in Danville. What's up, Terry?
Hey, everything is good. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for joining us, dude.
I am very optimistic, and last year doesn't do anything for me. It was an injury-prone year. Mr. Sharp that was on, his analysis is flawed. I really believe that due to Jaden being under center and David Blau is going to run the football, that's going to fix everything, the defense and everything, because once you run the football and you're serious about it and you make it your first priority, you control the game. You control the clock. And that's what you need. You need your offensive lineman to be in a 3-point stand instead of being in a 2-point stand. You get those big guys going forward. And I think Fat Man and Ford is going to really lead the way.
You're high on Jerome Ford, Terry. If that comes to fruition, I owe you a soda, all right?
All right, brother.
All right. That's my guy, Terry in Danville. We're going to keep these phone lines open, 800-636-1067. A little less than an hour, our guy Peter Rosenberg will join us from New York. I'm going to ask him these questions. Peter Rosenberg bleeds burgundy and gold. I wonder how he feels. At 1 o'clock, you'll hear from Terry McLaurin. Spoke to the media today. Always great to hear Terry, and it's great to just hear the difference in you can just hear how different everything is this year from last year. Also want to dig in a bit more to this strength of schedule, man, because Washington's got a tough stretch. We know how hard those opening 3 games are, but according to Warren Sharp's analysis, the whole damn thing is hard. You're listening to B. Mitch Finley. Can't stand it. I know you planned it. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging out on Monumental Sports Network. Appreciate everybody hanging out on the YouTube stream. Everybody that listens on the podcast, Spotify, Apple Pods, wherever you get the content, we appreciate you. Don't you forget, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool, keep your cash. Rude.com. We're having a conversation. Warren Sharp joined the program at the top of the hour. Excellent interview, excellent stats and information and analysis from Warren, as always. But damn, everything last year was terrible. And I'm just curious how much it matters. It was last year. Jaden Daniels says he doesn't want to talk about last year anymore. Dan Quinn burnt the tape. But they got new coordinators. We know for sure Jaden Daniels will be under center a lot more. We know for sure defensively the scheme's going to be a lot more aggressive, and they added new players at every level. So I ask the folks on the phone lines, how much does last year concern you going into this year? Steve is in Columbia. What's up, Steve?
Hey, how you doing, JP?
I'm good, bud. How are you?
All right. Yeah, last year does not concern me at all. Number one, the obvious, with the injuries that they had, and we don't know if they're going to have them this year, but because they have more depth, it seems, on every unit, I wouldn't give it any concern. It's a whole new year, 17 new players, so I'm not worried at all.
All right. Not worried at all. I like that. For me, I can't say not worried at all. I think the Jaden drop-back stuff, I could give you a not worried at all because it's going to look dramatically different. Defensively, I mean, there's a lot to be excited about, but at the same time, there are a lot of similarities there. But maybe not really because you added so many new players and you're going to run a different scheme. I'd like to check in with David in Greenland. David, are you in Greenland, like the continent, like the country?
No, sir. I'm in New Hampshire.
Oh. Is there a Greenland, New Hampshire?
There's a Greenland, New Hampshire.
All right. Great to find out. Great to have you on. What do you think? You worried about last year?
Thanks. Yeah, so real quick with Jaden, I'll speak on his behalf if he's cool with that, me and my lawyers and all. I am worried about last year, but only because I want them to take it as kind of like a learning piece, right? Year one was great with Jaden, but we're not invincible. So I just hope, Jaden and company, I don't worry about the offense. I just want to see 11 hats of the football on defense, win the NFC East, and then we'll take it day by day in the playoffs.
Well, at least you're not asking for much, David. Just 11 wins and win the NFC East. Can I ask you a question?
No, not 11 wins. Not 11 wins. 11 hats of the football on defense. I want guys breaking their nose.
All right. That's specific. How did you become a Skins fan from Greenland, New Hampshire?
Oh, I was born over in, oh my gosh, what's that? Percival, Virginia, over that way.
All right, cool, man. Well, I appreciate the call, man. Hold it down in Greenland for us.
Go Skins.
All right. That was David from New Hampshire. My guy Damien is in Southeast. Damien, we're going from Greenland to Southeast D.C. Are you concerned about last year's struggles? Do they pertain to this season? Damien, you there, bud? All right. Phone service cut out.
I want to tell you.
Oh, there he is.
Hello?
What's up, dude? Yeah, you're up.
So I just want to tell you, if this Commanders defense do not be top 10 this year, they will not make it to the playoffs. I feel like they need to have bullies on this on this defense and killer instinct players and all that will make third down stops, that will stop having 49 yards in the first quarter, giving up on defense and all. Because the key is to stop opponents on offense in the first quarter on opening drives.
They didn't do it last year. I think you're right, man. Play from ahead. If the offense can move the ball well, then that could change a lot rather than having to dig out a hole. I mean, how many times has B said it that he thinks the best thing for Jaden is a better defense because he doesn't feel he has to score 30 every time he steps out there. So it's a good call, Damien. Thank you, bud. Let's go to my guy Juan is in Fairfax. Juan, does last year matter? It's a new year.
It's a new year. It doesn't matter to me. Only thing I want is just everybody to stay healthy. If everybody stays healthy and everybody's on one accord and one page, we're going to do some things.
So I can't wait for the season to start. Actually, I can't wait till preseason because I just want some football, and I'm ready to see some hits.
Well, dude, let me ask you: if you just want everybody to stay healthy, are you concerned that Allegretti and Burks are already missing time? I'm going to slow play my concern level with the injuries, but it's not great that they are there, I would add. I want to get through a few more calls. My guy Joe is in Manassas. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's up, JP? Love the show as always, man.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, so I wanted to say, if you're not concerned, you weren't watching any of the games last year, man. Just because, you burned the tape, yeah, you're burning the tape for a reason. That being said, we do have different players. I just think that we just need to step up. We do have better players at every position, but I just think it needs to come together. And some of the rookies, like the linebacker, Sonny Styles, it's going to take them a little bit of, to get used to the NFL game. So I do believe that we'll be better, a whole bunch better. I don't know, man. I think we're still building in the right direction, and a lot has to do with Jaden. You have one good season and one kind of mediocre season with injuries. So this is a proving time. It's time. And you know who else is going to worried about this season? Is going to be Dan Quinn. This is his make or break season, and he needs to do some other stuff, man. If we get 6, 7 wins, he ain't going to be around, so it's going to look way different. So it needs to start now, and it needs to start early.
Appreciate you, bud. Thank you. Let's sneak one more in here, and then we'll go to break. Jeff, don't yell at me. My guy, Jupe. Jupe, you're in New Orleans? I can't call that the DMVNO. I try to represent West Virginia, but I can't do it for NOLA.
Right. I know. I appreciate it, JP. Hey, listen, real talk. I'm concerned, but at the same time, it's context to everything. We got 2 new defense coordinator, offense coordinator. We got a bunch of new pieces, and last year the main factor was injuries. I think we're going to do better. I'm just hoping that if we lose because we didn't have enough talent, but not because we're not competitive enough. But I think things are going to be better. We just got to pay attention and see how things plays out, my guy. All right, that's all I got for you.
Appreciate you, Jupe. Enjoy New Orleans. Get some char-grilled oysters. We have Peter Rosenberg joining us at 12:30. Coming up next, I want to go around the league. Baker Mayfield's fired up. Plus, my guy Neil Greenberg wrote a very interesting article about the top regression candidates across the NFL. Good news for the Commanders. If you only win 5 games, nobody's got you as a regression candidate. So take that for what it's worth.
Raising kids here, we love it here. I wanted the deal done, and
Major League Baseball's August 3rd trade deadline is just days away, so here are the rumors floating around this morning. The Yankees badly need an upgrade at the catcher position, and their division rival Orioles may be willing to part with longtime backstop Adley Rutschman. He's enjoyed a solid rebound at the plate in 2026, so the Yankees have called the Orioles about Adley. And besides the usual suspects like the Brewers and the Dodgers, another team is gaining some steam on the hunt for Tarek Skubal. The Cubs are potentially making a run at Skubal before the deadline, according to The Athletic. It's also being reported, though, that the Braves could try and trade for the best pitcher in baseball. Speaking of Atlanta, 7 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan, the Nationals traveled down to face the Braves for a 4-game set. Jake Irvin will be starting today for the Nationals, coming off the 60-day IL, his first start for the Nats in just about 2 months. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Oh. Changed by my limp. High noon in the District of Columbia. Points along the eastern seaboard. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. B is on his way to Louisiana right now. Safe travels to the Mitchell family going down there for some family stuff and big old birthday party. I hope they have a blast. If I had to guess, Brian will consume a lot of Cajun food and probably play some golf. Those are my picks for what B. Mitch does in Louisiana, in addition to the big birthday party they're going down for. We've been so Commanders heavy through 2 hours, and obviously we should be. We're out here live at BigBear.ai Performance Center for training camp. We're 2 days into training camp. I think the biggest story so far for Washington, I think the defense won the day today. I think the offense won the day yesterday. I do want to run through the kicking battle numbers a little later in the program. You'll also get to hear from Terry McLaurin in about an hour. But, you don't want to overstate July 30th injuries where the coach tells you it's not a big deal, but you also can't always listen to coaches when they talk about injuries. So Trey Burks, Nick Allegretti getting hurt on day 1, missing day 2. Let's see where they are Saturday, and then let's see where they are Monday. If we're back out here Monday morning for camp and Allegretti and Burks are going, I will return to 0 out of 10 injury situations. Allegretti, I have less concern than I do Burks, just because of Burks' lengthy injury history, and he's just a young man that I root for because I really have enjoyed getting to know him a bit. But I want to zoom out from Commanders and just go league-wide because training camps are underway all over the country, all 32 teams. And I've been watching the Netflix quarterback series. Have you been watching that at all, Stallion?
Oh, yeah, in a big way.
Are you all the way through?
I am.
Okay, I'm only through 3 episodes. But what's really interesting is the love that Baker Mayfield has in Tampa, especially early on. Remember, the Bucs started 6-2, and Mayfield was leading these like late game winning drives, playing hurt, and the Mayfields, because a lot of the series centers on Baker and his wife and their young daughter, and the love they get from the Bucs fans. If you just watch that show, you're like, oh my God, this dude's going to play there forever. And then you juxtapose that with an interview this morning. Baker Mayfield's playing on the last year of his deal. And that happens. Deron Payne's playing on the last year of his deal. Doesn't happen nearly as often with quarterbacks. Quarterbacks, you tend to want to have that buttoned up. And Baker Mayfield spoke up loudly about his contract situation with Tampa.
I've told you guys I've been pretty upfront and honest about my feelings about Tampa. It being home for now our family. We're raising kids here. We love it here. I wanted the deal done and set the deadline and told them it was going to be all ball after that, and I did mean that. And I don't know if they thought I was just going to take some of the offers that they gave, but I'm at the point of my career and understanding what I've brought to this franchise. One, I'm very, very thankful for the chance they gave me. Do not get me wrong on that. But I've also I really know what I've brought to this franchise, leadership-wise, and even play-wise. It's been some of the best years of my career, and I think it's only going to trend upwards, just being comfortable and feeling that. So disappointing in that regard to not have, to feel disrespected a little bit. And that's really the disappointing part, to feel undervalued after – thinking you've earned it. This is not a poor me thing. There's a lot of other people that have it way worse off, but I can sit here and look at other quarterbacks and peers and evaluate myself based on that and put myself in certain categories that I deserve to be compensated for that. And I think I'm a franchise quarterback. I've been told I'm a franchise quarterback. It's been said publicly from ownership down here. And so to not have a deal done is very disappointing, but I said the deadline was a deadline, and I addressed the team to let them know I meant that. It's all ball. I'm with these guys. I think all the guys that have been here know exactly who I am. The guys that are new here, I wanted to address that because they might have had a notion prior to coming here about who I am as a person, but it's all team. It's all about winning here now and what we're going to do. And, hopefully Vita gets his back fixed and gets his deal done. I mean, he's the second longest tenured Buck behind CG, and Vita deserves that. He's the anchor of our defense, and so I hope they take care of him. It's disappointing to say the least, but it's all ball here, and I know I'm going to have a good year. I know this team, the things that we went through last year put us in a good spot for this year. Depth-wise, a lot of guys being thrown to the fire to be able to grow and learn fast, and it didn't go the way we wanted, but it's a new season, and it's going to help us in the long run this year. Added some new pieces, and so I'm excited about it. It's all ball from here. After today, I'll answer a few more questions about the contract, but after today, I'm not answering anymore because I'm not negotiating anymore.
Okay, a lot to unpack there. Baker Mayfield has started the last 3 seasons in Tampa. 2 of those ended in the playoffs. Last year did not. Baker Mayfield is slated to make about $30 million this season. That puts him outside of the top 10 for sure, probably outside of the top 15 at the quarterback position as far as what you're making. Mayfield has been good at Tampa. He has certainly, to his credit, left it all on the field, I would say. That dude plays through a lot. He also has 0 guaranteed money, and my guess is that for a dude that plays with a relatively reckless style like Mayfield, I think going into a season with nothing guaranteed is probably what bothers him most. And then you couple that with the way he feels he has kind of gotten the buy-in of that team and is a leader of that team. I can recognize some of his frustrations. If you look at his 3-year averages in Tampa, started 51 games down there. They're 3 games over 500. He's completed 66% of his passes, 95 touchdowns against 37 picks. He also adds on the ground, I would say. He's certainly a capable runner and a tough competitor, which I think when you have a quarterback that's a tough competitor, I've seen it firsthand. It resonates. It really does resonate in a locker room. That said, I don't know that I'm going top of market for Baker Mayfield. I'm not trying to be a hater or viewed in any capacity like that. But, in his 3 seasons in Tampa, he's run for a little less than 1,000 yards with 5 touchdowns on the ground. He's averaging 20 yards a game on the ground. But I find this interesting. Of 177 times he's run with the football, and some of those, the way he plays, could be sacks that they judged as runs because he started trying to make a play. The dude picks up first downs. Of 177 carries, 69 of them have gone for first downs, and that doesn't count the 5 scores. So if you consider 79 plus 5 is 74, or positive outcomes anyway when he runs with the football, 74 out of 177 attempts. You're getting close to 50% of his runs result in either a first down or a touchdown, something like that. And, dude, I hate to say this because you like to think guys are going to go as hard as they can all the time no matter what. But if Baker's going into a year with no guarantees on his deal and all of a sudden he's trying to gut through a calf strain and his shoulder hurts and he wants to take off and he wants to sell out to get the first down, but he might in the back of his mind just be thinking something else, I don't know again, that I would go top of market for Baker. I also doubt he's looking for top of market. He turned 31 in April. Good quarterbacks can play a long time. He's also shown real durability in Tampa, playing all of their games each of the last 3 seasons. Here's what I think specific to Tampa. Mike Evans left. That's a lifer buck. Vita Vea requested a trade, pissed off about his contract. Baker Mayfield, I tend to believe him that this will not be a lingering public discussion topic. When he says, I'm done talking about it, I tend to believe him there. But he ain't happy. With Todd Bowles at the helm, there were so many questions if he was going to get fired. If you think about the Bucs over the last 3 seasons, 2 years ago they lose Dave Canales to take the Panthers job. I guess that'd be 3 years ago now, right? After Baker's first year there, they lose Canales. He takes the Panthers job. After the second year there, they lose Liam Cohen. He takes the Jags job. They've had so much turnover on the offensive side of the ball. A lot of people love Todd Bowles, but there are some people that wonder, like, does he run a relatively rudderless program? I don't think it's that way behind closed doors. But there was a lot of talk of removing Todd Bowles last year. I feel like the Bucs. Now, granted, they only went 8-9, but if you talk about they started 6-2, like that to me is a regression candidate. Like the Bucs could fall way back. You know what I kind of like, sneaky? White Brian, what are odds for the Saints to win the NFC South? I feel like if those are juicy enough, I feel like that's kind of worth a flyer. But I would include the Bucs as a possible regression candidate. Our friend Neil Greenberg runs his own Substack, the Fancy Stats Substack. And he identified 5 teams he thinks could be regression candidates. I'm curious where we all land on this. He's got Denver on there. And I kind of agree with that. Whenever you have teams that win everything late, it's volatile. We saw it here in Washington. I mean, think about how good 2024 was in Washington with all the late game wins, and then that flips on its head the subsequent season. What's different, though, I would say, in Denver is they've done this 2 years in a row now, and they're doing it largely thanks to a really good defense. Really good defenses tend to kind of last. I do think Denver is pretty good. So, plus 240 for the Saints to win the division. I was hoping that'd be more like plus 300, honestly. But I kind of like the Saints. So, what are the Panthers' odds then? So, the Bucs are favored to win the division at plus 200. Then it's plus 240 for the Saints. I might like the Panthers if you get it to me at plus 3 Bills, although they've had a lot of injuries so far in camp.
Yeah, the Panthers are plus 330, Falcons plus 310. So, everyone's bunched up.
Why are the Panthers lower than the Falcons? That seems a little silly. So you look at these regression candidates. I think the absolute top of the list regression candidate in football are the Bears. I know that people are really excited about the offense that Ben Johnson runs. And I think locally especially, Gonzaga kid, I think he's from Bowie. A lot of folks think Caleb Williams is just scratching the surface of how good he can be. But last year, Chicago finished 7-4 in one-score games and had a ton of fourth-quarter comebacks. Maybe you got to credit Caleb for just keeping his poise late in games. But where the Bears' defense made a ton of hay was turnovers. And I think we saw in Washington in 24, the Commanders' defense wasn't very good, but they were good at takeaways. That is really hard to do year over year. Unless you have like elite corners and elite pass rushers. Like some of it is how an oblong-shaped piece of leather bounces. And it's hard to bank on that year to year. And I could be wrong. I think, like, if you're looking at the NFC North, I think a lot of folks expect Minnesota to fall off, whether it's JJ or Kyler. Stallion, just as a pop quiz, if you will, how many games did the Vikings win last year?
I believe they won 9.
Yeah. Like, all of us thought the Vikes were so bad last year and JJ was so bad. They still won 9 games. Like, that division was so loaded. The Lions' offense was still very explosive. A lot of it maybe depends on what you think of the Packers, what you think of Jordan Love. But that NFC North could be like the second toughest division in football. I mean, you got to say it's the NFC West, right? Just the Seahawks and the Rams and the Niners. And then maybe it's the AFC West with the Broncos, Chargers, Chiefs. But that NFC North doesn't have a dog in it. Like, the NFC West, you have 3 good teams, 2 real Super Bowl candidates, and maybe a fringe one in the Niners. But Arizona's going to stink. You look at the AFC West, Broncos, Chargers, Chiefs, all like legitimate contenders in some capacity. The Raiders are going to stink. The North has no stinker. And Detroit, via tiebreakers, finished last in that division. I can see the Lions winning the damn thing. So I don't know. The Bears' expectations, what is their win total? That would be a fade for me. But maybe between Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, they're going to be able to keep the gas going and keep that thing running. Greenberg's next regression candidate, I think this one's interesting, the Chargers. I think the Chargers, one, I think Jim Harbaugh just wins games. 2, I think the way Herbert played with the injuries sustained to that offensive line, pretty remarkable. Now, LA did lose a lot, but I'm not sure I buy that they are a major regression candidate. I think Mike McDaniel's out there now. I think they'll run better offense. Ideally, they invested in their offensive line. I think I'm not, like, to me, Tampa's a regression candidate. Denver, maybe. Chicago, yes. Chargers, maybe. Carolina, I don't know that you can really call them a regression candidate. They went 8-9 and were a minus 69 in point differential. They just got hot late as Tampa was falling apart. And I think they had some good tiebreaker luck. I don't know that Carolina's going to be any good. They've also had some injuries already in camp because they started camp earlier because they're in the Hall of Fame game that I don't think anybody's going to watch. What is it, Panthers-Cardinals Hall of Fame game? Woo. I mean, I'll definitely be locked in. Like, it's football on my television. It will be on my television. That said, if you're looking at the NFC South and you got 3 teams at 8-9, all with minus point differentials, it's hard to say somebody's going to regress. If Carolina goes 7-10 from 8-9, is that regression? Not really, right? Like, I don't know. It seems a bit rich. Do you think the Pats could be a regression candidate?
That's actually my team that I was going to say. I think the Patriots are in for a tough one. And I like A.J. Brown. I like what he brings, but what if things start to go south a little bit? What if something happens with the offensive line? What if Will Campbell's not really the guy for them to bookmark their tackle position?
Hasn't looked great.
Hasn't looked great. So, like, things could go south there. I kind of look at them as a regression team, but also I like what Mike Vrabel brings. So I think we'll just have to see.
Is there any way? Do we think there is, like, we talked about the Kyle Shanahan car accident thing, and I think there's a solid group. I think there's enough people that are like, yo, more might come of that. It seemed kind of weird. Like, let's see when the media starts pulling threads, sometimes things come out. Do we think the Vrabel story, the gossipy, speculative, sensational stuff with Rossini, do we think that's over? Like, is that done?
I don't think so. Like, just because if they start off slow, people are going to start talking about it. And they're going to talk about the offseason and how it's very tumultuous and how there's all these different distractions. And, like, the other day I saw Mike Vrabel just walked up to the podium, I think, with a dog. And everyone was like, oh, he's trying to distract from the Rossini story. And it's like, is he, or is it just like the PR staff being like, hey, go up with the dog, we have this Foster Foundation here? We don't know. But I think that if things go south early, then you will hear about that Rossini distraction 100%.
Yeah, they also had an incredibly weak schedule last year, and then in the playoffs they had a ton of stuff break their way. Who's your top regression candidate in the NFL? Greenberg has identified a bunch. If I had to pick one, Jacksonville won 13 games last year. Denver going 14-3, that might be a real candidate. What about Philly? There's a lot of moving parts with those Philadelphia Eagles. Who's going to be worse this year than they were last year? Chicago Bears? Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Hit us up.
This Sports Update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. After weeks of speculation surrounding his future in Washington, the Nationals could now hang on to their ace pitcher through the deadline and beyond. Buster Olney of ESPN reported this morning that the Nationals are exploring an extension with all-star and left-handed pitcher Foster Griffin. He's set to pitch in Game 2 of the series in Atlanta. Game 1 is tonight with Jake Irvin on the mound. 7 p.m. is first pitch right here on The Fan. And some huge news in the soccer world. European nations have reached an agreement to boycott FIFA competitions, including the World Cup, as a result of plans to sell stakes in the tournament to private investors. In a statement released this morning, they said the World Cup cannot be treated as an investment product and it's not for sale. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it is just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Running through some regression candidates around the NFL. Neil Greenberg identified some on his Fancy Stats blog. I also think Tampa could be one. Baker Mayfield's unhappy. Vita Vea's unhappy. Mike Evans is gone. There was a lot of questions if they were going to fire that coach last year. I've been in locker rooms where the team had a really uneven offseason because everybody wasn't sure who was coming back. It rarely bounces back. Could be wrong. It can, but it rarely does. I want to hit the phones. Jeremiah is in Fairfax. Jeremiah, who do you think is going to regress in the NFL?
Hey, how y'all doing? Thank you for having me on today. So I agreed with the one you said about the Broncos for the most part. I don't know if you remember, but last year it felt like every single game they won was either a last second, just by a few points, and that just doesn't really translate year over year winning games like that. But one that I didn't hear y'all mention, I think, would be the Colts. I was never a big believer in that last year, even when they were the 1 seed. Nothing led by Daniel Jones will ever result in anything championship worthy. And they were kind of in free fall even before the season ended. They didn't really do much to fix it. I mean, signing 60-year-old Phillip Rivers isn't going to turn your franchise around, so I don't really see them changing too much. And real quick, before I go,
sure.
I'm not talking about Jeff, but the other guy in the back who you asked about the Patriots, he said, well, what if things don't go right? What if the O-line gets hurt? You could say that about all 32 teams. What if it doesn't go right? So expert insight from him. But thank you for taking my call. Y'all have a good one.
You know what I enjoyed most about that call is just my man Jeremiah taking shots at Stallion while Stallion doesn't have his headset on and doesn't know how he just got dunked on. I appreciate you, Jeremiah. Thank you very much.
Off the backboard.
Yo, just dunked on. Jeffrey, you think it might be the Philadelphia Eagles?
I have a couple, JP.
All right, let's hear it.
The Philadelphia Eagles, because no one's there going to be able to save Jalen Hurts from horrible throws. Who else?
It is possible the new offense, they're installing kind of a similar offense to what Washington's doing. Like, it'll be interesting seeing Jalen Hurts play on more timed out stuff. It could work. Could not, but it could work.
Another regression team, the Chicago Bears. I got to put the Bears and the Patriots together because they're going to – the same thing that happened to us 2024 when we thought, the team was built. That's how I feel about them. They're going to regress. It's going to be bad. And that's – this is going to sound – I just want the Seahawks to regress just because they did Kenneth Walker like that. So I want them to regress.
How did they do Kenneth Walker?
Man, that man just gave y'all his all in the Super Bowl, and y'all let him go?
He got paid. Kenneth Walker ain't mad at anybody.
Yeah, but I would have, if I was the Seahawks, if my key piece that helped us win the Super Bowl did that, I'm giving him his money, brother.
You want to know the truth about Seattle? Their leadership is like, our defense won this Super Bowl. Appreciate you, Ken, but go get paid, young man. I would not view it as such, but I understand your philosophy. I wonder, Seattle's an interesting one because clearly the Rams added more so they could get past the Seahawks, I think. That Seahawks-Rams rivalry is incredible. And if you think about that NFC title game, I believe it was the NFC title game, but it might have been the late season finale those two teams played to see who was going to be the 1 seed. Remember the BS 2-point conversion where everybody thought the play was dead and the Seahawks running back just picked the ball up in the end zone and they were like, okay, ball's live, that's 2 points. Like, that's how narrow that thing came down. So if you want to say Seattle could regress, I mean, they went 14-3, and on some level, I think there's enough people out there, like the dude that just called and was like, the Colts are going to go backwards, Daniel Jones is never going to win. Those calls existed on Darnold for a decade. And maybe Danny Dimes is not Sam Darnold. This take looked bad for a long time, really until the Minnesota year. I liked Darnold a lot coming out of USC. I liked him a lot, and he was largely awful. But you land in the right situations, everything starts to look pretty good. Sam Darnold in his last 2 seasons, 28-6 as a starter in the regular season. I mean, he's completing about 67% of his passes. In the last 2 years, he's got 35 plus 25 is 60, 12 plus 14 is 26, 60 touchdowns and 26 picks. I don't know if Seattle's going to regress. They did lose a lot defensively, but I think Mike Macdonald might prove to be the defensive Sean McVay, where that team is just a contender every damn year. I wanted to make sure we left time out to talk about the kicker battle because Peter Rosenberg is going to join us in about 10 minutes, I believe. Kicker battle is very real. Like, the actual position battles going on out here, there are questions about what happens at receiver for sure, next to Terry McLaurin. I've been impressed by Antonio Williams, but let's see the pads. Left guard, we've seen Coleman and Chris Paul work in there. We saw that last year too. The kicker battle, though, I would say of any position battle is probably the most wide open in camp. And I thought both guys were really impressive today. And I haven't been able to say that many days when I've watched them both kick. But I confirmed this with a team official that all the kicks were from the same distances. So they started in close and then moved further back. I want to say that by the end of it, they were probably outside of 50 yards. But just so we're clear, where my angle was watching it, I was kind of like the way the field slopes. For those that are familiar with Ashburn, if you know where the building is, you walk out, there's 2 practice fields. And then if you walk down to the right, there's 2 practice fields. The ones down to the right are where they're going to practice while fans are here because that's where the bleachers are built out. And so, in turn, these first 2 days of camp, without fans here, they practice on the 2 fields to the left, if that makes sense, because they want to keep those fields fresh for Saturday and Monday with fans here. But, so if you're looking from the building down the hill, like bottom left, and the way the field slopes is kind of down towards us, so I'm like below the playing surface. So I'm sure there are people that will tell you exact yardages. I kind of think they're making it up, so I'm not going to give you exact yardages. But they progressively got deeper and deeper. Both kickers, Jake Moody and Drew Stevens, drilled everything. Some of them had a couple squeakers on the right side, but like everything was good. 2 arms shooting up from the officials that were below the goalposts. I thought, the deep one Moody kicked had plenty of distance. Distance wasn't an issue, and it was right down the middle. Stevens, the rookie undrafted kid out of Iowa, undeniably has more power. Like, undeniably. He made all his kicks, too. And one thing that was interesting, fans, I don't know if everybody's going to know what I'm talking about here, but, every NFL team, probably most, if not all, college teams tape practice, and they go back and watch the tape from practice. So they have to set up these kind of eye-in-the-sky cameras for the all-22 angle. And that camera, it's interesting. It's on like a little cart. Like, it's kind of fun to watch them move it around. But that camera, like, imagine as high as a flagpole, like outside of a high school. Like, it's a high pole, right? Pause. But it's like climbing up into the air. And the way where they had it set up was like directly behind the goalposts, but in the middle. So if you can use your visual visualization here. So you have the goalposts, obviously, that you have to kick the field goal through, and then 10, 15 yards behind that, you have the all-22 pole right in the middle. Stevens, on his second kick, knocked the pole. So that's like as pure of a kick as you can have because it was set up right between the two. Now, granted, I would say that kick was from like 30, probably like extra point-ish. It wasn't a very far one, but it was kind of wild to watch that pole start wobbling around after he hit it. I don't know this, but I think, and they will say it's completely open competition. I do think Moody gets a hair more credit. Say it's 51-49%, but they have seen Moody make kicks in NFL games, and they haven't seen Stevens do that yet. So I think Stevens, like, you know how the Ryder Cup is set up, that whoever has the cup can have a little fewer points. Like if it's a tie, the tie stays with the team that has the Ryder Cup. Like to win it, if you are the non-defending champ, you have to get to 14.5 points, but to hold it, you only have to have 14. I kind of think that is how this kicking battle is going to go. Like, Stevens is going to have to win it. Like, if it's a tie, they're going to stick with Moody, I believe. So, today, both guys did everything they were asked. You can see the power for Stevens. The power is more significant. Like, it's there. But today, I don't know if anybody's watching on Monumental Sports Network, because we're in a tent and it's been very breezy out here. Sometimes this tent just comes in and kind of blasts us. That was another thing I wanted to point out, though, with the kicking battle. You have decent breezes today. Now, at times, I was standing there with Logan Paulson. I was like, how would you describe this wind? He's like, I don't know, moderate to mild. And then it just died. Like, for people that are unaware, and hell, I imagine if you're listening to sports talk radio in the middle of summer, you're aware of this. But there's two little flags at the top of every goalpost that the coaches and the kickers always consult because it shows you the wind in the stadium. And sometimes they're down even when it feels windy above because you're so far down. Now, these are practice fields. Like, there's nothing blocking the wind on these practice fields. I thought there was a decent amount of wind today, especially as you get – like, it's like a putt. If you have a 3-foot putt, you're not really thinking about the break. You're just putting that in the back of the hole. But if you got an 8-foot putt, you got to know which way it's turning. And I think with the wind, when they started kicking 40 and 50-yarders, you got to at least account for it in some capacity. Both guys had the same wind. Both guys, it wasn't Tress Way as your holder either. It was Matt Hack, the backup that they brought in for Tress as he's dealing with his pec injury. So there was some level of, obstacles to overcome for the kickers. They both performed very well. So if you're looking for a kicker battle winner of the day, I'd say it was a tie. I'd say they both looked great. When we return, Peter Rosenberg will join the program. B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. In about 10 minutes, you're going to hear from Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin. Stallion just reminded me of something. We just kind of talked about the kicking battle. Our guy Mitch Tischler tweeted out some video if you want to check it out. There was an image, though. So Moody got the first crack at kicks, and Drew Stevens was standing behind him just watching. And you could feel and see the competition in that moment. Like, it didn't look – there was no, like, animosity, but it's like, yo, I want to beat this guy. I want this job. And that's – in my brief interactions with Stevens, that is absolutely the attitude he's had. I did want to take a quick minute to talk some Nats. They lost yesterday. That's their first series loss since the All-Star break. And what sucked about losing that series to the Blue Jays, that was a very winnable series. Like, they lost the first game Monday night 3-2. They lost yesterday's 5-2, but that was close until a 3-run eighth. Like, I don't know. They got the Braves coming to town. Obviously, the Braves are good. It's a 4-game set. They've already made one trade with Curtis Mead. I feel awful for Curtis Mead to get traded to Boston, where his hitting profile and the Green Monster in Fenway look like a match made in heaven, and then he breaks his wrist on his second at bat. I just feel awful. I hope there's not a Nats fan out there dumb enough to, like, celebrate that, like, oh, we made this trade. You couldn't time that. That's the universe, dude. I feel awful for him on a human level. I do want to jump on. We've got our friend Peter Rosenberg joining us now. Peter, what's up, man? How you doing, bud?
Yeah, guys, I'm considering today the beginning of our slow ramp up to a proper relationship again when this football season gets underway.
I love it. I am curious. I know you are not a draft guy. You are notably not an NFL draft guy. How much training camp content are you consuming?
I'm forced to get the Giants and Jets training camp stuff, which, as you can imagine, a thrill a minute, like you dream about. There's so many storylines to follow. So I get inundated with that stuff, and then the big national stuff, and then the only thing I've really caught of the Commanders so far is obviously the tight ends coach situation.
Yeah, I mean, that's honestly kind of a nothing, not nothing burger. It's more than that. But, like, I tell you what, I don't even know if you're aware of this. I think the fact that 2 presumed starters are out for practice today is a bigger deal than the tight end coach.
Tell me what 2 presumed starters are out.
Well, Nick Allegretti, the starting center, has a calf strain yesterday and it did not practice today. Traylon Burks, who sure would seem like he was tracking to be the opposite receiver from Terry McLaurin, he's out today with some foot soreness. Allegretti, Dan Quinn was quick to shut both down, say no big deal, which is what NFL coaches do in training camp, no matter how big of a deal it is. And I think Allegretti has been a very durable player, and I'm going to give Quinn the benefit of the doubt there. Burks, it's tough because that's a guy that's missed time throughout his career. His biggest problem is not physical gifts or route running. It's that he can't stay healthy. So the Burks one, it is so early, but, like, the Burks one just sticks with me a bit.
So you have the player with a very good history of availability who has a thing, an ailment that I don't love to hear, which is just calf-related stuff.
Right.
And then you have the other guy who I would generally – in Burks, you have a guy who I would generally think, foot soreness could just be whatever, but it's a guy who's generally not so available. So, yeah, neither is ideal. I'm sure you've become a master at reading what the vibe is after all these years, like with these conversations day to day. But I mean, this is what makes preseason sort of suck, and you just start dreaming of the days of playing football because all there really is to discuss is this kind of stuff every day. And some of it may be worth looking into, and some of it you literally may never remember that was ever a thing.
Totally. I'm curious if you saw my exchange with Peters the other night about evaluating social media.
No. Please tell me what happened.
I'll just have to send you the clip. It was pretty funny. I was trying to figure out. So Adam Peters and Dan Quinn did opening training camp presser Monday night.
Okay.
Tuesday night, maybe? Monday night. And I was trying to figure out a way to ask him about Ayuk, but I knew that if I said the name Ayuk, he can just not answer because he's under contract with another team. So I asked him, hey, man, how much, if at all, does social media impact your evaluation of bringing players in? And he and Dan Quinn just laughed. They were like, all right, that's good. And what I appreciate is he gave me a real answer. And he said it's pretty low on the list. Obviously, the tape and you talk to players and coaches, that's what matters most. But we do look at everything. I kind of think the Ayuk ship has completely sailed. But I wonder where you are on a fellow Terp with Steph Diggs if you want them to bring him in.
Well, I mean, listen, relative – it's so funny. Stephon Diggs is someone who I do in his – in these latter years think of as being – a little bit of an off-the-field problem kind of guy. Just like not the worst stuff, but there was the substance on the boat and the 4 kids at like one time, and there's just like a lot of noise around Steph. Relative to Ayuk, he's like another Jaden Daniels. I mean, I would absolutely go. I mean, listen, you need to. I saw the clip of Stephon Diggs talking about it the other day. I mean, where would he be among the best number 2s in the league? I think he would. I think he is in that conversation still of to be a really great 2. And on a team that has really, outside of McLaurin, and we won't even count last year, but generally speaking, outside of McLaurin, we've never had a true identity at 2 and 3. Like during the McLaurin years, doesn't it feel like every year there's a different 2 or 3? So the idea of bringing in someone who has been reliable and can be clutch in big situations, like he's played meaningful games, I'm not mad at that at all. And I have to imagine the Ayuk thing has completely sailed at this point. I mean, that was like a clinic on implosion like I've never seen before in my life. I mean, it really makes me worry for the guy. It gives Antonio Brown.
Dude, you know what's funny with the Diggs thing that you mentioned? You have a young daughter. Can you imagine having 4 of them at once?
Are they all daughters?
I don't know that. I doubt it. Just, by
numbers game.
Yeah.
Listen, it's an insane thing.
I just mean 4 kids at once.
Well, I mean, listen, the way that people of this sort of financial situation are living with kids is obviously different than something you and I but I always think the same thing. Dude, Cardi B is such a regular part of conversation in one area of my life, and I always am like amazed at that too. But at the same time, if you're worth like 60, 70, 80 million, I guess it makes things a little bit easier from a caretaking standpoint. But yeah, it's an insane thing to think about. Like you just all of a sudden one day you're living, and 3 months later you have 4 tiny children. Well, even if they're just people you have to go visit somewhere, it's still like they're still your kids, bro.
Right. Let's play my favorite game when you join us. Where are you? You in New York? Where are you?
I am currently on the beautiful streets of New York. I am at Broadway and 70th on the Upper West Side. I'm going to lay down and get a massage because my back, in true now 47-year-old man fashion, my back's been humming a little bit, so I'm going to lay down on the table for an hour. Then I'm going to go do ESPN New York, and we'll see what the yo-yo football and baseball teams here are talking about. And then tonight, I'm going out. I'm curious to where you fall on this. I'm going out to what I consider to be a pretty underrated city in Minneapolis to do SummerSlam all weekend. And I've never been in that building. So, I'm really excited to go to the stadium and just see the feeling there because I think it looks amazing on TV.
SummerSlam is at the football stadium, I assume, right?
That's right. Yeah, sure it is.
It's super dope. And honestly, Minneapolis in the summer is not bad. I hate it up there in the winter. I've done that a bunch.
Oh, the worst.
The only thing I can tell you is one knock I have on Minneapolis, it has to have the worst weather in the country because you would think you get up there in the summer and it's really cool and nice. It's still hot and humid because of all the lakes. So good luck with that.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate you hyping me on that so much. But it is a dope card. And frankly, you know what it's like when you have a tiny baby. It's like I'm sad to leave.
Yep.
I'm thrilled to get home. But when the trip is like nice and short like this is, you kind of do exhale for a minute just
Yeah.
to like not
It's good
have
sleep.
any responsibility of senior dog or tiny baby. It's just like all I have to be is selfish and worry about working. It really makes things feel easy for a moment.
Absolutely, dude. Yo, have a great trip. We'll be watching SummerSlam this weekend.
Appreciate you, buddy. Talk soon.
All right, man. That's our guy, Peter Rosenberg, ESPN New York, WWE. When we come back, you'll hear from Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin.
Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. 106.7 The Fan, we got first pitch at 7 p.m. between the Nationals and the Braves. Nats traveling down for Game 1 of a 4-game set down in Atlanta. Jake Irvin making the start for Washington. Moving over to the NFL, Deion Sanders is in Cleveland for Browns training camp, according to ESPN. Sanders is preparing for his 4th season as Colorado's head coach, but of course his son Shador is competing for the Browns starting quarterback job this offseason with Deshaun Watson. And Cincinnati Bengals defensive end Shamar Stewart left the practice field on a cart yesterday after going down with a very scary injury to his left leg at training camp. According to a report this morning from ESPN's Adam Schefter and NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Stewart suffered only a hyperextended knee, and it is not believed that he will have ligament damage. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap Sports Desk, Savannah McCannell, The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I did want to read real quick. We just got the official transcripts of Dan Quinn from this morning. Here's exactly what he said. I want to start you off with a couple player updates as we begin. So our first one, center Nick Allegretti strained his calf. We're still going through the evaluation process, not something that we're overly concerned about in terms of a long deal, but I think I'll know a little bit more through the weekend. And wide receiver Trey Burks reported a little bit of soreness in his foot. We'll hold him out this morning and reassess him headed into the weekend. But again, something that we're not looking at as a long-term one. So that's what he said. So I wouldn't expect to see Allegretti Saturday. Burks, I kind of don't expect, but it doesn't sound as severe. So that's relatively bad news. Again, relatively, not make or break. How about some good news? How about Dan Quinn yesterday described watching Terry McLaurin as watching a player play with joy. And I've seen that, and I know Terry pretty darn well, and I can tell how much he's enjoying himself right now compared to where things were a year ago and what it all means to him. Terry McLaurin spoke at length with the media this morning. I think you're going to really enjoy this.
Normalcy, you know what I mean? Just being able to have a full off season, get some work in with the guys was great as well, and have full OTAs and just being out here day one. It just feels like normal. So, business is business, and that was last year, but I've just been really excited to be a part of the whole process this year.
Is there anything, because you missed that time, that did it change you at all? Do you notice a difference to yourself, even the way you work with a lot of the young guys, et cetera? Is there anything you do different because of that experience?
I think since I've been here and got more years under my belt, I've tried to always bring young guys under my wing. So great thing about it is I've been fortunate to have young guys who are curious. And so I'm an open book because I remember being a young guy and being very curious, and I was fortunate to have really good vets. So I just know the importance of passing that information, you know what I mean? Because all of them have a great skill set, otherwise they wouldn't be here. But there's nuances of the position. There's gaining the trust of the quarterbacks. That's extremely important. And it's creating certain habits that allow you to be successful at this level, to create a consistency that allow you to excel and continue to get better and have a long career. So, it's great to have a group of young guys who are super hungry, looking for their opportunity. And anytime that I can help them out, I'm going to do that. And I learned something from them as well, whether that's just getting a mental rep when they're in there, or, certain things that they do that, I kind of like witnessing as well. So I just think that's a big part of being a leader. When you're part of this entire camp, you kind of get to see things from start to finish, see guys grow, see yourself grow, and help build it from the ground up.
Just my view from afar, tell me if I'm wrong, but it seems like sometimes in camp that defense can come ahead early in camp. At what point in camp do you feel like you can get a really good assessment of where the offense is at?
They had a really good day. I'm not afraid to say that, but that's camp. There's going to be back and forth. There's also series of camps. We're building things up. We're in the red zone. It's a little tighter, things like that. But they're making plays out there, and for us, it's about not recreating the same mistakes. So, my preaching to the receivers is just making the tough plays. Everything's not going to be perfect. You're not going to always be the most open, or sometimes you are going to be the most open, and you just got to make the plays when they come your way. And that's just part of camp. When pads come on, that's a different aspect of camp. You know what I mean? So we're just trying to take this day by day. DQ's done a good job of just explaining what's expected of these first few days, but the point of the matter is you want to come out here and win the day. You know what I mean? I don't think we did that today, but this is day 2. Tomorrow is a completely new day, and that's why we go in there and watch film and discuss the things that we could get better at so we can come out and have a better day. But I've always been a big believer of, receivers to a certain degree kind of drive the practice, in the sense that when receivers are making plays, it brings just a certain energy to the offense, makes the quarterbacks feel a little bit more comfortable because they don't feel like they have to be perfect. And then there's times where they make up for our mistakes. So it's a collective effort. But I'm not worried about where we're at right now. It's just day 2. It's good to have guys out there flying around. The juice is what I'm super excited about. The competitiveness. Like, we shake up with guys after practice. I didn't really want to shake up with nobody because we got beat. You know what I mean? I just kind of. That's how I am. But at the end of the day, we're still brothers, you know what I mean? And, we're going back and forth, but we still have commanders across our chest. So that's the main thing. But that's what I like. The competitive juices are here early.
Going back to the young guys, it seems like you've done a lot of work with Jaden Bradley.
Yeah.
What do you see in him? What kind of intrigues you about his potential?
I think he has a unique skill set where he's a bigger receiver, but he moves very smoothly. His releases are very smooth. He's sudden in his releases. He has really good feet at the top. He kind of has a pro-like feel. For him, it's just going to be about detailing it. Splits, timing, when you're running down the field, keeping your shoulder close so you can track the ball over your shoulder. Red zone, there's not as much space, so you got to hold that defender off so you could give the quarterback more space to throw in that back corner of the end zone. Just little tidbits like that I try to pass along with him, but he's a sponge, man. He's been asking questions since he first got here, and obviously he's undrafted. I haven't really had a guy who's undrafted who's like just followed every single thing that not only I do, but Deami does. And you see him working out in the offseason. He was out with us in L.A., so he's just super hungry. And guys who tend to care that much about their craft tend to have success. So he knows that he has the opportunity to try to earn a spot on this team, and I'm going to do whatever I can to try to help him because he has a really good skill set.
Terry, what have been your early impressions of rookie Antonio Williams and just his progression since OTAs?
Yeah, I think Antonio, he's a quiet guy, but I think his play speaks for a lot of who he is. He's very smooth and he's twitchy. You know what I mean? When he's running routes, he's very sudden, and you don't quite know when he's breaking until he breaks. And then he has the explosiveness to get out of his cuts, and he has really good hands as well. So he has a good feel for the receiver position, and I think he has a chance to really help us, especially in Blau's offense where guys will be able to move around. He has some good reps in OTAs, but these reps are extremely critical for him, whether he's running with the 1s, 2s, or even get into preseason. Like this day-to-day repetition is extremely key so he can try to, really help us this year. But he's just done everything that we've asked him to do. He's on snack duty, so he better have them snacks this afternoon. But he's a great guy, man. He asks so many great questions, and I think he has a bright future. So just this camp is going to be great for him to get day-to-day reps, building on. I just told him now it's about stacking days and being consistent. But he just has a great feel for the position already as a rookie.
For him, he's a guy that his last season in college, at least, he spent a lot of time in the slot. What goes into making that transition from spending a lot of time there to moving more outside?
Yeah, I think in the slot you have more space to move. Not a whole lot of press coverage, working on linebackers and safety sometimes. You'll get nickel where you're going against a corner. But you have more spatial awareness, which I think that's naturally why he has a good feel. To be a good slot receiver, you have to be quick and sudden, but you also have a good feel for zone, timing of the routes, timing of the concepts, and being on the same time as the quarterback when he's ready to throw you the ball. When you go on the outside, it's more physical, it's more press man. You're going to get bigger corners. So with that, you got to be good with press releases, being physical at the line of scrimmage. When you got a quickness at the line like he has, it's going to definitely help him get into free releases. Then it's just about getting hands off and getting vertical. He has really good speed, so I think he'll be able to show up in the vertical game as well. But I think he really excels in the slot, and I know he's going to have a chance to move around. But I think it's just really important, especially when you're a young guy, gaining that confidence. I think they're doing a great job easing him in, putting him in a space where he's comfortable, that accentuates his skill set. He ran a really good, choice route against the middle linebacker, and he killed him. You know what I mean? And it wasn't just the route; it was the savviness he had, the patience, the timing that allowed him to be so open. So when he gets the chance to play outside receiver, I'll be able to help with that as well. But he has the releases to be able to win out there. Then it's just about being able to get hands off, getting your route, and make contested catches as well.
Can you speak about your conversations with Jaden and about learning the new offense and how you can help as a receiver, him learning the playbook and vice versa?
Yeah, there you go. I just think our communication's just grown just as quarterback and receiver. You know what I mean? Third year playing with one another, having a full off season together to get some really good work in. I just love to see the way he's grown as a player, as a leader. And we just communicate on and off the field a whole lot. You know what I mean? Whether it's sending clips, whether it's talking to Blau about what we like. As long as we're on the same page, we've had plays like that over the last few years where when you are on the same page with the quarterback, you can make any play right. And I think that was the biggest thing for us, just getting these reps in and being on the same page. Now, as we start incorporating this new offense, we're both just trying to learn our assignments so we take care of our job first, and then we talk about the little nuances. Like we had a play yesterday where, my split being a little too tight, maybe it may throw off his timing just a little bit. So we completed the play. That's great. But, to get it a catch and run versus a catch and tackle, that could be the difference in plussing out the split just a little bit more. So little details like that, being able to work on that so early on top of the work we've put in over the last few years is going to help us, have a good season together.
Terry, playing off it a little bit, when you're a vet learning another system, a new system, how much do you pay attention to the verbiage, and how much do you just pay attention to getting the concepts down?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I think I've been in quite a few offenses, and the great thing about it is you get to learn football from a broad's eye view. And I think just coming out of college, I was really taught to learn offense conceptually, because not only does that help you as a receiver to be able to move around and be versatile, the more you can do. You don't want to be a receiver, I just play X, I just play Z, I just play slot. That just pigeonholes yourself. So your ability to be able to learn things conceptually allows you to understand the spacing. If we're running a corner flat read and I'm a little too flat, then that corner could possibly play, if he's playing cover 2, he could play me and Chig. You know what I mean? But if I don't know what he has, because I'm not learning things conceptually, then I don't know that detail, and I can mess up the whole play, not only for myself but for him. So I think learning conceptually is extremely important, and I think Bobby does a great job of just expressing that to us in the room. But I encourage all the guys to try to learn all the positions. And with this offense specifically, I think Blau's just done a great job of making things marry together. So there's kind of little tidbits in the play calling that'll kind of remind you of what you may have. So if you could learn not only conceptually, okay, this is what we're trying to get done, but then you're hearing the play call, getting used to hearing the plays in the huddle, and it just reminds you of what you studied the night before, then you're going to have success. And then it's about just detailing, make sure you're on your splits, your depths are correct, and then making the play. So that's why we're out here and doing that. But, Blau's done a really good job, because sometimes you could get so many words where it's just it could be a lot, but I think he's done a really good job of just making it easy for us to digest, and now it's on us to go execute it.
Terry, you've been double-digit practices with Chig by now. What do you think he can add to an offense?
Oh, man, he's very dynamic. He runs routes similar to a big receiver. He has really good feet at the top of his routes. He has the ability to win after the catch. And he's a big target. I think Jaden has done a great job over the last few years of finding our tight ends over the middle. And we got to have a guy like that who's dynamic, who if you put him over the middle, he could get run after catch. But even when you got a guy who has great feet like that, who can win similar to a receiver, we may put him out at number 1. And that's a mismatch. You put a linebacker on him. You put a corner on him, it's a mismatch. So I think that's what he could bring to our offense, where he could be a matchup nightmare, whether he's in the slot or he's in the outside. And, I don't know what his background was at Tennessee, but he's going to get a lot of opportunities here to really help us, and I know he's going to do that. He has a great attitude. He's fun to be around, and I'm glad he's on our team.
Talking about communication with you, Jaden and Blau, how important is that
that he's open to that kind of communication when you're learning a new offense? You guys go to him what you like, what you don't like?
Yeah, I think it's really huge. I think in football, obviously from coaches to players, we respect the coach's scheme and their understanding of the game of football and the film, the time that they put in. But also there's a part of us being on the field as players and the things that we're seeing in real time that I feel like when there's a collaborative effort, it can really make the entire offense or defense better. So the coaches I've been around who are open to those suggestions, who are open to the open communication back and forth, are the ones that not only players tend to enjoy, but the coaches get to get an insight of what's going on in our brains. And I just feel like you grow quicker instead of like, hey, run my system, run these routes. At the end of the day, we're going to do that because we're players, but I think just collaboratively, I think it's a lot better. So Blau understanding that from being a player and now being a coach, I think that it only helps. And, at the end of the day, like, we respect the coaches and we're going to suggest things that's going to help. Like, I'm not being like, hey, run this route because I just, but I'm trying to think of things that could help us all. And I think when you have that type of collaborative effort, it makes everything a lot better.
Can I ask one question?
Sure, go ahead.
Just going back to when you were talking about the split being slightly off. And that
Yeah.
kind of thing, do you know that immediately as a receiver? Is that
Mhm.
you go back and watch film and you can see it?
Yeah, I think the great thing about it is, like, me and Jaden talk a lot after the reps happen about, not only from when the twos are going, but when him and I are going. And he was like, I felt like on that route, like, we're trying to catch that on the run. I was a little bit like having to throttle. You're kind of like moving slightly with the ball. And so we want to hit that play on the run. So we were trying to figure out, okay, maybe his eyes were a little late, or maybe I didn't get all my steps. He thought I maybe didn't get all my steps, which is also important, getting a good stride length so it times up. But I had this recollection. I was like, because it's like a nasty split, so you're kind of more condensed. Well, a nasty split could kind of be a variation where you're maybe 4 yards away from the tackle, or you could be closer to 2 yards inside the numbers. Those 2 yards could make a difference. And I think that was the difference, because not only the defense was running a type of defense where I could get chucked. So if I'm too close to that guy on the inline of scrimmage, he could chuck me off my route, and that can kind of mess up the time as well. But me being in a more -2, -3 split even would not only give me space to move, but will time up better because I have a wider angle of departure. And then when I'm coming in on the break, like, the timing will be more on the run. We want to hit things on the run. And with Jaden's timing and our ability to run after catch, like, those will be huge plays. And those are the difference between catch and tackles and catch and runs. So we want catch and runs. I appreciate you guys.
Certainly want catch and runs. I think there's going to be a lot more opportunity to see some of that in this offense. You also just can, hear the excitement in Terry McLaurin's voice when he's talking about this offense and Jaden. And I love that he just said normalcy, because normalcy for Terry McLaurin is loving playing football, loving being with his teammates, and I'm glad he's gotten back to that. When we return, I do want to talk a little bit of baseball with my man, the Stallion. Might open these phone lines up. I'm feeling like vibes are too good for a Bleep You Thursday, but what the heck? Let's open the phone lines up just in case. 800-636-1067.
Jake Irvin is slated to rejoin the Nationals rotation with a start tonight in Atlanta. It'll be his first outing at the big league level since late May, since he's been working his way back from a right shoulder strain. First pitch is 7 p.m. Listen live right here on The Fan. The Nationals currently sit 2 games back of both Arizona and Philadelphia, a half game back of the Padres, and they're tied with Pittsburgh and Miami for that NL wildcard spot. And there is some huge news happening in the soccer world. UEFA will boycott all FIFA competitions, including the World Cup, after an emergency meeting where they decided to unequivocally reject the FIFA president's plan to raise $20 billion of outside investment with a share sell-off to a private equity group. The decision means that major nations, including Germany, France, England, and world champ Spain, would not participate in the men's or the women's upcoming World Cup. From the Crop MedCap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
So listen, it is Bleep You Thursday if people want to call in, but it's Training Camp Central, so I'm going to just continue. Here's what I want to talk about. I read this earlier. We got transcripts. So everybody understands the way NFL PR works. The teams provide transcripts of conversations, especially from the head coach and the quarterback, right? So Dan Quinn talked this morning, provided this opening statement. He said he wanted to open things up with a couple player updates, all right? The first one, Nick Allegretti strained calf. Specifically, he said, we're still going through the evaluation process. Not something that we're overly concerned about in terms of a long deal, but I think I'll know a little bit more through the weekend. And Trey Burks reported a little bit of soreness in his foot. We'll hold him out this morning and reassess him headed into the weekend. But again, not something that we're not looking at as a long-term one. All right. So Allegretti specifically, we're still going through the evaluation process. Not something that we're overly concerned about in terms of a long deal, but I think I'll know a little bit more through the weekend. What do you hear there? That to me sounds like Allegretti's not back till at least Monday. When he says through the weekend and we're still going through the evaluation process, I still agree with him in terms of a long deal. This isn't a big deal. Like, we'll get to August 10th and none of this matters. But considering, it's a new center in a new offense, it's not nothing. Trey Burks, a little bit of soreness in his foot. We'll hold him out this morning and reassess him headed into the weekend. It sounds to me like you could see Burks back on the field before Allegretti. Does that sound right to you?
I think it sounds right. And I think going back to your first point with Allegretti here, I need to see him under center with Jaden Daniels, because this is something I think maybe just the outsiders looking in on this. We made a big deal about Jaden Daniels playing under center a lot this season, and you would like to see that get those snaps in with Nick Allegretti, and I would like to see everything clicking on all cylinders and firing with Treylon Burks in the lineup there. So I think that to me might be a little bit more concerning, but hopefully all is well, and I guess we'll just see come through this weekend.
I think all is well in a week, certainly. But foot soreness with Burks makes me a little nervous because, foot soreness you rest and it goes away, or foot soreness you rest and then, there's one thing you can't avoid playing football, and it's your feet touching the ground. To walk to your car, to walk to the bathroom, your feet are going to hit the ground. And I don't know, it just gives me a little bit of trepidation. It sounds, though, that the Burks situation is a little better. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7, The Fan. Day 2 of training camp in the books. I did want to make sure we get a little bit of time to talk some baseball. So, Nats lose their first series since the All-Star break to the Blue Jays. What sucked, it was 2 out of 3. All 3 were winnable. Now they got a national TV game tonight on ESPN, which is just kind of cool, I think. Will it also be on MASN, or when these games go to ESPN, is it just ESPN?
I believe it's just ESPN tonight. So it's kind of exciting, honestly. Like, this is the first time the Nats have been on ESPN, and I feel as if probably since 2019, maybe?
Really?
Maybe 2021.
Wow.
Just at the top of my head, yeah. I don't think they've played any ESPN games in the last 5 years.
I mean, they've been awful, so it kind of makes sense. Nats are 1 game over 500. Braves come in 18 games over 500. Braves are one of the best teams in baseball. 3rd best record in the NL, best record in the NL East. Braves are good. What's the pitching matchup tonight?
Tonight, off the top of my dome, I'm pulling up the MLB app here.
Cool.
I think it's a pretty good one. If I remember pretty correctly, it's going to be Jake Irvin coming back off the IL.
When's the last time he pitched?
The last time he pitched, I think, was like in June. I mean, he's coming off the IL and then going up against Grant Holmes, who, if you look at him, he seems like a fun guy to hang out with.
Just
mustache, mullet, 30 years old. He's here to just throw you junk. I mean, he's pretty good. So
JYD, that's my style.
This should be a pretty fun matchup. I can't lie. I'm excited.
So the looming thing hanging for the Nats, they got 4 against the Braves, and then the trade deadline before they start their series against the Phils next week in Philly. The Curtis Meade thing, I feel awful for the kid. The trade certainly right now looks better for the Nats. I don't know what they're going to do. You're telling me there was a report that there's some rumblings of an extension. Paul Taboni was on with the Junks, and he said he thought it was mischaracterized that the conversations about an extension for Foster Griffin fizzled out, right? That's more or less what Taboni said?
Yeah, that's kind of basically what he said there. But Buster Olney from ESPN today said the Nationals are exploring a possible extension with NL All-Star Foster Griffin, who is eligible for free agency in the fall. Now, he kind of brought up last year Seth Lugo, who got an extension with the Royals right around the deadline. He was expected to be sold, and he actually ended up getting an extension with a pretty small market team with Kansas City there. And so I think he's kind of drawing those comparisons, but my camp has always been this is Foster Griffin's first time going to free agency. And he's having this monster season. He was an all-star. I mean, he's been one of the better pitchers in the National League all year.
Sure.
I think that if I were his agent, I would say, dude, go into the open market. This is kind of your opportunity to get paid. You're going to be turning 31 years old. Like, if you sign a 3-year deal and you're a free agent around 34, you're not going to get this big payday. And you've got until December 1st, after the World Series, until December 1st, where you'll be able to sign with someone out there until the lockout happens. And I think that there is a team out there that might give him 4 or 5-year deal, maybe up north to like 70, 80, maybe even $100 million. It's kind of hard to imagine what his market's going to be, but I certainly think that he's going to get paid. And I think if I were his agent, I'd be telling him, dude, don't sign an extension right now.
I could see 2 schools of thought with Griffin. One, dude, you could make a ton of money. Why would you sign? 2, he's never had a big payday. And if he's going to sign an extension, it's probably worth at least $40 million. That is life-changing money.
It is.
Right? And what could happen between August 1st and September 10th? What if he blows out his elbow?
That's a real part of it.
Like, that is a tough thing to weigh because both are real options. If you can stay healthy all the way to free agency, you'll make exponentially 4x more money, guaranteed.
I mean, if there's a bidding war out there, like, you never really know.
But you also have the lockout in all this.
Yeah.
And how that will impact, 1, salaries, 2, when guys will get signed. If you sign the extension, the money's yours now. But the other part, are we sure the Learners are even going to offer a real extension? Is it deferred BS and like under market?
That's the big question. Like, I don't – so here's my thing with it, is you look back, I don't know, a few years ago, like just name that random pitcher for the Nationals. No one's had this type of production for Foster Griffin, but there have certainly been guys where like C.J. Abrams after his rookie year, you could have extended him for pretty cheap. probably got him like 6 years, $70, $80 million.
That's what the Braves do.
And that's what the Braves do. And you could have done that to kind of avoid arbitration and get him a few years after that, where we wouldn't be talking about a C.J. Abrams trade, but they decided not to do that. Now, were there talks of it? I don't know. I think last year I read where Andrew Golden, I believe, I don't want to get this too wrong here, but the Nationals did have talks with C.J. at least over the last 2 years about an extension, at least at some point before spring training, and nothing kind of came into fruition.
I remember
there.
Barry was on that at some point.
Like, people have been on it, and I'm sure the Nationals have had talks with it, but the CJ thing is gone. Like, you're not going to extend him at this point. I think that is a foregone conclusion. But Foster Griffin is someone that I think you could actually realistically extend. Now, also, are you going to give him the amount of money that he is worth at this point? Because based off this year, he's worth a lot more money than I think people are throwing out there. Like $40 million over 3 years, I don't think that gets it done. I don't think he accepts that. Like, he has pitched himself into a territory where he's worth, I mean, just off the top of my dome, I would say $80+ million. That's how good that this guy has been over a couple years, and I think a team out there will absolutely give that to him.
So Passan wrote an article, I believe, this morning, kind of talking about the trade situation for every MLB club. And the biggest question, he said, is how much should you break up a good developmental year? And he said their best asset is shortstop C.J. Abrams, obviously. I'm going to read for a bit here. The Nats just keep hanging around on the periphery of the wild card. Their offense a buzzsaw, and their pitching a punching bag. That's a good sentence. A year removed from picking number 1 in the draft, they've ridden Abrams and Wood to the cusp of playoff contention, all while cycling through 30 arms to find 13 serviceable. They have yet to come close. So what do you do when you're clearly rebuilding that is well ahead of schedule and somehow finds itself in the middle of a playoff race despite a clear weakness? Well, you could just stand pat and let the season play out and no one would blame you. But that's not how Paul Taboni, the Nats' new president of baseball ops, tends to manage. Already, Taboni has sent Curtis Mead to Boston for Connolly early, and as he did during the winter with Mackenzie Gore, he could pit desperate teams against one another for Abrams or break out first baseman Luis Garcia and try to add talent to an organization that's finally on the right track. The Nats would need to be blown away to consider moving Abrams, and multiple contenders are considering such offers, making the final 48 hours of the deadline an interesting time in Washington. It could be a blockbuster. It could be small additions to supplement a run at a postseason berth. It could be Foster Griffin going to a contender. It could be anything, which, if you think about it, fits this Nats team perfectly. I tend to agree. I don't know that they know what's going to happen. Rank the people you think in order will get moved.
I think Foster Griffin gets moved. That's number 1. Number 2, I think it's Luis Garcia Jr., and then I think that's basically it for the Nationals. Like, I don't believe in a C.J. Abrams trade at this point. I don't think there's a team out there that will be willing to give up the amount of prospects it will take to get C.J. Abrams. Like, I think back to the Juan Soto deal with him, and it's not going to be to that extent. Like, I think Juan Soto was clearly the better overall player, but also C.J. and the numbers that he's put up this season, it's not that far off of Juan Soto production. Now, the difference is Soto was younger, and of course, he also had a couple of years of doing this compared
and
to just...
did it in the World Series.
He did it in the World Series. Like, they're different players. But I think what C.J. Abrams brings is, obviously, he plays a very valuable position at shortstop. And do evaluators see him as a long-term shortstop? Because if they don't, then I think that cuts down on what the Nationals will get in return. So I don't think that C.J. Abrams will be going anywhere. If there is a team out there that would be able to try to get him, I kind of look at the Brewers because they've got a really good farm system. They've got some really good young pitching. But, again, I just don't see a team that is going to be able to meet this price for the C.J.
It seems like Skubal's going to get moved, right, from Detroit?
It feels that way.
Yeah. I wonder the organization that loses on Skubal, if they then call for Griffin, and they're like, all right, it's a much, much lower price tag, but we're still getting somebody that helps us right now.
Yeah.
Like, whatever the package is for Skubal is $100. Whatever the package is for a team that was willing to spend $100, that is then sitting there with $100 burning in their pocket because somebody goes to 105, and they're like, wait, we can get this dude for 65?
I mean, yeah.
I find that a pretty interesting subplot.
if I'm the Nationals right now, like, you're just hoping that the Tigers don't move Skubal, because then I think
you want them to.
You think you would?
Yeah, because there's no way Griffin's package is boss. There's no way the package for Griffin is going to be the same as the package for Skubal. Period.
Yeah.
But if multiple teams are going after Skubal, that is multiple owners that have been sold on, yo, we're going to go get a stud pitcher to help us. And then when the owner's like, all right, I'm going to have some hardware at the end of the season once we get this dude. And then that guy goes somewhere else, and that owner's like, hey, where's my stud pitcher? Yeah, make that trade. Give them 3 prospects instead of 4 or whatever it is.
I mean, you're right, but then also I look at it this way. Like, I think a lot of teams right now, everyone's trying to go get Skubal. The Dodgers, I mean, name the team. The Brewers, they want Skubal. The Cubs, they're going to want Skubal. I mean, the Braves, they might want Skubal.
They're not going to pay that.
They're not going to pay that. I don't think they'll be able to match that. But the Phillies, they'll probably be on Skubal as well. Everyone's going to be on Skubal. And if you...
According to Passan, the 3 teams at the top, Dodgers, Brewers, Rays, also have the best farm systems.
Yeah. And I think that, listen, if you can't go get Skubal and you think that you need a
imagine if the
pitcher,
Brewers got Skubal to go with Biz.
Well, I think that's kind of the favorite at this point. I think the Dodgers, they're up there with the Brewers, but the
what would
difference...
suck for the Brewers is they're going to acquire him and then lose him whenever he's up.
Exactly.
What the difference for the Dodgers is they could acquire him and keep him.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. And that's, I think, what would happen. I read something today where Skubal wants to sign long-term with the Dodgers. Like, that is a preferred destination.
Sure he does. They have all the money in the world. They're going to pay him $100 million a year.
They've got the money. They've got the talent. Like, if they sign Skubal long-term, then, I mean, goodbye baseball. And I think that proves the owner's points is why they want a salary cap, because then you'll have Shohei. You'll have everyone. Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Tariq Skubal, name the players, name the all-star team. That's what they've got.
All right. And there's one other thing I wanted to hit on before we get to Heard It Here First. You exhibited some wild behavior this morning. We are in Ashburn at training camp. We live outdoors. This is basically camping for a month.
Yeah.
Okay, we're doing the radio show outdoors. Now, granted, we got little tents. There's some fans. Like, it's not roughing it by any stretch, but there are only porta potties. And what's remarkable is by hour 1, day 1, the porta potties are already gross. And I don't know if you ever heard me reference this, but I've done it for years, especially on the podcast. During training camp, the Wegmans right there in Sterling becomes my office. Like, when you got business to take care of, you don't do it here. You got to make it to Wegmans. Or the Chick-fil-A that's by the Wegmans, too busy. The Chick-fil-A down Route 7 where there's a Chick-fil-A and a Taco Bell, not the worst facilities. Stallion's crazy ass tells me, I don't know, 10:32, hey, man, I gotta go handle something. I was like, you're going in those porta potties? How far into the process were you before you aborted that mission?
Oh, man. What do I say here?
Belt?
The mission started.
Oh!
The mission started.
That's awful.
But we were through step 1, and then I just had to bypass it. Like, I was like, this is too gross.
Yeah, it's gross in there,
It was gross,
bro.
and I just could not take the smell of it. It's a porta potty, man.
The fact that you were considering it, it must have either been the most dire straits situation or you're an idiot.
I'll take the he's an idiot.
Both. It was a dire situation there, JP. I needed to go, and then you know what? I went in there, and I was like, I can't go anymore.
Yeah, I would have went in the woods, or like walked at least a mile
in the woods. They got snakes in the woods, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, after what we saw today, we're done.
I will deal with the snakes than inhaling Porta John air.
Let's make some bets. Dub B, how we doing this week?
I am in the lead. Clary is 2-1. JP, you're looking for a win. You're 0-3.
Yikes! That's because I keep betting on the damn Nats.
Yeah.
So are you 3-0?
I am 3-0.
Okay, good for you. What do you like tonight then, hot boy?
Whoa.
Whoever the Mets are playing.
Now that has been a good strategy.
I got Austin Riley anytime hit tonight, -195.
I'm thinking about DC Open today. What are my odds on Pagula in the ladies draw? What do you call First serve, 3 o'clock, according to what I'm seeing. Can I take Pegula, or is she too big of a favorite?
Give me the links.
Jeff
my
going
bad.
WNBA.
The tempo plus 12.5.
The tempo?
You cannot take Pegula. She is minus 1,200.
We got to go. We'll figure the bets out later. Thanks to everybody for listening. If you made it this far, I owe you a beer.
The Nationals dropped yesterday's matchup and the series with the Blue Jays, so here's where they stand in the very tight NL wildcard race. They are 2 games back of both Arizona and Philadelphia. They are currently a half game back of the Padres, and they are currently tied with Pittsburgh and Miami, so this race just got even tighter. And now they're on a very hard stretch. They're on an 8-game road trip, 4 in Atlanta and 4 in Philly. Jake Irvin gets the start tonight, Foster Griffin on the mound tomorrow for Washington. Speaking of, after weeks of speculation around his future in Washington, the Nats might be hanging on to their ace pitcher through the deadline and beyond. Buster Olney of ESPN reported this morning that the Nats are exploring an extension with all-star left-handed pitcher Foster Griffin. He has, of course, been named in trade rumors, but the Nationals may be holding on to Griffin just a little bit longer. From the Crop MedCap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. Danny's vacation continues. Toby Altizer is in. It's Thursday, July 30th, 2026, and we are coming to you live from Ashburn, where the sun has been beating down on us at training camp day 2. We've got a great show planned for you, including somebody winning tickets today to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan at Nats Park. Right at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz, you will hear from Commanders right guard Sam Cosme and safety Quan Martin right here on G&D on The Fan. A lot of camp coverage, plenty of Nats trade line discussion as well. We're going to be busy. Tobes, how are you?
I mean, it's good. I mean, you look at the weather out here the first couple of days of camp. Usually I'm used to feeling like I'm getting fried the first couple of days of camp, and it's actually been pretty pleasant out here. So I can't complain. It's been fun to watch the guys get out there and practice once again. I wish that the Nationals had paid off things yesterday after we left with a win against Toronto, but otherwise, can't complain. It's been good.
Moving air, very, very nice. We got to thank B. Mitch and Finley for allowing us to crash their setup. They're out here just about every single day. Pretty rare that we stick around after practice. So tip of the cap to those gentlemen and to the good folks over at NBC4 who are allowing us to sit on their laps as they do their work in here in these small quarters at training camp. But all in the spirit of giving you guys better coverage here on The Fan of this football team. And before we get into closing in on the trade deadline, as we'll multitask in this first segment, I do want to mention just off the jump here, day 2 of training camp, I thought offensively a lot of progress was made. Defense is generally going to be ahead of the offense, but much more fluid and smooth today from this offense at practice. And the one thing that really stuck out to me and jumped out, very obviously, there was a period where David Blau was calling plays via walkie-talkie into Jaden Daniels' headset. For the second day of practice, that's pretty rare. That's normally a day 5, 7, 8, 10 thing, depending on the year. But Dan Quinn has talked about wanting less scripted work, fewer scripted periods, more game scenarios, essentially. And I don't think this is just about third-year quarterback Jaden Daniels, although it to some extent is in a new offense. I think this is about 2 coordinators who have never done this before at this level. Durante Jones has been a coordinator and called plays collegiately at LSU and at other levels below that. David Blau never has. He has been in the fire as a starting and backup quarterback. He's obviously been in the QB room. He's had the earpiece in plenty, but he's not called plays. So I thought that was a pretty big deal today. The offense handled the period well. Daniels, for the most part, I thought handled the period really well. That was cool to see.
Yeah, it got off to a little bit of a slow start for the offense once again today, but I think as the day went on, they got into a little bit more of a rhythm, got to some of that chemistry. You could see Chikakonkwo had some nice plays today. You can see that they're starting to maybe get a little bit more on the same page, and it's going to take some time. I mean, we talked about this yesterday, Grant, that they're doing stuff that generally is going to take the offense a little bit longer to click on anyways. They're doing red zone stuff. It's not like they're doing move the ball periods right now. It's more condensed things. So it's going to take a little bit longer for them to get everything dialed in and right on the same page. And I think today was a better offensive performance than yesterday, and you just keep building on those days. But I would say that the big-time encouraging things is the defense is flying around to start out camp, and regardless of who's winning the day or whatever, again, it's day 2 of training camp, so you don't want to make overarching themes about anything. But I will say, watching this defense and the different things that they're going to do, guys are playing fast, and it's noticeable.
Totally. There was a play today that I saw where they had 6 guys across the line of scrimmage, which screams Brian Flores. And they got a free rusher in on Jaden Daniels, and he ended up throwing a ball into the end zone for like what looked like a touchdown, and the offense celebrated. But it was a sack. It's a dead play in a real game, and that's one where it's not an accounted-for player, and the offense is going to have to iron that out, clean that up. I do love getting to work against this scheme and this defense, which is starting to take over more and more defensive rooms around the league, and how ready and prepared you're going to be. Think about the Minnesota game last year, where they didn't have answers. They didn't have a plan. They weren't ready for what Flores threw at them, and they got shut out and lost that game 31-0. Based on the workout here, that's not going to happen. Certainly against this scheme, you're going to be ready for a lot of the things that you see. You mentioned Chig Okonkwo really quickly. I think it would be hard to have been out at both of the practices that we've seen the last 2 mornings and to not come away feeling like this player has a chance to break out and be a star. The way they're going to use him, I don't want to say the offense goes through him, but the amount with which they're going to design things for him and move him all over the place. He'll be in the slot. He'll be out wide. He'll be in line. He'll be in motion. He'll shift for running surfaces into the backfield like a fullback at times and then fly out into the flat. I think Chig Okonkwo is someone they are betting on big time. And we'll see if they're right or not. I mentioned this the other day. I think it was PFF put together like a top tight ends list where they ranked all the starters 1 to 32, and Okonkwo, the former Maryland product, was in the mid-20s. And based on his career, where he's basically been a 50-catch, 490, 500-yard guy, that's not the craziest thing in the world. But this reminds me a lot of what would have been, I guess, 2012, when I was covering the then Redskins, and they signed Pierre Garçon. And Garçon had been a very solid number 2 type wide receiver in Indianapolis. And they paid him an amount of money that nowadays you wouldn't think twice about, but at the time was a lot of money. I want to say they guaranteed him like $40 million or something. And I remember the talk around the league was like, what on earth? Well, I had a conversation months earlier with Kyle Shanahan going into the offseason where he basically said, what we need to unlock everything with whoever our rookie quarterback is going to be as an ex-receiver. And he name-checked Garçon as a guy who was hoping they could get in free agency. But that was like the style he wanted. And I just kind of knew, okay, they're going to feed this dude the football and feature him. So people hadn't seen him used like Washington was going to use him. And so their point was, you're going to pay this dude that? Look what he's been. I have those kinds of feelings about Okonkwo where we think we know what he is just based on 4 years of watching him out of college. I don't think we know what he is in their vision yet. And we'll see if they're right. They have to be right. But, man, is he going to get a chance to really become an elite player.
I mean, we played the clip yesterday of Adam Peters calling him magical.
Magical was the word.
When you have someone referring to you as magical, you obviously have grand ideas of what they can do for the offense, and I think he's going to be moved all around the formation, like you said, whether it's out wide, whether he's in line, he's going to be used everywhere, but I think he's going to be used in many different ways, whether it's going down the field, whether it's blocking and then releasing, whether it's just a simple get the ball to him as a tight end screen or a tight end drag route, something simple to get the ball in his hands. He's going to be dynamic in so many different ways, and one thing I'm excited to see is he does his best work, at least so far in his career, after the catch. We can't really see what's going to happen out here with some of the collisions. They're not tackling or anything. Right. But there were a couple where he'd get the ball. I'd love to see, can he break the tackle of the linebacker coming over, whether it's Luvu, Styles, Chanel, or someone like that. And now when you get to other teams' linebackers trying to make a tackle on him, I'm excited to see what he can do this season. And I think he's the guy that if this offense is going to be really good, obviously Terry has to have a great year, obviously Jaden as well. Those are the linchpins, those are the keys. But the chess piece that kind of unlocks this whole thing in a lot of ways is going to be Chig Okonkwo.
So I just asked Google, I said, what is a nice adjective to be called or to call someone? And the answers it gave me are kind, shows a gentle and good heart. I like being called kind. It means it's a good feeling. Caring shows love and worry for others. That's a great word. Thoughtful means you think of other people, right? Then they've got the adjectives that mean like you're a bright and happy person. So radiant, cheerful, vibrant. I think the best thing you can possibly be called is magical.
Yeah. Yes.
You are a magical human being. Like it just, all of a sudden we're in a fairy tale land. This is like a movie or something. And yes, that is the terminology used by Adam Peters when talking about his new tight end, Chig Okonkwo. We will get more into health because we got two injury storylines developing here. very unfortunately at wide receiver, Traylon Burks with the foot. Hopefully it's minor, but injuries have followed him his whole career. I spent, 7-8 minutes on the show yesterday talking about how impressive he's been this offseason and what he looked like yesterday. And then center, where it feels like they're paper thin anyway. Julian Good-Jones was working with the first team today because they've gone from Biotish to Allegretti for his acumen and how smart he is. He hurts his calf. You're going to be careful with the calf because it's connected to the Achilles, so he's going to take a few extra beats. But at the same time, that's something we got to talk about, and we'll get into those two things as we go on. Grant and Danny. Without Danny today, Toby is out in Ashburn at Commanders training camp after day 2. Meanwhile, the Nats are in Atlanta. They start an 8-game road trip, 8 games in 8 days for them, no days off. They play the Braves tonight with Jake Irvin on the hill. Irvin has not pitched since the middle of May, when he actually went 5 hitless against the Braves before having arm issues and being shut down. And so you're talking about 2+ months since he started. I'm a little worried about rust in a big spot in a big game, so we'll see how he fares. But the Nats come in tonight 2 games back of the wild card, and this is getting more fun because the Phillies have now dropped 3 in a row, 8 of 10. They're now falling back to the pack to the point where they're tied for the last wild card. So we've been talking about the wild card as one spot up for grabs, because I think, I'll just say I've been loud about this, but I think most people agree. The Cubs and the Phillies feel like the best of the rosters in the wild card hunt. And so the logic from the 10,000-foot view looking down on the NL playoff picture is, well, Chicago and Philly will make it and everyone else will fight for one job, one spot. But right now, the Diamondbacks and Phillies are tied for the 2nd and 3rd wild card, meaning the Nats are all of a sudden only 2 games out of wild card 2, which is a huge deal. So you're with 7 total teams that are out looking in, Padres, Pirates, Marlins, Nats, Cardinals, and then the 2 teams tied for those 2 spots, the Diamondbacks and the Phillies, all fighting for now. There's no longer 1 chair in this game of musical chairs for the moment, unless someone gets hot. There's 2 chairs. They play the Phillies for 4 coming up after this Braves series. That, of course, is a series that starts on Monday night at 6:45, like a half hour after the trade deadline comes and goes. So we're about to find out, Toby. How do you handle Atlanta, best team in your division, and 8.5 games back from the Braves? How do you go about these first couple games and trying to push Paul Taboni to add another piece for you?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I mean, the Cubs, I agree with you that it seems like they're kind of set where they're at. You look at just run differential, I think that gives you just an idea of where a team is at. So run differential-wise, the Cubs clearly ahead, 87 in the plus. They're going to make the playoffs. They're going to be probably the first wild card team. And then you look at the teams competing with the Nationals right now. The Diamondbacks have a even run differential. 492 runs scored, 492 runs allowed. The Phillies have a negative 15 run differential. The Padres have a negative 18. The Marlins are plus 6. The Pirates are plus 37. They're second in runs scored, by the way. 33 behind the Nationals, who are plus 28 in run differential. So if it tells you anything, obviously we've known the Nationals' offense has been great all season long, but this team overall has performed kind of to expectations where you're a game over 500. You've got a positive run differential, and I think we would all agree that the Phillies are probably better on paper still. The Padres are probably better on paper still, but the Marlins have been up and down. They had a hot month, then they had an awful losing streak. Now they look like they're getting things going again. But the Nationals are right in this, and I think they're going to be in it for the long haul.
So you can take run differential, and based on runs scored and allowed, there's a metric called like your expected record, X win-loss. In that metric, the Cubs are far and away the best of all the wild card hopefuls. The team with the next best record of the bunch is the Nats at 57 and 52. The Diamondbacks are 1 over 500 and expected. The Phillies are actually a 53-win team. They're four wins worse. The Padres are 4 under. The Pirates, I guess, would be second technically at 58 and 51, 1 ahead of the Nats. But the Nats would be in the playoffs based on this metric. Now, that doesn't get you anything other than to say, as you're pointing out, like some of the peripheral totals after 110 baseball games are still in their favor. They've also got some tie-breaking metrics as well, but they very much are in control of their own fate. Again, I have some anxieties about tonight with Jake Irvin throwing for the first time in a couple of months, but how different is it really than Miles Michaelis pitching, or possibly, like, I know he threw okay yesterday, but Zach Littell, Andrew Alvarez was walking guys and struggling to throw strikes last time. Like, that's 60% of the rotation generally anyway. Unless Foster Griffin's pitching, who may or may not be here after his potential final start with the team tomorrow, unless Cade Cavalli's throwing, who just pitched in the only game they won against the Blue Jays in a 3-game series, always deals, gives you quality starts. You're kind of up against it from a starting pitching standpoint. So now it's about, does the bullpen throw okay? Does it keep the game close? Can one of those guys be a little better than you expect and than they normally are? Or does the offense just mash? Can you come out and hit the ball 8 or 9 times for 6 or 7 runs? Like, that's what it typically takes.
Yeah, I feel like for Jake Irvin in previous seasons, if he wanted to get a win, he almost felt like he had to be perfect, and that's not the case this season. Like, if he goes out there and he gave you 5 innings of 4-run ball tonight, and we'll see how many pitches he's going to be at, but say he went out there and gave you 5 innings of 4-run ball, I think you'd sign up for that right now. That's kind of the idea of where this offense is giving you some leeway, where if the pitching staff, you say each game of this series against the Braves, they only allow 5 runs, I think you feel like you walk out of there with 2 wins, which is something that's crazy to think about because, the Braves are a pretty good ball club and they have some good pitching as well, but the Nationals offense has been good enough that you have a little bit more leeway there. So as long as the bats show up, you just hope you can get reasonable starting pitching and then the bullpen doesn't implode. And at times this season, the bullpen has looked okay, and then at times it's looked like, you and I could come out of the bullpen and maybe give you just as effective of innings. So as long as you're not getting the awful bullpen and Jake Irvin goes out there and gives you 4 or 5 solid innings and doesn't take you out of the ballgame right away, you'll take it.
Looking forward to seeing how the Nats handle the Atlanta Braves, a 4-gamer. The goal should be to split in Atlanta, and then you got to really harvest some nuts against the Phillies, head-to-head with the team that is fighting for the postseason with you. Take 3 out of 4 there, you gain a couple of games. You might be in a pretty good spot. Of course, that's right after the trade deadline, which we'll get into in a lot more detail as the day goes on. But we are out here in Ashburn. We are tented next to the practice field. I'm sure the team today will have another walkthrough that is closed. The first time fans are going to be out here is on Saturday.
Yep.
I can't wait for that. They've done a lot more work at this facility. They keep spending money as an ownership group and really trying to improve the facilities that you guys see and that somewhat decide how you feel about your fan experience. And a lot of it is lipstick on a pig. I mean, there's only so many things they can do at some of the older practice facilities or stadium that's just not very good in the league. But I give them all the credit in the world. Walking in today over, last year we're like walking down that hill, remember, and it's the smelly grass and it's kind of disgusting. Now they've just got this beautiful new deck that's put in with steps. Fans will experience and see that coming in. They're starting to set everything up, and I think there's going to be some really cool activations at practice. I actually posted some images of one of the trailers they have for merchandise with all of the new gear that they've got with the arrow on it at Grant Paulson if you want to see that, Grant H. Paulson on Instagram. But it's starting to look like they're getting the house ready for some company, which is cool because it's been a long time since fans could come enjoy this football team. You got to go back to the winter, and we're now just T-minus 2 days away.
Yeah, and I think the build-out is maybe the best that I've seen the last couple of seasons. Like the area for the fans to come out and obviously some of the premium areas, but just everything is looking really, really nice, and I think fans are going to really enjoy it. And I think there's some excitement around this ball club and some uncertainty as well. So I think fans that are going to be able to be out here for whatever practice, Saturday being the first one that is available to get out here, I think fans are going to be really excited to see what this team is going to look like. There were expectations going into last year, and they weren't able to meet those expectations. I think this year there are expectations, but there's also a lot of uncertainty with 2 new schemes, bunch of new guys, a lot of turnover. I think fans are going to be excited to just see in person what it looks like. We've talked about Chikakonkwo. I think people getting to see him move around. Sonny Styles. Take your pick of some of the newcomers. I think fans are going to really enjoy it, and seeing them get things ready out here, you can feel some of the excitement starting to brew for Saturday morning.
The center position, already the center of attention in Ashburn. We'll explain why next as we dive into the offensive line. Danny's out, Grant and Danny, Toby hanging out today on The Fan.
Sports Update is brought to you by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Commanders finished up their second training camp practice today, and Ashburn center Nick Allegretti is dealing with a calf strain, but Dan Quinn says it isn't expected to be a long-term issue. Wide receiver Treylon Burks was held out with foot soreness as a precaution as well. The Nationals open a 4-game series in Atlanta tonight after dropping 2 of 3 to Toronto. Washington enters at 55-54 with Jake Irvin facing Grant Holmes. It's Irvin's first start since mid-May for Washington in his return from the IL. First pitch at 7:15 on the Fan. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down, Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to the Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage and just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
At 3 o'clock, in about 30 minutes or so, Andrew Golden of the Baltimore Banner stops by. He does not think the Nationals should trade Foster Griffin. We'll talk to him about that coming up at 3. At that time, we'll have somebody who calls in win the big prize today. Tickets to see Aldine and Brian, Nats Park, next month. Your chance to win at 3 and at 4, exclusively here on G&D on the Fan. By the way, Toby is in for Danny. So the center position, now center of attention. This has been a storyline since the moment the Commanders made the surprising decision to cut Tyler Biadasz. At the time of doing so, I was actually really taken aback because I didn't think Biadasz had a bad season. I thought he was fine. I didn't think he was great, but he's plenty good enough. Not an issue in any way. Then you do a little digging, asking around, trying to figure out what's going on, and it's pretty clear they thought Nick Allegretti, where maybe he's not physically a better football player, is mentally going to get them in and out of situations better. And especially with the new offense, needs to be picked up on the fly, maybe a better fit for some of the David Blau asks of helping Jaden Daniels in this offense. So I think that's a big part of why Allegretti's the guy. Fine. I thought that they would add some competition, though, or at least go out and get some depth, someone behind him that has a chance as a longtime NFL player and maybe off and on starter, to really push him a little bit. They said at the time, remember, when they cut Biadasz, that was what they were going to do. And then they really didn't. So behind Nick Allegretti at camp, you've got Julian Good-Jones, who's a bit of a journeyman, well-liked in the building, really hard worker, one of those guys whose cars is always here at like 5:30 in the morning all off-season. And I think he's very, very respected in the room, but not a guy with a long resume of playing a ton. And then they drafted Matt Golban in the very late rounds, who's a free agent, who they think at some point could be a starting center in this league, but I don't think some point's supposed to be in September. So, okay, fine. You've layered it with Allegretti. You're counting on him, eggs in his basket. Good-Jones is your backup, etc. And then on the first day of training camp, Allegretti gets hurt. And this is a guy who's played through some pain, who's been banged up. He's very, very physical, mauling-type interior alignment. So he's going to be banged up at times. He's probably going to miss a game or two along the way. Are you comfortable with not having another guy with some legitimate pelts on the wall? That's the big question. And here we are, Tobes. It's July 30th. We aren't even 3 days into camp. Today, the presser Dan Quinn had to say that we got an injury to Allegretti that we're dealing with behind the scenes was before the second practice, and we're here.
Yeah, it's concerning. When you talk about this position, they created a bit of a hole behind Allegretti that I don't feel was entirely necessary. You opened up some cap space, but part of the reason that I wasn't so keen on them moving on from Tyler Biadasz is everyone's like, well, he wasn't playing up to the standard. Well, that's fine. I don't necessarily disagree. I'm not sitting here as a Tyler Biadasz apologist or anything. It's not like he was a world-beating center, but you saved a little bit of money, emphasis on a little, because there were other guys that had larger cap hits that you could have saved more money on that I would say weren't meeting the standard. But they decided to move on from Biadasz to save a little bit of dough. And it's not like they went out, and they did spend a lot of money this offseason, but it's not as if they were strapped for cash. Like, they've still got cap room, and they could have easily kept him on the roster. And probably we're not having this discussion on day 2 of training camp. If Biotish had to miss time, well, Allegretti would step in, right? Like that's kind of where they're at, versus now Allegretti has to miss time. As you've mentioned, he's dealt with injuries throughout his career and a lot of times been able to power through it. Even remember when he was on the Kansas City Chiefs and playing for them, he was powering through injuries going into the Super Bowl. And so it's not like
to be clear, he played the Super Bowl with a broken arm.
Yeah.
That's powering through injuries to like the third power.
Yeah, so, he deserves credit for that, but also you don't feel good about any options behind him. And maybe they thought they were going to be able to get some guys in the draft. Golban, we'll see what he can develop into, but that's still a late-round draft pick. I actually think their 5th-round pick, they had a couple of centers taken right before their pick, and I'd be curious if Brailsford out of Alabama, Hecht out of Kansas State, again, that's a 5th-round pick. It's not like you expect them to start right away, but maybe you feel a little bit better if you have one of those guys, especially a guy like Brailsford with a little more pedigree coming from Bama. Regardless, you don't feel great if Allegretti has to miss some time, so you'd like to see either Allegretti quickly be back out on the practice field or them to address this backup center position.
Yeah, so what I refuse to do, and this is just like too many years of sitting out here in Ashburn, is to overreact to a guy getting banged up in the first day or two. I got to wait for more information on Allegretti and or Burks, both of those guys, before I'm really nervous or have many anxieties. Because there's guys that'll miss practices with bumps and bruises all summer long. You'll drive yourself crazy if you start thinking he's going to be out for a month. Now, what is the track record of a guy? Someone like Burks, it does seem like anytime even something very minor happens with him, it lingers for weeks. That happened even with the finger in season last year. So maybe there's a little bit more of a anxiousness with an injury to a guy like that. But just keeping it with Allegretti in the center position for a second, I want to play first a clip from yesterday. So this was when DQ was talking about Allegretti in the center spot and what they like about him. I think you got to listen to the endorsement here to understand the indictment of the past. We talked about this with Peters on the new scheme being so quarterback friendly, and Jaden's not going to have to make a play and be a hero on every single snap. That was him, without saying it, telling you the offense with Kingsbury last year was problematic in that way. And similarly, this is why Nick Allegretti's their guy. This is why they cut Biotish, obviously as a $10 million player. They think he will do a better job helping point things out for Jaden Daniels. Listen to what Quinn had to say about him.
One, high-level competitor, and so we've played well with Nick in the lineup, that be it at guard. But interior, that's his space. He's played center, he's played guard, even though you may not have seen him in some of the games. Like every week he was, repping inside to go. So that was a big piece of it. We got a lot of faith and confidence in him. It's another one of the positions that we do have competition that we're going for it. But if Nick was playing on defense, he'd be a green dot. This is one of the smartest guys on our team now. Like when you talk about putting it under control, that's part of playing center. And he has that targeting, who's this, where's the protection going. So we've got a lot of confidence in him. He is one hell of a competitor. And so he's one of those guys, man, you don't bet against that. Might be new, but you don't do that with everybody. But with somebody for him, no doubt you do it.
So I'm trying to think about how I want to phrase this. But I think the center position is ultra important. In fact, I think it's probably on offense the most overlooked important position that no one kind of gives the correct credence to. And especially now in this offseason with this fan base, I feel like it's just kind of being dismissed a little bit. Like, well, look, if they're moving on from Biotish and promoting Allegretti and they feel okay about Good Jones and Golban, whatever, it's just center. They clearly don't care that much. I think they care. I hope they care. And maybe it's just that they're that high on these players, but I need other people. I need you guys to care. Like, center matters. And if you don't have a center who can get you out of bad looks or can help your young quarterback. And I know Daniels is going into year 3, but he's very young in this scheme. He's going to be playing in a pro-style offense like Blau's pretty much for the first time because LSU is very college-y. Kingsbury is as college-y as anything you see on a Saturday. This is a huge deal that they have Allegretti out there. Or if it's not him, that Julian Good-Jones is out there. You'll hear from Sam Cosme on the show later today. He talked about Good-Jones' acumen and if he could be that guy filling in that role. But I guess that's what I want to highlight and underscore here. Center's important. This is not just tackles are the guys that are dealing with the edges, and guards have become more important because the D tackles need to be blocked. Whatever happens at center is fine. I would say, like, quarterback. Obviously, you need your weapons, right? But in a new offense with a scheme, yeah, it's quarterback friendly, but the amount of things that are different at the line of scrimmage pre-snap with the shifts and the motions and the reading things out and trying to get a feel for who's coming and who's not. The center is vital here. They have to get this right. This is a really big deal. Today's not a great start, but I'm not going to get nervous yet on July 30th.
Yeah, I don't think it's something where you're trying to overreact to it in the second day of training camp. It just shows you that if anything happens to Nick Allegretti, you're kind of in dire straits right away. And maybe there are other guys that end up factoring in as camp goes on. We'd heard throughout the offseason that maybe Brandon Coleman would get a chance at center, so maybe that's something that does pop up a little bit later on into camp, as maybe if there's another injury or something of that nature, and maybe, as time goes on, that's something that happens. But maybe you're just going to say, we're going to stick with what we've got right now, expecting that you're going to get Allegretti back in a couple of days. But either way, it just shows you that it's Nick Allegretti, and then the option behind him you don't feel great about. And I think that's something that they kind of opened up that hole without it being necessary. And if Allegretti's healthy and they get back out there, I think you can hear how positive they feel about that. And regardless of what you think of that plan, that to me is a little bit irrelevant in this. It's just showing you that the depth behind him is questionable at best.
I actually think this is a really good point from KB on Twitter. I'm at Grant Paulson. You can hit up Toby on X as well. Toby is at Toby_Altizer. KB said, they actually told us by going after Tyler Linderbaum in the offseason that Allegretti wasn't even their first choice. Now, that to me doesn't mean a whole lot because I got to be honest with you, Tyler Linderbaum's everybody's first choice.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you could be the third best center in the league, and guess what? There's 30 teams that would, want that guy, essentially. But I think he's onto something in that there was an attempt to go get a center. It tells me they understand the value of the position. Now, they ended up not wanting to pay, I think it was $28 million a year that he made, something asinine like that. And even me, as I'm sitting here screaming about how important center is, let me be a hypocrite for a second. I think that's a joke. That's insane. I would never do that just because that's not what the market is. There's one of those guys, but I'm not buying a house for $2 million in a neighborhood where every other house is at 1 to 1.2. But having said that, by being in on that sweepstakes, it's an acknowledgement that they are aware that this is an important thing. It's not like they just went, like, remember the pass regime with Rivera? They just didn't care about linebacker that much, it felt like. They're just like, we're fine, we'll do this. No. This is not that they're just saying they're set at center because they're going with a Jag core. I really believe they like Allegretti that much mentally.
Yeah, I think they do, and I will say I agree with your point that center is really, really important. You would also hope that in year 3 that Jaden Daniels can maybe handle some of the responsibilities, so maybe it's not as important, and why Linderbaum going there, presumably to play with Fernando Mendoza pretty soon, that's helping out a rookie versus helping out a year 3 guy, so you hope Jaden can handle it. But it's still not underselling. He's going to be largely important. Like, Allegretti is going to be helping him up front, making sure they get into the right looks and different things. So you can't undervalue the center position. I don't think they are. I just think you're in a spot where if anything happens to Allegretti, I don't feel good about Julian Good-Jones. I don't feel good about Golden stepping in as a rookie right away.
This goes back to the same conversation we have about personnel on offense and the skill positions. But I'm sure Jaden Daniels can elevate those guys and be Superman as often as you want him to. You don't always have to ask him to. They don't want that to be the case. Could he be the guy to get everything right at the line of scrimmage all the time? Maybe. Why make him be? Why not have a center who is the guy that's telling him on the sideline what he's seeing, what he needs to check out of, how he should go about it? And they obviously thought that was enough of an issue at some point last year that they wanted to make this change. Like, there was something that Biadasz was not doing at a high enough level to help Jaden Daniels and the quarterbacks. Some of it is just not a quarterback's job in terms of passing off protections or whatever. There's going to be communicating within the lineman while he's doing some other stuff. But this isn't that Jaden Daniels can't do something as much as it is. There's not a quarterback in the league. Peyton Manning had Jeff Saturday, who was like a coach on the field.
Yeah, and they'd be arguing on the sidelines over things.
Yeah,
so
they're
always communicating. I'll ask you this real quick though, Grant, do you think that there's someone else that ends up being the backup center? That maybe, we think Good-Jones and those guys are on the depth chart, they're kind of competing right now. Those are the obvious backup centers, but do you think one of these other backup interior linemen is going to be the ultimate backup center when we get to the season?
On this roster now?
Yeah.
Maybe, I mean, can Coleman play center?
Yeah, I mean, they've talked about potentially doing that.
I'd like to see that. I think Brandon Coleman's the best lineman on their team that doesn't have a starting spot.
Agreed.
So I would like to see what that looks like. I also know that they really like Julian Good-Jones. I just can't sit here and pretend like I do because I haven't seen it.
Correct.
And I'd recognize him if he sat on my lap, but that's the extent of my relationship and knowledge of Julian Good-Jones. But I'd like to hear from you guys on this next. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. One of the big surprises of the offseason was the release of Biadasz. Allegretti being the starter was also a bit of a surprise that they didn't push him a little bit or bring in another veteran. And now he's banged up and already missing practices. Are you nervous at all about center? And how important do you think it is in a new scheme with a new play caller in Blau that they ace this part of the roster building test? Grant and Danny, no Danny today, from Ashburn on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are back in Ashburn. Training camp day 2, staying out of the heat in air conditioning tent. Can't do much better than this. Andrew Golden covers the Nats. We'll take a detour from camp for a few minutes to talk to him at 3. He wrote a piece today for the Baltimore Banner saying Washington should not trade Foster Griffin, which as of right now it looks like they are likely to do. But we'll talk more about that in a bit. The center position is in the news already. Remember, Biadasz released. People were very surprised. Team said, hey, don't worry about it. Allegretti's going to be just fine. That's not going to be a drop-off. And you could talk me into that. In fact, they think he's going to be better mentally than Biadasz was. Cool, no problem. But now you've got a banged-up Nick Allegretti, a guy that's been in and out of the lineup with injuries over the last few years anyway. And they didn't bring in another proven veteran. There's not another starting center who's got a long resume in the league. Julian Good-Jones, who's mostly been on and off their practice squad and not an active guy on game day, is the next man up. He was with the first team, getting the ball to the hands of Jaden Daniels today, protecting Jaden Daniels from interior defensive linemen. Does that work for you if they don't do something else there, and are you nervous about the center position? It feels very important in a new offense. Let's go to Kevin, who's in Arlington on the Fan. Kevin, how are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Well, so, Grant, one of the things I wanted to say, and you've kind of pointed to it already from feedback from another fan, the fact that they went hard after Lindenberg and hard after receivers tells you that they love what they had at center and wide receiver past McLaurin. I don't care what anyone says. It tells you they knew an upgrade there would really help. Now, as for Allegretti, people are forgetting he started last season at right guard, first few games, got benched for Wiley. And so when, I heard that Allegretti's going to solve all our problems, I'm like, what? And the irony was that the center most people are very high upon, this guy, Keith Studer, who does film review for Kevin Sheehan on his show. And he talked about Parker Brailsford out of Alabama and how he's so smart and he's just, he's going to be a terrific center. Well, guess what? He was taken one pick ahead of when we picked in the 5th round when we took Joseph out of Tennessee. So I don't know. If we didn't have bad luck, we'd have no luck. I'm worried about this position.
Well, but the thing is, Kevin, I appreciate the call as always, buddy. You had a whole off season, so if they really wanted to add another center, they would have done it. I understand your point is they were kind of dropping their hook into the water to see what they could get in terms of the top of the market. But there were a lot of guys that signed. There are still players out there. You can trade a draft pick if you want to, if it really means a lot to you. And they have not shown any real urgency to do that. We'll see if that changes in the weeks ahead. I guess Allegretti's health is a big part of this, too. This is very minor, which hopefully it is, and he's back in a week or 7-9 days, something like that, then no harm, no foul. My point is just this is not the only time all year he's going to be banged up. This is going to happen a bunch. So if you're not ready to go with Julian Good-Jones, if you're not comfortable with that, Toby, you better do something.
Correct, because what happens if he gets banged up in week 5 and you got to get ready for week 6, right? Like those sorts of things. It's not like center is a difficult position. It's not like you can just sign somebody off the street and throw them right in there. So I would like to see them maybe have a better second option. But like you said, they believe in Good-Jones more than we do, but they believe in him.
And my biggest point in this conversation is less to critique the decision-making and more I just think we need to reassess the way we talk about that position in town. I think center is really, really important. Sometimes it just seems like it gets tossed out like, well, they're good at tackle. They got Cosme at guard. Paul played pretty well. It's okay if your center's not great. I just don't see center that way. Let's go to Kevin in Sterling. What's up, Kevin? How are you?
What's up, boys? I love this topic. I really do feel like I think you're nailing it. I do think center is hypercritical to Jaden's long-term success, and I think it's the offseason moves were interesting and a little bit alarming in that they didn't put more emphasis on it. But I do think that it is hypercritical, and I was a little bit shocked to see that when Jaden was out in California training that he didn't bring his center along, and he's not. It wasn't apparent that he was emphasizing those types of snaps in the off season. To get more synergies there with an Allegretti or whomever. I just think that, you mentioned Jeff Saturday and Peyton Manning. There's a reason that they had such prolific success together. They were a unit. They functioned as a unit, as basically one position between those two guys.
Yeah, you want to get to a point where you're looking at a defense and you're seeing the exact same thing. I think it's a good phone call. Thank you. I have no idea. He may have invited the centers for all I know. They may have been there. Like, it's not like we have a roll call. We just see a couple of videos that Wale or whoever posts on social media. But also, it's the middle of the offseason. Guys have families. As long as he's taking some under center reps, I don't care if it's from Allegretti or somebody else. Like, if he's just getting snaps in the gun for all of those throwing program days they had, you're probably missing out on an opportunity to work on something important, because they're going to be under center plenty. Even the best teams at that in the league, the teams that do it the most, Tobes, it's about 50% of the time. So it's not like you're going to do it 90% of the time, but it's a big, big difference for a lot of guys. Ask Caleb Williams about camp last year. It's quite a transition.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot for him to take in, and I think he's done a pretty good job. You saw him taking snaps and working on things today before practice to work with Good Jones, but be interesting to see what they do. I mean, you need Allegretti back soon. It sounds like he will be, but I think it gives you some concern of if something like this pops up during the season.
2 chances today to win tickets to Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan. The first of them, as soon as we return next. You'll have to call us top of the hour at 3 o'clock if you want those tickets. Also, should the Nats trade Foster Griffin? You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan. That's next.
Sports Update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Nationals back on the road tonight, opening a four-game series against the division-leading Braves. Jake Irvin gets a start opposite of Grant Holmes. First pitch is at 7:15 on the Fan. Day 2 of Commanders training camp in the books. Jaden Daniels connected with Luke McCaffrey for a touchdown earlier today, while the defense produced multiple takeaways. Center Nick Allegretti currently dealing with a calf strain. Dan Quinn says it is not expected to linger. The boys will talk to Quan Martin at 4:45, Sam Cosme at 5:25. And ahead of Monday's MLB trade deadline, the craziness starting to begin. The Rangers have acquired catcher Logan O'Hoppe and reliever Chase Silseth from the Angels. The Nationals' only move made was trading Curtis Mead for Connolly Early from Boston last weekend. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Back live from Ashburn. Day 2 of training camp. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny's vacay continues. Toby's in and alongside. Let's give out some tickets, shall we? Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You're going to win Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan tickets. They got a show at Nats Park coming up next month, August 20th at Nats Park. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. You got another chance to win in 1 hour at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. Right now on the Ruud Guest Hotline, Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Our buddy Andrew Golden covers the Nats for the Baltimore Banner. Wrote a really nice piece today you guys should check out. Trading Foster Griffin makes sense on paper, but the Nationals shouldn't. And Andrew, I really enjoyed that you have this kind of juxtaposition going on where you acknowledge in the piece that your baseball brain says, trade this guy, he's not re-signing, but yet you can't shake the fact that you don't think they should. Take us through that.
Yeah, I've been going back and forth for the past few days about what I think they should do with Foster because I think on one hand the baseball argument is that obviously it's like if you have a player in an expiring contract and you're a rebuilding team, you should maximize your value. But on the other hand, there are 2 games out of a wild card. You don't really know if you'll get a chance to compete again, or you think you can, right? The more prospects you have, the better shot that you have. And I would agree with that. But you never truly know how this stuff will all shake out. And so, I think I'm at the point where I think they should just keep Foster and just go for it. I think it's good for team morale to play competitive baseball at this point in the year. And it's something they haven't done in a while, and I think that sets them up well for next season regardless, if they're able to play some meaningful games down the stretch.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said, Andrew, about the human side of this thing. And, I don't think C.J. Abrams is going to get dealt. You talked about that in the piece. It had to be something really significant. But the vibes are so high in year 1 with Paul Taboni that maybe it's worth, even though you're maybe missing out on a prospect or two, maybe it's just worth riding it out to keep those positive vibes going into next season.
Yeah, and I think you make the argument if you're looking at it from a larger perspective, looking at ownership and having people in seats and things mattering, right? It's playing meaningful baseball and having fans be invested. I think that means something to fans as well. And so I think even you can look at it from a baseball perspective for sure. Even from a business perspective, I think you're probably going to have more fans in seats if you're playing meaningful games and holding on to guys who are, who have made an impact, right? And I think that outside of C.J. Abrams and James Wood, no one's made more of an impact this season than Foster Griffin. And so I think it would be meaningful, not only from a baseball perspective, but also to me a business perspective, trying to sell fans on the fact that you're going to at least give them a chance to try. I think the clubhouse deserves it. I think they played well enough to do it, and I think they deserve that shot.
So the clubhouse argument to me is the best one, and it makes so much sense. To go into the clubhouse after trading your best pitcher when you don't have pitchers, to C.J. Abrams or James Wood and say, all right, guys, go make the playoffs now. We took away the ace. That's the one guy that's he is basically the lighthouse in the storm all year long when everything's going badly. But just keep winning. I totally get that. But the other part of this is a year from now, if he's not on the team, it will look foolish if they could have gotten something decent. And I don't know what that looks like, but that would be my caveat. You know how much better off this system is because the Nats got Ronnie Cruz when they flipped Michael Soroka?
Yeah.
Now, I know it was a completely different world. I get it. They weren't competitive. But my point is just fast forward a year, if the return is pretty solid, and there's a world where if Skubal's not traded, he's one of the best available pitchers on the market, it's almost malpractice not to try to get something for him, no?
Yeah, for sure. And I think it comes down to what is the market for him. Is it a return for a fourth or fifth starter? Or is it a return for a second or third starter in the season? Right? Like that's the big question. As you mentioned, like the players you can get in return. I mean, you're looking at like a DJ Hurst they got for Candelario, who's a solid, potential back end. I know he's hurt, right? But like a back end of the rotation guy, and potentially maybe has a little bit more of a higher ceiling, right? It's like you basically give yourself more chances to try to bring talent into the organization to give you a shot to produce a big leaguer out of it. And so I can't blame the Nationals for trying it. And I think I even said that, right? Like if they did do it, like I wouldn't be mad at them for doing it. Like I understand why they did it. I get why they would have to do it. And like you're right, it would seem a little bit like malpractice, right? But also it's like you don't necessarily know what next year's going to look like. You only know what you have now, right? And so I think that's why there's something in me that just kind of keeps feeling like it might be the right move just to keep him. I wouldn't blame them for trading him, but like you're only 2 games out of a wild card. You just took 2 out of 3 from the Diamondbacks the series prior. Like they can stack up pretty well with most of the teams in the mix. So I don't know. That's the back and forth.
Andrew Golden, Baltimore Banner. Should the Nationals trade Foster Griffin? Wrote a column about that. So the other thing I want to dive into then in terms of return is the qualifying offer part of this. So this is something I keep bringing up because the qualifying offer, I'm told by people within the organization, would be right after the second round, is the comp pick you'd get back if he turns it down and leaves. So just for people that don't understand how this works, basically they could offer him the QO, which if he takes it, you're paying him over $20 million for 1 year next year. There is a world, I guess, where ownership wouldn't even do that, and they wouldn't offer him the qualifying offer. But for the sake of the conversation, Andrew, let's just pretend that they're a real baseball team for a second, okay? Yeah. And that they're willing to actually offer him the $20 million for a year. He then turns it down because he can get, 50 or 60 or whatever. Now you get a pick outside of the top 50. This is where Paul Taboni found like Roman Anthony right outside of the second round. The player you're adding, if it falls in your favor there, is like maybe the 5th or 6th best prospect in your system, potentially, going into the following year. That might be better than what they could get back anyway. How does that add to the equation here?
Yeah, and I think in terms of, Paul Taboni talks a lot about building the player development monster, right? And so like if you trust your staff and you trust your development, your draft group to find those diamonds in the rough and those guys who can really make an impact, then like I would want to give those guys as many assets as possible to be able to do that. And I think that having the compensatory pick would be really beneficial. And so like it's like I think it would be helpful, if they're willing to give that qualifying offer to keep Foster and add yourself another draft pick that you could turn into, like you said, a productive part of the system, right? That could be the 5th or 6th best player in the system. That's not like a mid-second round or wherever that is. Like that's a really good pick still, right? And so I think there's definitely value in giving your guys as many opportunities as possible to hit on a prospect through the draft that they really value and that they feel like they can develop well. And so I think that's worth the shot. Again, like there has to be. They have to be willing to do the qualifying offer, which I would hope they'd be able to do given how much is coming off the books, right? But like I think it makes sense to give that front office and that draft as many opportunities as possible to see what they can develop and see who they can scout and get.
Couple more days, and Connolly Early is going to make his first rehab start, and presumably you give it a couple of weeks and he could rejoin this rotation mid-late August. Do you think that plays a factor in this decision? Do you think because of acquiring him, they're more apt to move Foster Griffin, feeling like, all right, maybe we miss 2 times through the rotation where Foster would be, but then essentially Connolly Early steps right in immediately at the end of the month or something? Or how do you think that plays in to their decision with this?
I mean, I think it definitely plays in the decision, right? Like it softens the blow in the sense of like it's like if you were to lose Foster, if you're not replacing Foster in the sense of like I don't know if you can replicate what he's. I mean, it's possible to replicate what he's done this year, but I think in terms of like, having Connolly Early, who I think is really talented, like I think it softens the blow and gives you a legitimate guy to pair with Cade Cavalli, right? And so I think having him makes it a little bit easier to deal Foster than I think it would have been if you just dealt Foster and there's nobody else behind Cade Cavalli. Like I think that would have been tough, but I think it almost helps make their case that if they were to trade him that they have Connolly there. But I think you could also make the argument the same case that, like, in theory, if the team makes a run with the best offense in baseball, and you're looking at a 3-game wild card series, and you have Cade, Foster, and Connolly, who's pitched in a playoff game last year, like, that's a good group. I think I would go to bat with the best offense in baseball. So it's interesting, but I do think having him softens the blow in terms of, if you were to trade Foster, like, at least you have a second guy behind Cade.
Andrew, Paul Taboni was on with the Junkies. He's mentioned this a couple of times with the Junks. He was on yesterday saying that there's probably a threading of the needle of buying and selling. What do you think that looks like?
I think that it could be like a trading a Jacob Young, who is an outfielder who maybe might be a better fit in a better roster. I think that could look like a trading a Luis Garcia, because you have Abimelec Ortiz in the organization, and you could call him up if you trade Luis. I think moves like that, obviously trading any of the infielders, if there's somehow a return for like a Vivas or a Tena or a Chaparro, like if somebody's willing to, and you feel like you can cash that in for more depth in your system, I think go for it, right? But I think those are the kind of moves that you're making. I don't necessarily look at their roster at the moment and say that there's anybody who really stands out. Because like all the one-year rentals, like a Michaelis or a Littell, haven't necessarily turned out the way that the Nationals have wanted it to, right? And so I think like you're looking at like a surplus, and I think that Luis Garcia is a surplus, and I think that Jacob Young's a surplus. I think Louis is interesting because they traded Curtis Mead, right, who had a lot of homers. And so by letting go of that guy and you're letting go of Louis, like I do think it probably affects your offense a bit. I'm just not sure how much. But I still think he can be traded, and I think they can replace him because they have the options in the system to do so.
They really like Jorbit Bibas. I don't have a question. I just wanted to tell you that.
They do. For sure. Although yesterday I will say, like, Blake did say that Jacob Young did bunt ahead of. That was his choice to bunt.
I was able to sleep last night after that, yes. Jacob Young decided to put the bunt down. But I thought initially this was just like item number 932 of them thinking Jorbit Bibas is like the guy. But get you an employer that feels as good about you as they feel about Bibas.
That's funny. I mean, look. I will say this. Like, it's like I guess the argument is like you don't want to waste. You don't want a prospect or a guy who you like to come up and play on the bench, so you just kind of have Vivas there. But I think at some point, like it's very clear that wasn't, that wasn't the, that didn't work out. But also, like, I think you need to try to make those trades and see if you can have a potential to take a chance on a guy with no options and give him a shot. And
totally,
it just didn't work out, right? Like but I think that's kind of how it goes. Like, you just hope you hit on him, right? They hit on Curtis Mead, right? So you just never really know.
No, the using him or having him, that isn't that crazy to me. It's the fascination with him having to play every single day at all times, and in as many situations as possible. That's interesting to me. Andrew, always excellent, really good column, man. We'll have people go check it out at the Baltimore Banner. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
You got it. So I love the way he said that. When you read the piece, you'll see. He goes, my baseball brain says trade him.
Yeah.
He didn't use his heart, but that was kind of what he was getting at. It's like, I also feel like you just can't. And I have battled this for weeks. I've come around now, and maybe it's just the resignation to I have thought they were going to trade him for the better part of the last month. And over the last 2 weeks, it's become glaringly evident. I've told you this off air. I've said this on air. When I ask other people with other teams, they think it's ludicrous that they would do anything other than trade him. They think it's just crazy that they wouldn't be shopping him and selling off on him right now based on what he was a year ago, what he is now, what you can get, almost like this Curtis Mead-like thing. That said, they're 2 games out of the wild card, man.
Exactly.
It's just easier said than done.
I say this, the example I give, and I was talking to Barry Sverluga about this. He wrote a piece on this as well. And if you watch golf at all, you'll understand the reference I'm going to make here. So there are occasionally spots, I've seen videos recently, where Jordan Spieth, he loves to put himself in terrible positions and then try to hit a miracle shot. And sometimes his caddy will try to be like, dude, no. And sometimes he'll look at his caddy, Michael Greller, and say, this one's on me. Whatever happens, this one's on me. Sometimes I think as a general manager or president of baseball operations, in this case for Paul Taboni, you can do that, where you go, this one's on me. We can look back in 5 years, and I'll wear it. I made the mistake here. If I'm Paul Taboni here, this is one where I could say, this one's on me. We're keeping Foster Griffin. We're going to see how it plays out, and if we miss out on some team's 7th-ranked prospect and that guy turns out to be Aaron freaking Judge, I'll wear it. I don't think I'm going to have that happen. I think that I'm going to see what happens this season, play it out, and assuming they do the right thing where they're able to extend the qualifying offer, and if he leaves, or Even if he pitches for your team for $20 million next season, I'll live with the results there versus I don't think I'm missing out on some can't-miss guy.
I also think sometimes we overcomplicate these situations. I remember texting somebody with the Nationals earlier this season about something that was like a pretty hot button issue. And I'm like, hey, I'm looking for some context on this. And their point was like, well, it's kind of common sense. It's like not overly nuanced. And that's how I feel about this in a sense, which is to say, here we are like, do you trade him? Do you not trade him? You probably make all the calls. You do all the due diligence. You get all the offers. And then there's either a deal that you go, we have to do this, or there's not.
Correct.
And it might not be that complicated. We want to have these bigger discussions, and maybe what we're trying to hone in on is, like, is it worth, should they trade him, yes or no? Well, the answer is impossible until you know what's being offered. And if you're getting back a mid-level minor league player who's, I'm just going to say, the 14th best player in a decent system, that's not worth it maybe.
Yeah, I'm good on that.
Especially with this qualifying offer thing. Now, the part I don't know, and I don't know if Andrew knows, is the qualifying offer would mean ownership has to essentially give you permission to spend $20 million on Foster Griffin next year. It's actually a little more than that. It's a very real possibility that ownership wouldn't do that. The biggest commitment to a pitcher they've made, to my knowledge, this side of the World Series is Trevor Williams at, like, since the Strasburg deal, is like $7 million a year for Trevor Williams. So they may say, especially with a lot work stoppage and everything going on next offseason, that maybe they wouldn't do that commitment. But if you're able, and Taboni's got to know this too, like I have to know beforehand, would we be able to give him a qualifying offer or not? Because if I'm picking up a top 60 pick on a 1-to-100, what value is that? Let's say that's an 85 value. Well, now I need an 85 value prospect back. That's a really good prospect. That makes it easier. So there's a lot of things he's got to know that he's going to know that we will never know.
Correct.
As we're trying to answer what to do with Foster Griffin.
Yeah, and I think that's the key, is if he gets a offer where he thinks it's better than the pick that they could potentially get back or one more season of Foster Griffin, then, yeah, go ahead and take that deal, and it would hurt. But we also don't know on the flip side, Grant, like, he says there's going to be buy and sell, and I tend to believe what Paul Taboni is selling, right, or at least saying on the junks right now. I don't think this is something that he's blowing smoke up our butts, right? I don't think he's doing anything like that. I think he's telling the truth there. If that's the case, they very well could say, expiring contract Foster Griffin, that's an obvious sell candidate. Adios. Even though we like what you've done, we'll trade you. Doesn't mean they're not going to go to acquire a reliever. And then Connolly Early all of a sudden slots into his spot in the starting rotation. And they'll say to you, yeah, we lost a starter, but we already got another starter in Connolly Early, and we acquired a reliever for some lower-level prospect that we regained the prospects for in the Foster Griffin deal. So that's going to be the interesting thing to see how he weighs those two things.
By the way, G&D on the Fan from Ashburn, day 2 of training camp. The Nats game's been picked up by national TV tonight.
Let's go.
July 30th, Nats baseball. National television? By choice?
Yeah.
ESPN will televise the game this evening, which is pretty sweet. We found that out about 1 hour ago. It's been a fun day out here in Ashburn. By the way, we missed National Chicken Wing Day by 24 hours, but Toby and I did have some wings for lunch today.
Yeah, we made up for that.
The mild, I said on the air the other day when we were talking chicken wings, mild can sometimes be better than hot if the flavor is right. I had the most delicious mild buffalo wings I've had in some time. Crinkle cut French fries on the side, the perfect side to any buffalo wing. And you can mix it and match with the wings that you order at this spot. So I got a handful of the mild, extra crispy, and I also did a little Old Bay extra crispy dry rub. It was a strong lunch for your boys. 70 lunch on the 2080 scouting scale.
Yeah, it was really, really good. The fries, I got to give them credit, right? When you talk about crinkle-cut fries, sometimes they're not always going to be crispy, and, that's a solid fry, but the crispiness was there on every single one of them. So you got to give them credit. Those were fantastic to go along with some really good wings. I still don't understand how you don't eat them with any sauce in terms of a dipping sauce like a ranch or a blue cheese. I think that's a little bit wild. You did that again today. Blue cheese was a must for me with the buffalo wings, and that adds to it. Regardless, I think we both enjoyed our lunch today.
Yeah, all of our coverage of the trade deadline in Major League Baseball, and I guess French fries for now, too. All of our French fry conversation on the Fan as well is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Next on Grant and Danny, as we continue from Ashburn, the first installment of the kicking competition in training camp. We saw today 6 kicks from both kickers, plus Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt had a pretty interesting practice. Some highlights and one lowlight. We'll get into those next on The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant. $30 million in guaranteed prizes. That's what I'm talking about. Cash in this football season in Vegas with 3 Circa Sports contests. Entries start at just $1,000, and they've all got no rake. Circa Million, 18 weeks, point spread action. I got buddies that do this every year. It's a blast. 128 ways to win. Then you got Circa Survivor. I've been in on this for a few years. Pick one winner each week. Last one standing is going to win. And then I'm not in on this one, I'll be very honest with you, but somebody could be. Circa Grandissimo, a $100,000 entry. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere, $30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
Sports Update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? With Monday's trade deadline approaching, Nationals All-Star Foster Griffin remains one of the top starting pitchers available in the National League. The Nats are reportedly still deciding whether to trade, extend, or hold on to the left-hander. He's 11-2. He's got a 2.68 ERA. On the field, Washington begins a crucial 4-game series against Atlanta tonight. Jake Irvin back for the first time since mid-May into the Nationals rotation. He faces Grant Holmes. First pitch at 7:15 on the Fan. At Commanders training camp, center Nick Allegretti is dealing with a calf strain, and receiver Traylon Burks has foot soreness. Dan Quinn says neither injury is expected to be long-term. Washington has tomorrow off before holding its first practice open to the fans on Saturday. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
My daughter turned 3 yesterday, and she got one of those little electric cars that you can drive around as a little kid.
A Tesla? Oh.
A Tesla, exactly right. She's driving around in a Tesla. She's out on 267 right now. Wave if you drive by. But I can just imagine now that the kids are going to be lining up in the neighborhood to just jump in that thing. Looks exciting, the videos I'm getting from back home. G&D without Danny today as vacation continues. Toby is in. We're talking training camp. We're out in Ashburn. Day 2 of camp, and all of our camp coverage, by the way, is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. A couple of things that we didn't hit yet from today in the notebook. Kicker competition heated up. We got our first batch of actual kicks. Yesterday, there were some procedural things they were going over with kick team, but they didn't actually boot the football. And then that changed today. So we got the first of what will be several head-to-head kickoffs, if you will. And to the credit of both of the kickers, Jake Moody and Drew Stevens went 6 for 6. Unofficially, they were kicking from distances of 27, 31, 33, and then 37, 43, and 45. Basically, they'd line up, kick a field goal, move back, kick another field goal 6 times, and then the other one would go. So it was Moody, 6 for 6, Stevens, 6 for 6. The only one that was close to missing a kick, if we're going to do it that way, Moody in his round was real tight up against the right upright on one of the kicks. Seemed like Stevens, for the most part, split the uprights in half. The question for Stevens, who's got the bigger leg, obviously, massive leg coming out of college as a rookie, is going to be accuracy. This is super nerdy and silly, and I'm already cringing before I say it, and like I hate myself for this. But the ball sounds better when he kicks it. Now, this is me confirming my priors because I want the big leg guy. But there is something, too. I just remember over the years talking to, like, kickers, special teams coaches, and they talk about that really, like, obvious thump of the football. It's almost like a bat, right, on contact. Like, sometimes it sounds different. It just sounds like it echoes when he kicks the ball. He's got the huge leg. But 1 for 1 for both he and Moody in terms of showing well, making all 6 of their kicks. I think this competition will go all the way through the preseason. I'll be curious to see now with only 3 games how you handle that. Do you give a guy a game? Do you go every other kick? You're not really sure when you're going to get kicks, so if it's Moody, do you want him to take the 50-pluser because that's what he struggles with? Whereas if it's Stevens, maybe you want him to take the kick in the 35 to 47 range because you want to check on his accuracy. It's a big decision, though. This is something that could be the determining factor in a ball game later this year.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Moody has the leg up just because of the fact that we've seen him, but I would like to see Drew Stevens get the opportunities.
Let me go back on that. I'm interested you say that. You think he has the leg up, meaning because he was here last year?
Yeah, because
I think he has the leg down, if we will, because we know who he is. Like his career is that of a guy that has bounced all over the place for a reason.
Yeah, no, I'm maybe it's just semantics. Like I think he is the leader in the clubhouse by default. in terms of they know what they're getting. At worst, they cut Drew Stevens and move on, and that's their guy, Jake Moody, and maybe they bring somebody else in for competition throughout the season or something like that, if that would be the case.
Do you think it's an open competition, or
Yes.
do you think Moody is needs to be supplanted?
No, probably kind of like that. Like, I think it's a competition where they probably want Drew Stevens to take the job, but they just know that at
Gotcha.
worst we have Jake Moody.
So what I'm hoping, we're using a lot of leg puns, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it's on equal footing
Yes.
to start the
Yes.
competition. I want it to be 50-50. Because when you talk about training camp competitions, there is this scale of them, right, where Dan Quinn will tell you that they're competing at quarterback out there, for whatever that means. Here's how that's going to go. Jaden Daniels, if he's healthy, should start and play every single snap with the ones for the history of time, right? Obviously, there's no quarterback competition. But coaches don't ever say we're not competing at this spot or there's no competition. So on that scale, that's a 1 out of a 100 competition. You get what I'm saying? The 100 competition is when there's literally 2 QBs that are splitting reps. We've seen this before. That's Beck and Grossman. You don't know who the guy is going to be. Maybe in Minnesota, it's close to that with Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy or something. I'm hoping this is one of those 100 competitions where there is no leader. There is no one who likely gets the job. Your point is well taken, which is he's a veteran. He made a bunch of kicks last year, so you can't just struggle your way through camp and beat him out. But I think looking at Jake Moody's body of work, I go, this is not a guy I'd want necessarily to stake my season on. Hopefully, Stevens is better than this. Doesn't mean he is, but we haven't seen him be bad yet. We haven't seen him shank a bunch of kicks in San Francisco yet. So there's always the hope and the dream that maybe he's different. But generally, man, rookie kickers, ask Moody, who got drafted high. Roberto Aguayo got drafted high. Rodrigo Blankenship? These guys, the best college kickers, even as rookies, most of them struggle. It does take time for some weird reason.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I would prefer that they had a different kicker other than Jake Moody as well. But that could be Drew Stevens. It could be someone else. I think Drew Stevens is going to get every opportunity. And by the way, if there's ever a team I'm going to pick a specialist from, kicker or punter, it's Iowa because they depend on their special teams maybe more than anybody else than in college football. But, yeah, I'm interested to see. I like Drew Stevens. I thought that he was someone that would get an opportunity in the league and was excited to see that Washington was going to give him a look. And we'll see if he can beat out Jake Moody. I think it is something, though, where they're going in with an open mind, understanding that if he struggles, all right, well, at worst we have Jake Moody. And maybe you still don't feel great about that, but they're at least going to give, I think, Drew Stevens pretty much every opportunity to win this job.
Jake Moody, if you're wondering what isn't to like, he was really good in college and drafted very high. So what I would point out is just from 50 and beyond, he is not proven to be a reliable NFL kicker. And the world I want to live in is a guy with a big leg who allows me to be in scoring position and basically in range to get points as soon as I get to the 40-yard line. I think that's the secret sauce in the NFL right now. Drives start at a better position than they ever have before because of the kickoff rules, because of the touchback rules. On average, Washington so many times last year would start at their own 40, 41-yard line. That was a couple time a game thing on returns. They almost routinely every single week did that 2 or 3 times. But generally, let's say you're starting around the 35, 36-yard line. Well, now I'm a first down on a completion on a 2nd and 6 or something away from crossing midfield. I'm now not even a full first down away from points after 1 first down. If I can get another 6 or so yards and it's now 3rd and 4 and I'm incomplete and it's 4th and 4 from the 41-yard line of the opponent in plus territory, and I can trot a guy out from 58 like a Brandon Aubrey and it's a chip shot, you're talking about a first down?
Yes.
Basically a 1 for 3 from your quarterback for 15 yards with 2 runs for 7 yards, and that 23-yard drive just got you 3 points. That's where I want to be living. Now, Danny, if he was here, he's at the beach today on vacay, but he cares way less about that, and he cares about whenever I kick it from inside of 46, I need it to be made. That's all he cares about. That's how I felt 10 years ago. I just think the league has changed too much. And ideally, even the bad kickers are going to hit on those at a 90-some% rate, 85% rate, if they're bad. I need a guy that can make it from further. So I look at Moody's track record, Tobes. He's missed 6 of 14 field goals from 50-plus in his career. A lot of those were in 2024. He's 4 for his last 4 over the last 2 seasons, but it's basically close to 50. Like, you're not running him out there to boot kicks his longest kick of his career since his rookie season is 56. I think that tells you a lot. He's also only attempted 2 with Washington and then 2 with the previous 2 teams from 50 and beyond. You kind of avoid him in that range. I'd like to get to the 43 and get to call a play differently if I'm Dan Quinn, because I got Drew Stevens ready to come out here and hammer a ball from 59.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge advantage to be able to have a Brandon Aubrey on your football team where you're in scoring range when you cross midfield, right? Like, it changes things where for Washington, if they're not confident, around 50 yards, that's a 20-yard difference, Grant. Like, if you feel like just getting across to 50 is now you're suddenly in field goal range or close to it versus I got to get inside 50 and now I'm approaching the 30-yard line, that's a whole different way. So I agree. I still want a guy that's automatic inside of 40 yards, and everybody wants that guy, and you feel like as soon as he trots out on the field, you're throwing up 3 points. We've seen guys throughout their NFL careers be able to do that. But now that cheat code is having the guy that can nail it from deep. You want somebody that's able to put the ball through the uprights from just past midfield, and it adds so much to your offense. And in an era now where analytics are playing so much more into fourth down decisions, having the option of being able to say, all right, 3 points is a possibility here versus, there's like a 1 in 4 chance that our guy's going to be able to knock it through from 55. I need someone that I can at least factor into the equation more than a 25% chance or something of that nature. So, I think that at worst, Jake Moody's your kicker on week 1. I think they would prefer, though, Drew Stevens win this kicking battle.
Yeah, and if he outkicks him at practice and then has a clean preseason where he doesn't miss a kick, I just don't see a way where he wouldn't be their kicker.
Correct.
Because of the bigger leg. But he's got to be more accurate. I know there was a particular practice in the spring where, he missed a couple field goals that were in shorter. Well, to the old Danny corollary, I don't care how big your leg is. If you can't make the layups, we're not keeping you around. That's how this team's going to feel, I would imagine. They also are a team that goes for a lot of fourth downs in that no man's land. They certainly did in 24 when they were 26 of 29 with the playoffs. Jaden Daniels is a cheat code and has been just a completely irreplaceable weapon on 4th and short, 4th and medium. And so maybe they view it a little bit differently. Maybe they more incline themselves like the old school way of thinking of just let's have someone who's accurate in the mid-range and care a little less about the deeper kicks. But I really would love to get to a place eventually where they have a real weapon. It's been a long time since I felt that way. We can get more into Bill later in the show, but I wanted to real quick squeeze this in. I thought he had a pretty good day running the football. He just gives you something nobody else does. I was on the sideline. I was talking to another member of the media corps that covers the team out here, and they had made the comment that they weren't sure about if Bill's role was going to be as big as people think this year, or with some of the other things they did. They signed a running back. They drafted a running back. Maybe Bill could be in for some type of regression. And I don't really see it that way because even as I'm sitting out here watching guys that I'm intrigued by, like Katron Allen, who's going to be Chris Rodriguez, or Rachaad White, who can catch the ball to the backfield. He had 1 drop today, but there won't be many of those this season. I think he's going to be very helpful to them. Bill has something none of the other guys have. He can hit doubles and homers. And on 1st and 2nd down especially, Rachaad White's been basically a sub-4 yard per carry guy in his career. I think Allen is your ultimate battering ram. I'm Team Bill in a big, big way. And I thought today he showed the gear that he's got that nobody else does. But guess what else he did? He fumbled.
Yep.
And last year, if you remember, that was a problem. Now, you can explain this one away because he got crunched in a drill where you're normally not supposed to. It was probably a bigger, he went to the ground. It was like a tackle almost. But at the same time, there's just one guy on this team that doesn't really get to fumble in camp without it being talked about, and it's Bill based on last season.
Yeah, to me, I'm one that's buying all the Bill stock. I think that if he's able to hold on to the football, and that is the number one thing for me, I think his vision is great. I think that burst. Remember last year how it was oh, man, this guy's different. Just watching him, it still feels that way out here.
I totally agree with you.
Just watching his burst when he sees a hole and the vision even on a cutback, and especially in this scheme where he's going to be able to, I think, utilize that vision a little bit more and some of those bounce backs, I think he could have a spectacular season. And to me, the only thing that really can derail him, because I think he's going to excel so well in this scheme, if he fumbles the football, I can't give it to you. That's the number one thing there is I think the confidence last season where he struggled a little bit in some of the middle portion of the season where he didn't have some of the same efficiency, it was because he wasn't running as confidently. He was thinking about carrying the football and making sure he held on to it. If he gets back to running like he did last season at the beginning and at the end of the season, I think he's going to excel. But if he cannot hold on to the football, well, that's it. That's done right there. You cannot have that. So that's the number one thing I'm watching, and that's the first thing I thought of when I saw that today. Ball on the ground, it's like, can't have that.
20 minutes from now at 4 o'clock, the second and final time today for somebody to try to win tickets to see a great country show at Nationals Park next month. Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan. So if you want those tickets, you got to be listening to Grant and Danny. We are out here at training camp ahead of tomorrow's workout, which is going to be closed to the media and the public. Saturday, your first chance to see a practice. You got to have tickets, but for the fans that will be in attendance, going to be an exciting day. All of our camp coverage is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Our double play is next. Baker Mayfield said today he felt disrespected by the Bucs' offer to extend him. That's always a good starting place for a negotiation.
Yeah, that's what you love.
When your quarterback feels like you slapped him in the face.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get into that and some other quarterback news from around the NFL coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. Also a Beltway Blitz coming up on Grant and Danny as well. Did you see any of the video? I'd imagine, just knowing you as well as I do as a buddy at this point, you're not big on like wasting your time watching things on social media that you don't care about. Did you see the videos that have come out at all of Tony Romo's arrest for his driving under the influence?
So this is the funny part about it, GP. You do know me well. Like, I have not gone out of my way to watch the arrest videos of Tony Romo, but I have come across them on various things that have then turned into Tony Romo edits across social media.
Well, some of the edits are hilarious.
I have watched those.
The funniest edit I've seen, Romo's asked by a female cop, do you have any concussions or any issues, like, health-wise? And he's like, huh? She's like, have you had any recent concussions? And Romo just gets this biggest smirk, and he, like, half grin, and he goes, well? And it just kind of freezes, and then it picks up with him laying lifelessly on the ground. I don't remember what song it is. It might be like, hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yep.
That is one of the funniest internet edits I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's one of the few people I think that the internet generally almost likes more after his DWI.
He might hit the jackpot. What you get occasionally is, look, I want to say the important part first.
Yes.
A lot's being made about this, and it's humorous, and this joke and that joke, and it's all shtick. If you're driving under the influence, that's unacceptable.
Correct.
Okay, so I think as grown-ups, we all know this, and I'm just going to get this part out of the way. Like, in the police report that came out today, as they're taking a little bit of a hit, because it seems like they handled it in a way that is being viewed unfavorably. He had an open bottle of alcohol in the car. When
that's a no-no.
Either the woman saw that right away, that the female police officer that pulled him over, or maybe you don't and you see it during your search or whatever. Regardless, if that's the case, and he's clearly, I don't think he's 100%. You know what I mean? Like, you could tell he's a little bit off. He's been golfing all day. So unacceptable, bad. He is the villain in this, so to speak. But I do think what happens sometimes is when a celebrity is being shown on any kind of a video with police officers, and they are very cooperative, and they're not doing a do you know who I am thing, and the cops are coming off as like pushy and annoying, and like he basically keeps saying, hey, can I make this one phone call? I got family members that are going to meet me at this place. And like an hour goes by, and they keep telling him no, and they're telling him we have to do this or that. And there is very little working with someone, right? And I get it. They have a procedure. I don't know what I don't know. Thank God I've never done a field sobriety test or been pulled over or had that issue. And I'm not suggesting that they were completely wrong. But that having been said, when you watch all of this, you go, Romo's being a pretty cool dude. He's giving them all the stuff he's supposed to give them. He's doing all the stuff he's supposed to do. And there's very little, like, return of, hey, you're being cool. You didn't hurt anybody.
Yeah.
You didn't kill someone. Like, here's your phone call. Oh, by the way, most of these cops know who the guy is. It's Tony Romo just sitting here.
Of course.
Now, you don't need to treat him all that special, but I think that's what's happening. That's at least what I'm gathering out of people being so, like you said, pro-Romo and all of this. Just feels like he's a pretty good dude that did something stupid. He did a bad thing. I want to keep reiterating that because somehow the headline's going to be that I'm endorsing his behavior. The antithesis of that is true. But at the same time, I've always thought Tony Romo's a pretty good person. There's stories, remember back in the day, I don't know if you ever saw this. The time I started, I realized I think I'm a Tony Romo guy as a person, was when this story came out that someone had overseen him, like no media around or whatever. He used to do this thing in Dallas that I read where he loved going to movies. Like once a week in the middle of the week, probably on Tuesdays on his off day. I'm also a big movie guy, so that already I was like, oh, one of us. Well, he would occasionally, there was like this homeless guy that would be outside of one of these movie theaters, and he would have him come in with him and sit down and watch the movie and get him popcorn and soda and like watch the film with him. He just invited him with him, like while he was the quarterback of the Cowboys.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's like a pretty cool dude. So I think there's some of that when you see Romo. He's not like a, do you even know who I am? You can't arrest me. There was zero of that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think he handled himself well, obviously made a mistake, like you said, and hopefully it's something that he can learn from. But I do think that he came across pretty good and cooperative, and that's a good thing. But it's funny. It feels like things have shifted around the way that people view Tony Romo, where as the Cowboys quarterback, it was like, well, obviously everybody – they're so polarizing, either a Cowboys fan or not, so you kind of hate Tony Romo. And then as an announcer, immediately it was like, oh, man, this guy's awesome. And now it's kind of gone back to like, dude, shut up, right? Like it's so, oh, I don't know, Jim. Like that stuff's kind of gotten old for a lot of people. But regardless, hopefully and everything gets figured out here. But it was kind of funny seeing all these edits on
what kind of
Instagram
trouble, I
stuff.
wonder, is he in with his employer? Like, I'm just thinking about this out loud, so I'm workshopping this. If this is a dumb point, give me a little grace. Ben Steele got fired basically immediately for something very similar.
Yep.
Who's the tight ends coach for Washington, or was, and now his career is probably over. Tony Romo did this thing, and he's a broadcaster. Not the same, I get that. But a team is counting on you, a broadcast team, all the people at CBS or what have you. And he makes millions of dollars, too. I mean, he makes way more than Ben Steele does.
Way more.
Like, I don't know what his number is. I know that Troy Aikman on ESPN makes $15 million. I know that Tom Brady makes $37 million in the same role on Fox. Romo ain't making that, but I would be surprised if it's not $10+ million. Now, I'm not suggesting he should lose his job at all. I don't think he should. If he has to go to jail, he should go to jail, and he should get in trouble for what he did. It was a dumb thing. But I just think the immediate firing of Ben Steele is interesting. It feels like a little bit of a zero-tolerance policy on this staff by Dan Quinn, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's one of those things that you got to know where you are on the totem pole in the pecking order, and if you are going to cause any sort of problem and you're farther down the list, we're more prone to move off of you. It was McManus was the kicker, right? Like that sort of a thing, and then Ben Steele is a tight ends coach. I don't think we're having that same conversation if it's somebody a little bit more prominent. Maybe there's a little bit more grace. Tony Romo's the most prominent color commentator on the NFL for CBS, right? So I don't think that if it was their sixth guy down the order, maybe it's a little bit different, but it's Tony Romo. It's their most prominent guy.
Yeah. Do you have the poll? How important are you?
Yeah.
That's just, people can roll their eyes on that all they want to. That's the way the world works.
Yeah, well, it's just the reality, and it's one of those things where sometimes, like you talk about a football player, it's like everybody's equal in the 53. No, the heck they are not.
Correct.
Like Jaden Daniels is treated differently than Jaden Bradley, who was being talked about by Terry McLaurin today, and rightfully so, right? Like there's nothing wrong with that.
Good juxtaposition of two guys with the same first name. I don't know if you did that strategically.
I did not.
Well, it was the perfect way to do it. By the way, this is just for the people on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream in this double play. I'm going to show you my tan line that's developed through 2 days out here. Now I practice. That is tough.
You got your own V-neck go.
Yeah, I mean, this is awful. So white and then red. That's 2 days of practice. That's also,
yeah,
like,
pretty rough.
My wife always is like, you have to wear sunscreen. I just don't. It's just such a bad thing. It's going to catch up to me.
Yeah.
But
that's
anyway,
pretty rough after 2 days.
Just a special little show for those of you watching us on webcam.
It's only going to get worse,
sounds
too.
Promiscuous.
2 days?
2 days, man. Training camp coverage on the Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Next on Grant and Danny, your Beltway Blitz. And one last time today, you're going to have an opportunity to win tickets to Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan right here on the Fan.
It is brought to you by Cop Defense Properties. The Nationals have activated Jake Irvin from the 60-day injured list, and the right-hander will start tonight's series opener in Atlanta. Irvin has been out since May with a shoulder strain and injury he suffered against this same Braves team after throwing 5 hitless innings. First pitch tonight at 7:15 on 106.7 The Fan. Orioles, by the way, pulled off their largest comeback in 17 years last night, beat the Tigers 10-9 in 12 innings. Day 2 of the Commanders training camp featured a strong finish from the defense. Rookie Malik Spencer recorded an interception. Rasul Douglas ended practice with another pick. Jaden Daniels also connected with Luke McCaffrey for a touchdown. Are you a road technician that is tired of the outdoor service grind? Cop Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services. Competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training and development, and great benefits. Apply today at COPT.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Grant and Danny from training camp on The Fan. Danny's on vacation. Toby Altizer is filling in. Show's brought to you today and every day by the law firm Kondorian Murad. Let's give away tickets. Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're going to win a pair to see Luke Bryan and Jason Aldean next month, August 20th at Nats Park. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. It is time for our Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the NFL. We will also cover Commanders camp. But we got to start you off on the Diamond Big Nats game tonight. Let's do it. Bobby Blanco of Masson Sports joins us now. And, Bobby, how about those Nats? They are 2 out of the wild card, even after losing a series to the Toronto. And they're getting flexed into national TV against the Braves tonight, kicking off a huge 8-game road trip.
Yeah, I mean, this team is pretty hot. Everyone has their eyeballs on them. You know, they're heating up just like your chest, Grant, at training camp and getting red hot.
You get it.
Getting a national spotlight is a lot of fun. Obviously, this team deserves it. They've exceeded all expectation this season. They get a shot at, the division-leading Braves, who obviously are aiming for a postseason berth as well and trying to separate themselves even further from the Phillies at the top of the division. It's very cool, very deserving for this team to get a national spotlight tonight, and hopefully they can kind of show the world what they're made of and make a case even more for Paul Taboni to, maybe have some tough decisions to make heading into Monday's trade deadline.
Yeah, Bobby, that's I think the thing that all Nats fans are wondering right now is what's going to happen ahead of Monday's deadline. If you had to guess right now, what do you think the decision is for Paul Taboni? Where do you think he's leaning?
I think it's going to be, if this is kind of a cop-out, I'm sorry, it's going to be like a soft buy. I look at his quotes from over the weekend. He told the media at Nats Park and saying that, he's looking to add to this team. Obviously, I heard him talk to the Junkies the other morning on your station, and, he kind of echoed that statement. He's like, he sounds like he wants to add and give this team a chance. I think the phrase he keeps using is give this team a shot. I mean, I think everyone kind of understands that, World Series aspirations are, a little advanced, a little too far, a little too soon. But what's the harm in, aiming for a wild card spot? The NL wild card is so close right now. Like Grant said at the top, 2 games out. You've got a handful of teams fighting for the last 2 spots, assuming that the Cubs run away with the first spot. And you never know. You have a chance. And the way that this is setting up right now, Toby, with the chance to play the Braves 4 games this weekend, and then on deadline day, you start a 4-game series in Philly against the Phillies. You could catch them, either by the end of this weekend or by the end of that series. So I think he's going to give them a chance. I think you could see a very similar situation where the Curtis Mead trade, where you're trading a major league piece to get back a major league piece to help you this year and maybe a couple years down the line. I'm thinking like a Luis Garcia Jr., maybe a Jacob Young. But I don't think you're going to see a hard sell. I don't think you're going to see him load off a bunch of top guys or guys just to get prospects back. I think that would be a nice balancing out he would want to do, but this trade market seems to be very murky as of right now. So I think he's going to be maybe a soft buy as of right now and give this team a chance to compete over the last 2 months of the season.
Jake Irvin returns to take on the Braves tonight on the mound. He has not pitched since May, coming back from injury. What are you expecting in his first start back?
Well, how about his last start before he hit the IL was late May in Atlanta, where he's going to pitch tonight. He pitched 5 shutout innings, struck out 7, only walked 1 in that outing on May 23rd. So that was one of his best starts of the season. I think it's probably unrealistic to expect something like that. But if he can give you 5 solid innings, I'm assuming he's going to be kind of on a pitch limit. They probably won't say so, but I bet you they have a number in mind just because it's his first start back. I think, give your team a chance. I think what we've always kind of said with Jake, as long as you don't let the team get away from you and let this offense have a chance to keep you in the game, that's all you can really ask for Jake. And I think getting him back in the rotation is going to help a lot down the stretch. Maybe a more reliable arm than they've had over the last couple of months since he landed on the IL. And then we saw Trevor Williams come back yesterday and pitch 1 1/3 shutout innings out of the bullpen. That gives them another option of long relief out of the pen for that depleted bullpen. So, some reinforcements hitting right before the deadline, too, for the Nationals, which is a good thing. I hope Jake goes out and has a similar situation as last time we saw him on the mound in Atlanta with a solid 5 innings.
Bobby, we're starting to see Dylan Crews look like the guy that was drafted number 2 overall over his last 15 days, hitting .314 with an OPS over 1,100. Do you think this is something that's more sustainable and maybe we're starting to see that breakout?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is very sustainable. I think the hard contact is there. I think a lot of people would still like the ball for him, but he's still hitting the ball really hard, and even if it's on the ground, it's getting through for some left-handed pitching, obviously. He had a couple of really nice at-bats against right-handers this past series against Toronto. I think it's definitely sustainable. Remember, all the talk when he was sent down before the season was like they have certain things they want him to work on. He took it like a champ. He understood the assignment. He was a pro about it, and he went and worked his butt off at AAA to get back to this point. And I think what we're seeing and what Dylan is seeing, all that work he's put in is paying off. So it might be more of an instance of where Dylan is starting to buy in as to what Paul Taboni and co. are selling him as to how he should approach take his approach to the plate. And it's been working out for him. So I definitely think this is sustainable. I hope he has a really strong next couple months to end the season, and he becomes an important player in this lineup to lengthen this lineup out and, provide more protection for guys like James Wood and C.J. Abrams. And, yeah, like you said, number 2 overall pick, you kind of need that out of him, and I think we're starting to see him turn the corner.
Bobby, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Yeah, boys, stay safe. Stay out of that sun, Grant. Thanks.
Yeah, we're going to do what we can. There's Bobby Blanco, Masson Sports on the Nats. Let's talk football. Mike Jones of The Athletic, his training camp tour is underway, and he joins us now on G&D. Mike, Baker Mayfield says he was annoyed by, it sounds like, the offer that was made. Took it as a slap in the face, disrespected. It seems to me like there is no deal coming between he and Tampa Bay, and if anything, he gets tagged at the end of the year, right?
Yeah, that's the way it kind of looks. The thing you got to love about Baker is he's always going to tell you what he's thinking. He doesn't sugarcoat it, and he was very blunt. And he also knows the history of the Bucs not doing deals during camp, and basically if you don't get it done before camp, you're one left waiting. And he really wanted to get it done. They weren't close. And, he's there. He's not, trying to stage a holdout or anything like that, but he let his feelings known, and it's going to be interesting to see where this goes. Obviously, he does not want to play on the franchise tag. He would rather a long-term deal, but they might wind up tagging him and then having to go from there. But when you're Baker and, he's got, wouldn't say the thickest skin, you wonder what that'll do to the relationship if they wind up taking that route instead of getting something done.
Mike, the substation's already at work in Santa Clara. The Niners are already banged up just a couple of days into camp. Christian Kirk is hurt. Jordan James has broken ribs. Ricky Pearsall might miss the season. What's going on in San Francisco, and how do they remedy some of these concerns if Ricky Pearsall is going to miss majority, if not all, of the season?
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for them, and you just got to always wonder, what these teams under Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch could have been if they could have avoided injury, and supposedly the substation is just a myth. We do know that Kyle has tough practices, and you kind of wonder, does he need to scale some things back? Is it something with the strength and conditioning program? There's no real answers on what the cause is, but every year their potential is limited. And, they're used to, the only good thing for them is that they're used to having to plug in young guys and develop them into roles, and they do a good job of that. It's unfortunate that they're probably going to have to go that route again. There's some veterans that are out there on the market as far as wide receivers go. We'll see if they do something like that or if they're happy with what they have.
Where's Stephon Diggs going to sign?
I don't know. Washington, to me, seems like it would make a lot of sense. But then also San Francisco looks like they're thin at wide receiver there. Is that somewhere that he would rather go because they're closer to contender mode? Maybe, but DC, I felt all along, and people kept asking me about Brandon Ayuk, I felt like the more reliable get would be Stephon Diggs, because last year he didn't have a flashy season, but he was very serviceable, very reliable for Drake May, and that's the kind of veteran that you need. And so I think it's a matter of time before we see him picked up by somebody in camp, especially once the bodies start to drop.
Feels like Minnesota is getting slept on a little bit. Last year, they weren't as bad as people would think. I mean, if you ask people how the Vikings did last season, I don't think they would tell you that they were 9-8. I think they'd think they were a lot worse. Who do you think ultimately is playing quarterback for a majority of the season for Minnesota, and do you think that they're a legitimate threat in that NFC North?
I think that it's Kyler Murray. Now, again, we'll see if he can stay healthy. Undersized guy there, but I feel like Kevin O'Connell is going to be creative enough to find ways to help move him around and protect him better than what he was there. From everything that I've heard talking to people, J.J. McCarthy, they're not done with him, but he needs more time, and they need to win there in Minnesota. And so they have a really good defense. They have, a strong run game. Obviously, one of the best wide receivers in the game. I think that Kyler Murray is the guy. He brings another element to that offense as well. And I do think they can make noise. I don't think that this is a division, people, what the Bears did last year. I think that they might have trouble repeating that and building on that. I think that we'll see a little bit of a bounce back from the Lions as well. It's going to be a real dogfight because you have the Packers as well. So I don't think it's a wide open. I think it's a wide open division. Doesn't look like there's any clear-cut leader for me.
Mike Jones of The Athletic. Mike, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
All right, see you guys.
Football coverage on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Stay tuned for a Wizards update at the end of the Blitz. Got some bad injury news on the Wizards front within the last couple of moments. But first, let's hit the gridiron. Our pal, we actually dined, had some lunch today.
Yeah, similar. You mentioned that Tony Romo sometime would find somebody outside the theater and invite him in.
Yeah.
We're going to lunch today, me and you, after we watch practice, and who do you know? We run into Chris Russell, so we're like, join us for some wings, Rooster.
Reenie was sitting on a bench in Sterling, not far from the facility, yelling at a guy that walked past him on his way to a gas station about Chig Okonkwo.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is out of control, Reenie. Leave this man alone. Come get some chicken wings.
come have some fellowship with the boys, huh?
Yes,
it was
the
good to
very
see you
sight
guys.
of Thursday Night Football Fellowship of the
Yes.
Wing back
Yes.
in the day.
It was good to see you guys. It was good to hang out. It was good to swap some stories and talk some ball.
That's right. Reenie, you've been out here for a couple days of
Yes.
practice. What are your big takeaways?
Big takeaway, to me, is the defense is way ahead of the offense, which shouldn't totally surprise everybody because, A, they bolstered that unit so tremendously, number one. And, I kind of look at it, and you guys are seam heads, like pitching is usually ahead of offense in late March, early April. Not all the time, but usually that's the case. Maybe that's the case here. The defense is ahead. Even though they're installing a new scheme and whatever, they had a lot more talent infused, if you will, into that unit, even though they don't have Dorrance Armstrong. But it's pretty noticeable. The defensive backs have been tough, feisty, competitive, fiery. They've made some big plays, including the one by Rasul Douglas to end the practice today, and a couple of other interceptions as well. Near interceptions, should be interceptions. All four quarterbacks have looked, for lack of a better term, up and down at the very best. And we know today they didn't have Treylon Burks and they didn't have their starting center, Nick Allegretti. So I'm willing to say, hey, man, it's day 2, new scheme. You didn't do much to bolster the offense, and you were without 2 essential starters. I kind of understood this.
Rooster, Dan Quinn said during OTAs that this would be their most competitive camp yet. It's 2 days, so you can't make the overarching theme yet, but do you feel like he's lived up to that promise through the 2 days that you've seen?
Yeah, Tobes. I mean, I feel like it's been competitive. I don't feel it's been like they've been popping anybody to the ground or anything like that because they don't have pads on.
Yeah.
Right. So it's kind of hard.
They don't
to really
have pants on.
Pads.
Oh,
pads.
it sounded like you said pants.
No, I said pads.
Okay.
Come on,
You
James.
just said pants again.
Come on. Would you like me to spell it out for you?
Yes.
P-A-D-S. Pads.
You sound like you're at a Caps game now. Woo! YouTube chat. Did it sound like you said pants or did it sound like you said pants?
I think the Nationals just scored a run, so let's go. All right, anyway, the point being is without pads on, it's really hard to get a gauge. But I think the tempo, has been there. I think the one thing that I guess would jump out to me is, and we saw some of this last year, but remember Terry McLaurin wasn't there, and neither was Noah Brown, and Zach Ertz was getting a day off every other day. The defensive backs have been very sticky, gluey, whatever you want to call it, to the wide receivers and the tight ends. So I think that has been that competitive feistiness without being able to hit people and knock people. And even when they were able to make a little bit of contact, Mikey Sanders still stood up Bill on the edge and forced a fumble.
Chris Russell, our Beltway Blitz, the poll has been posted in the YouTube chat. I don't even know how this is done. Pads or pants? I'm voting on pants. And 100% of the vote right now.
No.
Probably literally my vote is pants. Yeah, a lot of people are saying it sounded like you said pants. Just so you know.
I mean, literally, they're not wearing pants. They're wearing shorts, but neither here nor there.
So you did say pants.
I
after
said
all this
pads.
Rainey, you took a lot of heat because you were overreacting to day one of Jaden Daniels.
Wait a minute. He overreacted or something?
I'm doing a bit, but we all watched Jaden Daniels' first practice.
Yeah.
He was not particularly accurate. It wasn't a great day for the offense. I just decided to sit that one out for a little while. Mm-hmm. You did not. You grabbed your lantern and you walked into the dark like you were Bray Wyatt.
He lit the fire right away.
Exactly.
Hopefully I'm not. I mean, listen, so far I've survived. There's been some arrows pointed at me. There's been some things shot my way across the bow. Listen, if people can't take reasonable criticism about Jaden Daniels, then you're stupid. I'm sorry, you're dumb. Please go away. Please kick all the rocks. Please crawl into your black hole because I don't want to hear from you. I don't need you, and you're not a real fan. It's okay to criticize the starting quarterback of the team. He hadn't played well. Or he didn't look good the first 2 days of camp. That's fine. I complimented him when he's made nice plays. I've said, hey, look, this is what happened. This wasn't good. This needs to be better. Now, I understand. You understand. Tobes, we all understand. It's day 2, and they're without their starting center, and essentially they're I don't want to call him 1A. Essentially, their most qualified number 2 receiver. I got it all. But we are allowed, without being accused of being nefarious terms and whatever that I don't even want to get into, we are allowed to criticize the starting quarterback as long as it's fair. Nobody's saying Jaden Daniels sucks. People are saying, hey, man, you know what? Last year didn't go well. It wasn't just because of the injury. And so far, it's been choppy waters at sea.
78% of respondents are saying you said pants. 22% are saying pads. That's
78% should include, and including you, Grant, should get your ears cleaned out from the wax.
I'm going to bring some Q-tips to practice on Saturday, and I'll let you handle that for me. You just stick those in there. And,
that'll make for a viral moment on social media.
Yeah, nobody will post that on Instagram.
Yeah.
Thank you, Reenie.
All right, thank you, boys. Good to see you.
Don't be shouting at people outside of the wing factory on the bench anymore. Can we squeeze in a quick Wizard sounder, please? I want an update. So this stinks. I hate this update, but it is what it is. The Wizards announcing that Jameer Watkins tore his ACL. Remember, first game of the Summer League.
Yeah.
I came on the show the next day. Everything was about A.J. DeMonsta, but one of the things I loved was how he played defensively, basically just checking Peterson.
All over Peterson the entire game.
Nose to his chest all night. He clearly took on the responsibility of trying to play stopper, and he did a hell of a job. 43rd pick in the second round in 25. I think we overuse the term dog now, but he is just like absolutely here for the defensive grind and wants to slap the ground and challenge you. I love his game. Torn ACL, that stinks because it feels like for a team trying to change the culture, get better defensively, that's a pretty big loss.
Yeah, it sucks because he's one of those guys that I don't know that he has a whole lot of offensive upside, but he's one of those Tony Allen types, remember, with Memphis back in the day that just annoyed the other team's best perimeter player. That's the kind of guy that he can be. He comes on the floor, maybe plays 8 to 10 minutes or something of that nature. It's not like he's going to dominate minutes, but comes out there and just annoys the other team's best ball handler. And you saw that against Darren Peterson, where Peterson wasn't able to have freedom of motion around the floor. And so for him to miss his second season, I loved watching him in his first year. So him for not to be able to take that next step into year 2, really disappointing. Hopefully it's something he's able to fully recover from. But, yeah, it really stinks to get that news today.
That is your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. We can talk a little bit more about Jaden Daniels' start to training camp. Today trended upward. Yesterday was rough. You know how we're talking, just the accuracy that was the first time in a practice I'd seen him look like that.
Yep.
The reason it didn't make my notebook is it's day one of a new scheme, day one of training camp. It's just largely irrelevant. Having said that, you just want to see growth, and I like today that he seemed like he had some ownership of the offense as Blau was calling in plays into the walkie-talkie. Non-scripted portion, he's getting the calls into his ears like he's going to get in a game. He's spitting them out. He's changing some things, checking some things at the line. That's the stuff to me that is more sustainable, that I care more about than, like, did you make the throw correct or did you put too much on a pass or something. That's going to come and go. It seems like the offense is being picked up pretty quickly by Daniels, so we could talk more about that. Speaking of QBs, though, Baker Mayfield says he was disrespected by the Bucs. That's next on The Fan.
It is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Wizards wing Jameer Watkins underwent surgery today to repair a torn ACL in his left knee. Watkins was on a two-way contract and suffered the injury during the Wizards NBA Summer League opener. There is a chance he misses the full 2026-27 season. Nationals back in action tonight on the road against the Braves. Tonight begins an 8-game road trip, 4 against the Braves, then 4 against the Phillies. This next week and a half is season-defining. It's Grant Holmes tonight against Jake Irvin, who makes his return to the rotation for the first time since mid-May. Quan Martin joins the show at 4:45. Sam Cosme is on with the boys at 5:25. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condorian Murad, can help you to draft a last will and testament or set up a living trust. Put together a medical power of attorney. They'll do all the important stuff you need to do. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Tobes, you may not have a lot of that paperwork done. You haven't really needed to yet. You're a young person. Really, it feels to me like married and kids is when you got to handle it.
Oh, so I'll never have to take care of it?
You said that, not me. If you don't want to get married and have kids, that's your prerogative.
Yeah.
Thank you. But even if you don't get married and have kids, at some point you're going to have to do that paperwork.
I will, yes.
And I got guys for you. kmlawyers.com.
Yes.
They will take good care of you. That's where I send my friends and my family. Let's talk NFL quarterback position, go around the league a little bit here. I want to start with Baker Mayfield. So Baker Mayfield's turned himself into a top half the league player pretty definitively. The 2 years prior to last year, he played at a top 10 level. Came back to earth a little bit as the Bucs completely collapsed, but he played, if you look back at the first 6 or so weeks last year, he was legitimately in the MVP conversation.
Wild.
Every single week he was leading them back for a win late, but he has thrown 27 interceptions the last 2 years. Now, he cushioned that with a 41-touchdown season, but he made a couple Pro Bowls, and then last year the bottom fell out a little bit. So now the question is, what is his value? He's about to be 31 years old. He's a former number 1 overall pick. He got benched in a couple of places, bounced from Cleveland to Los Angeles for a game here or there, Carolina, Tampa Bay, but he's clearly a starter. Like I define franchise quarterback as a guy that if he's on your team, he's starting 17 games, and like if he gets benched, he's the starter the next week and no one has to worry about it. He's above that threshold, obviously, even when things aren't going well. Best case scenario is what you got in 23 under Canales, 24 under Cohen, where he's actually like legitimately good, where he was top 3 in comeback player of the year and then 11th in MVP voting. But they apparently in Tampa Bay are just not sure this is what they want to continue to sign up for, because they didn't get close to offering him franchise quarterback starter money, which is upwards of nearly $50 million a year now. This was Baker Mayfield at their facility today on the negotiations, which have been ended as camp has begun.
Obviously, I've told you guys I've been pretty upfront and honest about my feelings about Tampa. It being home for now our family. We're raising kids here. We love it here. I wanted the deal done and set the deadline and told them it was going to be all ball after that, and I did mean that. And I don't know if they thought I was just going to take some of the offers that they gave, but I'm at the point of my career and understanding what I've brought to this franchise. One, I'm very, very thankful for the chance they gave me. Do not get me wrong on that. But I've also I really know what I've brought to this franchise, leadership-wise, and even play-wise. It's been some of the best years of my career, and I think it's only going to trend upwards, just being comfortable and feeling that. So disappointing in that regard to not have, to feel disrespected a little bit. And that's really the disappointing part, to feel undervalued after, thinking you've earned it.
disrespected's a strong word. Obviously, that's going to end up being the headline.
Yeah.
I'd love to know what they offered him. If it was not close to $50 million, which has been reported by ESPN and some other places, it's pretty tough, because the starting quarterback money now, people don't have to agree with this. They don't have to think you're elite. They don't have to care about how good you are. All of that is not important. If you're a franchise QB, the unquestioned starter, you're going to be our guy for 17 games, and if you're around, you'll be our guy next year too. The negotiation begins at $45 million a year. That Daniel Jones makes 44. Jalen Hurts, Justin Herbert, Jared Goff are in the low 50s. That's where it starts. There are starters like Aaron Rodgers, who's year to year at $22 million. Sam Darnold somehow still only makes 33. So maybe the Bucs go, hey, the guy that just won the Super Bowl signed for $100 million before he won the Super Bowl. He's a $33 million guy. Maybe they offer him 35, and Baker's going, I got Pro Bowls.
Yep.
I got a different resume. That's my guess, is they're down in the low to mid-30s in that Darnold range, and he's going, it needs to start with a 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that if you don't want to go to that level, that's fine. Just understand that you might be without a quarterback, and you're going to have to figure it out. And honestly, if you're Tampa Bay, I don't fully understand what the apprehension is. I get all the stuff that comes with Baker Mayfield, but, I mean, last year was a down year by his standards in Tampa. I mean, remember, this is a guy that took over for Tom Brady and then followed it up with a 4,000-yard season with 28 touchdowns and 10 picks. There's still some question marks about, is he the guy that can take you to the promised land? But in a down year last year, he had 3,700 yards, 26 touchdowns, and 11 picks. If you watch quarterback, you could tell he was playing banged up. I mean, he just was not 100%, and most guys are throughout the season, so it's not fully an excuse, but
he's also not old.
Yeah.
If he was
that's
34 and you're like, he could fall off, he's entering, this is his age 31 season, so you're talking about prime of your career kind of production in age at that position. You don't really fall off until maybe 35-ish.
I don't know what their apprehension is unless they just balk at the number, but the number is a number.
Well, welcome to Washington, D.C. in 2016, because those numbers are early career cousin starter. The 26 to 29 touchdowns, 4,000 yards. That's basically what Kirk was when we were having the debate.
Yeah.
And that's where Baker's been the last couple of years. Now, obviously, Cousins went to Minnesota, and the numbers were a lot better than that, as Baker's have been for a season too. But you say, where's the apprehension? I'll bet you the apprehension is in the fact that there's no middle class, and they know we have the tag. So he's under contract for this year. Then you can tag him multiple times. They basically have him on a 3-year contract right now, and it's not $150 million, by the way. I mean, it'd be close to that if you tag him 2 times. But he's going, extend me at $50 million per, and they're thinking, well, right now you're going to make $33 million this year. If we tag you next year, I'll tag you in while I look up the number, but I think it's going to be mid-40s. Let me see what the franchise tag will be.
I'll say that the only thing is I could understand a little more apprehension if he didn't have the sandwich year, which was 2024, where he had 4,500 yards and 41 touchdowns. Now, that comes with 16 picks. He's going to turn the ball over, but he's someone that has turned himself into a top half of the league quarterback, and when he's playing at his best, he's a top 10 quarterback.
All right, so here you go. This year's franchise tag at quarterback was 43.8. So a rough projection for next year, it's not gospel, but it'll be around this, $50 million. So in other words, you tag him next year at 50. That gives you a 2-year, $80 million deal, essentially, or like $83 million. So 44 per for Baker Mayfield. And you don't have to worry about quarterback until 2028. If you wanted to keep him held hostage another year after that, he'd be the happiest hostage ever. The franchise tag number in 2028 for a quarterback isn't yet known, but now you're getting upwards of nearly $60 million. So that's like 110 plus 33.
Well, and that's the thing.
140 over 3, which is still sub $50 million a year.
Yeah, and I understand trying to save a little bit of money there, but if the number is 50 and that's all you have to get to, I don't fully understand why you wouldn't try to get this done. And maybe there's something to say, all right, we feel like we got the best out of Baker Mayfield in 24, and maybe we saw a little bit more of what we believe Baker really is in 25, and maybe in the future we can find something a little bit better than that. But at the same point, if Baker plays at that level, I don't think you're ever getting to a point to get a better quarterback in the draft.
Well, this is the problem, that they, and this could be something that they're thinking internally too. Mayfield is too good for you to bottom out. Not good enough to win anything big with, maybe. And we haven't really seen teams fully rebuke on this yet, or like say, I'm not throw their hands up and go, nope, not doing it. But the Seahawks did just win with Darnold, so it like changes the algorithm. The fact that there's no middle class right now at quarterback has everything, to me, very...
Well, and someone has to do that. Someone has to. Maybe it's Tampa right now. I don't know, but you would think that someone has to do it because it's gotten crazy that everybody is getting a ridiculous amount of money, even the guys that you're like, really, him? Like, remember, Tua got this in Miami, and now look where they're at. At some point, someone has to go, hey, man, we like you.
But Miami might say, God, we wish we didn't do that. And the Bucs
they
don't want to get to it.
Someone has to go out there and say, I'm willing to take the risk that maybe I miss on a quarterback or don't have one for a season.
But you're arguing against what you've been saying the whole segment. Like, that's what the Bucs might be doing here.
I tend to think that Baker can play at that level.
Gotcha. You're saying Baker's not the right guy to play chicken.
I don't think Baker's the one that I would do it with. But, you know.
By the way, look at the quarterbacks that are going to get paid again soon. So Hurts has to have another good year, and he's got a new offense. I'm going to say only for a second, but he's only at $51 million. He's now become like 12th in quarterback money.
Yeah.
Because it's been a couple years. Lamar Jackson, a multi-time MVP, $52 million, is outside of the top 10 in quarterback money. Even Jared Goff, who, say what you want about Jared Goff, but every year puts up huge numbers, at $53 million with Brock Purdy, he's not even close to the top 5 right now in quarterback money. Mahomes, Prescott, Stafford, Lawrence, Love, Allen, Burrow, all ahead of him. The weird thing is, other than Daniel Jones, I guess he'd be the closest thing to middle class at like $44 million, just doesn't exist. You go from Aaron Rodgers, who's a different circumstance, Hall of Famer, doesn't need the money, one last ride for $22 million, to basically like Hurts making $51 million.
Yeah, I mean, the team that I think of immediately in terms of, so Washington's going to have to make their decision on Jaden Daniels, and after next season or after this upcoming season.
I was going to say a year from now.
Yeah, after this upcoming season, I meant, and they'll make their decision, and I would assume they're going to pay him. Obviously, we'll see what happens this year. They still got time.
Does he have to stay healthy to get paid? Do you think?
I think so. I think that's a thing. They'll want to keep him regardless, but I think that's something that you're maybe not going out of your way to early extend him if there are injuries that are a part of it.
Football-wise, I think you already know this is a guy you want to extend.
Correct.
But if he's hurt again and he plays 10 or fewer games, I don't know how you could... Signing him as soon as possible is always the best idea because of the money just grows and grows and grows. I don't know how you could give out a $70 or so million, $65 million contract after 2 years where he's been hurt.
But the quarterback in that class that I think is going to be interesting in this middle class is a guy like Bo Nix, who has won at the NFL level.
Yeah.
Does Sean Payton feel like he's a big reason why they're winning? I don't know, right? Like, I think he fits perfectly with Sean Payton. I think he can do exactly, but are you running into a McDaniel Tua situation where you're like, well, we got to keep this guy, he can run the system well, and then all of a sudden the bottom falls out?
Now, if you're winning football games, getting to the playoffs, getting to AFC championship games, Bo Nix will make all the money.
And he will. But
you and I can both know that he is a product of an environment. Doesn't really matter that much.
There are certain people that get away with it when you're an elite coach like a Sean Payton, where maybe you're overpaying the quarterback, but you can overcome some of the shortcomings of the rest of the roster. But I think that's the interesting part is there ever going to be someone where Bo Nix, I think, falls into that tier? Tua used to fall into that tier. Take your pick of one of these quarterbacks that's in the middle. Is there ever a team that's willing to say, no, we're not giving you what these other guys that are 10 times better than you are getting. We're going to just play it out, and then we'll figure out the next guy, because until then, you're going to see quarterback contracts continue to be like Tua, where you're like, oh, man, I wish we wouldn't have done that.
The Dolphins should have done it, and this is not revisionist history. I mean, that was the team I thought that would have been the perfect team to say, nope, not giving you $55 million. And they did, and they regretted it. Next, I want to get into the Commanders' secondary. You're going to hear from Quan Martin, one of the safeties in Washington who needs a bounce-back year, was excellent at the end of 2024 in the playoffs, had a pick-6 against the Lions, and then in 2025 ended up getting benched as the season went on. We'll talk to him about how he's responded to that and what he thinks about this new Durante Jones defense. You're listening to The Fan. This just in, NFL news from moments ago. The Saints and wide receiver Chris Olave have agreed on a 4-year extension worth up to $132 million. Now, I always hesitate with the worth up to. Yeah. That's agent speak for max of a deal, which doesn't tell you guaranteed money, doesn't tell you what it's actually worth. But Olave is an underrated guy, went 11th overall. Washington had that pick, traded back, needed a receiver, ended up taking Jahan Dotson. They got the wrong one. Ohio State product, has some Terry to him. 100 catches, 1,100 yards, 9 touchdowns, all career highs last season. And he's the type of player that could be an 80-catch, 1,150-yard guy every single year. They're going to get better quarterback play. It looks like as time goes on, too, because I don't think Tyler Shuck is a elite player by any means. I don't think he's ever going to be top 5 or 7 in the league. He's fairly limited. But it does look like he is a significant upgrade over Spencer Rattler and a couple of the jabronis that they've had playing QB for some time.
Yeah, he's a startable caliber quarterback, and we'll see how good of a starting caliber quarterback he is. But, I think he's a high floor. He's going to give you some solid plays, and, he's really experienced. He came into the league actually quite old, so I'm interested to see how he does as he continues to get better. But
that's right. He wasn't quite Chris Winkie, but he was definitely one of those dudes who was... He was like 26 as a rookie or whatever.
Yeah, and they had to keep Chris Olave. If they wanted to obviously keep Tyler Shuck going forward in his career, Olave is such a good receiver. So good for them getting that done.
I did want to play the conversation I had with Quan Martin coming off the practice field today. I find him to be interesting. You'll notice that I'm pretty intrigued by the safety room for the Commanders. Yesterday you heard from Tyler Owens. I think the way Durante Jones runs his defense, there's going to be some different asks from those guys. And right now it would appear Nick Cross, brought over from the Colts in free agency, the veteran Will Harris will get the first cracks at the starting spots. But Jeremy Reeves is going to play teams. Percy Butler's really good on teams. A guy like Quan Martin, maybe in the nickel, could help his cause. There's going to be quite a competition here. I asked him about the first couple days of camp under new coordinator Durante Jones.
It's been good, man. Just learning the system. Learning his, philosophy, coaching philosophy, and, just trying to go out and execute as best as possible. And just getting a feel for him as a coach, what he expects, what he wants, and, just how to go about it.
What are some of the biggest differences in terms of the asks at the safety position from a year ago in the previous defense to this one?
I think as a safety, you're going to go out there and have to communicate. Guys kind of look at you for the call. And it's our responsibility to get guys lined up. I think in this defense it's a little more. Just a little more on the safety. So just honing into the little details. Just always being locked in, constantly locked in, and just not letting no stone go unturned.
There was a time not long ago where every safety is like strong or free, and now it feels almost like positionless. Do you see yourself like playing both of those, or are there still defined roles where you're more in the box or on the back end playing deeper center field in this defense, or is it kind of like interchangeable?
Pretty interchangeable, honestly. Coach just talked about we all X's, we all DBs, so anybody can line up and go play anywhere on this defense. So just knowing your responsibility when you are in a different spot. So just kind of, like I said, just knowing the little details, man, knowing what to be when you're supposed to be there.
The end of 24, you were making plays every week. Playoffs, obviously, a massive interception. Last year, I'm sure, was a little bit more frustrating, but these guys have so much faith in you and have talked about thinking that you're going to be an impact player this year. I'm just curious kind of where you feel like you are in the big picture and how big of a year this is.
For me, just coming out here, man, my one thing I live by, just control what I can. That's just my effort when I'm out there, knowing where I'm supposed to be at, and just little details like that, man. Just kind of controlling everything that I can, and everything else will take care of itself. So, just confident when I'm out there, communicate with the guys, and, we'll see where it takes us.
Could you get a chance to, when you came out, I remember thinking you might have been the best nickel in that draft class, like playing on the interior. Might you get a chance to do more of that in some of these 3 safety looks, do you think, or it's still too early to know?
It's a little too early, but, I would like to if, the opportunity presents itself.
Last thing, you guys are so far out from playing a preseason game still. This many years in now, a few years into the league, like, is each day out here at camp feel like a grind, or is it still high energy and you feel like, oh, this is fun, or you're just waiting to get to a game?
It's always fun, man. I've been playing this game since I was 5 years old, so it's been fun. when I was 5, and it's still fun now. So just going out there, man, just playing football. It's a kid's game. We just get to continue play it as grown men. So it's definitely fun. It's no grind. I mean, it's going to be some grind in the work, man, hard work, but, it's always fun to just be out here, be present, be with the guys, man, and just keep learning.
Quan Martin after practice today. Want to get your reaction to some of what he had to say next. Toby, we can also dive into what a buy and what a sell looks like for the Nationals. Sam Cosmi, right guard, stopping by at about 5:30. Grant and Danny from Ashburn. Day 2 of training camp. You're listening to The Fan.
Brought to you by Cop Defense Properties. Nationals first pitch tonight at 7:15, 6:45. Pre-game on the Fan. Nats are 2 games out of the final wild card spot and get starting pitcher Jake Irvin back tonight for the first time since May. Wizards wing Jameer Watkins underwent surgery today to repair a torn ACL in his left knee. Watkins was on a 2-way contract and suffered the injury during Wizards NBA Summer League opener. There is a chance he misses the full 2026-27 season. In the NFL, the Saints are signing wide receiver Chris Olave to a 4-year extension worth up to $132 million. It includes $90 million guaranteed. Are you a road technician that's tired of the outdoor service grind? Cop Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services, competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training and development, and great benefits. Apply today at COPT.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad. Check them out at kmlawyers.com. If you need any help with a last will and testament or a living trust, medical power of attorney, they've got you covered. kmlawyers.com, and they give our listeners a discount. So mention the show. We're in Ashburn today on the 30th of July, 2026. A full G&D taking you up to 6:30 this evening. Eventually, the Nats play the Braves in their biggest game of the year right here on your flagship home for Nationals baseball. Danny's on vacation all week. Toby Altizer is in alongside. I'm Grant Paulson. You're going to hear from Sam Cosmi, who's always one of the more entertaining and fun interviews on the team. That's coming up in about 25 minutes. We'll have a State of the Union on the offensive line and discuss what we've seen out of the David Blau offense schematically through 2 days of practice. So that's all coming up on the Fan.
Did you see the cut from one of his interviews he did yesterday where he was asked, about playing offensive line? He's like, yeah, I'd be behind bars if I could do what I really needed to do.
Exactly. So
I wanted to do.
This is not a shtick or an act. He is the funniest guy, I think, on the team in interviews. He'll have a zinger like that, and it's not prepared. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think he is a very naturally funny person. He's also just great in the community, and one of the things I bring up with him in the interview is I see him at a lot of Caps games now. He's kind of sneaky at a lot of stuff, including Capitals hockey. So I want to ask him about that and just his involvement around the community when he stops by on G&D. But an opportunity first, though, Toby, for you and I to discuss the trade deadline coming up for the Washington Nationals. So here's your lay of the land ahead for the Nats. They play 4 games in Atlanta, starting with this first of 4 tonight. Then that 4th game on Sunday leads up to Monday's trade deadline at 6 p.m. Their next game is Monday night, 45 minutes after the deadline in Philadelphia, first of 4 against Philly. So it's 8 days, 8 games against 2 teams within their division, and the deadline sandwiched between the Atlanta and the Philadelphia series. Paul Taboni was on with the Junkies, and he talked about not being a buyer and not being a seller, but actually doing a little bit of both. Here's what he had to say just yesterday right here on The Fan.
We're in this interesting spot where, and I'm curious how you guys think through it, but we're trying to find ways to upgrade our team, but also still want to build for the future. And it can be a tough needle to thread, but we want to try and do it.
Right.
And I think, not to, just address this before you guys even ask, but I think realistically what that means is probably trying to do a little bit of buying and selling to try and upgrade our team for this year, but also be smart about the future. So on and so forth. Now it's tough to do in practice, so we'll see how it actually works. And it could be just, end up just sell side moves or just buy side moves. We're going to figure it out here in the next couple of days. But like I said, we want to do a good job kind of threading the needle between being good this year, giving these guys a shot while also not sacrificing the future.
So let's get into what that looks like. I don't want to spend a lot of time debating buying versus selling when he's on record saying it's going to be some of both. And I've predicted for some time, as have you and others, that that's what it's going to look like. You don't have to do one or the other. But what would their buy look like as part of a threading of the needle, and what would their sell look like? So let's start with a buy for them. What is that?
Yeah, that's where I think it's interesting, Grant, is I think they can go a couple of different directions on a buy. So we had Kyle Glazer on earlier in the week, and he threw out the idea of trading some prospects that are further down the org that probably aren't going to impact the major league future of this ball club deep into whatever the plans are for Paul Taboni. Could you trade some of those guys for a rental? Maybe that could be. I think that's less likely. I think their version of a buy, probably more so, Grant, is trading from depth somewhere in the organization. You think of outfield depth, because where they're at right now, I don't see any of their outfielders going anywhere unless maybe they move Jacob Young. But Dalen Lyle, Dylan Cruz, James Wood, that's your starting outfield for the foreseeable future. So maybe you could trade a Christian Franklin in AAA. Maybe you could trade an Andrew Pinckney or something of that nature, and you could try to go get a controllable reliever or something of that ilk. And the difficult part is controllable relievers, there's 29 other teams that want those as well. So it's not like they're going to come cheap, but maybe that's their version of a buy. I have a hard time thinking they could get another controllable starter because that's expensive. We were shocked to see them, frankly, get Connolly early. But I think that's probably their version of a buy, is trading from a depth somewhere in the organization and getting in some relief help.
Yeah, buy to me is relief pitching, succinctly. It's a reliever, and none of the relievers that they add, hopefully there's at least one. In a perfect world, there's two. Neither would be a rental for this season. They shouldn't be doing any buying, and they won't be doing any buying, I can say with conviction, of rentals unless they give up essentially nothing for that rental. So let me give you some names. You mentioned everybody wants to go get the controllable relievers. Well, that's why you got to give something up. So maybe you give up in a deal, I'm just going to make this up, but Yoani Morales and Caleb Lomavita. Caleb Lomavita is their highest regarding catching prospect, not named Harry Ford, who's already in the major leagues. He was drafted in the top 50. He's shown some power this year at AA. He's 23 years old. He's got a 250 average with 12 home runs and an 800 OPS. Decent little player, and he was drafted at 49 overall. Yoani Morales, similarly, is 24. He's at AAA. He's actually on the injured list here very recently. But he's had a massive year at 3A. It just seems like he's not their guy because they haven't called him up at any point, despite essentially being deserving of an opportunity. He's a 24-year-old who's 6'3", 225, big dude, has mostly played third, has now transitioned over to playing first. He's a career 290 hitter in minor league baseball. His batting averages over 4 years are 350, 283, 265, and this year at AAA, 294. He's got a career 830 OPS. Like, the minor league numbers have been awesome. He needs a chance. He's got a 908 ops this year. He's got 21 home runs, 36 the last 2 years. So they could decide he's not our future first baseman. We don't love Yoani Morales for one reason or another. We'll put him and Lomavita together, and that's a pretty good little return for a team. Now I'm going to go get a reliever with like 3 years of control beyond this year, who's sitting 96 in a bad in a bullpen for a bad team. And that's a steep enough prospect return, but if you look at MLB Pipeline, that would be their 25th and 26th ranked prospects out of their top 30 in a much deeper system. So am I giving up Eli Willits or Travis Sakura or Harley and Susana? Of course not. Am I going to trade Seaver King or Ronnie Cruz or Devin Fitzgerald or Harry Ford, who just got to the majors, even though personally I'm not that high on Ford? No. You're not trading Gavin Feen or players like that, Miguel Cime. But go down the board a little bit. Package a player or two. If it's only a year of control beyond this for a reliever, maybe it's just one player like a Eric Swan or something, and probably not an arm, often more of a bat like an Angel Feliz. That, to me, is what their buy would look like.
So this is where I think it gets interesting. So number 12 on their list is Luke Dickerson, and he's someone that we talked to down in spring training, not this season, but the previous season, and you were really impressed by him. You can see by his body. He was a young kid that was drafted out of high school, someone that's, what did he tie Mike Trout's record in New Jersey for home runs?
I think he broke it. He became the home run hitter of record for prep bats in Jersey.
And has had a good season this year. Not great. He's hitting 231 in A-ball, but slugging the ball 429 slug, 818 OPS. That's a guy that's
powers come on big time.
You would probably think that you wouldn't want a deal, but I think in the right sort of a deal where you could get somebody that's controllable, that's a pretty good arm, that maybe you could consider moving someone like that if they're not one of their guys, where I don't think that when Sean Paul Linion was dealt, for example, for Jorby Bibas, who is starting once again today at third base inexplicably, and not Brady House. But when they made that deal, it's, we don't think Linion projects into what we are able to develop, so we move on from him. If you're not maybe in the Luke Dickerson department, maybe you're willing to move him even though he's a better prospect. And the reason that I think this gets interesting is in previous seasons with Mike Rizzo, love what he was able to do for this organization. And I think some Nats fans, the way they've talked about him is a little bit ridiculous, frankly. Like, he won a World Series here in 2019. He built
also
teams.
got you James and Wood.
Yeah.
James and Wood is the same guy.
And CJ and Abrams, too.
It's almost like he's two guys because he's so productive.
But the point here is, when Mike Rizzo would trade away a prospect, probably wasn't getting backfilled because he struggled drafting, he struggled developing.
Yeah.
If Paul Taboni is doing what he says, a scouting and development monster, I trade Luke Dickerson, I never notice it because Chris Hopkopian takes his spot immediately. They're not going to do this, but Coy James, well, here comes Luke Williams, the third-round pick from this year. He's going to take his spot in the organization. That's how you do your job correctly if you're a general manager, where I might give up a prospect, but, oh, by the way, here comes another prospect in through the draft.
Totally true. And, I would not be surprised to see them trade prospects because they have guys that they like based on their own metrics and guys that maybe they don't. One of the things that we're still trying to figure out how to speak to Boney and speak this front office. I always felt like I had a pretty good beat. I didn't have to ask Rizzo or the front office always about guys because I knew what they cared about. I knew what they didn't care about. And I just, based on that, after enough years, kind of could speak their language a little bit. Whereas with someone like Taboni, who's new here, I don't have a good feel for that yet. So as I'm trying to figure out, what seems to be the thing that they don't love about Yoani Morales. If you look at his AAA numbers, he's 99th percentile in exit velocity. He's 91st percentile in upper exit velocities. He's 96th percentile in barrel rate and 99th percentile in hard hit rate. You would think that they like guys that hit the ball hard, right?
Yeah.
Well, okay. The thing that I have found to be a really, really, really important stat for them is swinging in the zone and not chasing a ton. He's really good at, swinging at strikes, 89th percentile. But, man, if he doesn't have some chase to his game. And maybe that's it. The swing decisions aren't great. There's a lot of swing and miss. Whiff rate is 9th percentile. In-zone contact, Z contact, 2nd percentile.
Yeah, that's concerning.
So he swings at a lot of strikes, but he is really, really bad at swinging and missing in the zone. What I have found so far, this is just based on nobody telling me this, but looking at guys that they seem to like, that they draft, that they favor, that they promote, that Z contact, that, do you have a hole in your swing in the strike zone, seems to be a major priority for them. And it's the worst thing Yo-Yo Morales has in his profile right now. So I'm just making this up, but I guess my point is, in a world where they look at that and they go, fatal flaw, it's not going to work at the major league level, fine. Then flip him. Because there's so many things he's done well. There's so many areas where he is elite at the AAA level among the percentiles on a Savant grid that there are teams that might like him. So that's what a buy would look like. As far as a sell, I think a sell would be Foster Griffin being traded, who I do think will get traded. I'm not as confident as I was a week ago, but I think that's just because I haven't asked in the last week. I got really confident when I started asking people that run other teams or are involved in talking about trades for other organizations, and they all kept saying, dude, are you crazy? There's zero chance they don't trade Foster Griffin. And I'm like, maybe I'm misreading this. But I think a Griffin trade for a pitching prospect, like a starter at the lower levels who's a lottery ticket, would be fine if it's a really high-ceiling guy. Or even maybe a two-player package where it's a couple of relievers, one who's big league ready. Something like that. I don't think it's going to be a huge return. That's a sell. The sell I think they'd most want to pull off is Luis Garcia at peak value. What do you get for Garcia? You should be able to do okay there. It's a left-handed bat who can hit for power. He doesn't play first and second base well, but he can stand at either position.
Yep.
And he has a year and a half of control. So someone's getting 2 postseasons for him. They're getting the rest of this year in the playoffs and then next year. Is it a top 5 prospect in a system? No, probably not. But I think you could do a 2 or 3 player package with 2 guys in somebody's top 10 or 12. And so those are my sells. Selling Garcia off You might even add a big leaguer in that deal. In fact, I'd be surprised if you didn't. Maybe that's where you get your reliever. Selling Foster Griffin off, that would be the truest sell if you don't get a major leaguer back. But to me, that's how I'm defining what Taboni predicted on the Junkies yesterday.
Yeah, I tend to agree that Foster, even though I don't want to see him moved, I do think can be moved, and you can maybe sell it as, all right, Connolly Early's going to take his spot in a couple of weeks. And then Luis Garcia, I think that can be a buy and sell type move, where it's a sell in terms of you're giving up probably more than you're, a guy that's helping you more than what you're going to get back in return. But in a sense, I give up Luis Garcia, but if I can get back a reliever that helps me now and a prospect, and then I just call up Abby Ortiz, if Abby Ortiz can give me, say, a 700 OPS or above, which I think he could do at the major league level right now, if I can do that in a reliever, I might be in just as good a spots with Abby and a reliever as I was with Luis Garcia. And that's not taken away from Louis.
No.
Louis's been so good, but if I could get a decent reliever and then a prospect, you're capitalizing on what Louis has been able to do in this incredible season for him.
That deal would still be more of a sell. You're going to give up more in a Garcia deal at the major league level than you get back for the rest of this season. But to your point, if Ortiz could come up and get rolling, then you don't really have to worry about it as much. Because, let's face it, Luis Garcia is not going to perform like Luis Garcia performed last month for the rest of this season.
Well, and even so, it's not like he's one of the building blocks. Like a CJ's here for 2 more years if they really wanted him to do that. James Wood is here for the foreseeable future if they really want to do that. Dylan Cruz, Dalen Lyle. Luis Garcia only has 1 more year of control, and the likelihood of them extending him is not very high, and this isn't one of the, the learners aren't paying. I just don't think that he fits exactly what they're trying to do, and so they have other guys that they could maybe call up and fill that spot, like Abby Ortiz. And again, I'm not trying to diminish what Louis been able to do at first base this season. He's been spectacular. We were all surprised they even kept him and tendered him in the offseason, and what he's been able to accomplish this year, he's been their 3rd best hitter. So I'm not taking away from him, but he's also probably not as much of a part of their long-term plans as some of the other guys. So trading him away, that doesn't bother me as much, although it does hurt your offense when you factor in that their 3rd and 4th best hitters then would have been traded away from this season.
Real quick, we didn't see Curtis Meade coming.
Yeah.
That deal makes all the sense in the world. Getting a controllable starter is a no-brainer. But that was not a guy we were talking about trading because of the control and the fact that you had basically just won the lottery, right? What else could happen that we don't see coming? Like, the same names keep getting mentioned all the time. So I'm just going to go through the roster really quickly here. Obviously, James Wood is a 0% off the table. Luis Garcia, we've talked about, is the most likely guy to get moved. Dylan Cruz, I would be shocked if they trade him.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere, especially now that he's heating up.
I don't think he is, and I would be very, very surprised if he got dealt. But it's this idea of when we keep talking about, is he their guy, is he not their guy? They sent him down. They've stood by him to an extent, but they did not draft him number 2 overall.
Correct.
I would not be, like, on a 1 to 100, I was a 100 when he got sent to the minors. I would be less surprised if he got traded now, if that makes sense. But that should not be the headline that I think he's getting traded. I don't think he's on the market or table at all. I'm just saying it would not be – it would just be indicative of, okay, they really didn't think nearly as much of him as Rizzo's group did. But I'm not going to answer with him. I'm just going through the roster here. Abrams is not getting moved. Lyle, I don't think, gets moved.
They love Dalen Lyle. You could tell that during spring training, so I would assume that that's someone that's off the table. But, I mean...
They need more out of him down the stretch,
yeah,
by the way.
They do. Maybe that is somebody that could fit into, like, if Dylan Cruz is considered, like, not 100% off the table, even though it's, like, 99.9, I don't know. Maybe Dalen Lyle. I think K-Bert is maybe someone that you could throw in there.
So he's the next one listed here. I'm just going through the batting order. K-Bert Ruiz at 28. Having lifted his value, I mean, if there's a world where they go, we're not sure this could be a thing every year, this is just a good season, they've got Harry Ford. Drew Millis would come off the injured list and be your catcher too, and is a left-handed, so you've got a platoonable situation there. I mentioned Loma Vida had a good year in the minor leagues. That wouldn't be crazy to me if they moved K-Bert. I don't think it's going to happen, but I guess I could see it. Nunez isn't going anywhere. Bibas, we're not that lucky. Jacob Young, 27-year-old outfielder. He's a guy that I could definitely see.
Yeah, if you want to upgrade
traded.
center field somewhere across Major League Baseball and get some stolen bases as well, maybe that's somebody that could be moved. And I think for the Nationals, they could immediately backfill that with some guys in AAA. So if he gets the right value, absolutely.
Harry Ford, Andres Chaparro, Brady House, Jose Tena. Had you not have traded Curtis Mead, I would say Brady House is a trade chip.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because Mead is going to be maybe not your third baseman forever, but was playing that position. And by sending him down and just having him stapled to the AAA roster, it seemed like there were no real big picture plans for him, but that seems to have changed. I don't think there's any value in Michaelis or Littell if you shopped them. Irvin, just coming back from injury, is obviously not going anywhere. Cavalli is the face of the rotation moving forward with Early. They can't trade bullpen arms because they don't have any, and that is the problem for them at this point.
And I think, too, you have to be careful if you're Taboni, where if you make the Mead trade, which was fantastic, and I love that they did the deal, and I think it could be a win-win. It's not saying they swindled Boston at all. I'm excited to see what Early does, but I think it could be a win-win for both sides. But you do have to be careful if you start thinking, well, maybe we can just move on from some of these guys. The offense has been great, but it's also been great because of the guys that are in the lineup. You can't just assume that everybody that comes up is immediately going to take their spot and be great. You would love that to be the case, but you have to be a little bit careful there. So that's why I think you move Luis Garcia, fine. Abby Ortiz takes a spot. You start doing a little bit more, and then it starts to maybe get a little bit too cute.
Grant and Danny on the Fan with Toby Altizer in for Danny Rouillet today. Sam Cosme stops by the show next, the starting right guard for the Commanders. If he puts it all together, he could end up being a Pro Bowl player on the interior of the offensive line. We'll talk about the State of the Union up front for Washington in moments.
It is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with Vodka. The Nationals are in Atlanta tonight to begin a 4-game series against the first-place Braves. Jake Irvin has been activated from the 60-day injured list. He'll make his first major league start since May 23rd. Blake Butera said he won't be pushing Irvin deep into the game tonight, so it should be right around 80 pitches for Jake tonight. The Commanders have completed their second training camp practice. Center Nick Allegretti is dealing with a calf strain, while receiver Traylon Burks has a sore foot. Neither injury is expected to be long-term. Washington has tomorrow off before the first practice open to the fans comes on Saturday. And on the PGA Tour, Ricky Fowler fired a 63 in the opening round of the Rocket Classic. He's in a tie for second. Peter Malnati leads after shooting a 61 in the first round. Baseball season is in full swing. Celebrate with Surfside Iced Tea and vodka, or Surfside Lemonade with vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and zero bubbles. It's not seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
With you for another hour, taking you all the way up to 6:30. This is Grant and Danny on the Fan from Ashburn, the site of training camp. Day 2 today. In fact, the players are out on the field for what is a closed walkthrough, not far from where we're sitting right now. Toby, we actually were talking to Ben Sinnott for a few minutes earlier today. He hit a ball over 200 mile an hour swing speed.
Ball speed.
Ball speed, rather. Yeah, 200 mile an hour swing speed would be really impressive. But 200 mile an hour ball speed and 350 in the air on a carry.
I need to see this. I mean, this is unbelievable. Like, that is not just – that's not tour level good. That's elite tour level good. Like, that's better than take your pick. Like, that's better than Scotty.
Now, he wanted to be clear about the fact that the rest of his game is not on that same level.
Well, he said it doesn't necessarily always go straight.
Exactly. It's like a 6 handicap or whatever. But he can play good golf, it sounds like. He plays over at Raspberry Falls and some other places.
He said his
here.
Career low is 2 under par. So not
Pretty
too
damn
bad.
Good. But to hit the ball that far and that hard.
Unreal.
That is insanity.
That's a totally different game than I play. Like, I feel like I hit the ball probably about as far as the average golfer, maybe slightly further, maybe a little bit less. I probably average about, 260-ish off the tee, and I'm going to be almost 100 yards behind him.
But he won a long drive in a competition that Bryson DeChambeau was taking part in. Now, he was at different tees, which I guess is an important caveat.
But still.
Sinnott is going to help this football team this year. He's a good football player. He gets the raw deal, and I think fans get very upset because of where he was drafted. And here's how I think this is just going to have to be viewed moving forward. People got to get over where he was drafted. I talk about this a little bit with Dylan Cruz, where he was the number 2 overall pick in the draft. So it's not good enough for people, and I understand that. You can have 2 conversations. Whether worthy of the pick or not is one. The other is this a helpful contributor? And Dylan Cruz is an excellent baseball player. He's a winning baseball player. He does so many things well. In the way of Ben Sinnott, if he was drafted where John Bates was drafted, 5th-round pick, if he was a 4th or even a 3rd-round pick, I don't think the vitriol and the animus would be the same. But because he was drafted essentially in the top 50, people expect so much more. But he proved that he can block. I think he's going to get a better chance to help out catching footballs this year, too. Speaking of blocking up front, though, Sam Cosmi, the right guard for the Washington Commanders, had just come off the practice field today. I got to grab him for a few minutes. I want you guys to hear this conversation. He's always one of the more entertaining players on the team to catch up with and talk to. And I wanted to ask him what it's like being out there the first couple days with a new offense that they're trying to learn.
It's been good. I mean, there's nuances to everything, but I really like how Coach Blau has been able to incorporate this offense. He's done a really good job of simplifying it. It's a traditional style NFL offense. A lot of guys have been into. I know for the past 2 years hasn't been like that, but I'm looking forward to it and it looks really good.
As an offensive lineman, just getting back to that traditional look under center, some runs. How do you think that's going to help you guys, or just what kind of pride might you take in doing it?
I love it. Being able to go in the huddle. There's so much information I grasp from just being in the huddle, looking at the defense, what personnel they're in. Just can help with the calls immediately and just going faster on the line. So, you know, it's been good. And being under center too. I mean, running the ball, doing that, play action. I love it.
So on the radio, we end up talking a lot about these buzz things like under center versus gun and whatever. As a lineman with like leverage and angles and all that stuff, what changes most for you when you are under center or you're marrying play action a little better? Or is it tangibly noticeable for you?
Yeah, so the handoff is different. So where the backs track is, setting up blocks. So like when we're in combinations, being able to just get off and not have to wait for the run to develop, and basically developing our combinations. Typically what happens in gun, when we're under center, it's more fast, more handoff go, so you can get in those combos and just fire off the ball even, faster. So like that's like a little not nuance, but differences between the two when people are like under center versus gun.
Right.
Obviously gun has its positive aspects too, so like, being balanced is huge.
I see you out at some Caps games and kind of around town.
Yeah.
You're heavily involved in the community. What was the off season like for you in terms of a difference? I feel like in the past you're just trying to rehab and get back to being Sam Cosmi, and maybe this year you're able to like add to the portfolio, if you will. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, I like I said yesterday, I put a lot of time and effort into my body this offseason. Spent a lot of time with the kids and the family, but I was here for the most part. Just kind of like last offseason, obviously not as, having to be here all the time, but for the most part, it's been a good offseason for me to just sit down, evaluate, and just kind of decompress from being season to injury to season. So yeah.
Have you gotten into the Caps pretty big? I feel like I've seen you out there a good bit.
I love hockey. I love how
Was that always the case, or?
No, I mean when I got here, we don't really have hockey in Texas, so like I love it. I love the physicality and like how they are aggressive. I love the flow of the game, the amount of rotations they have throughout the game. It's just like it's always moving, and I don't know. I like I said, I like physical sports in general. So as you can tell, it's surprising. Yeah. So I think it's impressive what they're able to do on ice and skates, and seeing my big ass try to do that, I couldn't only imagine. So
a couple of moments left with Sam Cosmi of the Commanders. At center, you're going with Allegretti. I know he's banged up, and Julian Good-Jones is out there.
Yeah.
How does that change things for you? One of the things DQ talked about yesterday is he feels like Nick, among all the centers he's been around, is like just really smart about checks and all these things. Do you feel that?
Yeah, Nick's this really smart guy. I know probably a lot of people don't know about Julian, but Julian's really smart too. He's strong. He worked a ton this offseason. He's worked his butt off to put in the position he is to be competing right now. So, with Julian, it's good to get those reps in just in case. He's been the communication, that type of standpoint has been on point. So we're always working on things, always working on that chemistry. But for the most part, it's been good being able to work with both guys.
And then last one, you and Connerly, year 2 together.
Yeah.
What's the biggest difference do you think between him now and maybe a year ago?
I mean, his confidence, his ability. He just feels like his feet are more on the ground, if that makes sense. So, I mean, it's nice being able to get a training camp with him to build that chemistry because we got thrown in the fire together and trying to figure out during the season.
First time playing with him is in a game?
In a game, so, it was new for both of us, but, I think we did a really good job last year of he got better throughout the season, and then I think this year is going to be a big leap for him.
Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, no problem.
Sam Cosmi has almost become underrated at this point because of the talent, but also the injury a year ago. We forget a little bit, came back, started to ramp it up, and really got back to his old ways at the end of the season. But he'll be super important up front in protecting Jaden Daniels. And I like the insight. We started the show. One of the big stories here at training camp is the calf injury of Nick Allegretti. They don't think it's going to be serious, but because of the perceived lack of depth, that's obviously going to draw the ire of the fan base. Seems like he is, and even talking to him after the conversation for another couple of minutes, he thinks they're in good hands with Julian Good-Jones, who he called one of the hardest working players on the team.
Yeah, and you certainly hope so. If something happens during the season and he has to step in, you hope that they can feel confident, because the team that you're chasing, or at least I would perceive that you're chasing in the Eagles. You mentioned the Cowboys as maybe being there. Even the Cowboys have Quinnen Williams. The Eagles have Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. So you're going to need the interior of that O-line to be stout, and especially helping out Jaden Daniels. You don't want him to feel any pressure. You feel good about your tackles. Well, I guess you feel good about Tunsil. We'll see about Connerly. But I like what they've got there. The interior is still a little bit of a question, although I like their left guard. Cosme, if he gets back to his level, it just becomes center. But if those guys can kind of help out, maybe you feel a little bit better, even if Nick Allegretti does have to miss time, that Cosme or either Chris Paul or Brandon Coleman can step up and help those guys out.
Yeah, we've heard from the general manager, Adam Peters, and head coach Dan Quinn that this offense is going to be more quarterback friendly. I also think this offense is a lot more offensive line friendly in some ways. We can get into that next. Let's talk about the David Blau scheme. Couple of days of practice, some observations we've made so far as we continue. You're listening to Grant and Danny from Ashburn, Commanders Training Camp, Day 2 on The Fan. Guys, it's Grant Paulson for Window Nation. I'm sure there are people right now using some type of AI to help them with research about home improvement projects. Well, don't look further than Window Nation. They are the real deal. Get replacement windows and doors without the hassle. Act now before your energy bills skyrocket. The pros at Window Nation can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a great price. They've done it for me and for Danny over many, many years in 2 homes apiece. You could get 50% off all window styles. You could even get 0 down on your payment, and you can get a no-payment deal as far as interest goes for 2 full years. That's right, 0 down payments and no payments or interest for a couple of years. Amazing offer with Window Nation. I love working with them, so does Danny. 96% customer satisfaction rating, 45,000 5-star reviews. Find out why. Call them at 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. Or go to windownation.com.